Chapter 80. The Fox Girl Maid. Under Fang Yuan's modest suggestion, the seamstress of Ling Luo immediately grasped the intent. Commencing the task, she meticulously tailored the garments according to Fang Yuan's description of the attire. In less than 10 minutes, a black and white maid outfit was completed. At that precise moment, Sakura, panting heavily, found her way to Fang Yuan. Upon waking, she discovered her master was no longer in bed, prompting her to hastily rise, don her clothes, and venture out of the Lord's mansion in search of him. With a flushed face, Sakura exclaimed, "I'm so sorry, master. I didn't wake up on time. It's quite all right. I saw you sleeping soundly and didn't wish to disturb you." Fang Yuan replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Sakura, let's return to our room. I have a garment I'd like you to try on." "A garment?" Sakura tilted her head, her expression adorably bewildered. Upon returning to the mansion, Fang Yuan presented the freshly tailored black and white maid outfit to Sakura. "This is the new uniform for our territory. Every fox girl maid must wear this. Please try it on and tell me how it looks." Without a hint of hesitation, Sakura accepted the maid outfit and promptly removed her simple linen top and short skirt, revealing her flawlessly fair and curvaceous figure. Fang Yuan felt a sudden warmth at the tip of his nose as a trickle of blood began to flow. Noticing the blood, Sakura quickly inquired, "Master, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" Remaining remarkably composed, Fang Yuan wiped away the blood without batting an eye. "It's nothing. The weather has been rather dry lately, and I've been feeling a bit overheated." "Oh, I see." Before long, Sakura had donned a maid outfit, emerging as a freshly minted, pure, and charming fox girl maid. Her figure, akin to a character from a comic, was snugly enveloped by the maid attire, exuding an enchanting blend of desire and innocence. The skirt of the outfit fell well above her knees, showcasing her exquisite, fair legs, while her cute bare feet were adorned with a pair of black leather shoes, crafted by the seamstress of Ling Luo at Fang Yuan's request. The only shortcoming was the absence of white stockings. Silk stockings, while elegant, could not compare to those made of nylon. The silk variety lacked comfort and breathability. It was the height of summer. As a considerate lord who cared for his subjects, Fang Yuan could never allow his fox girl maid to suffer in the sweltering heat wearing such impractical stockings. Of course, the sight of a fox girl in a maid outfit, barefoot in leather shoes, possessed its own unique charm. Within Fang Yuan's maid brigade, there were a total of 10 fox girl maids and 10 Blackrock archer maids. He intended to establish a personal guard unit for his own safety. The standard guards are the Grim Reaper soldiers, tasked primarily with external protection for Fang Yuan, while within the territory, in addition to the Grim Reaper soldiers, a more intimate bodyguard unit was needed, one that could remain by his side at all times, even during private moments such as sleeping or bathing. As a male lord, the closest personal guard would undoubtedly consist of female soldiers. Although the Blackrock archers were ranged combatants, they were still formidable at the 10th tier, capable of restraining enemies in close combat. The personal guard unit was dedicated to ensuring protection within the territory. During this time, Fang Yuan could easily summon the Grim Reaper soldiers and blood-crazed gunmen from outside to deal with any assassins. His territory could now be described as having a meticulously fortified defense. Even the tiniest ant would find it impossible to evade the watchful gaze of the Tower of Omniscience. Yet, Fang Yuan remained vigilant, for he understood that there are always greater forces at play in the world. The chaotic continent was rife with powerful beings, and experts were abundant. Fang Yuan approached matters with the utmost caution, preparing for every conceivable danger. Currently, among his close maids, only the Blackrock archers were combat capable, but Fang Yuan planned to recruit other warrior types in the future. At that time, he would assemble a formidable battalion of combat maids. Gazing at the adorably pure fox girl maid beside him, a wicked smile crept across Fang Yuan's face. As the saying goes, good things are best shared. With such a delightful fox girl maid at home, it was only fitting that others in the regional channel should also have the pleasure of admiring her. He instructed Sakura to sit on the bed, adopting a duck-like pose, and then look up at the camera. What followed were several clicks of the shutter. After a careful selection, Fang Yuan found a picture that could only be deemed perfect, which he promptly posted to the regional channel. Accompanying the image, he wrote, "My adorable fox girl maid is truly a mischievous little sprite. She couldn't wait to show me her new outfit." In the regional channel, the others had grown accustomed to Fang Yuan's daily displays of affection through photographs. Upon seeing yet another morning post, they anticipated yet another exhibition of his romantic exploits. However, when they opened the image, they were utterly astonished. This scoundrel Fang Yuan, who had already captured the hearts of many with his charming fox girl, had now dressed her in a maid outfit. A maid outfit, the very attire beloved by countless otaku on Earth. Even those who were not otaku would struggle to resist the allure of a maid outfit. This was utterly enviable. Many in the regional channel, consumed by jealousy, nearly hurled their lord's tome in frustration. This vile Fang Yuan, as if having a fox girl at home was not enough, had the audacity to flaunt her daily. Do you have any idea how we single souls have been enduring these days? It's sheer torment. If it weren't for the fact that those who dared to insult Fang Yuan previously have been blacklisted, no one would have hesitated to voice their grievances. With such a precedent set, no one in the regional channel dared to denounce Fang Yuan openly. They could only mutter in private, afraid to express their sentiments publicly. If it weren't for Fang Yuan's substantial stock of meat, no one would dare cross him. Otherwise, they would ensure he understood the meaning of cruelty. At that moment, Fang Yuan became aware of his own missteps. In a world where everyone had transcended, each lord was alone, with the farmers and militia in their territories consisting solely of men. The long nights were exceedingly lonely. Many solitary souls, yearning for companionship, found that attempting to engage in conversation in the regional channel came at a price. 1 unit of food for an hour of chat, and 5 units for a single suggestive image. Fang Yuan's ostentatious displays of affection were likely unmatched in the entire world channel. He felt a profound sense of guilt for indulging his own desires while disregarding the feelings of others. Clearly, the seamstress of Ling Luo had crafted sailor suits, kipeos, and Lolita outfits as well. It was rather unkind of him to only allow the other lords in the regional channel to witness the maid outfit. Chapter 81. A Stalwart Integrity of Fang Yuan. Subsequently, Fang Yuan instructed Sakura to don an array of exquisite outfits. He then captured photographs and disseminated them across the regional channel. However, merely photographing Sakura did not fully satiate his creative appetite. He summoned Hei-E to join in the photographic revelry. Hei-E's delicate and elongated legs were a sight that could enchant for a decade. Adorned in a sailor uniform, her legs were showcased to perfection. Meanwhile, Sakura donned a pink qipao, her alluring silhouette unabashedly revealed. Yet, even this was insufficient for Fang Yuan. He beckoned more than 10 fox maidens and blackrock archers, all clad in various costumes, as he gleefully wielded the Lord's book, thoroughly engrossed in the photography. Sailor uniforms, Lolita dresses, kipeos, bunny girl outfits, nurse attire, an endless stream of images was dispatched, eliciting a cacophony of initial expletives from the regional channel's denizens. Gradually, however, their outrage waned, leaving them mechanically clicking through image after image, their expressions laden with envy. The male lords in the regional channel fell into a profound silence. They yearned to berate Fang Yuan, yet dared not utter a word. They wished to abstain from viewing the images, but could not resist the temptation to click. The torment was palpable. The expressions of all the male lords began to twist in anguish. This was utterly unfair. Alas, in stark contrast, the typically reticent female lords in the regional channel erupted into excited chatter. Wow, these garments are absolutely stunning. They are far more exquisite than anything I have ever seen on the runway. Fang Yuan, dear brother, are these outfits available for purchase? Since arriving in this world, I have been confined to this one attire. I have not changed in days. My stockings are starting to emit a foul odor. To the lady upstairs, I would gladly trade 5 units of food for your odorous stockings. Goodness, brother upstairs, you are quite the peculiar one. I too desire the stockings worn by the ladies. I would trade 8 units of food. Heavens, we have an abundance of eccentrics in this channel. Truly, I would exchange 10 units of food. As the posts in the regional channel grew increasingly bizarre and risque, Fang Yuan promptly intervened, posting, "Indeed, these garments are available for sale. Priced between 1 to 50 units of food, contingent on the specific attire desired. For garments such as lingerie, which utilize less fabric, the price will naturally be lower. Ultimately, it depends on what they wish to purchase." At this moment, Weninghan unexpectedly sent a message to Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, dear brother, are you there? I wish to purchase some clothing." Fang Yuan replied, "Yes, what type of clothing do you seek? Lingerie or maid outfits?" After a brief hesitation, Weninghan shyly responded, "Do you have anything more ordinary?" Fang Yuan assured her, "Of course. Just a moment, I will send you a few images for you to choose from." Aside from maid outfits, sailor uniforms, and Lolita attire, the spirit weaver had also tailored numerous ordinary female garments. However, Fang Yuan was not particularly fond of these. They were too modest, revealing far too little. It must be stated that a paragon of integrity like Fang Yuan would never dismiss ordinary garments for their lack of exposure. Rather, it was simply the sweltering summer heat. On such scorching days, if the Blackrock archers and fox maidens were overly clad, what if they suffered from heat stroke? He was merely being considerate of his subjects, not out of any personal preference for such attire. Fang Yuan sent the images of ordinary clothing to Weninghan. After a considerable pause, she finally messaged him, "Brother, I would like 2 sets of that white shirt and black trousers." Fang Yuan inquired, "Do you require anything else?" After a brief pause, Weninghan shyly messaged, "Dear brother, I would also like to purchase 2 sets of lingerie." Fang Yuan asked, "Would you prefer white or black?" Weninghan replied, "Black." Fang Yuan confirmed, "All right, that totals 60 units of food." Weninghan inquired, "Can I exchange it with blueprints?" Fang Yuan responded, "Of course. That would be most welcome." He was well aware that there was an ancient ruin near Weninghan's territory, harboring a wealth of blueprints along with many perilous dangers. Previously, she had successfully completed a challenge task thanks to the magical scrolls traded from Fang Yuan, which had yielded a key to the underground ruins. Within the upper ruins of the ancient site lay a plethora of blueprints. He believed the underground ruins would contain even more valuable blueprints. However, due to the weakness of Weninghan's territory, she was hesitant to unlock the entrance to the underground ruins and venture inside. Given her current strength, even if she opened the entrance, she would undoubtedly be attacked by the monsters dwelling within. There was no protective grace period of 7 days. Should high-level monsters assault her territory, it would spell certain doom. Weninghan opted to develop her strength slowly, planning to explore the underground ruins once she was sufficiently powerful. The blueprint she chose to trade with Fang Yuan was for a white-quality building blueprint, a bronze gate. This would allow her to construct a bronze gate within her territory. Presently, it was likely that no lord in the world had even a wooden fence for defense, let alone proper walls. Even if she acquired the blueprint for a bronze gate, it would be merely ornamental, lacking any practical utility. It would be rather monotonous to have a solitary bronze gate standing amidst an empty territory. Weninghan also felt the blueprint held little value, and if Fang Yuan was dissatisfied, she was willing to supplement the difference with food. To her surprise, upon seeing the blueprint for the bronze gate, Fang Yuan immediately agreed without a second thought. Just because other lords lacked walls did not imply that Fang Yuan did as well. His territory was encircled by a wall. He merely required a gate. Once the transaction with Weninghan was completed, Fang Yuan returned to the regional channel and shared the images of the ordinary attire. Most, aside from those with peculiar preferences, generally favored more standard clothing. Although Fang Yuan deemed the ordinary garments rather unappealing, the other women in the regional channel did not share this sentiment. In terms of craftsmanship, design, and materials, the outfits crafted by the Spirit Weaver surpassed those created by even the most renowned fashion designers on Earth by several tiers. By merely selling clothing, Fang Yuan had raked in a considerable profit. The purchasers were predominantly female lords. Male lords were unlikely to squander resources on attractive apparel. Chapter 82, The Life Spring. This morning, in addition to remaining in the tailor shop assisting the Spirit Weaver with the design and crafting of garments, Fang Yuan also visited the farm, constructing over 50 additional farms. Yesterday, upon opening treasure chests, he had acquired 200 units of nature gems from 3 chests. With such an abundance of nature gems, it was only prudent for Fang Yuan to establish several more farms. In recent days, Fang Yuan had been fervently erecting various structures, and what was once a spacious territory had suddenly become somewhat cramped. He could only extend the walls outward by one more circle in the Lord's book. Thus, the territory would become a touch more spacious. Furthermore, Fang Yuan constructed 4 grand bronze gates on the walls surrounding the territory. Bronze gate, 100 copper or 50 iron blocks. These gates stood 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, perfectly aligning with the height of Fang Yuan city walls. Adorned with vivid carvings depicting fearsome beasts, they evoked a sense of trepidation. However, in comparison to the towering stone door he had encountered in the underground tomb, these bronze gates fell somewhat short. One couldn't help but wonder when his territory might boast walls rising several dozen meters high. When that day came, he vowed to take inspiration from the heroic corridor behind the stone door in the underground tomb to design his own corridor of heroes. Just imagine. Upon entering through the city gate of Fang Yuan's territory, one would push open the grand doors to reveal a passage hundreds of meters long, with the ground paved in gold and flanked by dozens of heroic statues standing several meters tall. What a breathtaking sight that would be. As night fell in the blink of an eye, the hunting party and the titans who had ventured out to gather resources returned to the territory. Thanks to the nightmarish beast mounts, travel had become significantly more convenient. Today, the hunting party had captured over 300 prey, along with a considerable number of monster cubs. Their hunting efficiency improved day by day. The titans, on their first day of mining, unearthed abundant stone blocks, iron blocks, and fire copper ore, even discovering a stone treasure chest. Eagerly, Fang Yuan opened the chest, and a dark golden light emanated from within. Acquired white building blueprint, bathhouse, triggering a 100-fold amplification for the dark golden building blueprint, life spring. Life spring, 500 stone bricks, 1 underground water well, 10 flame crystals, 10 life gems. Fang Yuan possessed the stone bricks, flame crystals, and life gems, but lacked the blueprint for the underground water well. For the past few days, the entire territory had relied on fetching water from a spring several miles away, which was exceedingly inconvenient. It was high time to procure the blueprint for the underground water well. After contemplating for a moment, he placed 10,000 pounds of meat on the market and casually posted a message seeking to acquire the blueprint for the underground water well, offering 100 units of meat in exchange. The blueprint for the underground water well was extremely valuable in the early stages. After all, possessing an underground water well meant an inexhaustible water resource. Lords in arid regions like deserts, wastelands, and mountains were particularly eager to obtain such a blueprint to resolve their water supply issues. In the early days, all blueprints were quite scarce, unless one was exceptionally lucky. Finding blueprints in the wild was a daunting task. Since the end of the 7-day protection period, The number of blueprints in the wild had significantly increased, and avenues to acquire them had multiplied. Blueprints for underground water wells, once rare, were no longer as elusive as before. Fang Yuan was confident that by offering a generous price, he could secure the underground water well blueprint from others. 100 units of meat was no small amount. It wasn't like trading for 100 units of mushrooms or berries. This was genuine, succulent monster meat. No one could resist the allure of meat. As anticipated, within 3 minutes of posting his request for the underground water well, someone reached out, claiming to have the blueprint and seeking a trade. The individual was named Jiang Xiaoyu. Fang Yuan vaguely recalled that this person's territory was situated by a river. Early on, Jiang Xiaoyu had obtained the blueprint for a fishing rod, allowing him to fish along the riverbank. He was one of the few who could procure meat through his own efforts. Occasionally, he would put a few units of fish meat up for sale in the regional channel, but the quantity was minimal and could not compare to Fang Yuan's practice of listing 10,000 units of meat at once. Jiang Xiaoyu said, "Big shot. I have a blueprint for an underground water well. Are you truly willing to trade it for 100 units of meat?" Fang Yuan replied, "Of course. I will send the trade link right away. You can simply accept it." With that, Fang Yuan initiated a trade for 100 units of meat in exchange for the underground water well blueprint. Jiang Xiaoyu responded, "All right, big shot. I've sent the blueprint over. I'll log off now." After the trade was completed, Jiang Xiaoyu promptly logged off, and Fang Yuan secured the underground water well blueprint. Underground water well, 100 stones, 50 woods, 30 hemp ropes. Fang Yuan chose to construct the underground water wells in the living area, not far from the open-air kitchen, building a total of 10 wells. Additionally, he erected another 10 wells in the residential area. It was unreasonable for the residents to trek all the way to the living area for their washing water. With the underground water wells in place, he had gathered all the materials required to construct the life spring. Fang Yuan meticulously selected an ideal location within the territory, one that offered a panoramic view and a prime position. Turning to the construction page in the Lord's book, he confirmed the creation of the life spring. As the dark golden light faded, a steaming, crystal-clear spring emerged. The perimeter of the life spring was constructed from stones of varying sizes, exuding a unique aesthetic. The water in the spring shimmered with an amber glow under the moonlight. Immersing oneself in the life spring not only gradually healed one's injuries and restored life, but also rapidly replenished physical strength. After a long day of toil, there was no better place to relax and rejuvenate than in the comforting embrace of the spring. After dinner, Fang Yuan constructed dozens more life spring pools, striving to ensure that everyone in the territory could enjoy a soak. The life springs were vast, comparable in size to swimming pools on Earth, with each spring capable of accommodating over 100 individuals. Fang Yuan built a total of 20 springs, allowing for an average of 50 people per spring, thus avoiding overcrowding. To ensure his citizens could comfortably enjoy the springs, Fang Yuan invested heavily, nearly depleting his reserves of elemental crystals and life gems. Generally speaking, it was expected that a lord of his stature would have a spring exclusively for himself, reflecting his noble status. However, due to the limited quantity of life gems and elemental crystals in his storage, he was unable to construct an additional spring. Consequently, Fang Yuan found himself sharing a spring with his subordinates. He sighed, recognizing that while this arrangement somewhat contradicted his identity and persona as a lord, sharing a spring with his people was more in line with his caring nature. With that, Fang Yuan confidently strode into the spring room where the Black Rock archer and the kitsune maid resided. His territory was home to both men and women, and to maintain propriety, he had constructed wooden walls around each life spring for privacy. Each spring room was marked with charcoal inscriptions indicating male or female for distinction. Without a backward glance, Fang Yuan resolutely entered the life spring pool occupied by Sakura and Hei. Naturally, soaking in the spring required one to be unclothed. Certainly, Fang Yuan is by no means a pervert. He still insisted that both the Blackrock shooter and the fox maid don a piece of clothing. At this moment, one might undoubtedly feel curious to inquire, is it not perverse to have one's Blackrock shooter and fox maid wear a school swimsuit while soaking in a hot spring? Fang Yuan resolutely declared, "All that I do is merely to indulge in my own pleasure. What is wrong with a man being lustful? As an LSP, I take great pride in it." The life spring possesses the remarkable ability to gradually restore vitality and swiftly replenish stamina. Dressed in a pair of shorts, Fang Yuan luxuriated in the hot spring, feeling as though his very flesh were being healed, with every inch of his body caressed by what felt like the delicate touch of ethereal hands. The restorative effects of the life spring proved to be exceptionally efficacious. Immersed in the warm waters, the weariness of an entire day vanished without a trace. While the life spring healed his body, the Blackrock shooter and fox maid healed Fang Yuan's spirit. He felt as if his very soul had been elevated. At that moment, Sakura approached with a wooden tray, upon which rested several wooden cups and an assortment of fruits. She stepped into the hot spring, nearly pressing herself against Fang Yuan. "Master, this is cherry wine brewed with the winemaking apparatus. It is absolutely delightful. Please, do have a taste." The brewing apparatus, acquired from Lu Xiaohua, allowed fruits to ferment within the barrel for a day, resulting in a delectable fruit wine. Sakura then picked up a cup of cherry wine from the tray and offered it to Fang Yuan. He accepted it, took a sip, and found that despite being produced in a brewing apparatus, the fruit wine contained no alcohol and was quite exquisite in flavor, tangy and sweet, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Fang Yuan downed the entire cup in one gulp. Meanwhile, Sakura, with her slender, delicate fingers, picked up a strawberry from the wooden tray and held it to Fang Yuan's lips. Gazing at him with affectionate eyes, she softly urged, "Master, do eat the strawberry." Fang Yuan savored the strawberry, exclaiming, "This is truly the life a lord ought to lead. No battles or bloodshed, merely feasting and revelry each day." Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Fang Yuan sighed, aware that such a leisurely existence would likely not endure for long. He raised his gaze to the sky. Tonight, the heavens were devoid of clouds, the multitude of stars shining brightly. As he beheld the resplendent full moon, Fang Yuan fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, in the Orc Empire, at the bloodied highlands, within the Butcher tribe, the Orc chieftain, Battleaxe, who had witnessed the annihilation of his tribe at Fang Yuan's hands, sat in the Orc hall, seemingly awaiting someone. Battleaxe wore a grave expression. Had it not been for his thirst for vengeance, he would never have set foot in this cursed place. The Butcher tribe, led by Chieftain Butcher, was the most formidable force in the bloodied highlands, without exception. Moreover, it was one of the most ruthless and terrifying tribes within the entire Orc Empire. The chieftain's greatest passion and enjoyment lay in tormenting others. Any unfortunate souls who fell captive to their tribe faced a fate far worse than death. They were not simply killed, but rather subjected to unspeakable torments, often leading to their slow demise. Battleaxe had witnessed Butcher's cruel methods firsthand, and since then, he had vowed to keep as far away from this perverse creature as possible, ideally never to cross paths again. Alas, with his tribe obliterated by Fang Yuan, he had no choice but to seek the Butcher tribe for revenge. Prior to this, Battleaxe had sought out other tribes, hoping to leverage the resources of the cursed mine as a bargaining chip to eliminate Fang Yuan. Preliminary investigations suggested that the ore resources within the cursed mine exceeded 50 million units, equivalent to a significant resource point. No orc could resist the allure of such a substantial resource. Upon hearing this news, nearly all the chieftains exhibited interest. Regrettably, most orc chieftains lost interest upon learning that the cursed mine was located in the resource-poor Forgotten Lands. They promptly dismissed Battleaxe, waving him away from their tribes. Left with no other options, Battleaxe sought the Butcher tribe for revenge. As footsteps approached, a gaunt orc entered the hall. This orc was markedly different from the typical orc. While most orcs were known for their robust physiques, this one was abnormally thin, bare-chested, revealing a body marred by scars, clad only in black leather trousers. Exuding a palpable scent of blood, entirely unlike the imposing stature of ordinary orcs. This was Butcher, the chieftain of the Butcher tribe, an 8th-tier hero. Upon entering, Butcher spotted Battleaxe in the hall, and a smile crept across his lips. "Is that not my dearest brother? Since you left the Butcher tribe, I have not seen you. What brings you here today?" Butcher's voice bore an unsettling quality, reminiscent of a duck's quack, as grating as metal scraping against concrete. Battleaxe managed a forced smile and replied, "My tribe was destroyed by enemies, and all its members were slaughtered. Therefore, I hope you might lend me a legion to seek revenge." Despite being Butcher's brother, Battleaxe felt inadequate in comparison. Butcher had always been exceptionally gifted, reaching 4th-tier strength before maturity and 6th-tier upon adulthood. In contrast, Battleaxe appeared somewhat ineffectual beside his brother. Their father ultimately decided to pass the chieftaincy of the Mankind tribe to Butcher, awaiting the demise of the previous chieftain. Upon the old chieftain's death, Butcher officially ascended to lead the tribe, which was subsequently renamed the Butcher tribe. This decision left Battleaxe feeling somewhat resentful, though the orc tribes valued strength above all. The strong possessed everything. Unable to rival Butcher, Battleaxe could not claim the title of chieftain. Even though he harbored dissatisfaction, he had to suppress it. As Butcher matured, he grew increasingly cruel and bloodthirsty, deriving joy from the suffering of others. Ultimately, Battleaxe could no longer endure and left the tribe to establish one of his own. After years of wandering, his tribe gained favor among the orcs and finally discovered a significant resource point. With the resources of the cursed mine, Battleaxe believed it would not be long before his tribe ascended to the status of a mid-tier tribe. Yet, before he could revel in this newfound hope, he was easily assassinated in his sleep by the Shadow Walker. The entirety of his tribe, numbering 30,000, was effortlessly eradicated by Fang Yuan. How could Battleaxe not feel furious? He yearned to flay Fang Yuan alive, turning every inhabitant of his territory, regardless of gender, into slaves. Upon hearing Battleaxe's words, Butcher scoffed derisively. No matter how many years passed, his brother remained as ineffectual as ever, having been defeated by some insignificant figure from nowhere. Butcher mocked. "Am I granting you face, Battleaxe? Had it not been for your status as my brother, I would never have deigned to meet you. If you wish to avoid the torment of my wrath, you would do well to vacate my tribe at once." Upon hearing the words of the Butcher, The battle axe felt no surprise, for he understood that even his own sibling would not willingly assist him in his quest for vengeance. Such is the nature of Orcish kinship, devoid of any warmth. It is instead steeped in cold-bloodedness and brutality. In a grave tone, the battle axe declared, "Within the territory of my enemies lies a cavern, a significant resource site, containing no less than 50 million units of ore." Oh, the butcher raised an eyebrow, revealing a keen interest. A substantial resource point, indeed. It is worth noting that even the largest orc tribes possess but a handful of such sites. Without hesitation, the butcher inquired, "Where exactly is this large resource point?" "To the east of the Forgotten Lands, within the mountain range," the battle axe hastily replied. "The Forgotten Lands?" At the mention of this place, the butcher's expression darkened, and he growled menacingly, "You cowardly wretch, are you jesting with me? Who among the chaotic continent is unaware that the Forgotten Lands are the most resource-deprived region across the land? How dare you deceive me? Even if you wish to flee now, you shall not escape. I shall use you to experiment with my latest invention in torture." The battle axe hurriedly implored, "Listen to me. There is indeed a significant resource point in the Forgotten Lands. I swear upon the name of the beast god that I speak the truth." With a scoff, the butcher retorted, "Humph. Even if the beast god himself were to descend today, you would still meet your demise." The battle axe, merely a 7th-tier hero, stood in stark contrast to the butcher, an 8th-tier hero. The disparity between them was substantial, compounded by the fact that this was the butcher's territory, where he could summon a legion at will. The battle axe had no hope of victory. Should the butcher capture him, the true horror would not lie in death, but in a fate far worse than death itself. In a moment of desperation, the battle axe abandoned all semblance of dignity, kneeling upon the ground and pleading, "Butcher, you must believe me. There truly exists a significant resource point in the Forgotten Lands. If you doubt my words, send someone to scout the area and verify my honesty. Your tribe has been unable to elevate itself to a large tribe due to resource limitations. If you could seize a significant resource point, your tribe would ascend to greatness within a decade." These words caused the butcher to lapse into contemplation. Indeed, while his butcher tribe boasted the strongest power within the blood-soaked highlands, the majority of resource points in the area were merely minor, with only a few being of medium size and none classified as large. To elevate to a large tribe, one must not only possess a sufficient population but, most crucially, ample resources. Surrounding the blood-soaked highlands were large resource points, yet they were occupied by several formidable orc tribes. The butcher, unable to contend with them, could not lay claim to such resources. The resource points within the Orc Empire's territory were all held by various tribes. The rules of the Orc Empire were straightforward. If you desired a resource point, you must seize it. Upon capturing a resource point and vanquishing the opposing orc tribe, male orcs would be reduced to slavery, while the female orcs would be taken back to the tribe as breeding stock, continuously producing offspring. This is the law of the Orc Empire, where the weak perish and the strong prevail. If a significant resource point remained unclaimed by any large tribe, it would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Casting a sidelong glance at the battle axe, the butcher reflected that although his brother was a complete waste, he would not be foolish enough to deceive him. "Tell me the precise location of that significant resource point. I shall dispatch scouts this very night to investigate. If it turns out to be a fabrication, humph." As the butcher spoke, his eyes, filled with cruelty and bloodlust, bore down on the battle axe. He could hardly contain his eagerness to torment a 7th-tier orc hero. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, the battle axe divulged the specific location of the cursed mine. He refrained from mentioning that the site was cursed, knowing that any creature entering the cursed mine would mysteriously perish by the night's end. Of course, the battle axe was unaware that the mysterious curse within the mine had already been dispelled by Fang Yuan's agents. To the orcs, the curse was not deemed a serious issue. If the orc laborers were afflicted by the curse, they could simply be left to their fate. Once the orc miners perished, new slaves could easily be acquired from slave traders. The butcher had already dispatched a reconnaissance team, which would report back once the investigation was complete. Should the information prove true, he would immediately send forth a legion to eradicate all forces within the Forgotten Lands. The significant resource point would belong solely to the butcher tribe, and any other forces would meet their end. In seizing the resources, he would also avenge his worthless brother. With this thought, the butcher's gaze at the battle axe brimmed with disdain. What sort of respectable forces could possibly exist in a desolate place like the Forgotten Lands? Confident in his ability to easily annihilate Fang Yuan's territory with his 10,000 orc legion, the butcher reveled in his thoughts. The next morning, as dawn broke, Fang Yuan awoke, as anticipated, to find that Hei and Sakura had stealthily climbed into his bed during the night. Alongside them stood several fox maidens, clad in black and white maid outfits, who had been awaiting his rise. They were there to assist him in getting out of bed. Fang Yuan rose, dressed with the help of one of the fox maids, and completed his morning routine with the aid of 2 others. In the hall of the lord's estate, breakfast had already been prepared: a cup of fruit wine, a piece of grilled steak, 2 toasted fruit breads, and a small basket of fruit. Fang Yuan sat down, hardly needing to lift a finger to eat as the charming Sakura personally fed him morsels. This prompted him to reflect on how indulgent such a life was. Being a lord was indeed a blissful existence. However, just as he contemplated his happiness, a terrifying roar echoed from outside the territory, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of dread. The weaker fox maidens were utterly unable to withstand such a terrifying presence, collapsing in a heap, pale and trembling. Sakura, too, felt the weight of this dreadful aura, her complexion paling. However, she fought to maintain her composure before her master, gripping the table to steady herself. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yuan was immediately incensed. Who dared to wreak havoc in his territory? Clearly, they were courting death. He donned his equipment, black abyss armor, explosive magic ring, and pale crown, retrieved from his arcane ring, and pushed open the lord's estate door to step outside. Looking up, he beheld a colossal creature soaring through the sky above his territory, a dragon. Resembling a lizard with a length of several hundred meters, adorned with enormous wings that obscured the sun. This was unmistakably a dragon from Western mythology. Its body was covered in hard black scales, enveloped in a red magical aura, and with each breath, it exhaled a stream of black dragon fire. Without delay, Fang Yuan examined the attributes of this dragon-like monstrosity hovering in the sky. Black Dragon, Tier 10. Ability, Magic Immunity. Skills, Black Dragon Breath, Tier 10 Magic. Great Curse, Tier 10 Curse. Cataclysm, Tier 10 Magic. Lo and behold, a black dragon. It is no wonder that the Kitsune maid was so terrified. After all, dragons rank among the most formidable beings atop the chaotic continent. However, what brings a black dragon to my territory? As Fang Yuan pondered this perplexity, Ce approached his side, a grave expression etched upon his face. My lord, just 3 minutes ago, this black dragon appeared in the skies above our domain. It appears to be an invader. The Blackrock archers are prepared. With but a command from you, we shall vanquish it. Thankfully, the territory boasted Blackrock archers. A ranged unit well suited to combat such airborne beasts, the mightiest amongst our ranks, the Death Guards, bloodthirsty gunmen, and Shadowwalkers, would be utterly ineffective against a foe of this nature. Fang Yuan shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. Do not let the Blackrock archers fire. I wish to capture it alive. Just days prior, he had acquired a dark gold level saddle reins from the goblin encampment, capable of taming a Tier 10 beast as a mount. Regrettably, the most powerful beasts in the Forsaken Lands did not exceed Tier 3. The dark gold reins lay useless, gathering dust in the warehouse. Yet, unexpectedly, on this very morning, a Tier 10 beast had come knocking at his door. And not just any beast, but a dragon. Should he succeed in taming this black dragon, he would soar far more majestically than if he were to ride a nightmare steed. Today was undeniably a stroke of fortune. He felt immensely lucky. Fang Yuan eagerly instructed, let Du Yi lead his fallen angel troops into action, aiming to capture this black dragon alive. Remember, do not injure it, otherwise we shall be burdened with healing it after taming, which would be quite troublesome. The fallen angels were primarily supportive units, akin to healers stationed at the rear. However, they were not merely feeble caretakers. They possessed formidable combat capabilities, albeit with limited offensive skills. After all, it was merely a Tier 10 little black dragon. Fang Yuan's territory boasted a full 100 Tier 10 fallen angels, alongside a Tier 10 hero, the fallen angel governor. With sheer numbers, they could easily overwhelm it. Dragons were a breed of exceptionally powerful beasts. Even a newly hatched dragon possessed the strength of a Tier 5 beast, while fully grown dragons were Tier 10 beasts. With their formidable dragon legions, dragons stood as one of the most powerful forces across the chaotic continent. Simultaneously, dragons were a notoriously greedy race. They adored treasures, often hoarding vast amounts of riches within their lairs for adornment, rest, or sustenance. The greatest pleasure of a dragon was to slumber within a cave brimming with riches. Upon reaching adulthood, every dragon would scour the chaotic continent for gold and other treasures, concealing them within their lairs. The extent of a dragon's greed could rival that of the orcs. However, while orcs favored pillaging for resources to survive, dragons' insatiable greed stemmed from an intrinsic love for all things glittering. Once, in the chaotic continent, there existed a profession known as Dragon Slayer, a group dedicated to hunting dragons. Slaying a dragon would yield vast fortunes from its lair, enticing many adventurers to take perilous risks. Nevertheless, most dragon lairs resided within the territories of the Beast Empire, necessitating any dragon slayer to traverse through the realms of numerous beasts. Upon entering the dragon territories of the Beast Empire, one had to tread carefully, always on guard against the assaults of other dragons. Moreover, dragons possessed a fierce vendetta. Any who dared to harm their kin would face the most brutal retribution. Consequently, the profession of dragon slayer gradually faded into obscurity. Chili was a dragon who had recently reached adulthood. After enduring long years of anticipation, she could finally depart from the Beast Empire to gather treasures across the chaotic continent. For this day, she had nearly gone mad with longing. Chili had toiled for 5 years, employing cunning and deceit to amass a cave full of riches. Initially seeking safety, she chose to bury her treasure in the Forsaken Lands, a place so barren that no one would dare tread there. Burying her hoard in such a desolate location was the safest choice. She planned to venture out once more to collect additional treasures, then retrieve all her buried riches from the Forsaken Lands and return to the Beast Empire. With gold and jewels, she would adorn her lair and luxuriate in slumber atop her wealth. This dream was shared by many dragons. However, what Chili did not anticipate upon her return to her hidden trove was the gaping hole left in its place. All her painstakingly gathered treasures had been pilfered. Chapter 86. The true owner of the treasure. Not even a single gold coin remained. Witnessing this scene, Chili was on the brink of madness. After 5 years of toil to accumulate that hoard, only to find it completely emptied. Yet, Chili did not lose her composure. Through the various clues left at the scene, she ultimately deduced that her gold had been taken by none other than Fang Yuan, who resided in the very center of the Forsaken Plains. Throughout the entirety of the Forsaken Lands, only Fang Yuan's territory displayed abundant signs of disturbance, all pointing directly to him. Thus, it was evident that the thief who had absconded with her treasures was indeed the lord of the territory nestled in the heart of the Forsaken Plains. How dare anyone steal from the treasures of the dragon race? Regardless of who they were, they would perish beneath her dragon flames. With a mighty roar, the black dragon spread her wings and soared above Fang Yuan's domain, unleashing her full might without reservation. From above, Chili beheld the sight of several kitsune women who had been cooking and cleaning, now fainted in sheer terror. To her astonishment, this territory was composed of such weaklings. Mere kitsune folk. Chili intended to incinerate all within the territory and seize every resource at her disposal. Yet, before she could act, she noticed a swarm of peculiar winged humanoid beings ascending to encircle her in midair. A disdainful smile crossed Chili's lips. Just more foolish mortals daring to challenge the might of the great dragon race. Were they all fools? Unaware that an adult dragon ranked as a tier 10 unit, daring to come forth and meet their demise. Chili was confident that even if these winged beings could fly, they would pose no threat to her. The dragon race was revered as the mightiest aerial combatants. No other race could best them in the skies. A mocking grin curled at the corner of Chili's mouth. Come forth, insignificant mortals. Let me witness your strength. Soon, however, Chili would regret uttering those words. For she had never anticipated that the seemingly insignificant winged beings before her were, in fact, all tier 10 units. A full 100 of them, each a tier 10 warrior. Chili was on the verge of insanity, struggling to comprehend how such a formidable force could exist in the Forsaken Lands. A territory that appeared utterly ordinary housed a legion composed entirely of tier 10 units. Realizing the dire situation, Chili promptly chose to flee. Even as a powerful, noble dragon, she knew that 2 fists could not contend with 100 hands. 100 tier 10 units could easily encircle and overwhelm her. As Kiri realized she was outmatched, she immediately began to flap her wings, preparing to flee. However, Fang Yuan had already issued the command to capture the black dragon alive, and there was no way they would allow her to escape so easily. A multitude of fallen angels converged around the black dragon, ready to subdue her. While the dragon struggled desperately, a black magical array inscribed with mysterious runes materializing at her maw. In the next instant, a searing, corrosive breath of dragon fire erupted from the center of the magical array. The fallen angels adeptly evaded the dragon's breath. After all, they were not the Reaper guards and lacked the high defense to withstand a level 10 spell. Seizing the opportunity, the black dragon flapped her wings, determined to escape this terrifying place. Yet, the fallen angel governor stood in her path. As the dragon prepared to unleash another spell, Dee did not grant her the chance. Swiftly delivering a powerful punch to the dragon's head. Since Fang Yuan had instructed for her to be captured alive, Dee refrained from using any weapons. A level 10 ordinary unit simply could not withstand the full might of a level 10 hero's strike. The black dragon was among the strongest in physical prowess within her kind. Although she was not particularly adept in magic, she possessed immunity to spells and formidable corporeal strength. As Dee's fist approached, the black dragon did not evade. Instead, she continued to channel her magic. A mere ordinary attack would not slay her, and the black dragon was prepared to unleash her most potent spell, Cataclysm. However, when Dee's punch collided with her, the black dragon's vaunted defense crumbled. The opponent was a level 10 hero. A level 10 hero. The black dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. This territory not only boasted over 100 level 10 soldiers, but also a level 10 hero. Taking advantage of this moment, the other fallen angels surged forward, subduing her. Over 100 fallen angels combined their strength, binding the black dragon and forcing her down onto the grass beside the territory. Upon witnessing the black dragon's defeat, Fang Yuan hurriedly retrieved the reins of his mount from the warehouse. With the reins in hand, he excitedly left the territory, racing towards the direction of the black dragon. Several hundred meters away, the black dragon was pressed firmly to the ground by the fallen angels, their terrifying strength rendering her unable to muster the energy to struggle. Nevertheless, even in such a predicament, the black dragon did not abandon her resistance, persistently writhing against her captors. "Release me, you wretched beings. I am a noble member of the dragon race. If you wish to avoid incurring the wrath of my kin, you shall release me immediately and provide me with ample treasures as compensation. Otherwise, the Dragon Legion will incinerate the entire Forgotten Lands with our breath." Fang Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this black dragon could speak. He had always thought that dragons were merely higher-level beasts. Yet here was the black dragon articulating in the common tongue with remarkable fluency. In truth, the black dragon had spoken earlier while airborne. But Fang Yuan had not heard her due to her elevation. Now that she could converse, it was even better. Fang Yuan inquired, "Why did you come to wreak havoc in my territory?" Upon hearing this question, the black dragon replied vehemently, "You audacious thief! You filthy brigand! How dare you pilfer my treasures?" Being unjustly accused by the black dragon left Fang Yuan in a foul mood. He frowned and retorted, "I advise you to watch your words. You are my captive now. If you dare to insult me again, beware that I may slay you and use your remains to heat my hot pot tonight." It was uncertain if Fang Yuan's threat had any effect. But the black dragon's demeanor calmed somewhat, and she no longer appeared as agitated as before. In a low voice, she remarked, "Humph, you thief. You have indeed stolen my treasures. I have never pilfered anyone's possessions. Everything in my territory was earned through my hard work and sweat." Fang Yuan, with righteous indignation, asserted, "The treasures buried in the Forgotten Lands, in the eastern mountain range, were stolen, and the evidence left at the scene indicates it was your territory." Upon hearing the keywords Eastern Mountain Range and underground treasure, Fang Yuan finally recalled that when he had ventured to the Eastern Mountain Range with the Titan in search of a mine, he had instead stumbled upon a treasure. At that time, the Titan had even warned Fang Yuan that this treasure might have been buried by someone else. If the original owner of the buried treasure were to come seeking it, that would be problematic. Back then, Fang Yuan had dismissed the concern, reasoning that whoever found it first would claim it. But now, it appeared that the owner of that buried treasure had indeed come knocking. This situation had become rather awkward. Chapter 87, Taming the Mount. The black dragon exclaimed furiously, "So it was indeed you who stole my treasures. Release me immediately and return all my treasures, and you will owe me compensation. Otherwise, I shall promptly inform the dragon race, and the Dragon Legion will annihilate you all." Although Fang Yuan had indeed unearthed the treasure, most of the gold and silver had been utilized for developing his territory. He had no intention of using the remaining treasures to compensate the black dragon. If he were to release her now, she would undoubtedly return for revenge. Fang Yuan was not foolish enough to let that happen. The black dragon, sensing that Fang Yuan had no intention of letting her go, understood his apprehension about the potential for her vengeance. With a mixture of warning and counsel, she said, "I advise you to release me. Should you kill me, it will trigger the blood dragon curse within me, and you will forever face the wrath of our dragon kin." The blood dragon curse was a curse specifically devised by the dragon race to counter dragon slayers. Any race that triggered the blood dragon curse would bear a blood-red dragon mark deep within their soul. No matter how far they hid within the chaotic continent, any dragon could easily sense the location of the blood dragon curse. Thus, the black dragon's words were not mere threats to frighten Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan chuckled lightly and replied, "Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. In fact, we shall become the best of allies." A flicker of disdain crossed the black dragon's eyes. Although she was captured, the proud dragon race would never stoop to form friendships with lesser beings. Yet, when she saw Fang Yuan retrieve a dark golden shimmering set of reins from behind him, she instantly grasped his intent. Having roamed the continent for years gathering treasures, the black dragon was well versed in various matters and recognized that such reins could tame beasts. Most reins were of white quality, capable of taming only lower-tier beasts. She had also heard tales that dark golden quality reins could tame level 10 beasts. However, until now, no one had ever witnessed a dark golden quality rein in person. The intelligent races of the chaotic continent had regarded this as mere rumor, for no one had seen such reins. The black dragon had never anticipated that she would witness dark golden quality reins in such circumstances. A smile crept across Fang Yuan's lips as he said, "Do not worry. It won't hurt. It will all be over soon." A level 10 mount was not something Fang Yuan intended to let slip away. Moreover, if he were to let the black dragon escape and she returned with the Dragon Legion for revenge, it would spell trouble for him. The black dragon Kiri exclaimed in terror, "What do you intend to do?" "I tell you, I am a proud member of the noble black dragon clan and will never submit to becoming your mount." As she spoke the latter part, Kiri's voice trembled with an unmistakable hint of tears. Before the imposing figure of the black dragon, Fang Yuan appeared as inconspicuous as a mere ant. With the assistance of several fallen angels, he made his way to the dragon's back and utilized the dark gold quality mount reins. "Do you wish to use the mount reins on the black dragon, tier 10? Without hesitation, Fang Yuan replied, "Yes." The reins, shimmering with dark golden radiance, dissipated into a beam of light. Simultaneously, Fang Yuan received a notification acquiring the mount, the black dragon Chili. Chili? The name suggests a female dragon, doesn't it? Evidently. The black dragon Chili also received the notification, realizing she had become Fang Yuan's mount. She immediately began to wail uncontrollably. Having initially sought to reclaim her treasures from Fang Yuan, intending to incinerate everyone in the territory with her dragon breath and seize all the treasures within. To her astonishment, she found herself subdued and reduced to the status of a mere mount. This was the first time in her life that Chili had experienced such indignity. Once she became a mount, she could not defy any command from her master. The surrounding fallen angels dispersed, no longer suppressing Chili. Observing the black dragon's sorrowful tears, Fang Yuan consoled her, saying, "Do not weep. Rest assured, you shall not suffer by my side. Do you have any particular desires?" Despite her grief, when asked about her favorite things, the black dragon sobbed, "I adore gold, silver, and various jewels." Truly, as expected of a dragon, her fondness for glittering treasures was undeniable. Fang Yuan inquired further, "Can you diminish your size?" The black dragon, measuring over 100 meters in length, occupied considerable space. If she could shrink, it would be much more convenient. Although she wished to ignore Fang Yuan, her current status as his mount compelled her to obey. Reluctantly, she manipulated her form and gradually transformed into a humanoid figure. To Fang Yuan's astonishment, the once formidable black dragon morphed into a stunning young woman with flowing black hair, golden eyes, and fair skin. He had not anticipated that the dragon's transformation into a girl would yield such beauty. Fang Yuan requested Chili to alternate between her dragon form and humanoid form several times, indulging in the novelty until he finally ceased. It appeared that dragons could effortlessly transition between their draconic and humanoid shapes. Despite harboring resentment towards Fang Yuan, even contemplating his demise, the black dragon was utterly incapable of harming him in any way. Instead, she was bound to heed his every command. Fang Yuan scrutinized Chili with satisfaction and gently asked, "Do you possess a name?" Through gritted teeth, the black dragon replied, "I am called Chili." "Ah, splendid. Welcome to our territory, Chili. From now on, you shall be one of us." With the ability to fly, the black dragon presented itself as a remarkable aerial mount. Naturally, the first order of business was to soar through the skies atop Chili. Having remained in the Forgotten Land for so long, Fang Yuan yearned to explore the myriad wonders of the chaotic continent. After preparing in his territory, he set forth with his companions, Death 1, Black 1, Fallen 1, along with 10 Death Guards, 10 Black Rock Archers, and 10 Fallen Angels. With the protection of these 3 heroes, they could likely face most dangers on the chaotic continent. Blood 1 and Shadow 1 remained behind to safeguard the territory. The Black Dragon's vastness allowed for numerous passengers, and Fang Yuan resolved to lead his group away from the Forgotten Land, seeking adventure elsewhere. In addition to troops, he had also prepared ample provisions and water. As they ascended onto the Black Dragon's back, Chili felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, yet under Fang Yuan's oppressive authority, she had no choice but to comply. The dragon's back was broad enough to accommodate everyone comfortably. However, there were no secure places to hold on to, and when Chili took flight, they could only cling tightly to her scales to avoid being thrown off. Chapter 88, The Desert Temple. To the north of the Forgotten Land lay the desolate expanse leading directly to the Orc Empire, home to many Orc tribes. Just days prior, a traveling merchant had journeyed from the Orc Empire to Fang Yuan's territory. To the west sprawled a lush forest, the exact size of which was unknown to Fang Yuan. On his last venture into the western forest, he had traversed deep within, discovering and vanquishing a goblin tribe before establishing a lumber camp and returning to his encampment. He had never explored what lay at the forest's edge. The chaotic continent's area far surpassed that of all the land on Earth combined. The western forest was conservatively estimated to be larger than the Amazon rainforest, the largest forest on Earth. It was practically impossible to explore the entirety of the Amazon rainforest solely by human effort. Fang Yuan intended to ride Chili to the forest's end. Although he longed to immediately embark on a grand tour of the chaotic continent atop Chili, the multitude of formidable beings on the continent necessitated a more cautious approach. Thus, he decided to first circle within the confines of the Forgotten Land. Under Fang Yuan's command, Chili had no choice but to begrudgingly serve as a means of transportation. Spreading her wings, she soared toward the western forest. Initially, as she took flight, the risk of being thrown off was palpable, but once Chili achieved stable flight, Fang Yuan gradually acclimated to the experience, beginning to relish the thrill of soaring in the sky. The azure sky was adorned with drifting white clouds, so vividly blue that it felt as if he could reach out and touch it. Standing on the back of the black dragon, he dared to gaze downwards, observing the ground's monsters, which appeared as small as ants. Soon, Chili flew over the lumber camp in Fang Yuan's territory, where several titans were diligently at work. As the dragons circled overhead, they merely glanced up before returning to their tasks. Titans, after all, were beings created by the Earth Goddess. They bore no fear of the infamous and formidable dragon race. Their indifferent demeanor incited Chili's ire. As a noble dragon, she was among the most fearsome races on the continent. Other races in the chaotic continent would tremble and beg for mercy at the mere sight of dragons. Yet, these lumberjacks dared to disregard her entirely, showing not an ounce of fear. However, Chili quickly recalled her current identity as Fang Yuan's mount, unable to defy his commands. Her status was akin to that of a lowly slave. How could the most talented member of the Black Dragon lineage have fallen to such depths? Unable to contain her frustration, Chili emitted a mournful wail. Yet, Fang Yuan's voice soon echoed in her ears. Silence. You're disturbing me. Thus, Chili had no choice but to close her mouth in resignation, obediently flying toward the western forest. It must be noted that Chili's speed far exceeded that of Fang Yuan's previous flights. In less than an hour, they reached the forest's edge. To Fang Yuan's surprise, he found that the end of the forest unfolded into a vast desert. Standing atop Chili's back, he gazed out over the desert, which stretched endlessly before him, its vastness unknown. Fang Yuan had no intention of wandering into the desert, for aside from sand and cacti, there was little else to be found. However, Fang Yuan discovered an abandoned temple at the border of the desert and the forest. Based on his experience, such locations often conceal treasure chests. Fang Yuan would never overlook any treasure. He commanded Chili to descend near the forsaken temple. After dismounting from the dragon's back, Fang Yuan led his companions towards the temple to commence their treasure hunt. The temple's overall structure bore a resemblance to ancient Roman architecture. Its hue a sandy yellow reminiscent of the desert. At the entrance stood a statue of a peculiar creature, a being with a human body and the head of a dog, wielding a long-handled axe. As a competent player of the League of Legends, Fang Yuan instantly recognized this strange creature. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a hero from the game, the Desert Reaper. Upon entering the temple, two desert lizardmen suddenly emerged from a corner. Before these low-tier foes could approach, they were swiftly dispatched by the waiting Reaper guards. The interior of the temple appeared rather modest, with a 3-meter-high crocodile statue dominating the center. Fang Yuan's expression turned curious. Outside the temple was a desert reaper, yet inside lurked a desert butcher. He wondered if the desert emperor Azir might also be present. Strangely, Fang Yuan noticed a mural on the temple wall that resembled one he had previously seen in the underground tomb. The mural within the abandoned temple was in a state of disrepair due to years of neglect and exposure to the elements, rendering it incomplete, with nearly a third of it damaged. From the remnants of the mural still visible, Fang Yuan could ascertain that it was indeed the same as the one in the underground tomb. Why did such murals frequently appear in these temple ruins? What significance did this mural hold? At that moment, Fang Yuan recalled Chili. As a native of the Chaos continent, she must possess greater knowledge about it than he did. He promptly summoned Chili, who had been idly blowing bubbles outside, to transform into her humanoid form and enter the temple. Fang Yuan pointed to the mural on the wall and inquired, Chili, do you know what this mural depicts? Chili glanced at the mural and casually remarked, what is depicted on the wall should be the War of the Gods. The War of the Gods. Indeed, a millennium ago, the Dark Faction, represented by the 10 great demon gods, sought to dominate the entire Chaos continent, aiming to eradicate or enslave all races that did not belong to their faction. At that time, the Light Faction, led by the Elven Empire, Goblin Empire, and Beastman Empire, vowed to resist the dark forces to the death. Ultimately, all 10 demon gods were sealed away, and their minions were driven into the underground world. To this day, many murals recounting the War of the Gods remain scattered across the continent. During that time, the dragon race was a principal force opposing the Dark Faction. Look, the figures of our dragon ancestors are depicted here, Chili exclaimed with delight, as she seemed to take pride in her race's glorious history. In that moment, she forgot that Fang Yuan had treated her as a mount. Instead, she eagerly grasped his hand and pointed out the dragon figures in the mural. Indeed, the dragon race was one of the main forces against the Dark Faction, and its reputation among the various races of the Chaos continent had once been quite favorable. However, as time passed, the avaricious nature of the dragon race became apparent. Many races in the Chaos continent had suffered at the hands of the dragons, tarnishing their reputation over time. Chapter 89, The Great Rift and the Snowy Mountain. After listening to Chili's account of the War of the Gods, Fang Yuan learned of this hidden history of the Chaos continent. Meanwhile, the Reaper guards had made a new discovery while searching the temple. Beneath the desert butcher statue, they found a stone treasure chest. Fang Yuan immediately opened the chest. Acquired rare resource Judgment Stone X10, triggered hundredfold amplification to rare resource Judgment Stone X1000. Acquired low-level teleportation scroll X1, triggered hundredfold amplification to high-level teleportation scroll X100. Coincidentally, Fang Yuan possessed a blueprint for a dark gold building, the Judgment Tower. Within his lord's book, Judgment Tower, Stone Bricks X1000, Mithril X500, Magic Crystals X100, Judgment Stone X1. With the Judgment Stones in hand, all the materials needed to construct the Judgment Tower were now gathered. Upon returning to his territory, Fang Yuan would be able to erect the Judgment Tower. The teleportation scroll was an exceedingly rare special item. Fang Yuan had previously obtained a low-level teleportation scroll in the underground tomb. The low-level teleportation scroll allowed the lord or hero to transport themselves and up to 10 nearby units to any territory of their own or their allies. With Fang Yuan's system amplifying it 100-fold, one low-level teleportation scroll became equivalent to 100 high-level teleportation scrolls. Teleportation Scroll. High-level transports the lord or hero and up to 1,000 nearby units to any territory of their own or their allies. The sole distinction between the high-level and low-level teleportation scrolls was the number of units they could transport. The low-level teleportation scroll could only transport 10 units, while the high-level teleportation scroll could transport an astounding 1,000 units in a single instance. Fang Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with the treasures extracted from this chest, particularly the teleportation scroll, which he believed would prove immensely useful in the future. Aside from the stone treasure chest, there were no other treasures within the abandoned temple. After several thorough searches, Fang Yuan and his companions mounted the black dragon Qili and departed from the temple. The western forest led to the desert, what lay at the eastern mountain's end. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan commanded Qili to soar towards the eastern mountains. As they passed by the eastern mountains, particularly the canyon where Qili had buried her treasure, she nearly burst into tears. Had she not provoked Fang Yuan back then, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Regret was futile, however, and Qili could only fulfill her role as a mount, dutifully carrying Fang Yuan toward the eastern mountain's end. As time passed, after roughly an hour of flight, Fang Yuan and his party arrived at a colossal rift, hundreds of meters wide and tens of thousands of meters long. The chasm was unfathomably deep. Standing at its edge, Fang Yuan gazed downward, estimating its depth to be at least several thousand meters. Opposite the rift loomed a majestic snow-capped mountain. Although distant, Fang Yuan could still feel the chill emanating from the snowy peak, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Surveying the surroundings, he found nothing particularly remarkable, no signs of temples or ruins. Disappointed, Fang Yuan mounted the black dragon Qili and departed from the eastern mountain's end. The western forest ended in the desert, while the eastern mountains concluded at a great rift and snowy mountains. Fang Yuan resolved to explore the southern ocean next. The black dragon Qili was filled with indignation. Was she merely a tool for transportation? After visiting the west, she was now headed to the east, and following the east, she was commanded to the south. She had 100 grievances in her heart, but dared not voice them. Thus, she obediently departed from the eastern mountains, flying toward the southern ocean. The ocean was quite a distance away, and it took Qili a full 3 hours to reach the southern sea. It must be said, the southern ocean was far more expansive and beautiful than Fang Yuan had imagined. The waters were a dazzling azure, and the waves were as smooth as the tranquil morning surface of West Lake. A gentle breeze occasionally stirs, causing countless delicate ripples to dance across the sunlit surface of the water, which glistens like gold under the early summer sun, rendering the scene both warm and delightful. Fang Yuan had never beheld such a magnificent sea. The sky above was an exceptionally clear azure, adorned with only a few wispy clouds that resembled gossamer. Enchanted by this splendid vista, Fang Yuan retrieved a fur blanket from the arcane ring and laid out an array of food upon it. Today could indeed be considered a picnic in the great outdoors. He reveled in the breathtaking seascape while indulging in delectable cuisine, cradling a freshly plucked coconut from a nearby palm tree in his hands. The golden sands, the cerulean ocean, and the towering coconut trees inspired Fang Yuan to resolve to construct a seaside villa in the future, where he could vacation with his Blackrock sharpshooter and his kitsune maid during the summer months. As the sun slowly sank beneath the horizon, Fang Yuan rose from the beach, stretched languidly, and rode back to his territory atop Qili. By the time he returned, night had nearly fully enveloped the land. The titans and hunting parties who had ventured out to gather resources had also returned. The living quarters were illuminated by numerous bonfires, while the residential, military, and manufacturing areas glowed with the light of mana stones, presenting a picture of prosperity and stability. Fang Yuan, not one to remain idle, took out the Lord's Tome and began preparations for the construction of the Judgment Tower. The Judgment Tower functioned as a defensive structure, capable of launching rays of judgment, and could be set to either a watchtower or alert mode. The Judgment Light, a 10th tier spell, carried effects of searing heat, holy light, and the ability to dispel malevolence. In watchtower mode, it required a guardian to manually operate and launch the Judgment Light, precisely targeting any foe within a 500-meter radius. In alert mode, the tower could utilize the omniscient tower surveillance to identify any intruders entering the territory, autonomously firing the Judgment Light to eliminate any adversarial beings that dared to trespass. With a 500-meter attack radius, constructing additional towers would effectively blanket the entire territory. Fang Yuan also erected dozens of judgment towers along the city walls. Should any enemies dare to invade his domain, they would be met with the concentrated onslaught of multiple judgment lights. In the days that followed, Fang Yuan continued to enjoy a leisurely existence within his territory. Each day was filled with playful banter with Qili, relishing the attentive care of his kitsune maid, and napping on the exquisitely long legs of the Blackrock sharpshooter, occasionally snapping photos to share on the regional channel. Life was indeed a delightful affair. At this moment, at 9 in the morning, Fang Yuan lounged in the life spring, clad in shorts, while Sakura, dressed in a swimsuit, gazed at him adoringly as she fed him breakfast. Such extravagant indulgence so early in the day was a rarity, save for Fang Yuan. Next to Sakura stood Chili, adorned in a sleek black cheapao that accentuated her ample figure, the garment's high slit revealing her long, fair legs. In the days that followed, Chili endured Fang Yuan's insistence on riding her daily, as well as the necessity of donning various peculiar outfits akin to a doll. While she feigned reluctance, her body betrayed her true feelings. Though she was a majestic dragon, she was also a girl, with a keen interest in beautiful attire, particularly the exquisite garments tailored by the spirit weaver. Despite her outward displays of discontent when Fang Yuan insisted she wear different outfits, she genuinely cherished the opportunity to don such lovely clothing, though she maintained a facade of reluctance due to her pride as a dragon. As Fang Yuan reveled in Sakura's feeding, he idly perused the posts on the regional channel. The past few days had been uneventful, allowing everyone to focus on developing their territories. Many had constructed farms and breeding facilities, reaching their harvest days and yielding substantial food supplies. After laboring diligently to cultivate their lands for many days, they could finally secure enough nourishment for themselves, as well as their farmers and militia. Consequently, Fang Yuan's meat products had become less marketable, as the abundance of food rendered his offerings less necessary. In light of this, he had voluntarily halved the quantity of meat he listed for sale. Initially, Fang Yuan had chosen to stockpile meat daily, not only to accrue high-level resources, but also to assist those less fortunate lords, particularly those situated in extreme regions like deserts and tundras. These territories were devoid of basic resources, and their inhabitants faced famine, with only scarce special resources like sand or ice available for trade. While Fang Yuan accepted these resources without hesitation, the surplus of sand proved excessive, and the ice melted away due to the absence of ice houses. Nonetheless, he was always willing to trade for any resources offered, simply to alleviate the hunger of a few souls. Now, with the emergence of farms and breeding facilities, none within the regional channel had to fret over food scarcity. Thus, Fang Yuan saw no need to list an exorbitant quantity of meat daily. The rise of agricultural and livestock enterprises ensured that every lord could stave off hunger. Additionally, numerous territories had upgraded their barracks to recruit second-tier spear units. Haha, my barracks have been upgraded. I can now recruit second-tier spear units. I am invincible. Look at how dashing my spear units are. Attached image. Wow, the above is impressive. They can recruit second-tier spear units already. Sigh, I wonder when I will be able to upgrade my barracks. A group of goblin thieves has been frequently attacking my farmers at my lumber resource point. It's incredibly vexing. I wonder how Fang Yuan's territory is faring. I've only seen him post photos of his feasting and revelry, never any showcasing his territorial strength. Hee, that rascal Fang Yuan spends all day in indulgence. He likely lags behind others in territory development. Indeed, I've noticed that the quantity of meat he lists has significantly decreased these days. It seems he is running low on food. Haha, it appears there are quite a few who harbor disdain for Fang Yuan. I've been irked by him for a while. If it weren't for his oppressive reputation, I would have surely vented my frustrations upon him. That little brat Fang Yuan, with just a bit of meat in his territory, thinks he has something to flaunt, and he constantly shares images of his indulgent lifestyle. It has long irked me. Me too. Hey, you guys are being rather petty. When we sought meat from Fang Yuan, we were not this way. Back then, everyone was humble, almost calling him Father Fang Yuan. Now, it's as if they've transformed into entirely different people. Oh, the loyal subjects of Fang Yuan have emerged again? We are criticizing Fang Yuan. What concern is it of yours? I simply cannot abide your kind. If it weren't for Fang Yuan's meat, do you realize how many would have starved in our regional channel? Why should I care? I just find Fang Yuan displeasing, and I will criticize him. Can that useless Fang Yuan come to confront me? In the days that followed, Fang Yuan continuously shared intimate photographs with Sakura, Hai, Chili, and others. In addition to evoking envy among the majority, it has also incited jealousy in a small faction of narrow-minded individuals. Fang Yuan had long anticipated that his ostentatious display of affection would undoubtedly stir discontent among certain people. However, he remained unfazed, continuing to showcase his love unabashedly each day. If Fang Yuan were to refrain from flaunting what he possessed, then what purpose would there be in his arduous efforts to cultivate his territory? He might as well retreat to a secluded corner of the mountains and await his demise in solitude. During that period, out of fear of offending Fang Yuan, no one dared to voice their complaints, even when they were unable to procure meat. Yet now, with an abundance of food and formidable second-tier spear soldiers, many have developed a misguided sense of superiority, believing they could escape Fang Yuan's influence and even rise above him. But Fang Yuan firmly asserted, "I shall always be your patriarch." Those who had just insulted him found themselves swiftly added to his blacklist. In the regional channel, apart from a handful of detractors, the majority rallied to Fang Yuan's side, defending him vociferously. After all, not everyone is a thankless wretch. Many have benefited from Fang Yuan's generosity and felt compelled to speak in his favor. Moreover, the last time someone insulted Fang Yuan in the regional channel, he generously rewarded every individual who defended him with 50 units of meat. This grand gesture sent a tremor through the entire regional channel. Ultimately, the petty individuals were but a minority. Before long, The discourse in the regional channel began to tilt overwhelmingly in Fang Yuan's favor. The few who had just insulted him found themselves unable to lift their heads in shame. Yet, they persisted in their obstinacy, displaying an attitude akin to a stubborn pig unperturbed by boiling water. Am I truly ungrateful? So what? If you have the guts, let that little rascal Fang Yuan come and challenge me. You filial sons. They scoffed. What can insults do? They can't harm me. You're all just impotently furious. At that moment, a mysterious voice abruptly resonated. Ding. Attention, the Lord's war has commenced. Any lord may attack other lords' territories to conquer or occupy them. The ally page has been activated. Any lord may choose to form alliances there. The announcement sent shockwaves through the regional channel. Everyone simultaneously ceased their verbal skirmishes to deliberate on the implications of the Lord's war as articulated by the voice. It was evident that this sudden declaration of war was designed to incite conflict among the inhabitants of the regional channel. Chapter 91, The Sale of Weapons. A small faction, including Fang Yuan himself, had anticipated that a bloody conflict would inevitably arise among the multitude of lords. After all, their collective transmigration into this world was not merely a whimsical pastime. Little did they expect that, after only a few days of tranquil existence, their previously serene lives would be shattered. The news spread like wildfire, instilling a sense of dread among the populace. Damn it, I thought this was merely a farming game. But we can invade others' territories. Fortunately, my territory is situated in the desert, seemingly devoid of others. Surely no one would dare to assault me, right? I beseech the esteemed individuals in the regional channel to spare me. My territory lacks any substantial resources, and you would undoubtedly suffer losses if you attacked. What is there to fear? The world map is vast. I refuse to believe anyone could locate my territory. The wilderness teems with monsters. I doubt anyone would risk their lives to attack another's realm. Wait, look. There's a new map page in the Lord's book, displaying the locations of our territories and those of others. Incredible, indeed. The locations of everyone's territories in our regional channel are now laid bare. This means that all territory positions are exposed. Damn it. There are actually 4 individuals near my territory. Can we not pursue a peaceful coexistence? Upon receiving this news, Fang Yuan noticed that his lord's book map page had numerous white dots marking locations. The maps of other lords were newly revealed, whereas Fang Yuan's map had already contained such information. On the map, the forgotten lands where Fang Yuan resided revealed the presence of several other lords. One lord was situated to the northwest, another to the northeast, and yet another at the heart of the western desert. These 3 lords were the closest to Fang Yuan. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent, choosing to indulge in his pleasures and continue enjoying his hot springs. They were merely 3 lords, regardless of their intentions. Fang Yuan did not regard them as a threat. With just a single 10th tier combat unit, he could easily annihilate their territories. Currently, the mightiest troops in the entire regional channel were the 2nd tier spear soldiers, with numbers not exceeding 20. The Death Guard boasted that he could single-handedly take on 100 of them. With such meager strength, attempting to pose a danger to Fang Yuan's domain was nothing short of a delusion. Even the goblin tribe surpassed them in terms of strength. Suddenly, Wen Han sent a message to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, dear brother, may I trade for some weapons? Upon reading this message, Fang Yuan felt a surge of excitement. A few days prior, the blacksmith and tailor shops had completed the repair of all orc weapons and armor. An impressive stockpile of several thousand weapons and armors lay in the warehouse, and Fang Yuan was poised to seize the opportune moment to trade them. The onset of the Lord's War presented Fang Yuan with a golden opportunity. Perhaps he could even amass a fortune from the conflict. Of course, I will send you the trade link for the weapons and armor so you can see what equipment you require. Orc battle axes, white quality, attribute, level 1 sharpness enhancement. Orc spears, white quality, attribute, level 1 penetration enhancement. Orc leather armor, white quality, attribute, level 1 defense enhancement. Orc shields, white quality, attribute, level 1 defense enhancement. Orc crossbows, green quality, attribute, level 3 attack enhancement, skill, power shot, level 3 martial technique. Orc bone staves, green quality, attribute, level 3 magic enhancement, skill, bloodsucking, level 3 magic. Wolf rider long swords, green quality, attribute, level 3 sharpness enhancement, skill, blood cross slash, level 3 martial technique. Berserker's armor, green quality, attribute, level 3 defense enhancement, skill, berserk, level 3 martial technique. The lengthy list of weapons left when Han momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that Fang Yuan would possess such a vast arsenal. Moreover, the prefix orc on these weapons raised questions about the origins of such equipment. However, Wen Han refrained from probing further or questioning Fang Yuan about the provenance of these items, as she had no inclination to invade others' privacy. Instead, in her mind, Fang Yuan's aura of mystery and terror escalated exponentially. Fang Yuan, dear brother, what are the prices for these weapons? After pondering for a moment, Fang Yuan replied, white quality weapons and armor can be exchanged for 400 wood, for 100 stone, 100 iron, and 20 gold each. Green quality weapons and armor can be exchanged for 1200 wood, 1200 stone, 300 iron, and 60 gold each. Among the arsenal of weaponry, Wen Yinghan yearned most fervently for the wolf cavalry longsword and the berserker armor, both esteemed pieces of green quality equipment. Not only did they come with a trio of sharpness enhancements and defensive fortifications, but each piece also boasted a unique skill. Alas, the exorbitant price of such green gear was far beyond her means. After much contemplation, Wen Yinghan resolved to procure 30 pieces of orc leather armor, 20 orc battle axes, 10 orc long spears, and 10 orc shields. Wen Yinghan, brother Fang Yuan, may I settle the transaction using blueprints? Fang Yuan, of course. He was more than eager for Wen Yinghan to utilize blueprints for the exchange, as they served as a universal currency. With blueprints in hand, one could continuously manufacture an array of items and structures. In total, 70 pieces of equipment were traded for 5 white-quality blueprints. Nearby Wen Yinghan's territory lay a colossal ruin, from which farmers returned daily with several blueprints. Even Fang Yuan could not fathom the number of blueprints Wen Yinghan possessed. However, judging by the confidence with which she produced 5 blueprints for trade, Fang Yuan speculated that she likely held well over 100. Despite her vast collection of blueprints, possessing the strength to safeguard them was imperative. Otherwise, no matter how many blueprints and resources she accumulated, lacking the corresponding power would inevitably lead to their theft. As the Lord's War commenced, Wen Yinghan found herself in a precarious situation, with 3 nearby lords encroaching upon her territory. To make matters worse, the newly unveiled map not only displayed the lords' locations, but also their names and avatars. In this lawless land, possessing a beautiful exterior could be both a boon and a curse. Should someone harbor ill intentions and invade her territory, it would spell disaster. Coupled with the ancient ruins near her domain, it could easily attract the attention of others. Thus, Wen Yinghan hastened to procure resources from Fang Yuan. Chapter 92. After concluding the transaction with Wen Yinghan, Fang Yuan opened the regional channel and posted links for the weaponry trade. In addition to trading resources for weapons, he was also willing to accept any blueprints. Wow, the boss truly lives up to his reputation. He possesses such an abundance of weaponry. It seems these items are primarily used by orcs. Could it be that boss Fang Yuan has annihilated an orc tribe? Furthermore, there were even green quality weapons, though their steep prices were regrettably beyond his reach. Alas, I should hasten to acquire some weapons, just in case. Indeed, one must remain vigilant against potential threats. As the Lord's War unfurled, although everyone in the regional channel professed a desire to avoid invading others' territories and wished to develop peacefully, the true intentions of each remained known only to themselves. In this lawless expanse, no one would champion your cause. The only reliance one had was upon oneself. In no time, tens of thousands of pieces of weaponry were sold out. Alongside a plethora of resources, Fang Yuan also acquired dozens of blueprints through trade. Indeed, profiting from war proved to be the most lucrative endeavor. Fang Yuan sighed in appreciation before closing the Lord's book and resuming his enjoyment of life. The lords surrounding his territory were not even worthy of his concern. With 800 10th-tier combat units and over 10 10th-tier hero units, combined with the fortifications of walls and defensive structures such as the Judgment Tower and Omniscience Tower, he was unfazed. Even if 100 lords were to collectively assault Fang Yuan's territory, he would not flinch. Their total military strength would not even manage to overpower a mere 10-man squad led by him. Fang Yuan had no interest in invading their territories, as long as they refrained from foolishly attacking his. However, one could not predict when others might seek their own demise. In a small valley located to the northeast of Fang Yuan's territory, Zhao Quan glared with malevolent intent at the location of Fang Yuan's domain on the map. With deep resentment, he muttered, "Just a couple more days of your arrogance, Fang Yuan. Once my troops are fully recruited, your end will be nigh." Since arriving in this world, Zhao Quan had made considerable progress, leading him to harbor a delusion of being the destined child of fate. However, Fang Yuan's audacious daily procurement of 10,000 units of meat had turned the entire regional channel into a fan club for him. Zhao Quan had long held a grudge against Fang Yuan. After insulting him, he was blocked and subsequently unable to purchase meat from him, leading to near demise during his first challenge. Thankfully, he had survived against the odds. Although all of this stemmed from his own provocations, Zhao Quan refused to reflect on his faults, instead attributing all blame to Fang Yuan. Since that incident, bitterness toward Fang Yuan had consumed him. The recent displays of affection Fang Yuan showcased daily only intensified Zhao Quan's animosity. Seizing the opportunity, he believed heaven itself could not tolerate Fang Yuan, hence positioning their territories in such close proximity. Zhao Quan had always considered himself the chosen one, a belief grounded in reason. Zhao Quan turned the pages of the Lord's book until he reached the recruitment section. The final entry was for the 3rd-tier unit, the Ogre Brawler. Upon his arrival in this world, while exploring, he had discovered a treasure chest that yielded a green blueprint for the Ogre Den, allowing for the recruitment of Ogre Brawlers. With the invincible 3rd-tier Ogre Brawlers at his command, Zhao Quan was convinced that no one in the regional channel could boast higher-tier units than his. Eliminating Fang Yuan's territory would be a matter of mere moments. Though Fang Yuan possessed an abundance of weapons and resources, without high-tier units, All those assets would merely amount to a moving warehouse. Soon, all the resources and those beautiful maidens from Fang Yuan's domain would be his alone. Zhao Quan chuckled sinisterly. Humph, Fang Yuan, just wait for your demise. A day swiftly passed. The following morning, Fang Yuan was roused from slumber by the buzzing of the Lord's book. As he extricated his hand from the embrace of Sakura beside him, he opened the Lord's book to find messages from Wening Han and Lu Xiaohua, among others with whom he shared a close rapport. Wening Han, brother Fang Yuan, are you all right? If you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Lu Xiaohua, boss Fang Yuan, are you still alive? Say something. Upon reading these messages, Fang Yuan was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Opening the regional channel revealed the truth. A certain Zhao Quan had been incessantly boasting about his troops while explicitly challenging Fang Yuan. Let me show you what a real army looks like. Attached image. In the photograph, dozens of towering, two-headed, tan-skinned monster soldiers wielding massive wooden clubs were displayed. Behind them stood nearly 70 neatly arranged first-tier militia, most adorned in pristine wooden armor and armed with sharp wooden spears. At a glance, Zhao Quan's army comprised almost 100 individuals. Such an astonishing number elicited gasps of astonishment throughout the regional channel. In their eyes, the sheer number of troops and the terrifying monsters among them were overwhelming. Zhao Quan's strength was already astonishing. Those dozens of two-headed monster soldiers could not possibly be of the third tier, could they? The sheer aura they exuded was frightful. It was no wonder Zhao Quan had previously dismissed the formidable Fang Yuan. He possessed such formidable power and confidence, hidden beneath a veil of modesty. Goodness! Could it be that a change in the hierarchy of our channel's elites is upon us? Unlikely, for I still place my faith in Fang Yuan's prowess. After all, a man capable of producing 10,000 units of meat daily is certainly no ordinary character. However, it seems that Fang Yuan has never mentioned the formidable units he commands. And as for the meat, it is likely that Fang Yuan's territory is conveniently located near grazing lands, thus enabling such an abundance of food. Surely, Fang Yuan would not be vanquished by Zhao Quan. I implore, no, my survival hinges upon Fang Yuan's meat supply. At last, someone has dared to rise and uphold justice. Fang Yuan, that petty merchant, peddling overpriced meat. He is no true elite, merely a heartless traitor. I stand with Zhao Quan in his quest to dismantle this unscrupulous merchant. Fang Yuan. Upon seeing his name mentioned in the regional channel, Zhao Quan could not suppress a smile. Yet, when he observed that many continued to defend Fang Yuan, the smile vanished in an instant. Chapter 93, Effortless Annihilation. Zhao Quan's visage darkened with displeasure, since they so idolized Fang Yuan. Once he breached Fang Yuan's territory and captured him, he would relish in tormenting Fang Yuan, capturing his pitiful state on camera to share with the regional channel. With that thought in mind, Zhao Quan rallied his forces and set forth toward Fang Yuan's domain. Before departing, he took a photograph and proclaimed, "My troops have set forth. We shall arrive at Fang Yuan's territory in approximately 5 hours. You would do well to surrender early and present all the beauties of your domain to me. I might spare your life. Otherwise, when I arrive at your gates, it will be your end." To this, Fang Yuan was left in a state of bewilderment. From the image Zhao Quan had sent, Fang Yuan inquired of the lounging Sakura beside him and learned that the two-headed monster soldiers were ogre brawlers of the third tier. In total, Zhao Quan commanded 100 soldiers, of which only a little over 10 were of the third tier, the remainder being of the first tier. Even the goblin tribe Fang Yuan encountered in the western forest was stronger than Zhao Quan's troops. Where did he derive the audacity to provoke him? Was he seeking death? Fang Yuan could not comprehend Zhao Quan's motivations. However, since he was so eager to court his own demise, and Fang Yuan had a propensity for being helpful, he would surely assist him. After rising and donning his attire with the assistance of his kitsune maid, Fang Yuan made his way to the Lord's Hall to partake in breakfast. Given that Zhao Quan required 5 hours to reach Fang Yuan's territory, there was no cause for haste. Merely Zhao Quan. A mere squad of 10 from his domain could annihilate him. In comparison, what to have for breakfast today was of far greater importance than Zhao Quan. For breakfast, he enjoyed fresh milk, pure meat sausages, and fried eggs. The territory's livestock farm was finally yielding produce, and the pure meat sausages were crafted using a sausage-making machine from item blueprints. Fang Yuan snapped a photo of his breakfast and shared it on the regional channel, captioning, "A splendid day begins with a delightful breakfast." Goodness, Fang Yuan has finally spoken, exclaimed the onlookers. Who would have thought that with a grand battle imminent, Fang Yuan would still find time to enjoy breakfast? Truly, he is the real elite. Unfazed, even in such a moment. Fang Yuan, you can do it. Crush that scoundrel Zhao Quan. Well, when death is imminent, one ought to eat heartily to prepare for the journey ahead. I support Zhao Quan in vanquishing that pretentious Fang Yuan. The regional channel began to divide into 2 factions. Despite possessing ample food and weaponry, Fang Yuan had never revealed the full extent of his military capabilities. Conversely, Zhao Quan's third-tier troops were the most formidable seen in the channel, and his near 100-strong army was a sight to behold. Those third-tier units could obliterate all lower-tier soldiers. Truly a representation of invincibility. After all, Most individuals' armies consisted of merely 20 to 30 soldiers, with the strongest being second-tier spearmen. In stark contrast, Fang Yuan appeared somewhat feeble. Should Fang Yuan lack third-tier units, he would undoubtedly be unable to contend with Zhao Quan's forces. Seeing Fang Yuan still in the mood to post images of his culinary delights infuriated Zhao Quan. To him, Fang Yuan ought to be trembling in fear. Yet he displayed such nonchalance in sharing photos. Just wait, Fang Yuan. There will come a time for you to weep. The wait was always long and tedious. After finishing his breakfast, Fang Yuan glanced at the clock. Nearly 20 minutes had passed. Zhao Quan's arrival still loomed 4 hours and 40 minutes away. With time to spare, Fang Yuan decided to indulge in a soak in the hot springs. When the time felt right, he leisurely emerged from the spring, donned his attire, and proceeded to the military camp, casually selecting 2 squads, 1 Death Sentinel squad and 1 Blood-Crazed Spearman squad. Comprising a total of 20 soldiers, they mounted their nightmarish steeds, opened the city gates, and galloped toward Zhao Quan's direction. Zhao Quan, unaware of the time he would need to wait, might just find himself intimidated by the true strength of Fang Yuan's territory and flee in terror. How embarrassing that would be. Thus, Fang Yuan resolved to take the initiative. To avoid scaring Zhao Quan away, he deliberately chose not to ride his black dragon, Kiri, opting instead for a more understated appearance upon his nightmarish steed. Meanwhile, after several hours of marching, Zhao Quan was already feeling fatigued. Glancing at the map, he realized he was nearing Fang Yuan's territory. A smile of delight crept onto Zhao Quan's face. However, before he could revel in his joy, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed from afar. A squad of knights, radiating an aura of terror and bloodlust, charged directly toward Zhao Quan. Observing the cavalry, mounted on skeletal beasts wreathed in hellfire, clad in black leather armor and wielding steel weapons, it was evident they were an elite force. Zhao Quan instantly felt a surge of panic. Such a seasoned army must possess formidable strength. He was not naive. As he approached Fang Yuan's territory, provoking another enemy would be disastrous. It would be utterly humiliating if he returned to his domain, wounded and fleeing, having failed to confront Fang Yuan. Moreover, this cavalry unit appeared quite formidable. He hastily commanded his troops to hide before they were detected. Yet, what one fears may come to pass. This cavalry unit seemed intent on finding him, charging straight toward them. Just as Zhao Quan was at a loss, he suddenly heard a voice from the opposite side. Are you Zhao Quan? They knew his name. Zhao Quan was taken aback, hesitating as he responded. I am Zhao Quan. Who are you? I am Fang Yuan. Prepare to meet your demise. As Fang Yuan's words fell, the blood-crazed spearmen behind him lunged forward like ravenous beasts. Before Zhao Quan could react, his prideful third-tier ogre fist fighter was instantly pierced by the iron spear wielded by Shui. With a soft squelch, the spear penetrated the body of the ogre fist fighter, continuing on to impale the militia behind it. Shui's spear acted like a stick piercing through candied hawthorns, leaving a neat row of corpses nailed to a tree behind. In a single strike, he had annihilated dozens of Zhao Quan's combatants. The horrifying spectacle compelled Zhao Quan to retreat hastily, collapsing onto the ground, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Shui. Since acquiring the third-tier ogre fist fighter, his confidence had swelled exponentially, leading him to believe that no one in the region could defeat him. He had anticipated the strength of the knights before him, but had never imagined they would be this formidable. He was even more shocked to realize that these warriors were, in fact, the subordinates of Fang Yuan. Chapter 94. The death of Zhao Quan in just 5 minutes. Zhao Quan's nearly 100-strong army was completely annihilated by Shui alone, without the need for any other bloodthirsty gunmen to engage. The other bloodthirsty gunmen merely stood by on the periphery, preventing Zhao Quan's troops from fleeing. His once esteemed third-tier ogre fist fighter did not last even a second, being effortlessly slain by Shui. The sheer disparity in power left Zhao Quan stunned, sitting on the ground with a dazed expression. It wasn't until one of his militiamen was pierced through the chest by a spear, the hot blood splattering onto him, that he finally snapped back to reality. The blood and corpses strewn across the ground deeply pricked Zhao Quan's nerves. He let out a strange cry and clumsily scrambled to his feet, frantically darting into the nearby thicket. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a bloodthirsty gunman grabbed him forcefully. Having just witnessed the bloody massacre perpetrated by the bloodthirsty gunman, Zhao Quan was paralyzed with fear, offering no resistance. Like a dog dragged to its death, he was pulled before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sat atop the nightmarish beast, looking down upon the man who had dared to challenge him. At that moment, Zhao Quan was devoid of his previous arrogance, his face now a portrait of dread as he stared at Fang Yuan. Having witnessed Fang Yuan's true strength, Zhao Quan realized how ignorant and laughable he had been. Trembling violently, he pleaded, "Please, do not kill me." It was at this moment that Zhao Quan finally felt fear. He knelt before Fang Yuan, weeping profusely as he begged for his life. Fang Yuan paid him no heed, and instead opened the regional channel. Zhao Quan, haven't you killed that little brat Fang Yuan yet? I can hardly wait to see him begging on his knees. Zhao Quan, do make sure to send us a photo. Humph, you lot are nothing but fair-weather friends. If it weren't for Fang Yuan's generous supply of meat in the early days, Thousands would have starved to death by now. Indeed, when they needed Fang Yuan's meat, they all acted like sycophants, and now that they don't, they're turning against him. Fang Yuan captured a photo of Zhao Quan, weeping and begging for mercy, and posted it to the regional channel. Instantly, silence fell over the entire regional channel, lasting for about 10 seconds. Subsequently, a frenzy of posts erupted. Fang Yuan is amazing. I knew that scum like Zhao Quan could never defeat him. Haha, where did all those diehard fans of Zhao Quan go? Look at the pathetic wretch begging for mercy. I told you, Fang Yuan is the strongest in our region. To the victor go the spoils. The seemingly formidable Zhao Quan had been easily vanquished by Fang Yuan. Immediately, everyone in the regional channel began to rally behind Fang Yuan. Many who had previously remained silent were now eager to show their support. They had been waiting to see the outcome of the battle between Fang Yuan and Zhao Quan, ready to side with the victor to avoid offending either party. Upon witnessing Fang Yuan's triumph, the opportunists eagerly declared their allegiance. As for those who had initially supported Zhao Quan and boasted about defeating Fang Yuan, they fell silent, allowing Fang Yuan's supporters to hurl insults at them. With Zhao Quan defeated, they dared not show their faces, fearing retaliation from Fang Yuan. They had once believed Zhao Quan could defeat Fang Yuan and hoped to ride on his coattails, but were now dismayed to discover his utter incompetence. They had confidently proclaimed in the regional channel that they would use Fang Yuan's head as a urinal, yet now they witnessed him begging for mercy. Their greatest hope was that Fang Yuan would show mercy and not hold their previous support against them. However, Fang Yuan had no intention of letting it slide. Individuals like these were the epitome of ingratitude, quick to eat from the bowl while casting insults once it was put down. No matter how well he treated them, they would never hesitate to turn against him should the opportunity arise. He added all those who had insulted him and supported Zhao Quan to his blacklist, vowing never to engage in any transactions with them again. From now on, anyone on that blacklist would be met with lethal force without mercy. Now, it was time to deal with Zhao Quan. Fang Yuan dismounted from the nightmarish beast, wielding an iron sword as he slowly approached Zhao Quan. At this moment, Zhao Quan was on high alert, flinching at the slightest sound. He knew that escape from death was improbable today. Although Zhao Quan longed to muster the courage to hurl a few curses at Fang Yuan before his demise, facing death revealed the depths of his fear. He was utterly incapable of being defiant. The harsh words that had been on his lips transformed into desperate pleas. Fang Yuan, please spare me this once. I was wrong. Truly wrong. If you let me go, I swear I will never offend you again. Fang Yuan, can I call you grandfather? If you spare me, I will willingly become your vassal, and all my resources will belong to you. Fang Yuan's expression remained impassive as he approached, sword in hand, and said, You talk too much. Close your eyes. I will be swift. No, no. Grandfather Fang Yuan, I beg you. I truly was wrong. Terrified, Zhao Quan lost control of his bladder, struggling to rise from the ground, but was met with a spear thrust to his thigh from a nearby bloodthirsty gunman. With his thigh pierced and pinned to the ground, he emitted chilling cries of agony. Fang Yuan, holding the iron sword, approached Zhao Quan from behind and severed his head with a single stroke. The screams abruptly ceased. Fang Yuan, looking at Zhao Quan's head rolling on the ground with a terrified expression, nonchalantly took out the Lord's book, snapped a photo, and posted it in the regional channel. What a splendid day it is today. Upon witnessing Zhao Quan's decapitation, the entire regional channel fell into a stunned silence, with no one daring to utter a word. After a long pause, someone finally spoke up. Zhao Quan was truly killed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is shockingly decisive, having directly executed Zhao Quan. Fang Yuan is indeed a person of few words, but great resolve. To the esteemed gentleman in the channel, I implore you, my territory harbors no resources whatsoever. Please refrain from launching an assault upon me. I, too, merely wish for a tranquil development of my domain, devoid of conflict with others. Upon witnessing Zhao Quan's dismal state, a chill ran down the spines of the onlookers. In the regional channel, many expressed their desire to avoid battle, yearning solely for peaceful territorial advancement. Chapter 95, Occupation. This marked the first confrontation with the brutal reality of war for many in the regional channel. The victor shall reign, while the vanquished shall be consigned to dust. The only fate for the defeated is death. After dispatching Zhao Quan, Fang Yuan received a notification. You have slain Lord Zhao Quan. You may choose whether to occupy his territory. Naturally, Fang Yuan opted for the occupation. Successfully occupied Zhao Quan's territory. Notice, upon occupying the territory, all warehouse resources, buildings, and blueprints will be acquired. Notice, upon occupying the territory, all farmers and militia in Zhao Quan's domain have fled. A tome of lordship materialized from Zhao Quan's lifeless body. The nearby bloodthirsty gunner retrieved it and personally handed it to Fang Yuan. Upon receiving it, Fang Yuan placed the two tomes of lordship together as instructed, and suddenly a flash of white light enveloped them, merging the two into one. Congratulations. Your lord level has increased. Construction speed enhanced by 20, and your daily posting limit in the regional channel has increased by 10. Fang Yuan opened the Tome of Lordship, which meticulously cataloged all the resources, blueprints, and buildings within Zhao Quan's territory. It seems Zhao Quan possessed some valuable items. Among the blueprints Zhao Quan owned were several that Fang Yuan lacked. Hardwood plank, blueprint. Ogre lair, blueprint. To his astonishment, Zhao Quan had the coveted hardwood plank blueprint that Fang Yuan had long sought. A windfall indeed. With the hardwood plank blueprint, Fang Yuan could once again upgrade his main city and barracks. Previously, he had shouted horse in the regional channel, but could not acquire the synthesis blueprint for the hardwood plank. It turns out it was in the hands of the petty Zhao Quan. All the farmers and militia in Zhao Quan's territory fled in fear upon the death of their lord. Fang Yuan was indifferent. He had no interest in such lowly troops. If they wished to flee, so be it. The immediate concern was to hasten to Zhao Quan's territory. After all, Zhao Quan's domain was now Fang Yuan's vassal territory, and it could not remain unguarded. Should monsters or beasts take advantage of the unprotected time to wreak havoc within the territory, it would spell disaster. After all, it was all Fang Yuan's property. Fang Yuan mounted his nightmare beast and led his companions back to the territory. Upon arrival, he urgently selected 100 combat units and 30 fox maidens. Then, from a humble dwelling, he pulled the still slumbering Chili from her bed. The only means to swiftly reach Zhao Quan's territory, aside from riding the nightmare beast or utilizing a teleportation scroll, was to ride a dragon. The nightmare beast required an hour to arrive, and the teleportation scroll was far too precious. Thus, riding the dragon proved to be the most economical option. It would only take 10 minutes for the dragon to reach Zhao Quan's domain. Abruptly awakened from her slumber, Chili was far from pleased. Without even donning her garments, she lunged at Fang Yuan, intent on biting him with her dragon fangs. How dare the lowly human disturb the slumber of the great dragon kin? With her black hair and golden eyes, Chili forcefully pinned Fang Yuan down, attempting to deliver a fatal bite. Perhaps still groggy from sleep, Chili's mind was somewhat muddled. Forgetting her current humanoid form, her soft cherry-red lips were hardly capable of inflicting harm. Fang Yuan, mistaking Chili's actions for playful affection, patted her pert behind and said, "All right, no more pouting. We have urgent matters to attend to. We shall continue this later." Hearing his words, Chili was instantly incensed. "Who is pouting? I shall sever your throat, drink your blood, and feast upon your flesh." Chili exerted herself more vigorously, using her soft cherry-red lips to gnaw at Fang Yuan's throat. Due to the reins of the mount, Chili had become Fang Yuan's steed, and a mount could not harm its master. Furthermore, mounts would unconditionally obey any command given by their owner. Though Chili harbored resentment, her body was compelled to execute Fang Yuan's command against her will. Once prepared, Fang Yuan and his party climbed atop Chili's back. However, the 30 fox maidens were somewhat apprehensive of Chili and dared not mount the dragon. The dragon kin were known to be among the most fearsome races in the chaotic continent. Most races, even if they had not encountered a dragon, had certainly heard of their notorious reputation. The oppressive aura emanating from the dragon clan was far beyond what the timid fox maidens could withstand. As they approached the dragon, all the fox maidens began to tremble, let alone riding a black dragon. Fang Yuan had no choice but to instruct Chili to temper her aura, so as not to frighten the fox maidens. When did the noble dragon kin become so considerate of the feeble fox maidens? Chili muttered to herself but obediently reined in her aura. With the dragon's oppressive presence diminished, the fox maidens, albeit nervously, managed to mount the dragon. Gazing at Fang Yuan with eyes filled with admiration, they were astonished by their master's prowess, capable of taming the ferocious dragon. The group rode the dragon, and in merely 10 minutes, they arrived above the vassal territory. This territory lay within a valley to the north of the eastern mountain range, surrounded by rich foundational resources, including a vast forest and a mine. The mine scale was slightly smaller than the cursed mine Fang Yuan possessed, yet it was still a commendable resource point. Upon arriving at the vassal territory, Fang Yuan's first order of business was to take control of the main city. The main city of the vassal territory had a vacant position. Fang Yuan could appoint others to assume this role and assist him in managing the vassal territory. This was precisely why Fang Yuan had brought the fox maidens to this location. The fox people were an exceptionally intelligent race with high IQs. With a little cultivation, they would make the finest candidates for governance. Among all the units in his territory, aside from the production unit, the Titan, the rest were combat units. For them, battle was their forte, and having them manage the vassal territory would not allow them to fully utilize their talents. It was best to have the fox maidens manage it. Moreover, the fox people were timid and meek. They would never deceive Fang Yuan, and with the blessing of the Glory Tower, betrayal from the fox maidens was utterly impossible. Fang Yuan had already selected the candidate for the governor of the vassal territory. That would be the slightly older fox maiden named Xiaobai, whom he had purchased from the slave trader. Xiaobai was called so because her fur was entirely white, due to their frail strength. Most fox people struggled to live to a ripe old age. Xiaobai, at the age of 25, was among the older fox maidens. Unlike the other fox maidens, who radiated the aura of youthful innocence, Xiaobai exuded the charm of a beautiful young woman. The moment one beholds it, it resembles a ripe, succulent peach. A single bite reveals its tender juiciness. Chapter 96, Reconnaissance. In truth, Fang Yuan had initially intended for Sakura to assume the role of the governor of the subsidiary territory. However, this young girl expressed her reluctance to part from his side, shedding tears like a weeping willow. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to select the mature and composed Xiaobai to serve as the governor of the subsidiary territory. Will you choose Xiaobai to be the governor of your subsidiary territory? Yes. A beam of white light emanated from the main city, gradually coalescing into a luminous sphere the size of a human head, hovering before Xiaobai. As the white light dissipated, a brand new Lord's book appeared in Xiaobai's hands. Henceforth, Xiaobai became the governor of the subsidiary territory, endowed with the same functionalities of the Lord's book as others, the ability to recruit troops, construct buildings, and craft items, among other tasks. She could also access the regional channel for posting and chatting. However, as the governor of the subsidiary territory, her authority was somewhat limited. All supreme powers resided with Fang Yuan, meaning that even the troops Xiaobai recruited would ultimately pledge allegiance solely to him. Fang Yuan softly remarked, "From now on, you shall be the governor of the subsidiary territory. Manage it well." Nearby, Xiaobai, clad in a black qipao that accentuated her graceful curves, revealed her long, beautiful legs through a high slit. Her expressive, captivating eyes gazed intently at Fang Yuan as she bit her lip and said, "At your command, master. Xiaobai will fulfill any order you give." One cannot deny that the foxwomen are a breed of both innocence and allure, particularly those of slightly older age, who exhibit a charm and seduction unmatched by their younger counterparts. Next, it was time to renovate the subsidiary territory. Previously, Zhao Quan's domain contained 2 warehouses, 3 pastures, 1 breeding ground, 1 barracks, 1 ogre lair, and 25 residential buildings. There were no walls or fortifications. An attack from monsters or beasts would spell doom. Nevertheless, the location of this territory was reasonably good, nestled within a secluded gorge, which is why Zhao Quan had refrained from wasting resources on building fences. Fang Yuan first constructed a 5-tier stone wall surrounding the territory, then erected a bronze gate on each wall. At each corner, he built a tower of omniscience, while the walls were adorned with judgment towers. Thus, the fortifications were complete. Within the territory, Fang Yuan restructured the layout, dividing it into 4 zones akin to his own domain. The ground was paved with granite slabs, and at intervals, magic stone lamps were installed for illumination. Additionally, there were underground wells, a communal kitchen, wooden tables and chairs, as well as wooden beds and blankets, all in abundance. Fang Yuan toiled until nightfall, finally pausing to rest. This evening, he decided to remain in the subsidiary territory for the night. The 100 combat troops he brought along with 30 foxwomen, were more than sufficient to ensure the security and logistical operations of the subsidiary territory. As for the Titan farmers, Fang Yuan's acquisition of a subsidiary territory also meant he now had 2 main cities. Each main city could recruit a certain number of farmers daily. Through the Lord's book, Fang Yuan could summon farmers, with the newly recruited Titans appearing in the subsidiary territory. Before retiring for the night, Fang Yuan glanced at the regional channel. After a day's time, most individuals had calmed down. They were gradually coming to terms with Fang Yuan's slaying of Zhao Quan. He believed they would soon adapt to this harsh world. The following morning, dawn broke. Fang Yuan awoke, bleary-eyed, casting a glance at Xiaobai, who was still peacefully slumbering beside him. He gently rose from the bed, donned his clothing, and stepped outside. Of course, one must not misunderstand. The previous night, Fang Yuan and Xiaobai sharing a bed was entirely a misunderstanding. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Xiaobai, as the governor of the subsidiary territory, was required to sleep within the main city at night. As the lord of the principal territory, Fang Yuan was also obliged to stay in the main city. However, the main city of the subsidiary territory had but 1 bed. Thus, under great duress and reluctance, Fang Yuan and Xiaobai ended up sharing it. Ahem, let us set that aside. Following the slaying of Zhao Quan, Fang Yuan inherited all of Zhao Quan's assets, including blueprints. Among these blueprints was one for upgrading the main city's hardwood planks. Hardwood plank, 10 hardwood. Conveniently, not far from the subsidiary territory lay a grove of hardwood trees, and the territory's warehouse was stocked with ample hardwood. The requirements for upgrading the main city included 5,000 wood, 1,000 hardwood planks, 10,000 stone bricks, 1,000 granite, 100 magic stones, 100 leather, 500 sand, and 500 iron blocks, along with 500 glass. Fang Yuan was merely lacking the glass to upgrade to a level 5 main city. Meanwhile, on another front, the orc scout tasked with investigating the cursed mine returned to the butcher tribe, lean and with a cold gaze. The butcher sat upon the throne in the center of the orc hall. Below him stood a trembling orc scout. "You mean to say that you were attacked by the enemy before you even approached the mine?" The butcher inquired, his tone icy. The orc scout gulped and replied, "Indeed. Chief, my comrades and I had just approached the mine when we were suddenly assaulted by the enemy." "What type of troops were they, and how many?" After a moment of hesitation, the orc scout said, "I did not see what kind of troops they were. I merely turned around to find all my companions dead." The orc scout appeared to recall something terrifying, his face betraying fear as he stammered. The enemy was like an invisible grim reaper, pursuing us relentlessly. The moment we let our guard down, my comrades would meet bizarre and untimely ends. Our scouting party of 10 was left with but myself. Oh, is that so? The butcher rose from his seat, his expression dark as he approached the surviving orc scout, coldly asking, "If the entire scouting party perished, why are you still alive?" Before the orc scout could respond, the butcher produced a silver-white iron hook from somewhere, forcefully piercing the scout's collarbone and yanking it sharply. A large chunk of flesh was torn from the orc scout's chest. In the orc hall, several orc warriors promptly advanced, dragging the half-conscious orc scout into the butcher's slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse was a site of torture and games orchestrated by the butcher. In the butcher tribe, there were no death penalties. Wayward kin were sent to the slaughterhouse. To be taken there could only be described as a fate worse than death. Chapter 97, The Rune Giant. As the anguished cries of the orc scout faded into the distance, the orc hall once again fell into an oppressive silence. The battle axe emerged from the shadows, speaking in a solemn tone. "Butcher, do you now believe me? The territory in the land of oblivion possesses formidable strength. I, too, was unexpectedly dispatched in my sleep, without even catching a glimpse of the assailant." The butcher snorted dismissively and said, "Silence, you worthless fool. Who's to say whether you fled in the heat of battle or were truly slain by the so-called mysterious assassin you speak of?" The butcher had always held disdain for this brother of his by blood, had it not been for the fact that he still served a purpose. The butcher would have long since dispatched someone to confine him in the slaughterhouse and torture him to death. After all, he had never had the pleasure of tormenting a hero unit. Humiliated by his own brother, the battle axe displayed an expression of rage. He shouted, "I am a great warrior. I would never stoop to such cowardly behavior as fleeing in battle." Humph, the butcher scoffed. In a place as resource-deprived as the Forgotten Land, no formidable power could possibly emerge. Yet, they dare to slay my warriors. In 3 days, I shall dispatch a legion of 10,000 to annihilate that territory in the Forgotten Land. The battle axe frowned slightly. 10,000 will not suffice to conquer that territory. I suggest you send more troops. My tribe once boasted 30,000 orcs, and they were all wiped out. Haha, the butcher mocked, his gaze laden with derision as he stared at the battle axe. That only indicates that every orc in your tribe is as useless as you. Repeatedly insulted by the butcher, the battle axe's countenance darkened. Yet, lacking other options, he was compelled to bow his head under the eaves, to seek revenge. He could only rely on the strength of the butcher's tribe. The butcher resolved to send forth a legion of 10,000 orcs to embark on an expedition to the Forgotten Plains in 3 days, intending to eradicate all forces therein. No one noticed that, as the orc scout was dragged away, a slight tremor rippled through the shadow beneath him, as if it were alive. Slipping into the shadow of the battle axe nearby, realizing the orc tribe would attack Fang Yuan's territory in 3 days, and knowing it was too late to turn back, the battle axe sighed deeply and left the orc hall with his head bowed. Meanwhile, the shadow beneath him seized the opportunity to slip away, merging into the shadow of another passing orc infantryman. Thus, the shadow walker continued to change its target, swiftly departing the butcher's tribe and heading towards Fang Yuan's territory. Before the main city of the affiliated tribe, Fang Yuan perused the Lord's book and opted to recruit 10 farmers. This morning, he had conveniently upgraded all the buildings in the affiliated territory that could be enhanced, as his resources were plentiful. Moreover, he constructed a Tower of Glory in the vacant lot before the affiliated tribe's main city. A level 3 main city could recruit 5 farmers daily, while a level 4 main city could recruit 10. A prompt echoed in his mind, triggering a hundredfold amplification. The recruited farmers transformed into titans. Both the quarry and lumberyard had been completed, strategically positioned not far from the forest and mine entrances. With the lumberyard and quarry established, not only would mining efficiency improve, but they would also serve as temporary storage for resources, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Fang Yuan did not intend to meddle in the work tasks and daily defenses of the affiliated territory. Instead, he sat comfortably in a chair, watching the fox girl Xiaobai lead and allocate tasks. The cunning intellect of the fox tribe was fully displayed in Fang Yuan's domain. They were not only dexterous and industrious, but could learn anything after just a single glance. Though Xiaobai had never managed a territory before, this was her inaugural experience, and she managed it with remarkable organization. While Xiaobai could command the troops recruited by Fang Yuan, ultimate authority still rested with her. Their sole allegiance was to Fang Yuan alone. Besides recruiting farmers, Fang Yuan also enlisted a ogre brawler. The ogre brawler was a tier 3 unit, recruited from the ogre den. Recruiting ogre brawler, triggering hundredfold amplification, magic rune giant. As the dark golden light dissipated, a colossal figure suddenly appeared beside the ogre den. Magic rune giant, 10th tier. Health, 100. Loyalty, 100, enhanced by Tower of Glory. Abilities, combat, defense. Skills, 1. Magic resistance skin, 10th level defense increases the magic rune giant's magical resistance, negating 90 of magical damage. 2. Rune skin, 10th level defense increases the magic rune giant's physical resistance, negating 90 of physical damage. 3. Rune Light Cannon. 10th level magic fires a beam of magical energy, dealing substantial magical damage to all enemies in a straight line. The magic rune giant stood nearly 10 meters tall, its bronze skin adorned with incomprehensible magical rune patterns. Bare-chested, it displayed its formidable muscles while donning black linen shorts. The giant lowered its head to gaze at Fang Yuan, attempting to bend down respectfully as it spoke. "My lord, I am at your service." Fang Yuan, concerned that the giant might not hear him, shouted, "Welcome to my territory. From now on, your name shall be Magic One." The magic rune giant responded in a booming voice, "Thank you for bestowing a name upon me." The sheer volume of its voice caused Fang Yuan to experience a slight ringing in his ears. From the 3 skills of the magic rune giant, it was clear that he was a defensive unit, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. Both magical and physical resistance were impressively high. The only issue was that the magic rune giant's size was simply too vast. Standing around 10 meters tall, he towered over the city walls, and the entire territory could hardly accommodate him. It seemed that in the future, a house would need to be constructed for the magic rune giant in the open space outside the territory. Having attended to matters in the affiliated territory, Fang Yuan prepared to depart. As he was leaving, Xiao Bai, clad in a qipao, gazed at him with flirtatious eyes. Her face flushed as she said, "Master, would you consider staying with me today instead of going back?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "There will be many days to come. Let us wait for another time." With that, he mounted Chili and soared towards his territory. Upon landing back at the territory, In-E emerged from the shadows in a corner. In-E reported, "Master, yesterday, 10 orcs were lurking near the cursed mine." "Orcs? Are they remnants of the Battle Axe tribe?" Fang Yuan inquired. In-E shook his head. "That is unlikely. The totems on those orcs differ from those of the Battle Axe tribe. They are likely scouts from another tribe." Chapter 98, Orc Legion. Fang Yuan casually asked, "Is that so? Were those orc scouts dealt with?" The orc scouts wandering near the cursed mine must have learned about its status as a major resource point. Fang Yuan was indifferent to the prying eyes of other orc tribes. The annihilation of the Battle Axe tribe had yielded over 30,000 soul gems. As long as Fang Yuan desired, he could commence a massive recruitment of over 30,000 tier 10 units, sufficient to withstand the majority of orc tribes. In-E replied solemnly. Out of 10 spies, 9 were killed, and 1 orc was allowed to escape. In-San, hidden within its shadow, could now infiltrate the enemy's lair to gather intelligence. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that In-Yi's method of handling the situation was commendable. This approach not only delivered a warning to the adversary, but also enabled the gathering of intelligence on the enemy. The Shadow Walker could be considered one of the strongest assassination units, and Fang Yuan was confident that the orc tribes would never discover the infiltration of the Shadow Walker. Fang Yuan commanded the Shadow Walkers and Death Guardians to strengthen their defenses, particularly emphasizing the fortification of the cursed mine. He also instructed a few Shadow Walkers to remain vigilant, monitoring the movements of the various orc tribes in the Northern Orc Empire. Should any signs of orc presence be detected, they were to report back immediately. Given that the enemy was already aware of the cursed mine's existence, it was certain they would not overlook such a significant resource. The raiding legions of the orc tribes would undoubtedly attempt to seize it. Thus, Fang Yuan needed to prepare in advance. Once In-E departed, Fang Yuan proceeded to the military camp, where he constructed an ogre den adjacent to the barracks and subsequently summoned 10 rune giants. Due to the immense size of the rune giants, Fang Yuan refrained from recruiting too many. 10 would suffice. He designated a vast expanse of land on the western side of his territory for the rune giants to roam. In the depths of the western forest, there were numerous redwoods, each towering hundreds of meters high, perfect for constructing dwellings for the rune giants. Around midday, In-E returned to report to Fang Yuan. "My lord, In-San has returned. He has uncovered crucial intelligence." Fang Yuan replied calmly. "Summon him to report in person." No sooner had he spoken than In-San emerged from a shadow nearby, having evidently anticipated Fang Yuan's request and waited patiently. Fang Yuan inquired, "Which tribe of the Orc Empire is investigating the cursed mine?" "My lord," In-San replied, "it is the Butcher tribe. They will dispatch a legion to the Forgotten Land in 3 days." Fang Yuan pressed further, "What is the strength of the Butcher tribe? And how many warriors will their legion comprise?" "The Butcher tribe is a medium-sized tribe, boasting nearly 200,000 orcs. Their legion will consist of 10,000 warriors, predominantly at the 3rd tier, with a select few elite squads of 4th and 5th tier orcs. The legion is commanded by a 7th tier orc," In-San detailed. Upon hearing In-San's report, Fang Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Although the orc raiding legion numbered 10,000, he felt no trepidation. It was merely 10,000. The Axe tribe had once fielded 30,000, yet Fang Yuan's forces had decisively prevailed. What concerned Fang Yuan was the fact that a medium-sized orc tribe could muster nearly 250,000 orcs. Given the orcs' ferocity, should Fang Yuan annihilate the Butcher tribe's legion, it was inevitable that they would retaliate by sending even greater forces to assault his territory. The orc race was one of universal martial readiness. In times of war, every orc could take up arms. If the butcher tribe were to unleash their entire population of 250,000 orcs, it would be an overwhelming tide. Fang Yuan would have to expend all his soul stones to recruit numerous combat units to withstand the orc onslaught. However, should that scenario unfold, the population of his territory would explode beyond capacity. With over 30,000 individuals, his current food reserves could scarcely sustain that many combatants. It seemed imperative that he devise a swift plan to eradicate the butcher tribe. Otherwise, even if they did not seek revenge, they would surely disseminate information regarding the cursed mine's location, attracting the attention of other orc tribes. To prepare for the impending arrival of the butcher tribe's orc legion, Fang Yuan needed to take swift action. In addition to reinforcing the walls of his territory, he must also augment the number of judgment towers and omniscience towers, as well as enhance the defensive structures surrounding the cursed mine. Furthermore, Fang Yuan commanded Yi to dispatch a team of shadow walkers to the butcher tribe to infiltrate the orc encampment and meticulously observe their every move. They were instructed to refrain from acting without his command and to gather comprehensive intelligence on the butcher tribe's operations, troop compositions, and battle strategies. Fang Yuan contemplated whether to construct double walls around the perimeter of his territory, dividing it into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city could house a substantial military presence for defense, relying on the walls and judgment towers to withstand a significant orc assault. In the short term, the orcs would likely struggle to breach the outer walls, allowing Fang Yuan to remain within the inner city, continually recruiting units and repairing the walls while erecting defensive structures. With the resources stored in his 30 warehouses, he was confident he could withstand the orc forces. Just as Fang Yuan was preparing to commence construction, He suddenly approached him, speaking in a hushed tone. "My lord, the traveling merchant has arrived. He awaits your summons at the city gates." Fang Yuan reflected on the passage of days. Indeed, several had elapsed, marking the appointed time for the merchant's return. "Let him in," Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly. "As you command." The traveling merchant stood bewildered at the city gates, astonished by the towering walls that had risen since his last visit to the Forgotten Land. He gazed at the formidable defensive towers imbued with arcane energy, alongside several dozen Blackrock archers clad in leather armor, vigilantly watching him from the ramparts. The merchant questioned whether he had mistakenly wandered into another realm. Yet, in the entirety of the Forgotten Land, Fang Yuan was the sole power. There was no way he could have erred. Moreover, when he last visited, there had been no such walls or towers. Everything had changed in just a matter of days. Following Fang Yuan's orders, He opened the gates and stepped outside. "Our lord summons you. Please follow me," he stated with an impassive demeanor. The traveling merchant rubbed his hands nervously, a sheepish smile crossing his face as he asked, "Is this indeed the territory of Lord Fang Yuan?" He deemed it prudent to clarify, lest he had unwittingly strayed into another's domain. "Indeed, this is the domain of Lord Fang Yuan," Yi replied, casting a puzzled glance at the merchant, surprised he could forget so soon after only a few days. Upon receiving confirmation, the traveling merchant beamed, "Excellent. Let us proceed swiftly," so as not to keep Lord Fang Yuan waiting. However, beneath his jovial exterior, a sense of apprehension towards Fang Yuan began to take root. The ability to erect such formidable walls in such a brief span of time was no ordinary feat, especially in a resource-scarce region like the Forgotten Land. Was there a hidden treasure or secret resources at play? Otherwise, it was implausible for Fang Yuan's territory to develop so rapidly. As the traveling merchant's mind raced with possibilities, he guided his black carriage into the territory behind Yi. Upon witnessing the construction and facilities within, his earlier suspicions were further confirmed. During his previous visit to Fang Yuan's domain, it was fair to say that even the orc tribes had better infrastructure. At that time, Fang Yuan's territory had not yet been properly organized. Buildings were haphazardly placed, with no clear planning, and the structures, owing to their low tier, appeared exceedingly rudimentary, akin to thatched huts, with the ground overrun by weeds and wildflowers. Now, however, Fang Yuan's territory resembled a well-ordered city, pristine and meticulously arranged. The merchant was left perplexed, wondering why there were so many foxgirl maidens in Fang Yuan's domain. Were they to be used as sustenance? He couldn't fathom why Fang Yuan would choose to keep foxgirl maidens. This feeble and timid lowly race typically struggles even to fetch a decent price when sold into slavery. Yet, it appears that the foxgirl leads a rather comfortable life, adorned in an array of exquisite garments. Why does the fabric of these clothes seem so familiar, as if I have encountered it before? The traveling merchant's expression shifted to one of contemplation as he finally recalled having seen a similar piece at a rare item auction held by a trade alliance. If I am not mistaken, the attire worn by these fox maidens is crafted from magical silk. This magical silk, now a lost treasure due to the disappearance of its manufacturing blueprints, would command an astonishing price at any auction. Overcome with excitement, the merchant leapt from his cart and lunged towards the nearest fox girl. However, before he could approach, a figure dashed behind him and delivered a swift punch that rendered him unconscious. All in the territory were aware that these fox maidens were the private property of Fang Yuan. None dared to lay a hand upon them, regardless of the merchant's intentions. It was utterly unacceptable to assault the fox maidens. Had it not been for Fang Yuan's impending summons, the assailant would have already severed his head and displayed it at the city gate. The scene was observed in its entirety by the merchant's bodyguard, a blacksmith dwarf, who dared not intervene or even utter a word. The overwhelming aura of the assailant left the dwarf struggling to breathe. He, too, was baffled by his employer's erratic behavior. Recklessly charging towards the fox maiden, the blacksmith dwarf moved with short strides, hauling the unconscious merchant back onto the cart. He then drove the cart, following closely behind the assailant, along the granite path leading to the lord's manor. When the merchant regained consciousness, he found himself before Fang Yuan. Confused, he pondered. Who am I? Where am I? His gaze, dazed and unfocused, scanned the surroundings before settling on Fang Yuan. After a moment, the recollection of events flooded back. Silk. Magical silk. Could it truly be found here? The merchant's heart raced with astonishment, though his countenance remained unchanged. He promptly rose, tidied his appearance, and with a beaming smile, addressed Fang Yuan. My lord Fang Yuan, it is a pleasure to see you again. Please forgive my earlier indiscretion. Fang Yuan replied coolly, no matter. What happened earlier? Why did you attack my maid? It is nothing, the merchant stammered. I recently passed through a necromantic ruin and was cursed by the undead sorcerer within. I tend to go mad every now and then. He refrained from mentioning the magical silk. Is that so? Fang Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, fully aware the merchant was lying but choosing not to expose him. The merchant hastily shifted the conversation. My lord Fang Yuan, I have expended considerable effort to gather the materials you requested, and I have managed to procure one type. Moreover, I have also collected numerous blueprints for various items and constructions, as per your directive. The blacksmith dwarf then opened the cart's compartment, revealing a long shelf laden with an assortment of goods. In accordance with Fang Yuan's wishes, the merchant had focused on acquiring blueprints. Whether they were for items, buildings, or equipment, Fang Yuan accepted them all. Given Fang Yuan's interest, the merchant began to prioritize blueprints, amassing over 30 in just 1 week. Most of these were of white quality, a few were green, and there was one black quality blueprint. My lord Fang Yuan, these blueprints were acquired at a premium from other races in the chaotic continent. Please let me know if any pique your interest, and I can offer them at a discount. After a brief glance at the blueprints, Fang Yuan did not express interest in purchasing them, but instead inquired, did you bring along that treasure chest game from last time? Upon hearing treasure chest, the merchant's expression froze instantly. The memory of that disastrous event haunted him. Even now, his heart ached at the thought. 5 black crystal coins had yielded 5 dark gold items. This incident would forever remain a scar on the merchant's career, an indelible sorrow. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, forcing a professional smile. Of course, last time, my lord Fang Yuan, you opened 5 chests in one go, and I have replenished my stock. Fang Yuan exclaimed with delight, excellent. How many chests do you have in total? I will take them all. A sly grin flickered across the merchant's face. Knowing he had anticipated this, I knew you would want to buy them all. This time, there are 20 old treasure chests. Do you truly wish to acquire them all? Fang Yuan nodded affirmatively. I will take them all. In the future, bring more treasure chests with you, of any quality, and I will gladly purchase them at a high price. The merchant chuckled heartily. No problem. I shall bring many chests next time. Ever since the last incident, the merchant had been unable to shake off his frustration. Upon returning to the Trade Alliance headquarters, he purchased 30 old treasure chests from the warehouse. Chapter 100. The Leaves of the World Tree. There were indeed many such old treasure chests in the warehouse of the Trade Alliance, each priced quite affordably. They had been discovered in various indigenous tribes, the ruins of cities, and the lairs of monsters throughout the chaotic continent, certified by professional treasure hunters. These chests were deemed the lowest tier and unlikely to yield valuable contents, leading to their abandonment in the warehouse. The merchant spent a few black crystal coins to wholesale over 30 old treasure chests. Perhaps spurred on by the remarkable fortune Fang Yuan had experienced with the 5 dark gold items, the merchant meticulously selected each chest, hoping to uncover 1 or 2 containing hidden dark gold items. This procrastination drew the ire of the elderly goblin guarding the warehouse entrance, who complained incessantly. After an excruciatingly long selection process, the merchant finally left the warehouse with his 30 chests. Upon returning to his lodgings, the merchant secured the doors and windows, drawing the curtains tightly. With excitement, he rubbed his hands together and eagerly opened the first chest. Opening the chest yields a toothbrush of an ogre's. The merchant thought, the first chest may not have been auspicious, but he refused to give up and proceeded to open the second chest. Opening the chest yields a foot cloth of a gray goblin. The third chest. Opening the chest yields a goblin's poop stick. The fourth chest. Opening the chest yields a tattered bed sheet. The 5th and 10th chests. Opening the chest yields a worn-out, curved dagger. The merchant opened 10 chests in one breath, finding nothing of value. It was a complete financial loss. Yet, It became evident that Fang Yuan's previous luck in uncovering 5 dark gold items was likely sheer folly. Taking a deep breath, the merchant reflected that, although he had not been as fortunate as Fang Yuan, there remained 20 discarded chests that he could sell to Fang Yuan. A dilapidated treasure chest can fetch a mere black crystal coin. Selling off an entire collection of such forsaken chests, netting 20 black crystal coins, would indeed be a commendable feat. Drawing from his extensive experience as a traveling merchant, the last time Fang Yuan opened a forsaken chest, he procured 5 pieces of dark gold equipment. According to the gambler's fallacy, it is only natural that Fang Yuan would wish to indulge in the treasure chest guessing game once more. The traveling merchant remained skeptical. Could Fang Yuan's luck truly be so fortuitous? From the carriage, a black iron dwarf bodyguard dismounted, hauling 20 battered treasure chests and stacking them before Fang Yuan. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan extracted 20 black crystal coins from his arcane ring and handed them to the merchant. The merchant, with a beaming smile, graciously accepted the coins and inquired, "My lord Fang Yuan, do you wish to open the chests now?" Fang Yuan shook his head and replied, "Let us postpone the opening of the chests. First, I wish to see what blueprints you have brought." The merchant's expression shifted to one of disappointment. As he had anticipated witnessing whether Fang Yuan would replicate his previous stroke of luck, he could hardly believe that Fang Yuan's fortune could be so consistently favorable. Unless he were the illegitimate child of the goddess of fortune, it was improbable that one could experience such continuous serendipity. The merchant longed to see Fang Yuan purchase a treasure chest for a black crystal coin, only to unveil a trove of worthless debris. Approaching the shelf of goods that had been pushed out from the carriage, Fang Yuan began to select the blueprints that piqued his interest. Armor blueprint, steel armor, price, 100 black crystal coins. Remaining quantity, 1, purchased. Weapon blueprint, barbarian siege hammer, price, 50 black crystal coins. Remaining quantity, 1, purchased. Item blueprint, mount saddle, price, 10 black crystal coins. Remaining quantity, 1, purchased. Item blueprint, lavender soap, price, 1 black crystal coin. Remaining quantity, 7, purchased. Recipe blueprint, mushroom rice ball, price, 1 black crystal coin. Remaining quantity, 5, purchased. Building blueprint, mill, price, 20 black crystal coins. Remaining quantity, 1, purchased. Aside from a few inconsequential blueprints, Fang Yuan acquired all the remaining schematics from the shelf. His total expenditure amounted to 985 black crystal coins, with the traveling merchant offering a discount to 788 black crystal coins. After completing the transaction, Fang Yuan meticulously recorded the newly acquired blueprints into the Lord's Book. In the annihilation of the Axe tribe, Fang Yuan had unearthed a staggering 100,000 black crystal coins from the underground chamber of the Orc Hall. For him, such a modest sum was but a trifling matter. Having successfully sealed a lucrative deal today, the merchant's eyes gleamed with delight. Fang Yuan casually inquired, "Last time, you mentioned that you only found one of the materials I requested, correct?" Previously, Fang Yuan had entrusted the merchant with a significant order to gather the materials required for the dark gold blueprints in his possession. After a week, the merchant had only managed to acquire one type, the identity of which remained a mystery. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's question, the merchant quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, my lord Fang Yuan, allow me to retrieve it for you." The merchant hurriedly dashed to the carriage, emerging after a while, cradling an exquisite wooden box in his hands. "My lord, the materials you require are exceedingly rare. It took me an entire week to procure this one," he explained. Within the elegant box lay 3 vibrant green leaves, radiating a robust aura of life. Even in his grasp, Fang Yuan could sense the vibrant energy emanating from them. These were the fabled leaves of the world tree, a treasure of the elven race. The merchant elaborated, "The world tree is indeed a sacred relic of the elves, apart from the royal family. Even ordinary elven beings cannot approach it, let alone members of other races. I exerted every effort to acquire these 3 leaves." Fang Yuan, however, was always cautious of the merchant's exaggerated tales. He was well aware of the merchant's status as a mere trader within the Pastoral Flute Guild. And if the leaves of the world tree were truly as valuable as he claimed, how then did the merchant manage to obtain them? The merchant continued to ramble on about the difficulties he faced in acquiring the leaves. Fang Yuan, somewhat exasperated, interjected, "Enough. Just tell me how much you want for them." The merchant chuckled awkwardly and responded, "My lord, you need only provide me with 100 black crystal coins. Is that so?" Fang Yuan fixed his gaze upon the merchant, his voice low and steady. The merchant, feeling the weight of Fang Yuan's stare, began to sweat nervously. I seem to have misremembered. It is only 80 black crystal coins. Are you certain?" Fang Yuan's tone grew more insistent. The merchant gulped, struggling to speak. "Actually, I think I may have erred again. It is merely 50 black crystal coins." Chapter 101. The Marvelous Utility of the Eye of Death. Upon uttering this statement, the merchant began to pant heavily, as though a great burden had been lifted. Observing the merchant's demeanor, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the merchant was now speaking the truth. Just moments ago, while staring intently at the merchant, Fang Yuan had utilized the power of the Eye of Death skill. Of course, he had not fully unleashed its might, but merely tapped into a fraction of its potential. Under the invisible threat posed by the Eye of Death, the merchant's soul had emitted a mournful wail, receiving a grim warning of mortality that compelled him to divulge the truth. The World Tree was indeed a treasure of the elven race, closely guarded, with no one of non-elven lineage permitted to approach it. The merchant's claims held some validity. However, the leaves of the World Tree were not particularly valuable. It was commonplace for the World Tree to shed thousands of leaves daily without inflicting any harm upon it. The leaves served primarily for the crafting of healing potions, and little else. While they commanded a relatively high price, they were nowhere near the exaggerated sum of 100 black crystal coins. In truth, one could procure a single leaf for only 45 black crystal coins, and with the merchant's transportation fees, 50 black crystal coins would be a perfectly reasonable price. Yet, as a savvy merchant, the traveling merchant was always scheming to maximize his profit. Thus, he unconsciously inflated the price of the World Tree leaves. This method of exploiting information for profit was a common practice among merchants. Fang Yuan, residing in the Forgotten Lands, was not well versed in the affairs of the chaotic continent, and was likely unaware of the true value of the World Tree leaves. He had not anticipated that Fang Yuan would see through his ruse. For reasons unknown, the moment the merchant locked eyes with Fang Yuan, he felt an unexplainable pang of anxiety and fear. Previously, the merchant had dared to deceive even the most ruthless and vile of abyssal lords. Yet upon meeting Fang Yuan's gaze, he sensed his very soul tremble in terror. Unable to restrain himself, he divulged the authentic price in one breath. Handing over 150 black crystal coins, Fang Yuan accepted the World Tree leaves into his arcane ring. Today's dealings with the traveling merchant had indeed proven fruitful. In high spirits, Fang Yuan declared, "Stay for lunch today, it is my treat." The black iron dwarf nearby could not help but let a trickle of saliva escape from the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. The last dinner he had in Fang Yuan's territory was the only substantial meal he had enjoyed in years. When he heard Fang Yuan inviting them for lunch, the dwarf was nearly overwhelmed with an urge to accept immediately. However, the traveling merchant shook his head and politely declined, saying, "I should take my leave. There is an orc tribe not far to the north of your territory. Fearing a potential robbery by the orcs, I took a wide detour to arrive here." "An orc tribe?" Fang Yuan replied with a faint smile. "The orc tribe in the northern wasteland has already been eradicated by me. All the orcs have been eliminated, and the tribe itself has been destroyed. Only the remnants of their structures remain." A look of shock spread across the traveling merchant's face as he exclaimed, "You actually annihilated that orc tribe?" It was no wonder he was astonished. With years of experience in commerce across the chaotic continent, the merchant was well versed in the ways of the world. Glancing at the rough number of residences in Fang Yuan's territory, he surmised that the population was merely a little over 1,000. A small orc tribe typically boasted a population ranging from 30 to 50,000, consisting entirely of warriors. The ratio of combatants between the two sides was hardly comparable. Should war erupt, Fang Yuan's territory would be utterly incapable of withstanding the initial onslaught of the orc tribe. Yet, to his disbelief, Fang Yuan had managed to completely annihilate the orc tribe, a notion that seemed utterly preposterous. However, as the traveling merchant's gaze fell upon the towering walls of Fang Yuan's territory, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. If fortified by such grand walls, along with defensive structures and a plethora of defensive weaponry, it was indeed conceivable to withstand an orc tribe's assault. The very fact that Fang Yuan could construct such defenses and eliminate the orc tribe indicated that his territory's strength was not to be underestimated. The merchant mused silently. With the threat of orcs eliminated, the traveling merchant could not let the opportunity for a complimentary lunch slip away. They proceeded to the living quarters, where fox girl maids in their attire served platters of delectable food. Today's lunch consisted of roasted chicken, vegetable salad, beef skewers, mushroom soup, and boiled eggs, accompanied by fruit wine and honey mead. The traveling merchant, known for his frugality, typically dined on nothing more than a piece of black bread, a thin slice of ham, and a jug of water each day with the black iron dwarf. They rarely had the chance to indulge in such exquisite cuisine, and seizing this opportunity, they certainly intended to feast heartily. As the traveling merchant and the black iron dwarf devoured the meal with fervor, Fang Yuan lifted a glass of fruit wine to his lips, took a sip, and casually remarked, "Are the garments worn by the fox maids in my territory particularly valuable?" At this, the traveling merchant jolted as if struck by lightning, his body trembling. He raised his head from the food with an expression of disbelief. His eyes filled with astonishment. How had Fang Yuan deduced this information about the magical silk, when he had revealed none? Before he could voice his questions, Fang Yuan continued, "From the moment you entered and targeted my maid, I sensed something amiss. Moreover, throughout our journey to the dining hall, despite your cautious demeanor, I still noticed you subtly eyeing the garments worn by my people." A wry smile crept across the traveling merchant's face. He had believed he was being sufficiently discreet, only to discover that Fang Yuan had seen through him. Resigned, he decided to speak the truth and divulge all he knew. It turned out that the blueprints for the magical silk manufacturing machine had been entirely destroyed in a cataclysm over 1,000 years ago, with not a single copy remaining. Without the machine, there could be no garments made from magical silk. Presently, only a few thousand pieces of magical silk clothing remained in the chaotic continent. It was precisely for this reason that garments made from magical silk commanded exorbitant prices at auctions. The merchant speculated that Fang Yuan's territory likely possessed a magical silk manufacturing machine. Otherwise, the fox girls would not each be adorned in such clothing. With this revelation, the merchant plotted to deceive Fang Yuan into selling him the magical silk manufacturing machine at a low price, with the intent to resell it at a higher rate. However, the merchant's plans were soon thwarted when he attempted to persuade Fang Yuan into purchasing leaves from the world tree, only to be unmasked by Fang Yuan's keen insight. Under the pressure of the death magic eye, he found himself unable to conceal any secrets and was compelled to speak honestly. The string of failures had severely dampened the merchant's confidence, extinguishing any thoughts of deceiving Fang Yuan into acquiring the magical silk manufacturing machine. To his astonishment, before he could even speak, Fang Yuan had already surmised his intentions. Upon hearing the merchant's account regarding the magical silk, Fang Yuan showed little interest in the high prices it could fetch. Instead, he was intrigued by the auction the merchant mentioned. Where is this auction held? And how often does it take place? Fang Yuan inquired curiously. The merchant replied, the auction is held on Stone Tablet Island, occurring once every month on the 15th. The Stone Tablet auction is organized by our Shepherd Flute Merchant Alliance, and only those with an invitation can participate. Fang Yuan pressed further. How does one obtain an invitation to this auction? He was somewhat taken aback, realizing that participation in the Stone Tablet auction required an invitation. The traveling merchant responded without hesitation. Obtaining an invitation is quite simple. One merely needs to present a valuable item for auction, and a merchant from the Shepherd Flute Merchant Alliance will vouch for you to receive an invitation. I see. Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. The merchant recognized Fang Yuan's interest in the auction and proactively added, the 15th of this month has already passed. So if you wish to attend the Stone Tablet auction, you will have to wait until next month. If you are interested, I would be willing to vouch for you. As for the valuable item required for participation, I have no doubt you can produce something worthy. After all, any item obtained from a treasure chest would surely be considered esteemed at the auction. Not to mention, you likely possess a magical silk manufacturing machine. It could be said that Fang Yuan's worth surpassed even that of the merchant, who had engaged in commerce for years. Fang Yuan agreed to attend the auction on the 15th of next month. After finalizing their plan, the traveling merchant resumed relishing the exquisite meal, while his bodyguard, the black iron dwarf, seemed entirely unconcerned with his employer, focusing solely on enjoying his food. Once satiated, he leaned back comfortably in his chair, savoring his cup of fruit wine. The black iron dwarf glanced at the surrounding fox girls, shaking his head in bewilderment. He could not fathom why Lord Fang Yuan would choose to keep so many fox people. The foxes were weak and timid, a fact well known across the chaotic continent. Moreover, the fox girls possessed delicate features, devoid of even the slightest hint of hair, their limbs slender and lacking in any robust femininity. He wondered to himself why Lord Fang Yuan would choose to harbor so many fox girls. During the mealtime, Fang Yuan was not idle. He subtly inquired the traveling merchant about numerous matters concerning the Orc Empire. The merchant, not taking it too seriously, divulged a wealth of information regarding the Orc Empire to Fang Yuan. After all, the Orc Empire was not far from the land of oblivion, and numerous orc tribes surrounded the area, with orcs frequently appearing. The orc race, known for their penchant for battle and plunder, naturally instilled a constant sense of unease in such close proximity. After the meal, Fang Yuan gleaned a considerable amount of intelligence about the Orc Empire from the merchant, deepening his understanding of this formidable race. With their bellies full, the traveling merchant and the black iron dwarf, both sporting round bellies, waddled towards the merchant's cart. Once seated in the carriage, the merchant let out a belch and leisurely drove away from Fang Yuan's territory. After watching the merchant depart, Fang Yuan withdrew his gaze, retrieved the Lord's book, and opened to the manufacturing page, locating the blueprint for the Cup of Life. Cup of Life. 10 life gems, 1 leaf of the world tree. Effect: pour pure water into the cup to convert it into a high-level healing potion, usable 10 times per day. Fang Yuan had already gathered all the necessary materials for the Cup of Life. He had obtained 1,000 life gems from the last treasure chest, and had collected 3 leaves of the world tree with the merchant's assistance. This meant Fang Yuan could create 3 cups of life. A flash of dark golden light enveloped him, and he found himself holding a cup imbued with the essence of nature, crafted from emerald gemstones. The Cup of Life was capable of transforming pure water into a high-grade healing potion. Naturally, Fang Yuan's first action was to inspect the cup's capacity. Fortunately, the Cup of Life appeared to have a substantial volume, and upon testing, it measured approximately 500 milliliters, akin to a bottle of iced tea. After verifying the capacity, it was time to test its effects. Fang Yuan instructed a fox maid to bring a barrel of clean water and an empty wooden vat. He filled the Cup of Life to the brim with clean water, and soon, A rich aura of vitality emanated from it. Within mere moments, the clear water transformed into a viscous, light green liquid. This was indeed the high-level healing potion. A single sip of this potion could heal even the gravest of injuries, as long as the individual still drew breath. The cup of life could be used 10 times a day, so Fang Yuan assigned a fox maid to oversee its care. Her daily task would be to use the 3 cups of life to convert clean water into high-grade healing potions. With no wars erupting in recent days, it was prudent to amass a stockpile of these potions for future use. Regrettably, Fang Yuan was still unable to craft glass products, leaving him to store the healing potions in wooden barrels, which appeared rather rudimentary. Additionally, he had traded a substantial number of blueprints with the traveling merchant, one of which was the coveted blueprint for the steel armor. Currently, the various soldier types in Fang Yuan's territory were clad in the mediocre defensive leather armor, with only a select few honor warriors adorned in the divine armor set bestowed by Fang Yuan himself. While leather armor offered decent agility, it lacked the defense necessary for the death guards, who prioritized high defense to withstand enemy assaults. With the orc army set to launch an attack in 3 days, Fang Yuan was troubled by the lack of robust armor for his forces. Thankfully, the traveling merchant had come through at just the right moment to alleviate this issue. Fang Yuan made his way to the manufacturing district, heading directly to the blacksmith's forge. He presented the blueprint for the steel armor to the lava forger, informing him of the urgent need to produce a substantial quantity of armor. Steel armor, 30 steel, 10 brass, 5 leather. Manufacturing the steel armor required a significant amount of steel. Fang Yuan commanded 5 lava forgers to refine iron blocks into steel using the refining furnace, while the remaining forgers hastened to craft the steel armor. Next, Fang Yuan proceeded to the Lord's Manor. He had chosen not to open the worn treasure chests he had acquired from the traveling merchant in front of him, as the last 5 chests had all yielded dark gold items, which was already quite extraordinary. Should he unveil yet another dark gold item before the merchant, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Spending 20 black crystal coins, Fang Yuan placed the 20 worn treasure chests in the Lord's Manor. Once he finished his current tasks, he returned to the manor, excitement coursing through him. The delightful act of opening treasure chests was best saved for last. 20 treasure chests. This was the first time Fang Yuan had the opportunity to open so many chests on the chaotic continent. Although the chests were of lower quality, their quantity more than compensated. Opening the chest yielded a white item blueprint, stone axe, triggering a hundredfold amplification, resulting in a dark gold item blueprint, golden axe. Opening the chest yielded a building blueprint, goblin workshop, triggering a hundredfold amplification, resulting in a dark gold building blueprint, enchantment table. Opening the chest yielded a white piece of armor, grass shoes, triggering a hundredfold amplification, resulting in a dark gold item, instant battle boots. Opening the chest yielded ordinary resources, tin sand, triggering a hundredfold amplification, resulting in rare resources, 1,000 soul sand. Opening the chest yielded a white potion, lizardman's strange elixir, triggering a hundredfold amplification, resulting in a dark gold potion, dragon's elixir. Opening the chest yielded ordinary resources, 1 building foundation stone, triggering a hundredfold amplification, resulting in rare resources, castle heart. Fang Yuan opened each of the 20 chests in succession. In an instant, the entire Lord's Manor was enveloped in a golden glow. Blueprints, equipment, resources, potions, everything was abundant. Fang Yuan eagerly examined the attributes of each dark gold item, placing the useful ones into the arcane ring and tossing the less immediately useful ones into storage. The instant battle boots, which came with an impressive level 9 teleportation spell, were swiftly donned by Fang Yuan. This was indeed a lifesaver. In the face of danger, a swift teleportation would allow for a quick escape. The enchantment table would enable the enhancement of equipment, adding attributes, an excellent asset, as well. He happened to have all the materials needed for its construction, so he built one adjacent to the blacksmith's forge in the manufacturing district. The dragon's elixir, upon consumption, would grant one a physique akin to that of a great dragon. Quite remarkable. Drawing from his previous experience with the potent magical elixir, Fang Yuan wasted no time and gulped down the entire dragon's elixir in one go. However, he soon regretted his hasty decision. As soon as the elixir touched his tongue, a cool sensation washed over him, reminiscent of a blend of chocolate coffee and peppermint. Moments later, the elixir took effect, and Fang Yuan felt as though a raging inferno had ignited within his belly, causing immense discomfort. He was engulfed in a wave of heat, unable to suppress the groans of agony escaping his lips. His expression contorted slightly, his skin flushed, resembling a boiled shrimp. The heat coursing through his body was unbearable, prompting Fang Yuan to hastily strip off the black abyss armor, wishing he could shed every article of clothing he wore. Outside the door, Sakura also heard the commotion and walked in to find Fang Yuan groaning while removing his clothes. With a pained expression, Fang Yuan exclaimed, "Sakura, I'm so hot. Please help me." Instantly, Sakura's face flushed crimson. Bashfully, she began to disrobe as well, astonishingly starting to take off her garments. Fang Yuan, bewildered, protested, That is not what I meant. I truly am overheated. He lamented. Blushing, Sakura replied, Master, so am I. Fortunately, the side effects of the dragon elixir did not last long, and the intense, searing sensation within Fang Yuan soon dissipated. As the effects of the potion faded completely, his body temperature gradually returned to normal. He could distinctly feel that his physique had significantly strengthened compared to before. Once he fully regained control over his body, he discovered an inexhaustible strength in his arms, a remarkable enhancement brought about by the dragon elixir. Moreover, he experienced a plethora of additional benefits. His vision, hearing, and sense of smell had all been greatly amplified. His body had even undergone a secondary growth spurt, elevating his height from 1.8 meters to approximately 1.88 meters. Beyond the increase in stature, what thrilled Fang Yuan the most was the emergence of 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. These 8 chiseled abs would undoubtedly captivate countless admirers back on Earth. However, as the burning sensation dissipated, it also expelled impurities from his body, leaving his skin marred with unpleasant residue. Was this the legendary process of cleansing the marrow and purging the bones? Fang Yuan finally experienced what the protagonists in online novels felt when consuming rare materials, followed by the process of cleansing their bodies. He felt invigorated, every fiber of his being radiating with vitality. Nevertheless, the stench of the expelled impurities was unbearable, prompting Fang Yuan to seek a hot spring to cleanse himself. He scooped up Sakura in a princess carry and exited the Lord's manor. Sakura, bewildered, still struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. The life-giving hot spring not only restored vitality and strength, but also purified the body. Any dirt that came into contact with the spring water would be thoroughly cleansed. Immerging himself in the hot spring, Fang Yuan closed his eyes in bliss, relishing Sakura's gentle massage. After an hour in the soothing waters, he emerged from the hot spring, where 2 fox girl maids clad in black and white maid outfits approached, meticulously drying his body with towels made of soft wool. Subsequently, under the attentive service of the fox maids, Fang Yuan donned a black robe made of magical silk. The orc army of the butcher's tribe was soon to arrive at the Forgotten Lands, and Fang Yuan needed to prepare for the impending battle. Initially, he had planned to construct multiple layers of walls to encase his territory. However, after opening a treasure chest earlier and acquiring a rare material, he reconsidered his strategy. The heart of the castle, one of the core materials required for building a war fortress. War fortress, 5,000 stone bricks, 5,000 wood, 1,000 iron ingots, 1,000 sand, 1 heart of the castle. Description: a defensive fortress structure suitable for garrisoning troops and installing siege weapons, serving as the first line of defense against external threats. Engaging in war with the butcher's tribe did not necessitate fighting on his own territory. Chapter 104, War Fortress. With the War Fortress, Fang Yuan could select a site in the north to construct a buffer zone. This way, the orc army would not pose a direct threat to his domain. Without delay, Fang Yuan mounted his nightmare beast and set off towards the northern wasteland with his escort. He resolved to build the war fortress on the ruins of the Battle-Axe tribe. Thus, when the orc army approached, they would first need to eliminate the obstacle of the war fortress before entering the Forgotten Plains. Opening the Lord's book, he chose to build. A dark golden light suddenly enveloped the area, lasting for over an hour. Once the radiance faded, a structure resembling a colossal abyssal beast loomed before Fang Yuan and the others. The war fortress bore a striking resemblance to a medieval castle. Its thick walls punctuated with arrow slits for archers and designated spots for various siege weaponry. At the center stood a 3-story magical tower adorned with intricate magical symbols. Inspecting its attributes: War Fortress, dark golden structure. Skills: 1. War Shield. Activates a magical shield that envelopes the entire war fortress, capable of withstanding up to level 10 magic for 6 hours, with a cooldown of 10 hours. 2. War Space. The war fortress can garrison 1,000 combat units. The more units stationed, the stronger the fortress's defenses. Additionally, Fang Yuan constructed several all-knowing towers and judgment towers within the war fortress. By the next day, he planned to dispatch a force of 500 soldiers to station at the war fortress, thereby establishing his first line of defense. On the other side, in the Orc Empire, Bloodied Highlands, Butcher's tribe, a rapid march from Bloodied Highlands to the Forgotten Lands would take nearly 3 days. All necessary supplies for the journey must be meticulously prepared, as the orc army could not fight on an empty stomach. Thus, a substantial amount of food was required. The order for the Butcher's expedition to the Forgotten Lands was issued, and the entire Butcher's tribe began to methodically prepare for war 3 days hence. Inside the Orc Hall, the Battle-Axe, with a grim expression, questioned, "Do you intend for me to participate in the war at the Forgotten Lands?" On the throne in the center of the hall, the Butcher, cradling a robust orc woman larger than a brown bear, cast a cold glance at the Battle-Axe and replied indifferently, "You don't wish to?" Naturally, the Battle-Axe was vehemently opposed. It had been taken down stealthily while asleep, not even catching a glimpse of its enemy. Moreover, the Butcher disregarded its protests, insisting on deploying 10,000 orcs to the Forgotten Lands. The Battle-Axe tribe's 30,000 orcs had all been annihilated without exception. Although the battle axe yearned for vengeance, it had not succumbed to blind rage, understanding that sending 10,000 orcs to the Forgotten Lands would be tantamount to a death sentence. If it were to accompany this expedition, it would not only fail to achieve revenge, but would also meet its demise there. With the destruction of the battle axe tribe, the storm altar could not be utilized again. Should the battle axe fall in this conflict, it would be irretrievably lost. Despite its reluctance, as an orc warrior, it could not refuse any battle or conflict. To decline would not only label it a coward, but also subject it to punishment from the orc tribe, stripping it of its warrior status and relegating it to the status of an orc laborer. The butcher, while gently stroking the thick fur on the legs of the orc woman beside him, coldly remarked, "I was right about you, brother. You're nothing but a failure, incapable of even summoning the courage to avenge your own tribe." The battle axe explained, "No, you don't understand. Sending those few to the Forgotten Lands is a death sentence. I assure you, none will return alive. Enough, silence yourself." The butcher coldly interrupted the war axe's continued discourse. "Just tell me whether you will go or not." After much contemplation, the war axe ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, I shall comply, but it would be prudent to dispatch several more legions. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." The butcher, visibly impatient, expelled the war axe from the orc hall, weary of the incessant drivel from such a useless being. To the butcher, this was merely a barren wasteland, devoid of any formidable powers. He perceived the war axe's words as mere excuses, a facade to mask its failures in the Forgotten Lands. A worthless creature is worthless, no matter where it may roam. How could it possibly still live after being vanquished by a minor faction in the Forgotten Lands? The butcher did not conceal his disdain for the war axe. Once the war axe departed, the butcher revealed a look of urgency. Throwing himself upon the throne with a corpulent, grotesque orc woman, her body covered in an abundance of coarse black fur, she smiled shyly, exposing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, remnants of half-eaten vegetables, and rice clinging to her gums. The butcher bestowed a wicked grin, kissing her without a hint of revulsion. Such a macabre, yet beautiful scene would be unbearable for most, even the shadow walker, who felt his vision would surely fail if he remained any longer. Suddenly, the shadows beneath the butcher began to twist, and seizing the opportunity, the shadow quietly slipped away from the orc hall. The shadow walker decided to wait until the business within concluded before re-entering. After issuing commands, Fang Yuan personally led a contingent of over 100 shadow walkers to the bloodstained heights, stealthily infiltrating the butcher's tribe. The highest-ranking individual within the butcher tribe was the chieftain himself, an 8th-tier hero unit. Beyond him, there existed no being of greater rank. Thus it was impossible for them to discover the 10th-tier units among the shadow walkers. Upon entering the butcher tribe, in addition to gathering intelligence, they remained vigilant of the tribe's higher-ups, ready to implement a decapitation plan should the situation warrant it. In Fang Yuan's territory, he had spent the last few days preparing for the impending Orc Legion assault, and was nearly ready. The blacksmith shop had successfully constructed enough fine steel armor to equip his troops, and the Death Guard now possessed armor befitting their name. When they eventually engaged in battle, clad in fine steel armor, the Death Guard would resemble a torrent of iron, capable of withstanding the Orc Legion's fiercest onslaught. Suddenly, a shadow walker emerged from the shadows behind Fang Yuan. "My lord, the Orc Legion from the Butcher tribe has set out," reported Shadow 13 in a hushed tone. "At last, they have arrived." Fang Yuan inquired, "What response has the Butcher tribe shown to the Orc Legion's departure?" The Butcher tribe exhibited little reaction. They believed this expedition into the Forgotten Lands to be a mere formality. "I see." Fang Yuan nodded, then continued. "How long will it take the Orc Legion to reach the Forgotten Lands?" Shadow 13 replied, "If they march quickly, it will take approximately 3 days. Inform Shadow 1 to remain concealed within the Butcher tribe. Do not act recklessly. Should any intelligence arise, report back immediately." "Understood, my lord." With that, Shadow 13 transformed back into a shadow and vanished from Fang Yuan's side. With only 10,000 orcs, the forces stationed within the war fortress could easily defeat them. Fang Yuan's true concern lay with the 20,000 orc warriors of the Butcher tribe. Should he eliminate the Orc Legion, they might retaliate with frenzied vengeance. In such a case, Fang Yuan would be left with no choice but to unleash his forces. It had been a while since he checked the regional channel. He wondered if anything new had transpired recently. Reclining in his chair, he leisurely opened his lord's book and navigated to the regional channel. "Today, I caught a plump chicken. I stewed it this afternoon, adding mushrooms for a delightful chicken and mushroom dish. How envious. The folks above get to enjoy meat while I am left with nothing but farm vegetables and fruits. My palate is about to wither away. Tonight, I shall ask Lord Fang Yuan to sell me a pound of meat for a change. Anyone in the channel have black crystal coins? A merchant has arrived in my territory with goods for sale. I've seen many fine items on the shelves, but they can only be purchased with black crystal coins. Who has black crystal coins? I am willing to exchange valuable resources. What are black crystal coins? Are there still merchants in this world? Are they human? Do they have a way to return to Earth? Let it go, it's a lost cause. Look at the time we live in. Who still dreams of returning to Earth? I still think this world is better. The disparity between rich and poor on Earth is too vast. An ordinary person could toil their entire life and still never match the worth of a wealthy individual's finger. Indeed, this world is fairer. We all start from zero and compete on equal footing. Nonetheless, I still yearn to return to Earth. This world is perilous, and a moment's inattention could mean losing one's life. Plus, there is no entertainment here. I miss the charming ladies on TikTok, as well as playing Honor of Kings and PUBG. Hey, they are handsome. Are you bored? I could keep you company for just 5 units of food per hour. Hey, is anyone seeing my posts? Who has black crystal coins? I am willing to exchange resources at a high price. No one. I don't even know what black crystal coins are. From the name, could black crystal coins be the currency of this world? I think our regional channel's best bet for possessing black crystal coins is none other than Lord Fang Yuan. Exactly. If Lord Fang Yuan doesn't have black crystal coins, then it's highly unlikely anyone else in this channel does. Lord Fang Yuan, are you there? Do you have black crystal coins? I am willing to exchange resources at a high price. Fang Yuan indeed possessed black crystal coins, and in abundance. However, he had no intention of engaging in trade with this individual from the regional channel. Ever since the announcement of the Lord's contest, relationships within the regional channel had evolved into a competitive rivalry. In this world, defeat meant certain death. Furthermore, the market price for a single black crystal coin was quite steep. Fang Yuan did not believe he could provide the resources necessary for an exchange. Currently, the regional channel appeared harmonious on the surface, yet beneath lay a current of intrigue. Numerous individuals were privately contacting Fang Yuan in hopes of purchasing weapons and equipment. Among them were those merely seeking self-preservation. An ounce of caution could prevent a pound of harm. Others, however, were biding their time, preparing to seize the opportunity to wage war and invade another's territory. After all, the temptation of annexing a subordinate territory was simply too enticing. In just 2 days, the territory managed by Xiaobai had flourished remarkably, yielding substantial resources daily. Even without opting to conquer the territory, they could strip their adversary of all blueprints, materials, and resources. To rapidly advance one's territory, striking others and plundering resources was the swiftest method. The lord seeking to purchase black crystal coins had repeatedly posted in the regional channel. Yet no one was willing to exchange with him. Oh no, the merchant says they are leaving. I implore you, esteemed lords, does anyone possess black crystal coins for exchange? If I don't trade soon, the merchant will depart. Still, the regional channel remained unresponsive. Damn it, the merchant has departed. Fang Yuan gazed at the regional channel for a moment, poised to disconnect when, unexpectedly, he received a message from Lu Xiaohua. Is the esteemed Fang Yuan present? I wish to procure some weaponry. Lu Xiaohua inquired. Indeed, I am here. What weaponry do you require? I possess stone spears and stone shields. Last time, I sold tens of thousands of orc equipments within a single day. However, this modest stock of weaponry is utterly insufficient to satisfy the immense market demand. The proclamation of the lordship contest has spurred numerous lords to begin recruiting troops and stockpiling arms. These lords require a vast quantity of weapons to equip their forces. In the entire regional channel, there are but a few lords who possess blueprints for weaponry. Yet, only Fang Yuan alone holds the capacity to manufacture a substantial amount. Naturally, Fang Yuan could not let this lucrative opportunity slip away. He possesses the most weapon blueprints in the entire regional channel. Nay, in the entire world channel. In addition to stone spears and stone shields, Fang Yuan's territory boasts a variety of iron weapons, albeit at a higher price. Currently, no one in the regional channel can afford iron weaponry. Most individuals opt for the economical stone spears and shields for their armament. Please provide me with 100 sets of stone spears and shields. Lu Xiaohua requested. Fang Yuan was somewhat astonished. What do you need with such an abundance of weaponry? 100 sets of weaponry implied that Lu Xiaohua's military population had reached 100. While this number was insignificant to Fang Yuan, it represented a remarkably large force within the regional channel. Not long ago, Zhao Quan had similarly stunned the entire regional channel with an army nearing 100, which subsequently expanded. Zhao Quan had openly provoked Fang Yuan, even initiating war against his territory, threatening to sever Fang Yuan's head as a trophy. Ultimately, Zhao Quan met a grim fate, his head severed and his corpse left to rot in the wilderness. With a mournful expression, Lu Xiaohua lamented, "My territory has attracted unwanted attention, and not from just one individual." Chapter 106, The Approach of War. Yesterday, Lu Xiaohua inadvertently discovered several militia openly scouting near his territory. It was evident that these were militia dispatched by the other 3 surrounding lords. Lu Xiaohua's territory was nestled within a canyon replete with fruit trees, yielding hundreds of units of fruit daily. During the first challenge, due to its sudden onset, Lu Xiaohua was unprepared, resulting in the fruit trees being scorched by fire elementals. Fortunately, he flawlessly completed the second challenge, earning a natural scroll as a reward, capable of restoring life to the scorched trees surrounding his territory. Upon utilizing the scroll, the fruit trees around his domain were revitalized, and Lu Xiaohua resumed his days of abundance, with fruit in excess. The canyon where Lu Xiaohua's territory lies provides such a wealth of food resources that it inevitably attracted the covetous gazes of neighboring lords. After all, not long ago, Lu Xiaohua had been selling fruit daily in the regional channel, amassing a considerable amount of resources. Many within the channel recognized him and were aware of the abundance of fruit trees in his vicinity. With the commencement of the lordship contest, everyone rushed to inspect the newly added map, eager to ascertain the identities of the lords surrounding their territories. The map clearly marked the locations of other lords' territories and their names. Thus, Lu Xiaohua's canyon orchard was laid bare before the eyes of others. Lu Xiaohua found himself under no obligation to toil. He merely needed to dispatch a few farmers to effortlessly harvest over 100 units of fruit daily. Upon realizing their proximity to Lu Xiaohua, the surrounding lords began to entertain ulterior motives, collectively envisioning the elimination of Lu Xiaohua in order to seize the canyon orchard for themselves. Although all had constructed farms and livestock enclosures, ensuring self-sufficiency, no one would ever disdain an excess of food. Moreover, Lu Xiaohua's canyon territory served as a natural refuge, its location exceedingly concealed. Without a map, one would struggle to locate Lu Xiaohua's domain. Such a prime location was coveted by all. Dispatching militia for reconnaissance was merely the first step. On one hand, it served to gauge the military strength and defensive structures of Lu Xiaohua's territory, preparing for a future assault. On the other, it was an attempt to probe Lu Xiaohua's limits. Should he respond to their scrutiny with submission, they would not hesitate to escalate their actions further. Having spent several years in society, Lu Xiaohua understood the truth that a kind heart invites exploitation. Faced with the combined probing of the three neighboring lords, any display of weakness would inevitably invite more severe encroachments. Lu Xiaohua acted with unwavering resolve, commanding his militia to apprehend the scouting militia from the other territories. Following Fang Yuan's example, he executed the captives and displayed their severed heads at the entrance of the canyon. Furthermore, he captured images of the grim spectacle, sending them privately to the three lords, warning them that any further incursions into his territory would be met with ruthless retribution. Besides verbal warnings, Lu Xiaohua wasted no time. He immediately constructed dozens of dwellings and commenced recruiting troops. The resources he had painstakingly accumulated over a long period were swiftly depleted. Yet, he harbored no regrets. Without a formidable army for protection, even the most abundant resources would render him merely a lamb awaiting slaughter in the eyes of others. Though Lu Xiaohua's demeanor was resolute, a sense of unease lingered. Ultimately, he faced three lords, while he stood alone. Although his military strength numbered 100, which appeared considerable, he could only confront one of them at a time. Should the three join forces against him, victory would surely elude him. In this lawless and chaotic land, the fate of a defeated foe was invariably grim. In addition to recruiting troops, Lu Xiaohua required weaponry to arm his forces. Thus, he sought out the most formidable figure in the regional channel, Fang Yuan. Esteemed Fang Yuan, this is the situation. I implore your assistance. Upon learning the details, Fang Yuan refrained from further inquiry and promptly posted the trade link. Following the completion of the transaction, Lu Xiaohua hastily logged off, presumably to train his army. Fang Yuan closed the regional channel and turned to the map page. The territories of all lords appeared to be systematically distributed, with 3 or 4 lords residing in close proximity to each individual territory, likely to facilitate warfare and plunder among lords. Since Fang Yuan effortlessly dispatched Zhao Quan, no one dared to speak ill of him in the regional channel. The power and ferocity Fang Yuan exhibited instilled fear in all. Zhao Quan commanded a formidable force of third-tier troops, totaling 100 warriors. Such a powerful army was easily vanquished by Fang Yuan. Speculation arose among all that Fang Yuan's territory might harbor fourth-tier troops, for only fourth-tier forces could triumph over third-tier ones. Regrettably, they all miscalculated, as not a single individual from the regional channel guessed that Fang Yuan's troops were entirely of the 10th tier. However, this is to be expected, after all. Who could foresee the existence of such extraordinary beings in this world? 3 days later, the Orc Legion departed from the Butcher tribe and made a rapid march, reaching the borders of the Forgotten Lands in just 3 days. Advancing another mile would bring them to the ruins of the former Battle-Axe tribe. The commander of the Orc Legion chose to set up camp here for an overnight respite. After 3 days of brisk marching, even the robust bodies of the orcs felt the strain. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, they settled down for the night, replenishing their energy to launch an assault on the Forgotten Lands at dawn. The tents used by the orcs were the most rudimentary, made from animal hides. Ordinary orc soldiers were not privileged enough to sleep in tents. They simply found a spot and lay down to sleep. Only the officers of the Orc Legion had the right to rest in tents. The evening meal of the orcs was also quite simple. Most preferred raw meat, tossing monster carcasses onto the fire for a brief roasting before consuming them. After dinner, the orc soldiers reclined on the ground and quickly fell into a deep slumber, with the exception of those on night watch, who remained vigilant. Meanwhile, within the tent, the Battle-Axe, fully armored and wielding his axe, was wide awake, on high alert to every rustle and whisper in the night. It was evident that the assassination attempt during its slumber had left a significant psychological scar. Especially upon nearing the Forgotten Lands, it maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, resolving to forego sleep for the next few days. Chapter 107. The War Begins. Moreover, it urged the commander of the Orc Legion to triple the number of sentinels to prevent surprise night raids. However, the commander scoffed at the battle-axe's warnings, dismissing them entirely. Although the battle-axe was a 7th-tier hero unit and the commander merely an ordinary soldier, the former could easily overpower 100 commanders. The commander's disrespect stemmed from the fact that the chieftain of the Butcher tribe held disdain for the battle-axe, as the chieftain was an 8th-tier hero capable of defeating 10 battle-axes. Furthermore, the Orc tribe had no tolerance for cowards, particularly those like the battle-axe, whose tribe had been decimated by a seemingly feeble force from the Forgotten Lands. The Orcs of the Butcher tribe regarded the battle-axe as a subject of ridicule. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. For the sake of vengeance, the battle-axe could only endure in silence, remaining on high alert until dawn. The night passed uneventfully. At 5 in the morning, the Orcs at the makeshift camp awoke from their slumber, igniting a bonfire to hastily roast a few pieces of meat, indifferent to whether they were properly cooked, before shoving them into their mouths and chewing them down. The battle-axe, still tense, emerged from the tent. Though it had not slept a wink, it remained in fine spirits. The attributes of hero units were multiple times that of ordinary units. Even if it had gone several days without sleep, it was still invigorated. After breakfast, the Orc Legion began to assemble and advance toward the Forgotten Lands. The commander decided that within the span of this single day, they would sweep across the entirety of the Forgotten Lands, annihilating every faction, regardless of their size. Simultaneously, a shadow walker tasked with infiltrating the Orc Legion departed the Orc encampment early that morning before dawn, returning to Fang Yuan's territory. It was reporting the intelligence it had gathered about the Orc Legion. The Orc Legion comprised 10,000 orcs, led by a 7th-tier commander, supported by 2 6th-tier vice-commanders. 4 battalions of Orc infantry, 2 battalions of Orc archers, 1 battalion of wolf cavalry, 1 battalion of berserkers, 5 squads of wind riders, 5 squads of bat riders, and 1 battalion of shamans. 10 orcs formed a squad, 10 squads comprised a company, and 10 companies made a battalion. Thus, the composition of the Orc Legion consisted of 4,000 3rd-tier Orc infantry, 2,000 3rd-tier Orc archers, 1,000 4th-tier wolf cavalry, 1,000 4th-tier berserkers, 500 5th-tier wind riders, 500 4th-tier bat riders, and 1,000 5th-tier shamans. Additionally, there were squad leaders, company leaders, battalion leaders, and the Legion commander among the Orc commanders. Their prowess surpassed that of the units they commanded by at least 1 tier. It appeared that the Butcher tribe's strength significantly surpassed that of the Battle-Axe tribe, as evidenced by the variety of their units. The majority of the Battle-Axe tribe's units were comprised of Orc infantry and archers, while the numbers of wolf cavalry, berserkers, and shamans were notably sparse. Furthermore, they lacked both wind riders and bat riders. Nevertheless, even if the Legion boasted a multitude of unit types, facing 10th-tier units would lead to certain demise. Fang Yuan, calm and composed, lifted a cup of milk, savoring it leisurely, entirely unperturbed by the impending battle. By the way, my lord, I discovered someone in the Orc Legion that you will undoubtedly find intriguing, Enwu suddenly remarked. Oh, who might that be? Fang Yuan inquired with curiosity. Enwu responded. The chieftain of the Battle-Axe tribe, whom I personally eliminated, has inexplicably reappeared in the Butcher tribe after being resurrected by some means, and he is currently within the Orc Legion. Upon hearing that it was the chieftain of the Battle-Axe tribe, Fang Yuan's interest was piqued. He set down his empty milk cup and asked, Are you certain it is the chieftain of the Battle-Axe tribe and not a case of mistaken identity? Orcs do tend to resemble one another. Misidentification is not uncommon. Enwu confirmed, Indeed, it is him. I am 100% certain. Fang Yuan nodded gravely and declared, Last time he narrowly escaped, but I refuse to believe he can evade me again. Keep a close watch on him. Once the battle commences, eliminate him without hesitation. Understood? Understood, my lord. With that, Enwu transformed into a shadow and vanished into the darkness. Completing the second challenge mission, Fang Yuan successfully eradicated all the orcs from the incoming Butcher tribe. However, due to the resurrection of the Orc chieftain from the Battle-Axe tribe through the hero altar and his subsequent escape, Fang Yuan's challenge mission remained unfulfilled to this day. Fortunately, the Orc chieftain, undeterred by death, had returned, and this time Fang Yuan would not let him slip away. If he had come, he would not leave alive. The rewards for the challenge mission awaited Fang Yuan. The war fortress housed 500 10th-tier units, along with 14 hero units and numerous judgment towers. During this time, many ordinary units sought Fang Yuan for hero badges, aiming to challenge the hero trials and successfully advance to hero status. Fang Yuan's territory now boasted a total of 21 hero units. Among them, 5 had ascended from death guards to heroes, 6 from bloodthirsty spearmen, 3 from Blackrock archers, 4 from fallen angels, and 3 from shadow walkers. Fang Yuan was confident that the war fortress could completely annihilate the Orc Legion. He had every faith in this. This battle would not even require Fang Yuan's direct command. The presence of such elite heroes was more than sufficient. With time still on his side, he decided to indulge in a soak in the hot springs. Stretching languidly, Fang Yuan embraced the nearby sakura and made his way toward the springs. At the war fortress, the formidable Death One, clad in divine armor, stood upon the ramparts, gazing serenely at the approaching Orc Legion. Beside him stood Blood One, equally adorned in divine armor. Alas, what a crowd! Blood E licked his lips, revealing a sanguinary smile as he exclaimed, "At last, I can indulge in the ecstasy of slaughter." Previously encountered foes were far too feeble, unable to withstand even a single strike from me. Although this time's enemies appear similarly weak, their sheer numbers provide ample opportunity for a gratifying massacre. In response to Blood Ye's fervent declaration, C remained inscrutable, his expression unchanged as he calmly articulated, "We shall handle the frontal assault. Your blood-frenzy spearmen are tasked with intercepting the fleeing enemies. The Lord's command is clear, not a single orc shall escape. We must annihilate this orc horde." With the Lord's orders ringing in their ears, the blood-frenzy spearmen, brandishing their long spears, departed from the walls of the war fortress. Blood E prepared to lead his squadron of blood-frenzy spearmen through the side gate of the fortress, intending to encircle the orc horde in collaboration with C and his comrades. Chapter 108, The Harshness of Reality. The orc horde commander, mounted atop a towering 2-meter-tall dire wolf, advanced at the forefront of his legion, a grave expression etched upon his countenance as he surveyed the formidable war fortress before him. He had not anticipated encountering such an awe-inspiring bastion in this desolate wasteland. His position as commander was not solely due to his 7th-tier prowess, but also stemmed from his wealth of experience. Based on years of warfare, he discerned the thick walls of the fortress, fortified with defensive weaponry, rendering it a formidable stronghold. A direct assault would undoubtedly result in catastrophic losses. The fortress's strategic location precisely marked the sole route into the Forgotten Plains, the fastest path to the territory of Fang Yuan. While alternative routes through the eastern mountains or western forests existed, they would consume a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the opposing forces would not idly permit such a diversion. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to command an assault on the fortress and demolish it. However, the orc horde had not brought any siege weaponry on this expedition to the Forgotten Lands, making the destruction of the war fortress a daunting endeavor. The battle axe, equally astonished by the sight of the fortress, recalled that mere moments ago, it had been the stronghold of its tribe, now usurped by this grand edifice. Amidst the shock, a flicker of rage ignited within the battle axe. To slay my kin, to obliterate my tribe, and yet have the audacity to erect new structures upon the ruins of my people. If given the chance, it vowed to capture the orchestrator of this travesty, incapacitate him, and toss him into the orc pens as fodder for the dire wolves. Unbeknownst to the battle axe, a peculiar change occurred beneath its feet. After deliberating on their siege strategy, the orc commander, his vice commander, and the battalion leaders commenced their assault on the war fortress. War was imminent. Leading the charge were the aerial units of the orc horde, Wind Knights and Bat Riders. The Wind Knights, 5th-tier warriors, bore resemblance to mutated dragons. Their bodies adorned with green scales, sharp claws, blood-red eyes, and menacing fangs, exuding an air of ferocity. Perched upon their backs were formidable orc warriors, one hand gripping the reins of the wind beasts, the other wielding a specially crafted spear, imbued with a potent poison, each Wind Knight carrying at least 50 such spears. In formation, the Wind Knights soared through the skies toward the war fortress. Behind them, a disordered throng of Bat Riders flew haphazardly. These 4th-tier warriors, hefty orcs mounted on colossal bats, were akin to their smaller, ordinary counterparts, yet magnified several times in size. The Bat Riders held the reins in one hand, while the other clutched a peculiar glass vial containing a strange liquid, a blend of yellow and red, known as flame oil, concocted by the Orsis shamans. Typically sealed within glass vials, the flame oil could ignite violently upon exposure to air when hurled to the ground or against structures. This represented the two most emblematic aerial units of the orc tribe. The Wind Knights exhibited agility in flight, while the Bat Riders maneuvered with finesse. Conventional ranged units would struggle to strike these airborne foes. Thus, the orc commander felt assured in deploying them. Though the walls of the war fortress were formidable, they could not defend against aerial units. Should the Wind Knights and Bat Riders create chaos, the orc horde would easily capture the fortress. Yet, reliance on aerial units alone was insufficient. Concurrently, the orc commander ordered the remaining forces to charge, coordinating a ground and air assault to seize the war fortress. Alas, as the adage goes, plans are often grand, yet reality is harsh. The Wind Knights had scarcely approached the fortress when they were struck down by an arrow. The 5th-tier Wind Knights were dispatched in an instant, unable to react due to the arrow's astonishing velocity. What followed was a deluge of arrows, raining down upon the Wind Knights like a tempest. This ferocious onslaught left the Wind Knights bewildered, despite being a mere 1,000 meters from the fortress. How could they be targeted from such a distance? In this world, how could there exist ranged units capable of such distance? The Wind Knights had a shooting range of 300 meters, while their adversaries boasted a minimum range of 1,200 meters. This meant that their opponents could strike the Wind Knights from a full 1,000 meters away, leaving the Wind Knights with no option but to retreat. However, given the current circumstances, evasion proved exceedingly difficult. The accuracy of the enemy's shots was too formidable. The Wind Knights could not evade the incoming arrows, only managing to maneuver backward. The Blackrock archers possessed a range of 600 meters, and their recent elevation to hero status had endowed them with the light magic aura. The dark magic aura, level 10 aura within the aura's radius. The range of all ranged units is increased by 100. Within this aura, the range of all Blackrock archers doubled, transforming from 600 meters to an impressive 1200 meters. Through this range suppression, the Wind Knights' endeavor met an abrupt end before it even began. The Wind Knights turned to flee, but this misfortune befell the Bat Riders trailing behind. The Bat Riders could only toss their projectiles at a range of 150 meters, inferior even to the Wind Knights. As the Wind Knights retreated, the Bat Riders, caught off guard, found their massive bats less agile than the Wind Knights. Before they could react, a deluge of arrows from the Blackrock archers decimated more than half of them. Hundreds of orc and bat corpses, mingled with the fallen Wind Knights, plummeted from the sky. In an instant, nearly half of the orc horde's total flying units, amounting to 1,000, perished within the span of less than a minute. The leading orc commander stared in bewilderment at the sky, watching the bodies fall as if they were dumplings. What had transpired just moments ago? Why had the Wind Knights and Bat Riders been obliterated before they could even approach the fortress? The Bat Knights and Wind Knights soared high above the ground, at least 200 meters in altitude. From such heights, the Orc Legion commander, stationed on the ground, found it exceedingly difficult to discern the unfolding events in the sky, only witnessing Wind Knights and Bat Knights plummeting one after another. Chapter 109, The Charge. The aerial units of the Orc Legion suffered devastating losses, having barely approached the war fortress before being decimated. Without these flying troops to divert the enemy's ranged attacks, the ground forces charging forth were at grave risk of becoming prime targets for the enemy's concentrated assaults. Even before getting close, they were highly susceptible to long-range bombardment. Yet, at this juncture, the Orc Legion commander had no alternative but to press on with grim determination. At the forefront of this advance were the Orc infantry and berserkers, flanked by wolf riders on either side, while the Orc archers and shamans brought up the rear. A vast, dark mass of orcs formed a relatively orderly line, roaring in fury as they charged towards the war fortress. After the Blackrock archers eliminated the Wind Knights and Bat Knights, they ceased their fire, refraining from further attacks on the Orc ground forces. The Orc Legion commander was perplexed, unable to fathom the enemy's strategy, despite the orcs encroaching upon their range. The adversaries chose not to retaliate with ranged assaults. At a distance of 400 meters from the war fortress, the shamans and orc archers halted, for this was their optimal range. As ranged attack units, they could unleash spells and arrows upon the fortress from this position, rendering any further advance unnecessary. To safeguard these ranged units, the Orc Legion commander stationed 1,000 wolf riders to protect the shamans. The orc shamans, wielders of formidable elemental magic, were inherently frail and poorly armored. Much like mages in online games, they possessed high offensive capabilities but low defense, making them vulnerable to close-quarters combat. The wolf riders, being cavalry, exhibited exceptional mobility, thriving in open terrain such as plains rather than in siege warfare. The Orc Legion commander had not anticipated that the forces of the Forgotten Lands would erect such formidable walls. He initially presumed that the fortifications would consist of mere 1-meter-high stone walls or wooden palisades. Even the Butcher tribe did not boast such advanced defenses. This impressive wall must have been constructed from the substantial resources harvested from a significant resource point within the Forgotten Lands. Being appointed as the Orc Legion commander indicated a position of considerable authority within the Butcher tribe, and he was well aware of the existence of a major resource point in the Forgotten Lands. The Butcher tribe dispatched forces to the Forgotten Lands to eradicate all opposing factions and fully seize control of this valuable resource. The Orc Legion commander understood that although the Wolf Riders were a 4th-tier unit, their remarkable mobility would be rendered ineffective in a siege scenario. It was far wiser to keep them in reserve to protect the vulnerable ranged units. Before long, the Orc infantry and berserkers had arrived at the base of the war fortress's walls, which towered 4 meters high and were adorned with numerous protruding spikes designed to deter any attempts at scaling the walls. Should the orcs choose to ascend, they would risk being grievously wounded by these deadly spikes. The Orc Legion commander had foreseen this predicament and dispatched some of his warriors to a nearby forest to fell 3 of the sturdiest trees, enabling the shamans to harness their magical powers to fuse these trunks into a makeshift siege hammer intended to breach the war fortress's gates. Once the gates were shattered, the Orc Legion would be able to surge forth and seize the fortress. 20 robust orc berserkers, stripping off their upper garments to reveal their bulging muscles, hoisted the rudimentary siege hammer and advanced steadily towards the war fortress's gates. The Orc Legion commander looked up, puzzled by the apparent inaction of the defenders atop the walls, unable to comprehend why, with his forces poised to breach, the enemy had made no defensive moves. Could it be that they were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the approaching orc army? It was a possibility. The orc race was one of the dominant factions on the chaotic continent, significantly stronger than many other races. Numerous weaker factions, upon beholding an orc legion, surrendered before any combat even commenced. Surrender would lead to capture and enslavement by the orcs, but at least their lives would be spared. However, any resistance would result in the annihilation of their entire kin. The 20 berserkers emitted low, guttural growls as they bore the makeshift siege hammer closer to the war fortress's gates. Empowered by the shaman's elemental magic, the siege hammer was imbued with formidable strength. Just as the berserkers prepared to strike the gates suddenly swung open from within. The orcs froze in astonishment, and the berserkers halted their advance. The orc legion commander raised an eyebrow, contemplating. Perhaps the enemy was preparing to surrender, but alas. The chieftain had ordered the complete extermination of all inhabitants of the Forgotten Lands. Even if they surrendered now, they could not escape the fate of total obliteration. In the next moment, clad in steel armor and mounted upon a nightmare beast, the Death Guard surged forth from the war fortress, with the first to emerge being the formidable Death One. Death One had no intention of relying on the fortress for defense. Rather, he was prepared to take the offensive. The Orc Legion commander reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity as the gates opened, and shouted, "All warriors, charge in." He then grasped the reins and urged his mount towards Death One. The remaining orc infantry and berserkers surged forward like frenzied beasts, roaring and brandishing their weapons towards the gates. Leading the charge, the Orc Legion commander wielded his cleaver, bringing it down with force, unleashing a deep blue slash towards Death One. 7th tier martial skill, Storm Slash. Unfazed, Death One maintained a stoic countenance and responded with a sword strike of his own, sending forth a blood-red blade of energy. 10th tier martial skill, Slaughterblade. The clash of 7th tier against 10th tier skills yielded an inevitable outcome. The Slaughterblade obliterated the Storm Slash and, with nary a pause, continued its onslaught towards the Orc Legion commander's head. Seasoned from countless battles, the Legion commander was taken aback by the destruction of his Storm Slash, yet instinctively reacted to the lethal Slaughterblade. He sidestepped, tumbling off his mount and landing awkwardly on the ground. The Slaughterblade showed no sign of slowing, cleaving through a substantial wave of orc infantry before dissipating. Death One, noticing that the Legion commander had evaded his attack, frowned slightly and retaliated with several more Slaughterblades. The Orc Legion commander, sprawled on the ground, stared in horror at the dismembered orc infantry. The blood-red blade energy exhibited such overwhelming power, it was undoubtedly a 10th tier martial skill. Chapter 110, The Battlefield Meat Grinder. The Orc Legion commander could hardly believe that such a remote and desolate region as the Forgotten Lands could harbor 10th tier units. He was even more astonished to discover that Death One was a 10th tier hero. As he beheld dozens of slaughter blades approaching, despair washed over the Orc Legion commander's face. He had initially believed victory was assured, yet he now found himself on the brink of annihilation. In such close proximity, and amidst a barrage of dozens of lethal sword energies forming a deadly net, the Orc commander found himself utterly unable to evade his fate. Regret now consumed him for not heeding the War Axe's counsel to proceed with caution. Had he exercised a modicum of prudence, he might not have faced instant annihilation at the onset of battle. However, such musings were now futile. With a sickening sound, the Orc Legion's supreme commander was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh under the relentless onslaught of the murderous sword energies. Even the 5th tier dire wolf and several orc infantrymen standing close to the commander did not escape this grim fate, being sliced into chunks by the lethal energies. A full battalion of 4,000 orc infantry and 1,000 berserkers surrounded the war fortress, blissfully unaware of their commander's demise, pressing forward with unyielding fervor. Upon the opening of the city gates, over 100 death knights, fully armored and mounted on their nightmare steeds, emerged from the fortress. Under the command of the Death Knight, they formed an impenetrable wall of iron at the gate, ruthlessly slaying any orcs that dared approach. Simultaneously, the Blackrock archers stationed atop the walls launched their assault, activating their rapid-fire mode to increase their rate of fire, achieving a piercing effect with extended range. Arrows rained down from the ramparts, each one capable of effortlessly penetrating the bodies of multiple orc warriors. Many orc infantrymen raised their wooden shields in a futile attempt to block the descending projectiles, only to have the arrows pierce their shields with ease, pinning them to the ground. The Judgment Tower also joined the fray, sending forth beams of judgment light that struck the orcs, incinerating them into ashes as if seared by intense heat. This judgment light was a 10th tier spell, one that these lowly orcs could not withstand. This was the strategy devised by the Death Knight, rather than initiating a long-range assault to suppress the orc horde. It was far more advantageous to wait until they drew near, then open the gates to meet them in battle. The Blackrock archers and the Judgment Tower seized this opportunity to strike. Within this range, the orcs unwittingly entered the attack zone of the Judgment Tower. In the distance, shamans and orc crossbowmen recognized the shift in momentum and hastily began to unleash spells and draw their bows, directing their fire toward the war fortress. The shamans chanted in unison, their beast bone staves radiating a magical glow as they conjured bolts of terrifying lightning. Fifth-tier spell, Lightning Arrow. In an instant, the shamans, empowered as if by the spirit of a thunder deity, unleashed a barrage of lightning arrows targeting the Blackrock archers on the fortress walls. The orc crossbowmen, not to be outdone, loosed a volley of arrows in retaliation. 1,000 shamans and 2,000 orc crossbowmen launched a grand assault, their icy projectiles mingling with arcs of blue lightning, resembling a tempestuous storm. Yet, as the arrows and lightning approached the war fortress, they were inexplicably halted by an invisible barrier, failing to harm even a single hair on the Blackrock archers. This bizarre spectacle left all the shamans and orc crossbowmen bewildered, questioning why their attacks were ineffectual. It was the orc shaman captain who discerned the truth. Their assaults were thwarted by a magical shield enveloping the enemy's walls. The captain's deduction was spot on. This was the war fortress's inherent ability, the war shield. The war shield. It activates a magical barrier encasing the entire fortress, capable of withstanding attacks from spells of up to the 10th tier for a duration of 6 hours, with a cooldown of 10 hours. Once activated, the war shield not only defends against magic, but also mitigates physical assaults. Moreover, the fortress's war shield offers one-sided protection, blocking only external attacks, allowing the Blackrock archers to continue their onslaught from within. Lightning arrows, being mere 5th-tier spells, posed no challenge to the shield. After a moment's contemplation, the shamans and orc crossbowmen resolved to persist in their assault on the magical barrier. Every magical shield has a threshold of damage it can absorb, and once exceeded, it shatters. If they maintained their relentless attack, it would not be long before the magical shield atop the walls would succumb to the pressure. Yet, they were unaware that the war shield could withstand 10th-tier magic. Their 5th-tier spells and 3rd-tier arrows were nothing more than mere tickles. Even with continuous bombardment for 10 hours, they would not break the war shield. The orc infantry charged fearlessly, while the berserkers pressed on without trepidation, rushing forward as the line of death knights formed a veritable meat grinder on the battlefield, with any enemy bold enough to approach facing certain doom. Each strike of the blood-red sword energies harvested orc lives as effortlessly as reaping wheat. Beneath the fortress walls, 5,000 orc warriors met their fate. In just over 10 minutes, nearly 3,000 orcs had fallen, their bodies accumulating before the gates of the war fortress. The tide of battle had decidedly turned. The remaining orc warriors looked toward the death knights with eyes filled with dread. A mere 100 of them had held back 5,000 orc warriors from breaching their defenses. The death knights, clad in black steel armor and mounted on skeletal nightmare steeds, inspired terror akin to that of the Grim Reaper himself. As comrades fell one after another, the grim reality jolted the enraged orcs back to their senses. Many orc infantrymen and berserkers began to harbor thoughts of retreat. The orc race may be valiant and fearless, but that courage is predicated on the premise of being able to win. The lowly orcs, despite their lack of intelligence, were not devoid of insight. This battle was clearly unwinnable, rushing and meant certain death. Moreover, arrows and magical rays continued to rain down from above like a torrential downpour. The orc warriors found themselves not only needing to devise a means to overcome the death knights, but also to evade the onslaught from the fortress walls, a task many of them were incapable of achieving. The mindless charge of the orc infantry and berserkers came to a halt, and they stood frozen in place, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the death knights. In that moment, a vacuum formed between the death knights and the orc warriors, a vacuum littered with the corpses of their kin. The arrows and magical rays from above persisted, with orcs around them being pierced by arrows and incinerated by judgment light. At last, one orc infantryman could bear it no longer and turned to flee. His retreat triggered a chain reaction, with the remaining orcs following suit. Without a commander, the orcs scattered like grains of sand. Chapter 111. The war concludes. The Death Knights had no intention of letting these fleeing orc warriors escape. Pursue them. Do not let them get away. The Death Knight commanded in a low voice. The nightmare steed beneath him responded eagerly, certainly. The nightmare steed galloped forth, carrying the Death Knights toward the retreating orc warriors. At that moment, the protective wolf cavalry could no longer restrain themselves, gripping their reins tightly and charging toward the Death Knights. The shamans and orc crossbowmen also ceased their assault on the war shield, realizing their attacks were utterly ineffective against it. As the Death Knights drew near, the shamans began to sense a growing urgency. The shaman and the orc crossbowmen shifted their targets, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the Death Knights. Moments ago, beneath the city walls, the ranged units of the Orc Legion refrained from attacking the Death Knights due to the close-quarters melee between the Death Knights and the Orc Warriors. Unlike the Blackrock sharpshooters who enjoyed a height advantage, capable of easily dispatching Orc Warriors from above, the Orc Legion's ranged units faced a significant risk of friendly fire if they engaged the Death Knights. Now, with the Orc Warriors retreating from their close combat, the Death Knights pursued, while the Wolf Riders had yet to approach them. At this moment, the Death Knights found themselves surrounded by no allies, presenting an opportune moment for assault. However, before the shaman could complete his incantation, a shadow emerged from beneath his feet, wielding a long sword that pierced through the shaman's body. Without the close protection of the wolf riders, the Shadow Walker seized the moment to strike decisively. The frail shaman was utterly incapable of withstanding the Shadow Walker's casual blow. With a successful strike, the Shadow Walker immediately vanished into the shadows. And before the surrounding shamans could react, emerged once more from another shaman's shadow, decapitating the unfortunate victim. Chaos erupted among the shamans, as the Shadow Walker brazenly emerged from the shadows to eliminate them one by one, swiftly retreating back into the darkness. At this juncture, the shamans could no longer focus on the Death Knights, their attention solely fixated on their surroundings, wary of an impending assault from a Shadow Walker. The nearby orc crossbowmen were similarly affected, as Shadow Walkers continued to emerge from the shadows, eliminating them with ruthless efficiency. In less than a span of 50 Shadow Walkers, 3 orc battalions were plunged into disarray. Many wolf riders noticed the presence of assassins infiltrating their ranged units. Some rushed back to defend, while others charged towards the Death Knights. The once unified battalion of 1,000 wolf riders was now divided into 2 factions due to the Shadow Walkers' interference. Approximately 500 wolf riders, brandishing cleavers and emitting fierce howls reminiscent of wolves, soon found themselves effortlessly dispatched by the Death Knights. Despite their numbers being 5 times that of the Death Knights, the disparity in levels rendered any hopes of victory futile in the face of absolute power. The Orc Legion, ultimately unable to withstand the onslaught, collapsed. A multitude of orc warriors chose to flee, racing towards the northern wasteland, the direction of the Orc Empire. At this moment, Blood One, who had been waiting patiently, led the Blood Frenzy Lancers from behind the Orc Legion. He had been assigned the task of intercepting the fleeing orcs. The order given by Fang Yuan was clear: spare no orc, eradicate all who tread upon the Forgotten Lands. The capability of a legion to continue fighting hinges on the attribute of morale. Typically, the morale of an ordinary legion ranges between 60 to 80 points. The higher the loyalty, the greater the morale. Should a legion's morale plummet below 50 points, the risk of desertion becomes significant. As it stands, the morale of the Orc Legion had fallen below 40 points, and the remaining orc warriors lacked the courage to continue the fight, leading to their retreat. However, waiting for them were the ever-vigilant Blood Frenzy Lancers. Blood One, wielding a long spear, charged like a fierce tiger into a flock of sheep, leaving no orc capable of withstanding his strike. One berserker, realizing escape was impossible, narrowed his eyes and let out a furious roar, swinging his battle axe towards Blood One. Blood One did not evade. Instead, he countered with a thrust, piercing through the berserker's skull. With a slight exertion, he cast aside the corpse still impaled on his spear, which then crashed heavily upon a shaman attempting to stealthily cast a spell to ambush Blood One. The weight of the berserker's body, combined with Blood One's forceful throw, resulted in the 5th-tier shaman being crushed to death. Although magic units possess high attack power, their frail bodies are significantly weaker than those of the orc infantry. In no time, all of the Orc Legion's over 4,000 fleeing soldiers met their demise at the hands of Blood One and the Blood Frenzy Lancers. It had been a long time since Blood One had experienced such exhilarating slaughter. What sheer delight! He emitted a maniacal laugh. And the other Blood Frenzy Lancers mirrored his ecstasy, their faces adorned with a fanatical grin. The Blood Frenzy Lancers were indeed Fang Yuan's most battle-hardened and bloodthirsty troops. Blood One dismounted from his nightmare beast, meticulously inspecting the orc corpses strewn across the ground, collecting soul gems while also ensuring no orc's feigned death. Should a fallen orc's body be left unattended on the ground for a day, it would vanish without a trace. This peculiar phenomenon could be considered a unique law of this world, akin to automatic respawning in online games. Before long, Fallen One returned with the Fallen Angels, clutching a collection of soul gems, all acquired from the surviving Wind Riders and Bat Riders. After the onset of war, the Fallen Angels had been dispatched by Blood One to eliminate those who had managed to survive. To be frank, the primary ability of the Fallen Angels is to resurrect allies. However, since their recruitment, not a single individual in the territory has perished. The resurrection magic of the Fallen Angels has yet to be invoked even once. Consequently, their primary task has become the search for deserters and serving as aerial support. Gradually, the Fallen Angels grew accustomed to this role. As the Wind Riders and Bat Riders approached the war fortress, they sustained significant casualties from the long-range attacks of the Blackrock sharpshooters, resulting in over half of their numbers being lost. At that moment, the orc flying units opted to retreat, seeking a location slightly distanced from the battlefield to land, intending to tend to their injuries and soothe their frightened mounts. However, the Fallen Angels soon tracked them down. As 10th-tier units, they faced a total of 500 5th-tier Wind Riders and 4th-tier Bat Riders. In no time, the Fallen Angels concluded the battle, efficiently eliminating the remaining Wind Riders and Bat Riders. Chapter 112, The Secret Treasure of the Kingdom of Dawn. Except for one orc, all others were vanquished, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Orc Legion. The battle axe remained concealed on a small hill 1,000 meters from the battlefield, cautiously peeking through the grass to observe the movements of Blood One and his cohorts. After the battle commenced, The battle axe had charged alongside the Orc Legion until he witnessed the Wind Riders and other aerial units being struck by enemy projectiles and plummeting from the sky. The Orc Legion's commander, due to his own limitations, was unable to discern how the Wind Riders had fallen. In stark contrast, the battle axe, being a 7th-tier hero, possessed acute sensory perception. He clearly observed how the Wind Riders were struck down from an extraordinary distance by the enemy's ranged units in a single, lethal shot. These were 5th-tier Wind Riders, unable to withstand even a single arrow. Such extraordinary range and formidable attack power indicated that the enemy's units were likely of 8th tier or higher. Witnessing this scene, the battle axe furrowed his brow, and taking advantage of the surrounding distractions, stealthily disengaged from the Orc Legion and concealed himself. The evidence soon proved that the battle axe's judgment was indeed accurate. Tens of thousands of orcs surged forth, akin to wild boars, only to be mercilessly slaughtered by their adversaries. The duration of the entire battle did not exceed 30 minutes. A fully equipped legion of orcs was utterly annihilated, with no survivors left. The war axe felt a chill run down its spine, and beads of cold sweat trickled down its green, beastly visage. The strength of the enemy was far beyond what it had anticipated, multiple times more formidable. Although the opposing army was fewer in number, each combat unit was undoubtedly of an 8th-tier caliber. Unless there existed units capable of countering them or units of equal level, it would require 100-fold of combat units to employ a numerical tactic to vanquish them. Taking a deep breath, the war axe was flooded with a myriad of thoughts. It could not fathom why such a powerful territory would emerge in the Forgotten Lands. Furthermore, this territory could not have existed for long. It must have appeared recently. Otherwise, when the war axe tribe was still intact, they would have surely discovered the emergence of a new territory in the Forgotten Lands. Could it be that the legend of the treasure in the Forgotten Lands was true? Suddenly, the war axe recalled a widely circulated legend on the chaotic continent. A tale concerning the Forgotten Lands. Had they perhaps uncovered the treasure of the Kingdom of Dawn? The more the war axe pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could the enemy's territorial strength develop so terrifyingly in such a short span of time? Cautiously, the war axe retracted its head, preparing to return immediately to the Orc Empire to disseminate the news of the Kingdom of Dawn's treasure. The value of the treasure surpassed that of 100 large resource points, and it was believed that many chieftains of the larger orc tribes would harbor significant interest in the treasure of the Kingdom of Dawn. The war axe did not intend to return to the Butcher tribe. With the annihilation of the Orc Legion, the Butcher would likely vent their fury upon it. The war axe was far from foolish. Returning to the Butcher tribe would surely result in its own demise, as the Butcher had long held a grudge against it. Eager to see it eliminated, rather than return to suffer, it was more prudent to seize this opportunity to ally with other chieftains of tribes. If the treasure of the Kingdom of Dawn truly existed, no orc could resist its allure. The legend spoke of artifacts contained within the treasure of the Kingdom of Dawn. The war axe believed that merely uttering the word artifact would compel the chieftains of the Orc Empire, whether they believed it or not, to dispatch scouts to investigate the Forgotten Lands. At that juncture, a conflict with the Fang Yuan territory would be inevitable, and it would then be considered a successful act of vengeance. The war axe sprinted towards the north, direction of the Orc Empire, remaining vigilant of its surroundings. Fearful of an ambush, unbeknownst to the war axe, a figure stealthily emerged from the shadows behind it, quietly clinging to its back. Suddenly sensing something amiss, the war axe was taken aback in alarm. It halted, disregarding whatever had crawled onto its back, and without a moment's thought, swung its axe fiercely towards its rear. It showed no concern for the risk of inflicting harm upon itself. The axe, imbued with a menacing aura, swung towards the Shadow Walker, who merely raised a hand, effortlessly deflecting the attack. The war axe's countenance turned grave as it attempted to withdraw its weapon for another strike, but regardless of the effort exerted, it could not pry the weapon from the Shadow Walker's grasp. Impossible. Could the opponent's strength surpass mine? The war axe's expression darkened. Was the adversary also a hero? With no time to contemplate further, the war axe, seasoned by countless battles, unleashed a heart-wrenching roar, a translucent sound wave emanating from it, expanding outward. 7th tier martial skill, Barbaric Roar. Activating this skill could inflict stunning damage upon enemies within a 2-meter radius. The Shadow Walker faltered for a brief second under the influence of the Barbaric Roar. Seizing the moment, the war axe swiftly reclaimed its weapon from the Shadow Walker and freed itself from the shadowy clutches. Instead of fleeing, the war axe took a deep breath, leaped 3 meters into the air, weapon raised high above its head, and struck down heavily towards the Shadow Walker. 7th tier martial skill, Tear Slash. The Shadow Walker remained expressionless. Raising a hand with ease, the shadows on the ground sprang to life, with a dark figure swiftly lunging forward, piercing through the descending war axe. 10th tier magic, Destructive Shadow. Manipulating shadows, it unleashed shadow energy into the area directly ahead, inflicting damage upon enemies within that zone. As the shadow that pierced the war axe dissipated, it crashed heavily to the ground, clinging to life. The Shadow Walker approached the war axe slowly, speaking in a low voice. I have certain inquiries for you. It would be wise for you to answer truthfully. I can grant you a swift end. The war axe, struck by the 10th tier magic and having fallen heavily, was on the brink of death. It glared fiercely at the Shadow Walker, defiantly stating, "Kill me if you must. I will not answer your questions." The war axe knew it was unlikely to escape death today. No matter the inquiries posed by the Shadow Walker, it would remain resolute in silence. The Shadow Walker, unfazed, withdrew a wooden container from its person, unveiling a high-grade healing potion. With the cup of life in hand, the Fang Yuan territory was no longer in want of healing potions. The warehouse was stocked abundantly. Any inhabitants wishing to heal could simply procure what they needed, apart from the relatively weaker fox girls, who occasionally suffered minor injuries. The other 10th tier units within the territory possessed astonishing physical prowess. Not only did they rarely sustain injuries, but even ailments like colds were unheard of. Chapter 113, Resurrection. The Shadow Walker, possessing a vial of high-grade healing potion, had no intention of using it for itself. As an intelligence operative under Fang Yuan, the Shadow Walker gathered information through various means, not limited to merely eavesdropping from the shadows. In dire circumstances, they employed special methods to extract intelligence. Now was the perfect opportunity to utilize such methods. The Shadow Walker forcefully pried open the war axe's mouth, dripping several drops of the healing potion into it. And within moments, the war axe, once on the brink of death, was revitalized. The wounds on its body healed at a visibly rapid pace. And in the blink of an eye, it was nearly whole again. Before the war axe could fully comprehend the situation, the Shadow Walker employed a binding spell, immobilizing the war axe. Then, wielding its weapon, the Shadow Walker inflicted several deep, 5 centimeter long, 3 centimeter deep gashes upon the war axe's body. The excruciating pain ensued. Yet the war axe was powerless against the binding spell. It could only glare with fury, gritting its teeth tightly, fixating its gaze upon the Shadow Walker. As the war axe neared the brink of unconsciousness, the Shadow Walker would pry open its mouth once more, administering additional drops of the healing potion, and before long, the war axe was restored to its former state. The Shadow Walker proceeded to torment the war axe with its weapon. No being could endure an endless cycle of suffering. The Shadow Walker understood well that it would not be long before the war axe could no longer withstand the torment and would be compelled to confess. The Orc Empire. The Bloody Highlands, Butcher Tribe. At that moment, the Butcher was entwined with the most beautiful maiden of its tribe. The Butcher lay upon the bed, cradling a 2-meter-tall, muscular orc maiden, her entire body adorned with a thick coat of black fur. After a passionate encounter, the orc girl fell into a deep slumber, emitting thunderous snores, with a bubble of mucus rising and falling at her nose in rhythm. As he caressed the dense hair on her legs, a smug smile unconsciously crept onto the Butcher's lips. Such a stunning beauty could only be possessed by the strong within the orc tribe. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed from outside the bedroom. "Chief, something terrible has happened." The Butcher furrowed his brow and coldly replied, "Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing me at this hour? Are you seeking death?" The orc infantryman outside hastily responded, "Chief, just moments ago, a multitude of warrior souls appeared in the Soul Rest. It must be from the Legion dispatched to the Forgotten Lands 3 days ago that has encountered disaster." "What?" The Butcher's voice suddenly escalated, and he sprang from the bed without even donning his clothes, striding out of the bedroom towards the location of the Soul Rest within the tribe. The Soul Rest was a unique structure of the orc race, capable of collecting the souls of fallen warriors and consuming resources to resurrect the deceased. The appearance of the Soul Rest resembled an altar, where the spirits of the slain would gather above. If their souls were not resurrected within a week, they would dissipate. At that moment, a vast number of souls, nearly 10,000, were congregating above the Soul Rest. In recent days, aside from the Orc Legion sent to the Forgotten Lands, no other military forces had ventured forth. Therefore, these souls undoubtedly belonged to the Orc Legion from the Forgotten Lands. The Butcher's expression grew grim as he surveyed the scene. For days had elapsed since their departure, and if the Orc Legion had marched hastily, they should have reached the Forgotten Lands by now. Last night, the Orc Legion had arrived at the border of the Forgotten Lands, and the Legion commander had used a communication scroll to contact the Butcher, reporting their status and indicating they would rest for the night before launching an assault on all territories of the Forgotten Lands at dawn. They intended to obliterate all factions within that realm. Yet, mere hours had passed, and the entire legion of 10,000 orcs had perished, leaving only their souls to return. The Butcher exhaled heavily, regaining his composure, and coldly commanded, "Fetch the High Priest at once." An orc infantryman promptly sought out the High Priest. Shortly thereafter, an elderly High Priest, frail and stooped, clad in a beastly robe, approached the Soul Rest with trembling steps. The High Priest held a position just beneath the chief within the orc tribe, typically filled by the wisest and most powerful shaman. In some tribes, the High Priest's status even surpassed that of the chieftain. Before the High Priest, the Butcher relinquished his arrogant demeanor, approaching with utmost respect and softly inquiring, "High Priest, I beseech your assistance in resurrecting a few souls." The resurrection of souls at the Soul Rest required the shaman to officiate the ceremony and offer sacrifices for success. The high priest nodded, saying little, and retrieved 5 soul essences from within his robe, placing them upon the altar of the soul rest. He then murmured an incantation, and a flash of white light enveloped the area, causing the 5 soul essences to vanish. Soul essences were an incredibly precious resource, comparable to soul stones, where 1,000 soul stones could be combined to form a single soul essence. These essences served as the sacrificial offerings necessary for the resurrection of ordinary units. Subsequently, the high priest extended a gnarled finger, gently selecting 5 of the floating souls, which gradually descended onto the altar. Another blinding flash of white light erupted, and as it faded, 5 resurrected orcs materialized upon the altar. These 5 were none other than the Legion commander, 2 vice commanders, the shaman captain, and the wind rider captain of the orc legion. The expenditure of soul essences to resurrect ordinary units was an extravagant waste. The soul rest served 2 primary functions within the orc tribe, to tally the fallen warriors and to resurrect significant ordinary soldiers. The butcher had only chosen to resurrect the most powerful orcs from the legion, having no intention of spending soul essences on the others. The orc legion commander gazed around in confusion, mirrored by the bewilderment of the other 4 resurrected orcs, as if they had yet to fully awaken from the state of resurrection. The butcher, indifferent to their state, approached the legion commander with a dark expression and growled, "Tell me what transpired." Upon seeing the butcher's menacing demeanor, the recently resurrected orcs finally regained their senses and trembled, kneeling on the ground in fear. They understood all too well that the failure of this war had resulted in the annihilation of the entire orc legion. The wrathful butcher would undoubtedly seek to unleash his fury upon them. What awaited them was a torment far worse than death. Chapter 114, The Delayed Reward. The butcher's methods of torture were far more sophisticated and cruel than those of the Shadow Walkers. In response to the butcher's inquiry, the Legion commander took a deep breath and slowly recounted the events. The butcher's expression darkened further as the commander spoke, his face growing increasingly grim. Ultimately, before the commander could finish, the butcher interrupted with a loud exclamation. "Enough, you worthless fools. A legion of 10,000 could not overcome a mere few hundred of the enemy." The commander attempted to defend himself, but the butcher had no interest in explanations. He sought only to vent his rage. "Take them all to the slaughterhouse," the butcher commanded coldly. Several orc infantrymen stepped forward to escort the recently resurrected orcs away. The legion commander exhaled heavily. Though filled with resentment, he recognized the futility of resistance. Defying the butcher would lead to a fate far more terrifying than death itself. They merely needed to endure for a time, waiting for the butcher's fury to subside before being released. The butcher's eyes glimmered with a strange light. He realized he had indeed underestimated the situation. He had not anticipated that the territory of the Forgotten Lands would possess such formidable strength, boasting hundreds of high-level units. Yet, no matter how high their levels, they were merely a few hundred. With additional legions employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers, they could be defeated. It appeared that the entire tribe would need to mobilize to have any hope of overcoming the mysterious forces within the Forgotten Lands. The butcher was prepared for revenge, motivated both by the desire to seize the large resource points of the Forgotten Lands and to eliminate future threats, while also seeking to uncover why that territory possessed such extraordinary strength. According to the Battle Axe's account, that mysterious force had only recently emerged. It was inconceivable that they could become so powerful in such a short span. There must be a secret behind it. As he pondered, he wondered idly about the fate of the Battle Axe. Whether he lived or died mattered little to the butcher. Suddenly, the high priest spoke. "Chief, was the place you waged war against the Forgotten Lands?" The high priest of the orc tribe, often engrossed in totemic arts, was seldom seen and was not well informed about the affairs within the tribe. It is said that the high priest, whose age is unknown, has held the position since the time of the butcher's grandfather, serving as the shaman of the tribe until the present day. Before the high priest, the butcher would not dare exhibit any semblance of disrespect, for the high priest is regarded as the most formidable figure in the butcher tribe, wielding the strength of a 9th-tier shaman. Although the butcher is a hero, he stands at merely the 8th tier, one level beneath the high priest. In the orc tribes, where strength reigns supreme, the butcher holds the high priest in high regard. Indeed, there exists a significant resource point in the Forgotten Lands that I sought to claim for myself, yet I failed. However, they shall not be so fortunate next time. The butcher mused darkly. Speaking of the Forgotten Lands, it brings to mind the legends surrounding the treasures of the Kingdom of Dawn. The high priest murmured, pondering the authenticity of the treasure's existence, recalling the dreams of once venturing into the Forgotten Lands in search of riches, only to find nothing in the end. At the high priest's reminder, the butcher too recalled the legends of the Kingdom of Dawn's treasure, a tale known to nearly every race across the chaotic continent. The legend of the treasure, coupled with the enigmatic forces within the Forgotten Lands, stirred the butcher's imagination. Could it be that the treasure's legend is indeed true? In the Forgotten Lands, on the Forgotten Plains, Fang Yuan lay leisurely upon the soft, pale thighs of Sakura, who would occasionally feed him delicacies, bringing morsels to his lips while he reveled in the moment. beneath the azure sky and amidst the fluffy white clouds. The enchanting kitsune maiden made Fang Yuan feel that his life was indeed worthwhile. Glancing at the time, he noted that noon was approaching, and it was time for lunch. He wondered whether the battle at the war fortress had concluded and if CE and the others would return in time for their meal. Suddenly, a familiar notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, Lord Fang Yuan, on completing the trial task. Reward, 1 mysterious treasure chest. The trial task has been completed? Could it be that the Shadow Walker has slain the orc chieftain who escaped last time? Before Fang Yuan could ponder further, a mysterious treasure chest materialized before him. Let us open the treasure chest first. It is of utmost importance. Fang Yuan decided, setting aside his thoughts. Opening the chest yields an ordinary hero class badge, Alchemist, triggering a 100-fold amplification to become a legendary hero class badge, Alchemist. Opening the chest yields a white building blueprint, Goblin Shop, triggering a 100-fold amplification to become a dark gold building blueprint, Mysterious Shop. Opening the chest yields 1,000 black crystal coins, triggering a 100-fold amplification to become 100,000 black crystal coins. Hero Class Badge. Using this badge allows one to change class to a special profession without undergoing the trial space. Alchemist. Legendary, a special profession capable of concocting potions, crafting magical items, and controlling mechanical puppets. Fang Yuan toyed with a pale gold badge inscribed with the design of a potion and an alchemical staff. This is indeed the Hero Class Badge. With it, he could bypass the trial space and directly become the hero, Alchemist. He carefully stowed away the Alchemist badge and turned his gaze to the next item. Mysterious Shop, 100,000 black crystal coins. The Mysterious Shop stands as the most extraordinary building blueprint Fang Yuan has encountered thus far, requiring no resources. Only 100,000 black crystal coins for construction. Fortunately, the last item from the mysterious treasure chest provided him with 1,000 black crystal coins, amplified to 100,000. This was sufficient to construct the mysterious shop. Just as Fang Yuan pondered where to place the shop, CE and the others returned to the territory. An hour prior, they had concluded their battle, clearing the battlefield of all valuable items. Half of the soldiers remained at the war fortress while the rest returned to the territory. Proud of the victory achieved by his warriors, Fang Yuan personally greeted CE and the others at the city gates to celebrate their triumphant return. CE, maintaining a calm demeanor, approached Fang Yuan and quietly reported, "My lord, we completely annihilated the invading Orc Legion, slaying over 10,000 enemies and acquiring 10,000 soul gems, countless weapons and armor, along with some miscellaneous items." Fang Yuan nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face as he replied, "Well done. Your efforts are greatly appreciated." At Fang Yuan's commendation, a rare smile broke across CE's face. To celebrate his army's victory, Fang Yuan decided to host a banquet. The kitsune maids busied themselves preparing a feast. Before the banquet commenced, Fang Yuan suggested that CE and the others enjoy a soak in the hot springs to alleviate their fatigue and restore their energy. At that moment, Inshur, who had been dispatched to assassinate the Axe tribe's chieftain, approached Fang Yuan. "Inshur, what brings you here? Are you not going to enjoy the hot springs?" Fang Yuan inquired curiously. Inshur replied softly, "My lord, I have something to report." "What is it?" Chapter 115, The Villain. Inshur spoke solemnly. "Before I killed the Axe chieftain, I overheard him mention a legend regarding a treasure in the Forgotten Lands. The treasure of the Kingdom of Dawn." It was evident that Fang Yuan was intrigued by the treasure, prompting Inshur to continue. "Centuries ago, an expedition team discovered a treasure map within ancient ruins, which clearly indicated that somewhere in the Forgotten Lands lies the treasure of the Kingdom of Dawn. One must solve the riddles of the treasure map to uncover its location. However, the puzzles of the treasure map are exceedingly difficult, and to this day, no one has managed to decipher them. With the passage of centuries, the treasure of the Kingdom of Dawn has remained undiscovered. The legend claims that it contains many priceless artifacts, and most importantly, it is said to house a divine artifact. Over the years, numerous adventurers and treasure seekers have ventured into the Forgotten Lands in search of the treasure, yet the region is vast and treacherous. Aside from the treasure map, there are no other clues to the treasure of the Kingdom of Dawn. Without the ability to solve the map's riddles, one cannot ascertain the specific coordinates of the treasure, nor can one locate it. Lacking even a single clue, they flounder about the Forgotten Lands like headless flies, unable to find the treasure. Gradually, few dared to seek treasure in the Forgotten Lands, and the treasure of the Kingdom of Dawn became one of the 10 great legends of the chaotic continent. This information was gleaned from the chieftain of the Axe tribe through interrogation. "Well done. Not only did you eliminate the Axe chieftain, but you also acquired valuable intelligence regarding the treasure," Fang Yuan praised. The Shadow Walker's entire face was concealed beneath a black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing with crimson light. Though his facial expressions were hidden, the crescent-shaped curve of his eyes indicated that Inshur was pleased to receive praise. With a smile, Fang Yuan encouraged, "Go now, enjoy the hot springs and relax. We shall hold a banquet at noon." "At your command, my lord." Inshur melted into the shadows at his feet and vanished. If the treasure of the Kingdom of Dawn truly exists, Fang Yuan would not allow it to slip through his fingers. If it were located elsewhere, it would be one matter, but since the treasure lies within the Forgotten Lands, his domain, he would certainly not let it go. Speaking of treasures, Fang Yuan suddenly remembered Black Dragon Chili. Oddly, she had not been seen all morning. Could she still be sleeping in? This is unacceptable. The sun is already high in the sky, yet you still lie in bed? It's almost time for a meal. Fang Yuan strode directly toward the cottage where Chili resided. For the sake of convenience in writing her, he had arranged for her to live in a dwelling not far from his lordess manor. Upon reaching the door of Chili's cottage, he pushed it open and discovered Chili half buried in her blankets, snugly wrapped, with her long, fair legs exposed. Chili was propped up, her rear end in the air, seemingly engaged in some mysterious activity beneath the covers. Hearing the door creak open, she hastily emerged from her cocoon. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, her expression shifted, quickly replaced by a disingenuous smile as she inquired, "Master, do you need something?" Her peculiar behavior immediately aroused Fang Yuan's suspicion. There was definitely something amiss. Ever since Chili had become his mount, she had harbored resentment toward him, having descended from the lofty heights of dragonkind to the status of a mere steed. A situation that surely left her discontented. Although Chili remained silent, Fang Yuan was certain she was cursing him internally. Typically, she embodied a proud demeanor, yet today, her attitude had inexplicably shifted, calling him master, which was a clear indication of something awry. Moreover, her clandestine actions beneath the covers were suspicious. Was she perhaps attempting to curse him with a voodoo doll? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Fang Yuan pressed, "What were you doing just now?" "I was merely sleeping, nothing suspicious at all." Chili blinked her enchanting eyes, attempting to feign innocence. "Humph, you still deny it? You called it suspicious yourself. And who sleeps with their rear end in the air?" Fang Yuan probed further. Chili's eyes flickered as she explained, "As a dragon, we sleep on our stomachs." Still trying to argue? Fang Yuan stepped forward and declared, "While I may not know much about dragons, which dragon would sleep with their behind swaying? It's evident you're not a proper dragon." "That is nonsense. I'm perfectly proper." Chili pouted. Suddenly, Fang Yuan noticed something hidden behind her, something she seemed reluctant to reveal. "What are you hiding back there? Show me." As Chili was bound by her status as Fang Yuan's mount, she was unable to defy his commands and could only obediently present the item concealed behind her. To his disappointment, what she revealed were several red gemstones. "Ah, how disappointing. I was expecting a voodoo doll meant to curse me," Fang Yuan remarked. "By your tone, you seem quite let down." Chili retorted helplessly. Fang Yuan was not a masochist. As long as it wasn't a cursed doll, he was content. Yet, he couldn't fathom why she had been so secretive over mere gemstones. "Where did you acquire these gems?" The rubies were irregularly shaped, suggesting they hadn't come from the warehouse. "Just a few days ago. When you took me out of the territory, I found them while you weren't paying attention in the mountains," Chili murmured. Fang Yuan recalled that dragons had an affinity for glittering treasures, be it gold, silver, or gems. Anything that sparkled was a delight to them. He smiled lightly. "Since you are fond of them, why not tell me? Our warehouse is filled with many gems and riches. I can certainly gift you some." "Humph, you wicked man. How can you say that?" Chili playfully protested. "You've emptied my treasured hoard that I worked so hard to accumulate. And now you force me to be your mount, riding me daily without a moment's respite." Fang Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment at her words, recalling how he had indeed taken all her hard-earned treasures. When Chili had stormed into his territory demanding restitution, he had subdued her and bound her as his steed. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he explained, "You're still young. I fear you might not handle such wealth responsibly, so I'm safeguarding it for you until you come of age." Dragons lived for centuries. Reaching maturity at around 200 years, Chili, at 168, was akin to a 16-year-old girl on Earth. Chapter 116. The Communication Gem According to Dragon Lore. Chili would not be considered an adult until she reached 200 years. Fang Yuan's reasoning was reminiscent of parents deceiving children with the excuse of saving their New Year's money. Although Chili was unfamiliar with the concept of New Year's money, she understood that even when she came of age, reclaiming her treasures would be a formidable challenge. Gently, Fang Yuan added, "If you cherish treasure, feel free to take some gems, gold, or silver from our warehouse to decorate your room or even to lay upon your bed." Since acquiring the cursed mine, Fang Yuan had never lacked for minerals. Daily, Titans extracted vast quantities of basic resources like stone, coal, and brass, alongside smaller amounts of rare resources such as gold, silver, and gems. Furthermore, with an auxiliary territory managed by the foxwoman Xiaobai, resources were plentiful. Thus, Fang Yuan had no shortage of gold or silver to spare. If it pleased Chili, he was more than willing to indulge her modest whims. "Really? Thank you, master," Chili exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Fang Yuan's embrace. He could feel her soft body wriggling restlessly against him. "All right, quickly dress. We have a banquet to attend shortly. Hurry," he urged. "Yes, master. I'll change and be right out," Chili sweetly replied. Once Fang Yuan departed, Chili immediately donned a different expression, her eyes turning cold, devoid of the previous charming demeanor. "Excellent. It seems I have not been discovered. She sighed in relief. Fang Yuan's sudden arrival had caught her off guard, and she feared she had almost been exposed. Fortunately, she had swiftly concocted an excuse involving the red gemstones to evade suspicion. From her bosom, she produced a ruby still warm to the touch, distinct from the others, shaped like a hexagon and inscribed with mysterious magical runes. Only a few final steps remained to complete the communication gem, after which she would be able to contact the Black Dragon clan and summon her kin for rescue. Since becoming Fang Yuan's mount, Chili had not entertained a single day without yearning to escape his clutches. The sole way to dissolve the binding contract of her servitude was to compel Fang Yuan to voluntarily release her. Presently, her only recourse was to alert her kin, to inform them of her subjugation, and rally the dragon comrades to rescue her. Thankfully, Chili possessed the skill to craft communication gems, magical artifacts that functioned similarly to communication scrolls, allowing for long-distance messaging. The only distinction being that communication gems were one-time use artifacts that would shatter after a single utilization. For Chili, one opportunity was all she needed. Once the Black Dragon Legion arrived at Fang Yuan's territory, obliterating everything in their path, vanquishing all his subordinates, and capturing Fang Yuan, she could compel him to annul the mount contract, thus securing her freedom. In that moment, Chili vowed to turn Fang Yuan into her own slave, making the despicable man endure her whims, forcing him to pamper her every night, relishing in the torment of his servitude. As she contemplated this, a peculiar smile crept across Chili's face, and she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. She seemed to envision Fang Yuan kneeling on the ground, humbly licking her petite feet, like a little dog wagging its tail in eager submission. Suddenly, Fang Yuan burst through the door, saying, "By the way, Chili, have you heard of the treasure of the Dawn Kingdom?" Startled, Chili nearly dropped the communication gem she held, taking a deep breath. Upon turning, she adorned her face with a sweet smile and replied, "Of course I have. The treasure of the Dawn Kingdom is one of the top 10 legends of the chaotic continent. Almost every intelligent race has heard of it. Could you elaborate on that?" Fang Yuan inquired. "Certainly, my master." Chili beamed, though internally she cursed her luck. She couldn't fathom why Fang Yuan had returned after finally leaving, only to question her about the treasure of the Dawn Kingdom. She nearly revealed the existence of the communication gem and the words she had just spoken to herself. Surely, Fang Yuan hadn't overheard everything. With this thought, Chili felt a pang of anxiety but masked it expertly. She clutched the unfinished communication gem tightly, determined not to let Fang Yuan discover it. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly punish her severely. "Is something the matter? You seem a bit off and quite nervous," Fang Yuan observed. Chili hastily explained, "It's nothing. I'm just recalling information about the treasure of the Dawn Kingdom." Fearing that Fang Yuan might sense something amiss, she eagerly divulged all the knowledge she possessed. The Dawn Kingdom was a powerful human nation thousands of years ago, but one day, it mysteriously vanished, along with all its citizens and royal family, leaving even the main city untraceable. It was as if they had evaporated from existence. Such a mysterious occurrence drew numerous adventurers to investigate, yet ultimately, they found nothing. No one uncovered any clues regarding the enigmatic disappearance of the Dawn Kingdom. Years later, someone discovered a city of the Dawn Kingdom within some ruins, bizarrely situated underground. Although the city was found, the humans who once inhabited it were nowhere to be seen. Evidence suggested that not long ago, people had lived there, with steaming food still adorning the tables in the homes. Since then, adventurers and explorers have frequently stumbled upon various cities belonging to the Dawn Kingdom in caves, ruins, and underground, where every item remained intact. Yet the humans had vanished without a trace. It was not until 300 years ago that an explorer discovered a treasure map of the Dawn Kingdom. It is known that before the War of the Gods, the Dawn Kingdom was the mightiest force on the entire chaotic continent, bar none. Over the years, many cities of the Dawn Kingdom have been found, yet the main city remains elusive. The royal treasury of the Dawn Kingdom was constructed within the palace of the main city, where all of its precious treasures are safeguarded. Thousands of years ago, when the Dawn Kingdom dominated the chaotic continent, who knows how many rare treasures and artifacts they amassed. Solving the riddles inscribed on the treasure map would reveal the precise coordinates of the main city of the Dawn Kingdom. The Land of Oblivion was not always known as such. It was once called the Land of Dawn. The main city of the Dawn Kingdom is situated in the Land of Oblivion. Unfortunately, after the mysterious disappearance of the Dawn Kingdom, all resources in the Land of Dawn were completely exhausted, leaving it devoid of resources and attracting no visitors to this desolate expanse. Gradually, the Land of Dawn was forgotten, transforming into the Land of Oblivion. Initially, many adventurers ventured into the Land of Oblivion, hoping to locate the main city of the Dawn Kingdom. They even dug to great depths, overturning the very soil of the Land of Oblivion, scouring every inch, yet no trace of the main city was ever discovered. That treasure map remains the sole clue to finding the main city of the Dawn Kingdom. As a greedy dragon, Chili harbored a keen interest in the legendary treasures of the Dawn Kingdom. Thus, she had previously sought information regarding the treasures, leading her to uncover so many secrets. After hearing Chili's tale, Fang Yuan pondered, Are there still other humans on the chaotic continent? Since his arrival, he had believed that only various other races populated the land, unaware of the existence of other humans. Of course, you are a human, aren't you? Chili exclaimed in surprise. Are you not one? Fang Yuan shook his head. I am indeed human, just unaware that there are others on the chaotic continent. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Who currently possesses the treasure map? The location of the main city of the Dawn Kingdom must be extraordinary. It could not simply be buried underground. The intelligent races of the continent are not foolish, though the land of oblivion appears vast. Thoroughly exploring the entire region and searching every possible spot would not be a considerable challenge for certain large tribes or powerful factions. To find the main city of the Dawn Kingdom, one must unravel the riddle of the only clue, the treasure map. Chili pondered for a moment before responding. The treasure map should currently be in the hands of the president of the Mysterious Merchant Guild. The Mysterious Merchant Guild? What kind of organization is that? Fang Yuan opened a treasure chest, revealing a blueprint for a mysterious shop. He wondered whether there was a connection between the mysterious shop and the Mysterious Merchant Guild. The Mysterious Merchant Guild is one of the 8 major guilds on the continent. They are known for their elusive nature, often only encountered by chance in the wild. And the quality of their goods is shrouded in uncertainty. One might stumble upon mundane equipment or, with luck, even uncover dark gold gear. I see, Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed from Chili's dwelling. Once Fang Yuan had left, Chili exhaled in relief. She had been on the verge of a panic. Fearing that Fang Yuan might discover the communication gem, her grip on the gem had turned her small hands crimson, and transforming into her human form had significantly weakened her physical strength. A slight exertion caused her to flush. Thankfully, the communication gem remained intact. Just then, Fang Yuan unexpectedly re-entered, asking, Chili, do you prefer roasted lamb chops or roasted beef steaks? Chili jumped, dropping the communication gem, which rolled a few times before coming to a halt. Fang Yuan did not notice the gem on the floor, but instead focused on Chili, inquiring. The Fox girls are preparing for a barbecue. Which do you prefer? Chili, feeling stiff and anxious, replied, I like them both. All right then. Fang Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Having said that, he once more exited Chili's dwelling. Thankfully, it seemed he had not discovered anything. Chili breathed a heavy sigh of relief, quickly picking up the communication gem and stowing it away carefully. For the upcoming banquet, Fang Yuan had instructed the Fox girls to prepare an array of delectable dishes. With the addition of a mill in Fang Yuan's territory, they could grind wheat into flour and beets into sugar. The variety and quality of food in the territory had significantly improved. Besides the main territory, Fang Yuan also remembered the subordinate territories and war fortresses, instructing the Fox girls to prepare ample food and fruit wine, sending Chili to deliver these treats so that everyone could enjoy the delicious fare crafted by the Fox girls. Once sated and content, Fang Yuan reclined in a chair, retrieving the Lord's book to access the regional channel. Originally, Fang Yuan had intended to capture a photograph to share on the regional channel. However, he astutely sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the channel today. Damn it, Zhao Feng, you scoundrel. We agreed on peaceful development. Yet, you seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on me. Spare me your feigned innocence. Do you think I am unaware of your malicious reconnaissance in my territory? You have harbored ill intentions from the very beginning. I merely acted preemptively. Zhao Feng, cease your empty bluster. When have I ever dispatched militia to scout your territory? If you wish to declare war, then speak plainly. Do not resort to veiled accusations against me. Accuse me? What a jest. It was you who sent your militia into my lands. I witnessed it all clearly and even captured photographs as evidence, see attached. The figures in your photographs are not even my militia. Our region is not solely under my dominion. Why do you not suspect the others? I instructed my militia to track yours, and they returned to your territory. Do you still deny it? It truly was not me. Someone must be framing me. Irrespective, one of us must fall. It is either your demise or mine. Very well, as if I fear you, let us engage in battle. I beseech for weaponry, to procure arms. Esteemed lords, my territory is utterly devoid of resources. I implore your mercy. I merely wish to cultivate my lands in peace and harbor no desire for conflict. Do not provoke me, for I am not easily trifled with. Oh dear, what wrong has Sweetie done to deserve such treatment? Is there no kind-hearted gentleman who could bestow upon me a few pieces of weaponry? Today, I am resolved to end Sweetie's existence, for it was she who sold me an XXL-sized piece of lingerie. All the food I painstakingly saved was deceitfully taken from me. Woe is me. The struggle among the lords has just commenced, and all are still in a state of observation. Except for the reckless Zhao Quan, no one has dared to initiate combat. As days passed, all began to grasp the rules, secretly dispatching militias to scout enemy territories. Should an adversary prove weaker, they would not hesitate to mobilize, plundering resources without remorse. A few even launched assaults on rival territories, leading to confrontations en route, igniting battles. Numerous individuals risked nighttime ambushes, braving the threat of nocturnal beasts. During this period, the sale of weaponry soared to unprecedented heights. Many commenced arming themselves, upgrading barracks, recruiting troops, and expanding their forces. Some sought self-preservation, while others aimed for conquest and plunder. This morning, dozens of skirmishes erupted, resulting in the deaths of at least 1,000 militia and other units. Chapter 118, The Mysterious Shop. This very morning, numerous clashes erupted. These were minor skirmishes, not full-scale wars, primarily serving as tests of strength. After all, none are foolish. Each lord has 3 or 4 others encircling their territory. Should 2 lords engage in total war, they would undoubtedly exert their utmost, resulting in either your demise or mine. Even if victorious, their own territory would be gravely weakened, allowing the remaining lords to capitalize on their vulnerability. In such times, forming alliances emerges as the most prudent choice. Following the onset of the lordly conflict, the Lord's Book introduced an allies page, permitting contracts for alliances with other lords. Once allied, one cannot initiate aggression against their allies. Any breach of this covenant incurs severe repercussions. However, to forge an alliance, one requires an ally token. Consuming an ally token allows for the establishment of an alliance with a designated lord. As for where to acquire these tokens, that remains a mystery. After vanquishing the Orc Legion, the survivors scoured the battlefield, claiming over 10,000 weapons and armor, which the lavasmith could restore at the blacksmith shop for resale at a handsome price on the regional channel. During this time, many sought Fang Yuan to purchase weaponry. He amassed considerable resources merely from selling stone spears and shields. Indeed, war profits the most handsomely, Fang Yuan mused. In this realm devoid of morality and law, should one's territory fall, becoming a captive of another, the fate is bound to be dire. At that juncture, death would be the sweetest release, especially for the beautiful female lords, whose capture foretells an exceedingly grim conclusion. Presently, all lords in the channel are too preoccupied with expanding their armies to focus on developing their territories. In addition to weaponry, many are in desperate need of food and various resources. Numerous individuals even offer prices exceeding market value for arms. Fang Yuan seized the opportunity, listing a substantial amount of food and weapons, effortlessly amassing vast resources. After the banquet, Fang Yuan approached an open space within his territory, flipping to the construction page, preparing to establish the mysterious shop. The mysterious shop is the most exceptional structure Fang Yuan has encountered. It requires no resources aside from black crystal coins, demanding a total of 10,000 coins to construct. Recently, he had opened a treasure chest, yielding 1,000 black crystal coins, which, after a hundredfold amplification, transformed into 100,000 coins. Coupled with the black crystal coins previously acquired from treasure chests, Fang Yuan now possessed over 200,000 coins. He was not lacking in the necessary funds to construct the mysterious shop, confirming the construction with a click. Instantly, his black crystal coin count diminished by 1/5. A vast hexagram magic array materialized on the ground, and a silver-black building slowly emerged from its center. This process lasted for over 30 seconds. Once the silver-black edifice fully manifested, the hexagram magic array vanished. Eager to explore the purpose of this building, Fang Yuan approached the entrance of the mysterious shop, grasping the doorknob and pulling with all his might, yet the door remained unmoved. He then pushed forcefully, but it still refused to budge. How strange. Why wouldn't it open? At this moment, Fang Yuan noticed a notice board beside the entrance of the mysterious shop. Mysterious shop opening hours. Date: Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. Morning: 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Afternoon: 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Fang Yuan glanced at the time displayed in the Lord's Book. It was currently Tuesday, 1:45 p.m. The mysterious shop would not open until tomorrow at 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock a.m. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow, expressing his frustration. It seems I must wait until tomorrow. He was curious to see what this enigmatic shop might offer. One wonders what goods a shop of such mystery would possess. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of private messages chimed, and upon checking, he found it was from Lu Xiaohua. Thank you, Fang Yuan, for selling me the weapons. It was merely a note of gratitude. Fang Yuan shrugged it off, as their relationship was purely transactional. However, due to her status as a regular customer and her previous defense of him when others criticized him in the regional channel, he had afforded her some discounts and favors. Following the onset of the lordly conflict, Lu Xiaohua's territory had attracted the attention of several nearby lords who sought to obliterate her lands and seize the canyon orchard for themselves. Fang Yuan inquired, "How is the situation in your territory now?" "It's satisfactory. I've managed to intimidate that group. I have recruited 71st tier militia and 32nd tier spearmen, equipped with purchased stone spears and shields. This morning, they sent militia to stealthily infiltrate my territory for reconnaissance. It seems that upon witnessing the number of troops I possess, all armed and equipped, they have hesitated to launch an attack on my lands. Most lords maintain armies of around 50, yet Lu Xiaohua boasts a formidable 100 combatants. Certainly enough to instill fear in many. One-on-one, they stand no chance against Lu Xiaohua. However, should they unite and coordinate an assault on his territory, they might stand a chance of overwhelming him. Yet, without a contractual alliance to bind them, mere verbal agreements hold no weight. They simply cannot place their trust in one another. After all, one can know a face, but not the heart. Who can guarantee that when 3 individuals attack Lu Xiao's domain, the other 2 won't seize the opportunity to conquer their own lands? Lu Xiao remarked, Fang Yuan, I intend to procure additional weaponry from you, aiming to bolster my army to 200 and then take the offensive to annihilate the other 3. Lu Xiao's response took Fang Yuan by surprise. In Fang Yuan's memory, Lu Xiao was a rather gentle soul. He had presumed that the recruitment of troops was merely for self-defense, not for a direct assault. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Lu Xiao was no fool. He was surrounded by neighbors who were eyeing his territory with covetousness. Currently, they are deterred by the might of Lu Xiao's forces, but in the future, they might find an opportunity to strike and lay waste to his lands, leaving Lu Xiao with but one fate, death. Unless they had some peculiar penchant, they would not spare his life. For the past few nights, Lu Xiao has been unable to sleep soundly, fearing a nocturnal ambush. To eliminate the threat once and for all, he plans to obliterate the territories of the remaining 3 adversaries. Chapter 119, The Challenge of the Butcher's Legion. Fang Yuan expressed his support for Lu Xiao's decision. Were he in a similar predicament, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. The absence of legal constraints has allowed many to discard their masks of hypocrisy, revealing their true natures. One must never underestimate the malevolence of humanity. In the numerous small-scale skirmishes that transpired this morning, many initiated conflict solely for their own selfish desires, disregarding the lives of others. Lu Xiao has also invested heavily, nearly emptying his stores to recruit troops, and has stripped the fruit trees surrounding his territory bare. Fang Yuan sold Lu Xiao 100 sets of stone spears and shields. And upon completion of the transaction, Lu Xiao bid farewell and logged off. Interestingly, Fang Yuan's territory is also surrounded by 3 lords, one of whom, Zhao Quan in the northeast, met his demise at Fang Yuan's hands. 2 remain, one to the northwest and another at the desert's edge in the western forest. Provided they do not provoke him, Fang Yuan has no intention of meddling with them. As long as they refrain from instigating conflict, all is well. Suddenly, a familiar and enigmatic voice echoed in Fang Yuan's ears. Challenge task, the Butcher's Tribe's glance. Task details, defeat the Butcher's Legion. Mission details, for some unknown reason, the Butcher's Tribe greedily seeks to conquer the entire Forgotten Land. As the sole lord of the Forgotten Land, you must prepare for a life or death battle with the Butcher's Tribe. They will assault in 1 month, so be ready. Butcher's Legion composition, 1 Orc Chieftain Hero, 6 Orc Infantry Legions, 2 Orc Archers, 1 Wolf Cavalry Legion, 1 Berserker Legion, 1 Shaman Legion, 1 Siege Legion. A legion comprises 10,000 combatants, and 12 legions total 120,000. Upon reading this challenge, Fang Yuan gasped in shock. Although he had suspected that after vanquishing a contingent of the Butcher's Tribe, they would not let the matter rest. He did not anticipate their vengeance would come so swiftly. They have not only dispatched a vast army, but have also included a hero unit. It seems the Butcher's Tribe regards him with considerable importance, with their chieftain personally leading the charge. It is noteworthy that the title of this challenge is the Butcher's Tribe's glance, rather than revenge. The mission details indicate that the Butcher's Tribe seeks to seize the Forgotten Land for reasons unknown. This implies that their intent is not merely vengeance, but rather a desire to claim the Forgotten Land. From traveling merchants and slave traders, Fang Yuan has learned that the Forgotten Land is the most resource-deprived region of the chaotic continent. What could possibly draw the attention of others to such a desolate place? Aside from a cursed mine, Fang Yuan cannot fathom what else could attract the Butcher's Tribe. What could compel them to send 12 legions to seize the Forgotten Land? Is it the treasure of the Dawn Kingdom? Fang Yuan is uncertain if the treasure is indeed the reason, yet aside from the cursed mine, it is the only thing in the Forgotten Land that could pique anyone's interest. Nevertheless, overthinking is futile. The immediate priority is to prepare for the impending assault from the Butcher's Legion. Facing an army of 12,000 orcs, Fang Yuan's sole strategy is to amass troops. Without such reinforcements, his territory's 800 combatants and war fortress would be utterly insufficient to withstand the Butcher's Legion. Moreover, this time, the Butcher's Legion even includes a siege unit. Has his territorial intelligence been compromised? Or did they inadvertently allow an orc deserter to escape this morning? How else could the Butcher's Tribe know of his fortifications and deliberately bring a siege unit? Fang Yuan pondered aloud. He refrained from delving further into speculation. The chaotic continent is a world imbued with magic, and who can say whether the Butcher's Tribe learned of his defenses through magical means? Now, the pressing concern remains to prepare for the onslaught of 12,000 orcs from the Butcher's Legion. Fortunately, the challenge task states that the Butcher's Legion will not attack for another month. This time provides ample opportunity for Fang Yuan to develop his territory and recruit additional troops. He made his way to the food production area of the farm and livestock facility. This area, apart from the farms and livestock, includes mills, brewing barrels, honey boxes, and other structures for food processing. Currently, his territory boasts 50 farms and 30 livestock facilities, with crops maturing every few days for harvest. All farms are first tier. each capable of cultivating 20 crops, yielding 50 to 60 units of food. Upgrading to a second-tier farm requires 10 nature gems, 5,000 wood, and 1,000 stone. Fang Yuan intends to construct 50 additional first-tier farms, bringing the total to 100, and subsequently upgrade all to second-tier farms. Second-tier farms can cultivate 200 crops, yielding 700 to 1,000 units of food. Furthermore, with the Titan's divine power from the Earth Goddess, the maturation time for crops can be halved. Among all crops, magical wheat boasts the highest yield, which can be processed into flour at the mill. At a secondary ranch, the harvested magical wheat, once processed, yields 1,000 units of flour, equivalent to 1 ton. This flour can be utilized to craft various delectable foods such as bread, steamed buns, and noodles, providing a substantial and satisfying quantity. Among 100 farms, half cultivate magical wheat, while the remaining 50 are dedicated to the cultivation of fruits, vegetables, and other sustenance. The same applies to the ranches. Fang Yuan has constructed a total of 100 ranches. The means of acquiring meat in the territory are limited to 2 methods: hunting magical beasts or utilizing the ranches. With the issue of food resolved, the next challenge is to address the population concerns. Just a few days ago, the territory underwent an expansion, and unexpectedly, it requires further enlargement once more. Fang Yuan has relocated the city walls significantly, instantly increasing the territory's size 3 to 4-fold, and constructed additional segments of walls to seal the gaps in the territory's fortifications. The enemy numbers stand at 120,000. Fang Yuan plans to expand his army to 10,000 soldiers, comprising 10,000 Tier 10 units capable of effortlessly overpowering the Slaughter Blade Legion. The priority is to construct dwellings first, and then recruit soldiers in the days leading up to the impending conflict. Otherwise, recruiting soldiers now would necessitate providing sustenance for nearly 10,000 people. And Tier 10 soldiers are notoriously voracious eaters. If it were not for the hundredfold amplification system, Fang Yuan would be unable to sustain such a large number of Tier 10 soldiers. Chapter 120. The Opening of the Mysterious Shop. After constructing sufficient dwellings, Fang Yuan must now prepare the weaponry and equipment for the territory's army, ensuring everything is ready in advance. Iron swords, iron shields, iron spears, iron bows, iron arrows, leather armor, and fine steel armor must all be procured. During this period, the lavasmiths and spirit weavers have been exceptionally busy. Fang Yuan has increased the size of the hunting party, instructing them to hunt more magical beasts recently, not only to provide offspring for the ranches, but also to prepare for the upcoming war. It is crucial to avoid a situation where an excess of recruited soldiers leads to a scarcity of food, especially concerning the magical rune giants, whose appetites are insatiable, capable of consuming over 30 wild bulls in a single meal. Food reserves are of paramount importance. Fang Yuan dedicates time each day to slaying magical beasts, triggering the hundredfold amplification to acquire copious amounts of magical beast meat. A small portion is set aside as daily rations, while the majority is transformed into beef jerky by the fox girls for easier storage. Speaking of the fox girls, as the recruitment of additional soldier types increases, the number of fox maidens in the territory may soon prove insufficient. The fox girls are obedient, aesthetically pleasing, consume little, and are remarkably intelligent, mastering any skill with remarkable speed, particularly culinary arts, which they excel at. Moreover, the fox girls are exceedingly fond of Fang Yuan's territory, which is not only safe but also provides comfortable housing and abundant food, allowing them to focus solely on their duties each day. Compared to their previous precarious existence, this place is akin to paradise. The fox girls are so enamored with Fang Yuan's territory that even if he wished to send them away, they would be reluctant to leave. Fang Yuan plans to contact a slave trader using a communication scroll in a few days to purchase more fox girls. After a long day of toil, Fang Yuan reclines on his soft bed and drifts into a deep slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, Fang Yuan begins his usual inspection of the territory. The fox girls have risen early to prepare breakfast, while the deathly vigilant guards, having patrolled throughout the night, return to their quarters for rest. After breakfast, the hunting team, led by C, departs the territory to hunt. Arriving at the city walls, Fang Yuan observes the extended and widened fortifications and casually constructs several all-knowing towers and judgment towers, determined to fortify the territory's defenses to an impregnable state. Before long, it is 9 o'clock in the morning. Today is Wednesday. The mysterious shop should be open. Fang Yuan walks directly to the entrance of the mysterious shop and gently pushes the door, which swings open. The mysterious shop is a unique establishment. The space is quite small, roughly the size of a few dozen square meters, appearing much smaller from the inside than it does from the outside. The walls of the mysterious shop are composed of gray-white stone, devoid of windows, with only a large door for entry and exit. The modest room is filled with shelves brimming with an assortment of items, all ensconced within a magical barrier, rendering them non-collectible directly. Welcome to the mysterious shop, esteemed guest. In the center of the room stands a semicircular counter, behind which a diminutive figure cloaked in black attire resides. This individual is rather petite, standing at approximately 1 meter 30, and upon raising their head, reveals a face adorned with beast-like ears and peculiar markings, possessing a certain charm. They have deep brown-black eyes, clutching a book in their furry paws, and a long tail protrudes from behind them. Halfling, strength unknown. Abilities unknown. Skills unknown. Fang Yuan is taken aback, quite astonished. This is his first encounter with a being whose attributes he cannot discern. The mysterious shop is indeed intriguing. Fang Yuan inquires, "May I ask your name?" The halfling looks up, closes the book, and replies, "I am Tiramisu, a halfling. Esteemed guest, is this your first visit to the mysterious shop?" Fang Yuan nods and responds, "Indeed, it is my first time. What sorts of items do you sell in your shop?" "All items in our mysterious shop are randomized. If fortune favors you, you may encounter dark gold quality items, but if luck is lacking, you will only find white quality equipment." Tiramisu explains, "It seems the nature of the mysterious shop resembles that of treasure chests in the game, reliant on luck. However, the mysterious shop offers choices if one encounters undesirable items. They are under no obligation to purchase, unlike treasure chests, which are obligatory." Fang Yuan then asks, "Do you sell treasure chests here?" Tiramisu shakes his head, saying, "The mysterious shop only sells items, not treasure chests." "I see." Fang Yuan replies, somewhat disappointed. How wonderful it would be if the mysterious shop sold treasure chests, as opening treasure chests is his favorite pastime. However, esteemed guest, if you desire a specific item, you can write the name of the desired item on a wish card. The halfling Tiramisu produces a small white card, offering it to Fang Yuan as he continues. Items written on the wish card may appear during the next opening of the mysterious shop with a certain probability. Fang Yuan's eyes brighten. He is in need of several materials to upgrade buildings and craft items. If the items written on the wish card can indeed materialize, that would be splendid. Just as Fang Yuan prepares to grasp the feather quill on the table to pin his wishes, Tiramisu interjects, saying, "Esteemed guest, please be aware that writing your wishes on the wish card is not free. It incurs a fee of 10 black crystal coins." Hiss. Fang Yuan inhales sharply. To inscribe an item name on a mere wish card costs him 10 black crystal coins. That is quite expensive. Even though Fang Yuan possesses over 100,000 black crystal coins, it still feels a bit pricey. To note, the items written on the wish card have a certain probability of appearing during the next opening of the mysterious shop. Please note, it is a probability, not a certainty. Moreover, once it appeared, there were no discounts, and Fang Yuan had to purchase it at the original price. This meant that the mysterious shop profited not only from the item itself, but also gained an additional 10 wish cards. Tiramisu seemed to sense Fang Yuan's hesitation and proactively inquired, "Esteemed guest, would you like to continue writing?" After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan ultimately decided to inscribe the name of the item he desired on the wish card. Time is money. Rather than waste precious moments searching for those materials, it would be far more gratifying to simply purchase what he sought. Curiously, Fang Yuan asked, "What is the probability of the item written on this wish card appearing?" "It is roughly around 30%, Tiramisu replied with a smile. "Honored guest, our wish cards are also categorized by levels. The higher the level, the greater the probability of the item manifesting." Chapter 121, The Treasure Miner. The probability of a low-level wish card is 30%, a mid-level wish card is 60%, and a high-level wish card boasts a 90% chance. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan opted for the high-level wish card. The probabilities for the other two types were simply too low. Should he spend his money only for a non-appearance, it would result in a significant loss. With a 90% probability for the high-level wish card, Fang Yuan found it hard to believe he would be among the unfortunate 10%. In that case, how many black crystal coins does the high-level wish card cost? He inquired. 30 black crystal coins, Tiramisu responded. "I'll take one high-level wish card." Tiramisu retrieved a so-called high-level wish card from beneath the counter. In terms of both material and design, it appeared identical to the low-level wish card. Fang Yuan harbored serious doubts that this so-called high-level wish card was nothing more than a low-level one. He felt as though he had been duped by the mysterious shop, yet lacked any evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Picking up the feather quill on the table, he dipped it into the ink and inscribed the name of the item he desired on the wish card. After completing his writing, he handed the wish card to Tiramisu, who placed it inside a red envelope, sealed it with wax, and then set it upon a small magical array on the counter. A flash of white light ensued, and the red envelope vanished without a trace. Having completed these actions, Tiramisu beamed and said, "Esteemed guest, when the mysterious shop opens next time, the shop will refresh, and there is a 90% chance that the item you inscribed on the wish card will appear. Please look forward to it." Fang Yuan chose not to elaborate further and began selecting items of interest within the mysterious shop. The assortment of items within the shop was vast and peculiar, including blueprints, weapons, ores, potions, spellbooks, scrolls, and more. Black equipment, nightmare staff, price, 3,000 black crystal coins. Quantity remaining, 13. Level 6 spellbook, levitation, price, 4,000 black crystal coins. Quantity remaining, 1. Building blueprint, frost arrow tower, price, 5,000 black crystal coins. Quantity remaining, 1. Rare or starshine stone, price, 150 black crystal coins. Quantity remaining, 1463. Ally scroll, price, 10 black crystal coins. Quantity remaining, 43. Black equipment, crusher totem, price, 2,700 black crystal coins. Quantity remaining, 7. Building blueprint, slave demon cave, price, 1,000 black crystal coins. Quantity remaining, 1. Weapon blueprint, fire copper longsword, price, 300 black crystal coins. Quantity remaining, 2. After careful selection, Fang Yuan decided to purchase the Frost Arrow Tower blueprint, the Slave Demon Cave blueprint, the Fire Copper Longsword blueprint, and 10 ally scrolls, totaling 6,400 black crystal coins. He extracted a considerable amount of black crystal coins from the arcane ring to complete his purchases. Esteemed customer, thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit, Tiramisu said with a smile. Just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a peculiar machine at the entrance of the mysterious shop, resembling a claw machine. What is this contraption? Fang Yuan inquired with curiosity. Tiramisu replied, it's a minigame called Treasure Miner. Would you like to give it a try, esteemed guest? A minigame? Fang Yuan asked. Could you please share the detailed rules with me? Of course. After Tiramisu explained, Fang Yuan quickly grasped the rules of the Treasure Miner game. The rules were akin to that of a claw machine. One manipulates the machine to grab small wooden boxes below and toss the captured boxes into a hole. Each wooden box contains varying amounts of black crystal coins, ranging from 1 to 10, determined solely by luck. Playing once costs 1 black crystal coin. Intrigued, Fang Yuan thought, these small boxes should be considered treasure chests. Following Tiramisu's guidance, he inserted a black crystal coin into the machine and maneuvered the claw to seize a wooden box below. On his first attempt, due to inexperience, he failed to even touch the box. On his second attempt, having learned from the previous experience, he successfully grabbed a wooden box, but, in a moment of carelessness, let it slip before he could place it in the hole. On his third attempt, Fang Yuan successfully captured a wooden box and placed it into the hole, retrieving it from the opening beneath the machine. With eager anticipation, he opened the wooden box and was greeted by a system notification. Acquired 1 black crystal coin, triggering a 100-fold increase for a total of 100 black crystal coins. Fang Yuan beamed at the sight of the wooden box brimming with black crystal coins and hurriedly concealed it from Tiramisu's view, knowing that the number of coins inside would undoubtedly raise suspicion. After inserting another black crystal coin, Fang Yuan continued to operate the claw, gradually becoming adept at its rhythm. On average, he managed to capture a wooden box every 3 attempts. Within half an hour, he had played over 100 times, successfully acquiring around 40 wooden boxes, nearly depleting the machine of its supply. Such an unusual display naturally piqued Tiramisu's curiosity, yet he refrained from commenting further. The treasure miner machine was crafted by goblins, and the claw's performance was controlled from behind the scenes. The frequency of capturing a wooden box was entirely at their discretion. Fang Yuan's actions were ultimately futile, constituting a waste of black crystal coins. Any intelligent being who engaged with the game a few times would quickly discern its secrets and no longer be deceived. Tiramisu was perplexed. He observed that Fang Yuan appeared no fool, so why was he so absorbed in the game? Was he simply affluent to the point of frivolity? Ignoring Tiramisu's bewildered gaze, Fang Yuan continued until he had captured every last wooden box from the machine before leaving the mysterious shop, thoroughly satisfied. He had obtained 51 wooden boxes, and calculating conservatively, each black crystal coin could yield a 100-fold increase. Thus, 51 wooden boxes could conservatively produce 5,100 black crystal coins. Upon exiting the mysterious shop, Fang Yuan opened each wooden box one by one, revealing varying amounts of black crystal coins inside, the most common being a single coin. He also found 3 boxes containing 5 black crystal coins each, while only 1 box contained 10. Truly, merchants are cunning, always laden with schemes. 51 small wooden boxes, yet only 4 contained a single black crystal coin, while the remaining 47 were filled with 1 black crystal coin each. Upon opening these boxes, a 100-fold amplification was triggered, resulting in a total acquisition of 7,200 black crystal coins. The cost of purchasing goods amounted to 6,400 black crystal coins, alongside an additional 30 coins for a high-grade wish card, culminating in a total expenditure of 6,430 black crystal coins. Although the mysterious shop had swindled Fang Yuan out of 30 black crystal coins, he had effortlessly garnered over 7,000 coins in return. This venture was undoubtedly profitable. Chapter 122, The Demon Architect. Regarding his experience with the mysterious shop, Fang Yuan felt quite satisfied. The array of goods available was far superior in both quantity and quality compared to those offered by traveling merchants. He procured 3 blueprints and 10 ally scrolls. Fire Copper Longsword, Green Weapon Fire Copper 20, Refined Iron 3. The cursed mine conveniently held fire copper resources, yielding several thousand units daily. The current weaponry of his territorial army was comprised of white-quality steel longswords. With the acquisition of superior weapons, it was only natural for Fang Yuan to equip his troops accordingly. The units wielding long swords included the Reaper Guardians, Fallen Angels, and Shadow Walkers. While the Shadow Walkers excelled in using daggers and other short weapons, the absence of blueprints meant they would have to make do with long swords for the time being. Furthermore, the weaponry and armor for the Rune Giants presented a challenge. Their towering height necessitated specially forged weapons and armor. Ordinary gear was utterly incompatible. The completion of these weapons and equipment would have to wait for future endeavors. Fang Yuan aspired to ensure that all units in his army wielded weapons suited to their strengths. In addition to the weapon blueprints, he acquired 2 building blueprints, one for a defensive structure, the Frost Arrow Tower, and another for a unit building, the Demon Denver. The purchase of ally scrolls was a preparatory measure. Even without forming alliances, they could be sold in the regional channel. Frost Arrow Tower, Black Quality Frost Gem 1. Stone Brick 500, Wood 300, Magic Stone 10. The territory's warehouse contained a mere 12 frost gems, sufficient for constructing 12 Frost Arrow Towers. Fang Yuan proceeded to the territory's walls, erecting 4 Frost Arrow Towers on each section. While the Frost Arrow Towers boasted modest attack power, their ability to inflict freezing effects would slow enemies struck by their arrows. The synergy between the Judgment Tower and the Frost Arrow Towers, one with high attack power and the other with slowing capabilities, could unleash their full potential. The Demon Den, a white quality structure, allowed for the recruitment of lesser demons. Demon Den, Stone 1000, Wood 100, Black Rock 100. Fang Yuan established the Demon Den within the barracks area and attempted to recruit a lesser demon. Recruiting a Tier 1 unit, Lesser Demon, triggers a hundredfold amplification, resulting in a Tier 10 unit, the Demon Architect. Demon Architect, Tier 10. Health, 100. Loyalty, 100, enhanced by the Glory Tower. Ability, Construction, Building. Description, the Demon Architect can magically enhance buildings, granting them special attributes. The Demon Architect appeared as a quintessential demon, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. Slender in form, with pitch-black skin, a pair of sharp horns atop its head, bat-like wings on its back, and a tail ending in an arrowhead. Upon emerging from the Demon Den, the Demon Architect approached Fang Yuan, bowing deeply and respectfully, proclaiming, "Esteemed and fearsome Lord, I wish to become your most loyal servant." With that, the Demon Architect prepared to kiss Fang Yuan's boots. Startled, Fang Yuan instinctively recoiled, questioning, "What are you doing?" The Demon Architect, equally perplexed, explained that kissing the master's boots was the highest form of respect among abyssal demons, symbolizing complete submission. Referring to Fang Yuan as master was also a supreme courtesy in the abyss. Thanks to the Glory Tower, the Demon Architect's loyalty was maximized, naturally viewing Fang Yuan as its most revered master. After the Demon Architect's explanation, Fang Yuan understood and replied with sincerity, "You shall henceforth be my subject, not my slave. Address me as Lord, without the need for master." "As you wish, my lord," replied the Demon Architect. "I have said to call me Lord." Fang Yuan insisted. "No problem, my lord. I will surely heed your words." Fang Yuan was left speechless. The Demon Architect's abilities resembled those of an enchanting table, capable of bestowing extra attributes on items. While an enchanting table could only enhance weapons and equipment, the Demon Architect could bestow special properties upon buildings. Fang Yuan promptly instructed the Demon Architect to construct a dwelling, eager to witness its capabilities. The Demon Architect possessed the authority to build all blueprints contained within Fang Yuan's Lord's Book, enabling the construction of various structures without the need for blueprints. In the blink of an eye, the dwelling crafted by the Demon Architect was complete. Upon inspection, Fang Yuan noted that the dwelling appeared similar to those he had constructed. Yet its attributes revealed the Demon Architect's uniqueness. Level 3 Simple Dwelling. Increased, 5 Population. Comfort Level, 4 Demon Architect 3. The dwelling constructed by the Demon Architect enhanced the comfort level by 3 points. Upon entering the dwelling, Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It truly deserved its comfort rating of 4. The interior decor and furnishings surpassed all expectations. Moreover, the Demon Architect's abilities extended beyond construction. They also applied during upgrades. The attributes conferred by the magically enhanced buildings would accumulate, meaning that should the barracks be upgraded 10 times, it would possess 10 additional attributes. Fang Yuan was thoroughly impressed with the Demon Architect's extraordinary abilities. Having settled the Demon Architect, Fang Yuan ventured to the living quarters, intending to enjoy lunch while perusing the regional channel for intriguing posts. Since the commencement of the Lord's competition, the regional channel had grown increasingly charged with tension. The atmosphere of war palpable. Nearly 1,000 individuals had left messages for Fang Yuan, expressing their desire to purchase weapons and armor, as well as abundant food and soul gems. "Oh my 30 militia cannot possibly compete against their 10 spear soldiers. The level disparity is too severe. Which scoundrel took advantage of my absence to ransack my warehouse? My possessions are all gone. Woe is me. Brothers, my territory is truly impoverished, lacking in everything. Why must you target me? I beg for mercy, willing to pay handsomely for weapons and soul gems. Long ergo, You rascal, just wait. How dare you launch a night raid on my territory? Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Damn it. Not a single one of these ruffians has a sense of loyalty. We agreed to develop together and not invade each other's territories, yet the very next day, they betrayed that promise and attacked mine, stealing my resources. Heh, that's called deception in warfare. Just wait. As long as I draw breath, I will not spare you. This was merely the beginning. Fang Yuan firmly believed that the scale of warfare among lords would only escalate in the future. At that time, all the lords would inevitably be affected. Currently, the skirmishes are trivial, and no one has yet severed ties. However, future conflicts are bound to escalate. As the resources within a region are finite, if one hoards more, others will inevitably have less. Even if peace prevails at present, discord and strife will surely arise in due course. Of course, these matters hold no relevance for Fang Yuan, whose primary focus remains on the impending slaughter legion set to arise in a month. Chapter 123, The Transaction. In this latest challenge, it appears that only Fang Yuan has been compelled to participate. Bored, he scrolled through the historical records to ensure he hadn't overlooked any critical information. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A private message from his friend list caught his attention. It was from Weninghan. Brother Fang Yuan, do you have any surplus soul gems? I would like to trade them for blueprints. Fang Yuan inquired directly, how many do you need? Within the territory's warehouse, he had amassed a total of over 50,000 soul gems, 30,000 from vanquishing orc tribes, 10,000 from annihilating orc legions, along with the daily hunting of magical beasts. With such an abundance, he had no use for them all, and if the price were reasonable, he wouldn't mind selling a few. After all, in a month, he would acquire another 120,000 soul gems. Weninghan replied, I wish to buy 100 soul gems. Is that permissible? Of course, Fang Yuan affirmed, promptly listing 100 soul gems, while Weninghan provided 3 blueprints in return. Item blueprint, wool pillow. Building blueprint, underground ice cellar. Item blueprint, comfortable recliner. All 3 blueprints fell within the category of daily necessities, and Fang Yuan accepted them without hesitation. As 100 soul gems vanished from his inventory, 3 white orbs materialized before him. In addition to purchasing soul gems, Weninghan also procured a considerable number of weapons. Fang Yuan recalled that not long ago, at the onset of the Lord's conflict, Weninghan had purchased a significant quantity of weaponry from him. With this latest acquisition, it seemed that the ancient ruins near her territory had attracted the attention of neighboring lords, much like Lu Xiaoguo's canyon orchard. The ancient ruins near Weninghan's territory concealed numerous blueprints within the ruins, and sending farmers to explore these ruins offered a chance to uncover valuable designs. Even now, any blueprint placed on the regional channel would be a highly sought-after commodity, capable of fetching a high price. That ancient ruin was akin to a small gold mine, naturally inciting envy and greed among surrounding lords. However, what perplexed Fang Yuan was that the blueprints for the stone spear and stone shield had originally been traded from Weninghan. After such a lengthy period, had she not acquired any other weapon blueprints? Why did she continually purchase her weaponry from him? Weninghan wore a look of resignation. She indeed possessed weapon blueprints of higher quality, yet the 2 blueprints she had sold to Fang Yuan were the least valuable in her collection. The issue lay in the fact that the materials required for crafting high-quality weapon blueprints were rather rare. With her territory's resource reserves, she could not mass-produce high-grade weapons. Weapons like stone spears and stone shields, while of lower quality, were manufactured from more affordable materials, allowing for large-scale production. Presently, Fang Yuan was reaping substantial profits from the mass production of stone spears and shields. Weninghan lamented her past decisions, regretting the sale of those 2 blueprints to Fang Yuan. Had she retained them, she would now be the one profiting from the war. At that time, she had deemed those blueprints to be of the lowest quality, so she traded them to Fang Yuan, keeping the higher-tier designs for herself. Little did she know that in the days to come, she would face the predicament of having blueprints, yet lacking the resources to produce them. Had she known, she would have never parted with the stone spear and stone shield blueprints. But now it was too late. After the transaction was completed, Weninghan bid farewell and logged off. Fang Yuan glanced at his friend list and suddenly noticed the chat option for the slave trader, recalling his intention to purchase foxfolk. At the orc tribe ruins, he had encountered the slave trader, from whom he had purchased hundreds of fox women. As a complimentary gesture, the trader had gifted him a communication scroll. After recording the scroll in his lord's book, a new entry for the slave trader appeared in his friend list. With nothing pressing at the moment, Fang Yuan sent a message to the trader to arrange for the purchase of some foxfolk. The slave trader responded promptly, expressing confusion. Esteemed customer, are you certain you wish to purchase foxfolk? Fang Yuan affirmed, I am certain. Is there a problem? No, of course not. However, please note that foxfolk are inexpensive slaves, and your territory, the Forgotten Lands, is quite distant from the Orc Empire. After a lengthy explanation, it became clear that the trader was reluctant to sell foxfolk, deeming them unprofitable due to their low market value and the distance involved, which would yield minimal profit. As the conversation progressed, the slave trader began to promote other races of slaves. Minotaur slaves are robust and strong, with a straightforward demeanor. and their prices are quite reasonable, far more advantageous than foxfolk. Please reconsider. I do not require other types of slaves. I only want foxfolk. The slave trader attempted to interject, but Fang Yuan interrupted with a firm message. 100 foxfolk for 5 black crystal coins. The trader paused, uncertain, and asked, "Are you suggesting that you would buy 100 foxfolk for 5 black crystal coins?" Fang Yuan confirmed, "Indeed. The more foxfolk, the better. I will accept as many as you can provide." The slave trader quickly replied, "I shall accept this order. At the latest, I will deliver the foxfolk to your territory within a week." Fearing that any delay might lead Fang Yuan to reconsider, the trader was eager to secure the deal. According to the slave market prices, 100 foxfolk slaves were worth no more than a single black crystal coin, and sales required a willing buyer. Foxfolk were weak and frail, lacking in physical appeal. Raising a group of foxfolk slaves was less advantageous than a horde of goblins. At least goblins, with some training, could serve as effective cannon fodder. Foxfolk, on the other hand, were so fragile that they could scarcely endure, and in the wild, they struggled to survive against even moderately powerful magical beasts, which could easily decimate entire foxfolk tribes, leaving thousands homeless. Many foxfolk, unable to sustain themselves, would willingly seek out orc tribes, wishing to become slaves. Although they lost their freedom, at least as slaves they received meals, albeit meager, allowing them to survive. Fang Yuan's willingness to pay 5 black crystal coins for foxwomen meant that 100 foxfolk would cost him 5 coins, while 1,000 would amount to 50 coins. This represented a lucrative opportunity. The slave trader, of course, would not let this pass and readily agreed to the terms. Fang Yuan also laid out several requirements, all of which the trader accepted without hesitation. Chapter 124, The Cursed Mind of the Undead. As time progressed, Fang Yuan prepared to initiate a massive recruitment of soldiers. Once the population of his territory surpassed 10,000, every aspect of daily life would undoubtedly be impacted. Without delving into other matters, the situation becomes particularly daunting once the population of the territory surpasses 10,000. Merely ensuring that such a multitude is fed poses a significant challenge. While the issue of food has been addressed, the matter of cooking remains unresolved. Relying solely on the 100 foxfolk currently in the territory to prepare meals would undoubtedly exhaust several of them with the demands of 3 daily meals. Thus, Fang Yuan must procure additional foxfolk in advance, allowing them to acclimate to the tasks of the territory and thus be prepared ahead of time. Once this issue is managed, another predicament presented itself. A shadow emerged from beneath Fang Yuan's feet as a shadow walker approached, bowing respectfully and stating, "My lord, there has been an incident at the cursed mine that requires your command. Is it the beastmen scouting near the mine?" Fang Yuan replied casually, "If so, eliminate them." The shadow walker shook his head. "It is not a matter of beastmen. Rather, strange occurrences have arisen within the cursed mine." "What kind of strange occurrences?" Fang Yuan inquired with curiosity. Earlier today, an unaccountable number of skeletons suddenly emerged from the cursed mine. The titans, who were mining, initially dismissed it, easily dispatching dozens of third-tier skeleton warriors with their stone picks. However, as the skeletons multiplied, the titans were compelled to halt their mining operations and retreat from the mine. "What is the estimated number of skeletons within the cursed mine?" Fang Yuan asked. The shadow walker replied, "At the very least, there are tens of thousands. The entire cursed mine is teeming with skeletons." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan's expression turned grave. He sat upright in his chair, slightly furrowing his brow. "Did you not ascertain the source of these skeletons?" The shadow walker pondered briefly before responding. "We entered the mine promptly. Yet we could not find the origin of the skeletons. They appeared as if conjured from thin air." After a pause, the shadow walker continued. "The number of skeletons is continuously increasing, and they are moving towards the exit of the cursed mine, preparing to escape, but we have them contained at the entrance." Without hesitation, Fang Yuan rose from his chair, retrieving the abyssal armor, the pale crown, and the ring of explosive magic from the arcane ring, adorning himself accordingly. He then issued commands to the nearby Death to assemble the army in preparation for a march to the cursed mine. "As you command, my lord." With that, Death departed to rally the troops. The cursed mine represents one of the most crucial resource points in Fang Yuan's territory and is the only substantial one. Stones, iron, fire, copper, gold, silver, and various ores are all extracted from the cursed mine. As Fang Yuan's territory is in a developmental phase, and war with the Butcher Legion looms, the integrity of this resource point must not be compromised. Therefore, Fang Yuan resolved to personally attend to the skeleton situation at the cursed mine. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of 200 soldiers was assembled, with Kiri reluctantly emerging from the building, transforming into her dragon form. The group mounted the dragon's back, and within approximately 10 minutes, they arrived above the cursed mine. At that moment, the mine's entrance resembled a scene from a biohazard nightmare. Countless skeletons streamed forth from the mine, while dozens of shadow walkers and several Death Guard soldiers wielded iron swords, relentlessly slaying the surrounding skeletons. The shadow walkers and Death Guards, stationed at the entrance of the cursed mine, were tasked with preventing any passing magical beasts from wreaking havoc on the mining operations and guarding against the reconnaissance efforts of the beastmen. Skeletons emerged in seemingly endless waves. As one batch was dispatched, another would materialize. The titans nearby also wielded stone picks, assisting the death guards and shadow walkers in their extermination of the skeletons. Occasionally, a few skeletons would narrowly escape, only to be struck down by the titans. Most of these skeletal creatures were below the 3rd tier, though occasionally a 5th-tier skeleton warrior would appear. Faced with such low-level adversaries, the 10th-tier soldiers could effortlessly dispatch them with a single strike. The attacks of the skeletons could not even penetrate the defense offered by the steel armor worn by the death guards. However, the sheer volume of skeletons was overwhelming. Each attack from the death guards and shadow walkers consumed their stamina. The stamina of the 10th-tier soldiers is not limitless, and it would inevitably be depleted. Yet the skeletons appeared inexhaustible, continuously emerging from the mine. Under the current circumstances, it would not be long before they breached the defensive line at the entrance. Fortunately, Fang Yuan and his companions arrived just in time, guiding the black dragon to land nearby. The influx of 200 combat units from the territory alleviated the relentless tide of skeletons. The shadow walkers, death guards, and titans, who had been tasked with repelling the skeletons, were granted a moment of respite. Without needing Fang Yuan's command, Death proactively led the army to establish an impregnable defense at the mine's entrance, ruthlessly slaying any skeletons that dared to approach. Fang Yuan approached the titans to inquire about the situation within the mine. Previously, when Fang Yuan and his companions dealt with the skeletal hero deep within the mine, the shadow walkers had thoroughly investigated. Apart from the entrance they faced now, there were no other exits. Where could all these skeletons be emerging from? Fang Yuan was perplexed and sought the titans' insights. The titans' accounts mirrored those of the shadow walkers. While they were working, the skeletons seemed to appear out of thin air. They emerged mysteriously from the shadows, moving toward the entrance, attacking any living beings they encountered. The titans were equally oblivious to the cause of the skeleton's emergence. At that moment, one titan suddenly remarked, "This morning while I was mining, it seemed I heard someone singing." This revelation piqued Fang Yuan's interest. "Singing? Where did you hear it? Who was singing?" The titan recalled, "I was mining near a spot deep within the mine when I suddenly heard a voice reminiscent of a little girl singing. Before I could listen closely, the song vanished." Fang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. The entire situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. From the outset, he had sensed something amiss with the cursed mine. The monster heroes, the ruins of a city, the endless skeletons, and the girl's song. All of it was suspicious. Chapter 125, Another Individual. Initially, when Death and the other heroes entered the cursed mine, although Fang Yuan did not join them, he utilized the dark eye skill from the ring of explosive magic to observe all movements within the cursed mine. Deep within the mine lay the remnants of a ruined city, and Fang Yuan had been perplexed as to why such a city existed in the depths of the mine. How had it come to be here? Later, he learned from Kiri that the Kingdom of Dawn mysteriously vanished overnight a millennium ago, with all its cities vanishing without a trace from the chaotic continent. If it were merely individuals who had disappeared, it would not have raised eyebrows. However, an entire city vanishing, leaving only empty space, was an occurrence that only a deity could accomplish. No one else seemed capable of such a feat. Perhaps that mysterious voice that had transported them all had the power to do so. No one knew what had become of the Kingdom of Dawn until years later, when it reappeared in various ruins and deep caves across the chaotic continent. Fang Yuan speculated that the ruins of the city deep within the cursed mine were likely remnants of a city from the Kingdom of Dawn. As for whether it concealed treasures from the Kingdom of Dawn, he didn't need to ponder. It was undoubtedly not the case. Many had ventured into the Forgotten Lands seeking the fabled treasures of the Kingdom of Dawn, and those frenzied treasure seekers had excavated every inch of the Forgotten Lands in their pursuit. The location of the cursed mine was not hidden, and Fang Yuan could hardly believe that no one had ever searched it. Moreover, if the treasures of the Kingdom of Dawn were so easily found, they would not have remained a legend of the chaotic continent. The immediate priority was to uncover the reason behind the mysterious emergence of the skeletal monsters within the mine. Fang Yuan dispatched 10 shadow walkers to delve into the mine and locate the source of the mysterious girl's song that the Titan had heard. Based on the Titan's description, the shadow walkers had a general idea of the song's origin, and they transformed into a pool of shadows, slipping into the cursed mine. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was not idle. He employed the Eye of Darkness to survey the conditions inside the mine. Under the command of Death One, the onslaught of skeletal monsters was held at bay, and as the skeletal creatures approached the exit, they were pierced through the skull by long spears, meeting their demise. On this expedition to the cursed mine, Fang Yuan's primary force comprised 150 blood-crazed gunmen. The skills of the blood-crazed gunmen were particularly suited for prolonged combat. The longer the battle persisted, the more advantageous it became for them. The Eye of Darkness floated above the skeletal monsters, penetrating deeper into the mine. The cursed mine was now overrun by skeletal monsters, numbering well into the tens of thousands, with countless skeletons occupying nearly every corner. While many skeletons were dispatched at the exit, the quantity within the mine only seemed to increase. Fang Yuan endeavored to trace the origin of the skeletal monsters, but after a prolonged search, he found nothing. Just as the shadow walkers had indicated, the skeletal monsters appeared to materialize out of thin air, leaving no discernible source. Without identifying the origin, it was impossible to eradicate them at their root. The skeletal monsters were endless, making complete annihilation unfeasible. Fang Yuan maneuvered the Eye of Darkness to the deepest recesses of the mine, hoping to uncover clues about the skeletal monsters. For this was once the domain of a skeletal hero. What struck Fang Yuan as peculiar was the utter absence of any skeletons in the depths of the mine. While other areas of the cursed mine were teeming with skeletons, even exhibiting instances of skeletal monsters piled upon one another, this particular spot was devoid of any skeletal presence. Did this location truly possess a connection to the emergence of the skeletal monsters? With such puzzlement, Fang Yuan directed the Eye of Darkness to meticulously scour the depths of the cursed mine for clues. The space within the mine's depths was vast, comparable to an open-air stadium. The further he ventured, the more remnants of the city he encountered. After careful examination, he discerned nothing particularly remarkable. After all, he was not an archaeologist and was unfamiliar with the architectural style of the Kingdom of Dawn. Advancing further, he arrived at the location where Death One and his companions had battled the skeletal hero. Traces of the confrontation still lingered, yet the remains of the skeletal hero were conspicuously absent. Fang Yuan distinctly recalled that after the monster hero was vanquished, its remains had not vanished like those of ordinary soldiers, but had remained intact. Could it have simply disappeared? Fang Yuan pondered aloud. He then continued, guiding the Eye of Darkness deeper into the mine. Here, the buildings were relatively intact, with several structures appearing more complete than others. The most striking was an opulent edifice resembling a palace. Fang Yuan recognized that this was the dwelling of the skeletal monster hero, the most worthy place to explore in the depths of the mine. The palace itself was spacious, covering at least several hundred square meters, and the sole piece of furniture within was a throne. Seated upon the throne was none other than the defeated skeletal monster hero. At this moment, the ethereal flame within its skull had extinguished, leaving it merely a useless skeleton. The skeletal monster hero was arranged upon the throne as if manipulated by a puppeteer, adorned with a crown woven from leaves and branches, with a massive sword placed beside the throne. The original crown of the skeletal monster had been taken as a trophy by Death One and presented to Fang Yuan, now resting upon his own head. From the vibrant green of the leaves, Fang Yuan surmised that it had been recently crafted from branches gathered from outside the mine, as there were certainly no trees within. The only exit was guarded by the shadow walkers, who would surely notice any comings and goings. It was implausible that no one had detected anything amiss. Could there be another exit to the mine? But the question remained, who was responsible for all this? Fang Yuan's intuition told him that the individual behind these events must be intricately connected to the mysterious appearance of the skeletal monsters in the mine. Just then, the shadow walkers abruptly interrupted Fang Yuan's contemplation, leading him to dismiss the Eye of Darkness skill. My lord, we scoured the area thoroughly but found no trace of the girl's song. Fang Yuan mused. If no signs of the girl's song were found, did you uncover anything else? The shadow walker shook his head and replied, nothing, merely an increasing number of skeletons without any understanding of the cause. In the past 2 days, did you notice anyone emerging from the cursed mine? The shadow walker again shook his head. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He was now entirely certain that another presence lurked within the cursed mine. Chapter 126, Endless. Yet, he remained unaware of where this mysterious individual was hiding, having found no traces despite thoroughly searching the mine. The only lead was the enigmatic song heard by the Titan, and sending the shadow walkers to investigate its source had yielded no clues. Undeterred, Fang Yuan once again employed the Eye of Darkness, meticulously scanning the cursed mine with the intent of leaving no corner unexplored, yet still failing to uncover even the slightest hint. Continuing this search was futile. Reluctantly, Fang Yuan had to temporarily abandon his quest for the mysterious individual and focus on exterminating the multitude of skeletal monsters. The forces under Fang Yuan's command lacked any area of effect skills. The Death Knights possessed a killing strike that could be considered a rudimentary area attack, but while its power was formidable, its short range allowed it to eliminate only a small number of skeletons before the crimson energy dissipated. This was but a drop in the bucket. Against the thousands of skeletal monsters, the few hundred dispatched by the killing strike were negligible. As one skeleton fell, countless others rose to take its place. Fang Yuan's pale crown, however, possessed a devastating area of effect skill, the Death Aura. Death Aura, level 9 aura within the aura's range. Enemies are continuously eroded by the breath of death, ultimately succumbing to it. As skeletal beings, the undead were not harmed by the Death Aura. In fact, the breath of death would gradually enhance their strength. With no other options, Fang Yuan instructed his 200 soldiers to form several small teams, taking turns standing at the mine's exit to hold off the skeletal monsters. As one team grew weary, another would swiftly rotate in. Defeating low-level skeletons does not yield soul gems, blueprints, or equipment. Instead, they drop a unique material known as bone meal. Bone meal, unique material. Effect, accelerates the growth of plant crops. As a means to hasten agricultural growth, Bone meal is indeed a commendable special material. Today, Fang Yuan resolved to confront the skeletons within the mines. He was determined to prove that the skeletons in the mines were not truly endless, that they could be vanquished. At the entrance of the mine, he constructed 4 judgment towers and 2 omniscient towers. With the aid of these defensive structures, the efficiency of dispatching skeletons was significantly enhanced. The hours dragged on into the night, yet the skeletons continued their relentless assault, seemingly endless, as if they could not be exterminated. During a brief interlude, Fang Yuan rode his black dragon, Chili, back to his territory. Before long, he returned to the mine's entrance, this time accompanied by dozens of fox girls, bringing along food, cooking utensils, and spices from the arcane ring. The fox girls promptly found a spot near the mine, ignited a bonfire, and commenced preparation for dinner. In addition, Fang Yuan had brought tables, chairs, and cutlery, ensuring his troops could enjoy the finest experience even in the wilderness. Before long, dinner was ready. The aroma of the food wafted through the mine's entrance, tantalizing enough to make one salivate. A small squad stood guard at the mine's entrance, fending off the skeletons, while several other squads sat at the tables, ravenously devouring the sumptuous feast. Fang Yuan, attended by Sakura and a few other fox girls, leisurely began to savor his meal. Although they were in the wild, the culinary skills of the fox girls were unaffected. The food was as delightful as ever, a feast for the senses. After dinner, Fang Yuan reclined on a lounge chair, enjoying a massage from the fox girls while perusing the chat records of the regional channel. In this entertainment-deprived otherworld, the only amusement Fang Yuan found was in reading the humorous remarks of the absurd lords in the regional channel each evening. Regrettably, tensions among the lords had escalated recently, and the channel lacked its usual whimsical harmony. Setting aside the lord's book, Fang Yuan embraced Sakura beside him, in a world devoid of cats or dogs to pet. He could only indulge in the softness of a fox. Sakura's body was incredibly supple, a delightful sensation that was hard to resist. Initially, she feigned reluctance, but soon her cheeks flushed, resembling a tipsy state, as she melted into Fang Yuan's embrace. As the hours passed, the midnight hour crept upon them. Yet the skeleton's assault showed no signs of abating. Drowsiness enveloped Fang Yuan. He yawned, closed his eyes, and, embracing Sakura, drifted into slumber on the lounge chair. Upon awakening, dawn had broken, and after a night of battle, the number of skeletons seemed undiminished, an unending tide surging forth from the mine. Sakura was nowhere to be found. Having been replaced by a fur blanket draped over Fang Yuan, he sat up from the lounge chair. And a nearby fox maid had prepared warm water for his morning ablutions. After freshening up, Sakura approached with a lavish breakfast, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Master, breakfast is served." After the meal, Fang Yuan summoned Shi to inquire if there had been any unusual activity from the skeletons in the mine during the night. Shi reported, "My lord, during the night, the skeletons exhibited no anomalies. Their frenzied assaults persisted, attempting to burst forth from the cursed mine." Fang Yuan nodded, expressing gratitude for their efforts. "Thank you for your hard work. I will soon send in another regiment to relieve you. Return to the territory and rest well." Shi shook his head. "There is no need, my lord. We are all tier 10 troops. We can endure several days without sleep and still maintain our combat effectiveness. Eliminating these low-level skeletons is as effortless as clearing weeds from a garden for us. The continuous assault merely takes a toll on our stamina." 220 combat troops were organized into 11 squads of 20 each, with each squad holding the line for 3 hours before being relieved. This rotation allowed every soldier ample time to rest without excessive exhaustion. "Very well," conceded Fang Yuan, accepting Shi's determination. He then summoned the Shadow Walkers, instructing them to infiltrate the mine at dawn to uncover any discoveries. "As you command, my lord," they replied, transforming into shadows and slipping into the darkness of the mine, vanishing from sight. Once the Shadow Walkers entered the mine, Fang Yuan did not remain idle. He utilized his dark eye skill to scout within the mine. Unfortunately, the reconnaissance yielded disappointing results. After meticulously searching the mine, he uncovered no new findings, much like the previous day. Shortly thereafter, the Shadow Walkers emerged from the mine. Fang Yuan inquired, "Did you find anything new?" The Shadow Walker shook his head, responding, "Nothing. It remains the same as yesterday. In fact, I feel there are even more skeletons than before, and their numbers continue to swell." Fang Yuan exhaled heavily. The situation was becoming precarious. Chapter 127 concludes. Given the current circumstances, preparations for a prolonged battle must be made. The mysterious emergence of skeletons within the cursed mine is undoubtedly not infinite. As long as the fight continues, there will come a day when these skeletal foes can be eradicated. However, Fang Yuan could not afford to wait too long, as war with the Butcher Legion was imminent. Presently, the cursed mine was teeming with tens of thousands of skeletons, rendering it impossible for the Titans to enter and mine for resources. Without iron, ore, and other materials, the lava forgers could not craft weapons and equipment. This predicament caused Fang Yuan considerable distress. The skeletons within the cursed mine must be swiftly dealt with. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan decided to launch a counteroffensive against the cursed mine. Rather than merely defending the entrance, he resolved to take the initiative, entering the cursed mine to obliterate the skeletons while seeking out their source. Given the overwhelming number of skeletons, they had never witnessed where these creatures emerged from. Once he secured control of the mine, the appearance of the skeletons would no longer elude Fang Yuan. Yet, this notion was soon dashed. The reason being, the cursed mine was riddled with countless branching paths, over 100 in total. To fully dominate the entire mine would require several thousand individuals, a feat unattainable with his mere 1,000 or so inhabitants. The cursed mine was simply too vast, and Fang Yuan's territory could not muster enough personnel to monitor every nook and cranny. Reluctantly, Fang Yuan abandoned this alluring idea. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish his quest for the truth. Fang Yuan dispatched all shadow walkers to infiltrate the cursed mine, tasked with uncovering the origins of the skeletons. Each shadow walker operated independently, patrolling various sections of the mine. With persistence, they would surely find a clue. The mysterious figure within the mine was human after all, and could not possibly be without flaws. Fang Yuan utilized his dark eye to enter the cursed mine and commenced his search, continuing from morning until noon, pausing only for lunch before resuming his investigation with the dark eye. As dusk began to settle, Fang Yuan made a surprising discovery. It appeared that the number of skeletons in the mine was no longer increasing. For the first time, their numbers visibly diminished. Originally, every corner of the mine was filled with skeletons, stacked one upon another, creating a dense expanse of bones. However, the density of skeletons has noticeably diminished, with many areas of the mine devoid of any skeletal presence. Instead of frantically surging towards the exit, the skeletons have retreated deeper into the mine, seemingly seeking refuge. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan ordered the Death One to lead the troops into the depths of the mine to exterminate every last skeleton. The Shadow Walker also took the initiative, emerging from the shadows to slay the hidden skeletons. Faced with the formidable strength of the 10th tier troops, the skeletons lost their numerical advantage and became utterly defenseless. After nearly 2 hours, every skeleton in the mine had been eradicated, without exception. Death One emerged from the depths of the mine and reported to Fang Yuan, "My lord, all the skeletal creatures within the mine have been eliminated." Throughout this battle, Fang Yuan had been monitoring the entire mine through the Eye of Darkness, ensuring that every skeletal creature was dispatched. The exact number of skeletons slain remained unknown, even to Death One, but it was clear that upon clearing the battlefield, they had amassed nearly 100,000 portions of bone powder. Although the skeletal creatures had been vanquished, Fang Yuan could not ascertain whether they would reappear. The mysterious figure within the mine remained elusive. Fang Yuan sensed that the situation was far from resolved, pondering the possibility of the skeletons returning at any moment. Suddenly, the Shadow Walker appeared before Fang Yuan, stating gravely, "My lord, we have discovered the mysterious song spoken of by the Titan within the mine." "Oh, where is it? Did you catch a glimpse of who the mysterious person is?" Fang Yuan inquired eagerly. "It was deep within the mine, amidst the remnants of a city." The Shadow Walker continued, "In addition to the song, we also found this." He presented a cluster of freshly picked roses, adorned with glistening dew, vibrant and resplendent. "Are you certain this was found in the deepest part of the mine?" Fang Yuan asked in a hushed tone. "Indeed. We were drawn by the song to the palace within the depths of the mine, where this bouquet of roses lay on the ground near the throne," the Shadow Walker affirmed. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and pressed on. "Did you see the owner of the mysterious voice?" The Shadow Walker replied earnestly, "No. We intended to conceal ourselves within the shadows and infiltrate quietly, but as we approached, the song abruptly ceased, and we found no trace of anyone." The ability to detect the Shadow Walker's presence indicated that this individual was extraordinary, for the Shadow Walker could remain undetected even in close proximity to an 8th tier hero. Yet this time, as he drew near, he was discovered. Fang Yuan summoned Sakura, holding the bouquet of roses as he inquired, "Sakura, have you ever seen such a plant around here?" Sakura examined the flowers intently for a moment before shaking her head and softly replying, "Master, I have never encountered this plant, nor have I seen such flowers nearby." Having grown up near the cursed mine, she was well acquainted with the local flora. Her unfamiliarity with the roses indicated that they were not sourced from the vicinity. Fang Yuan recalled that he had sent the Eye of Darkness into the depths of the mine the previous day, where he discovered the remains of a monstrous hero in the palace ruins, adorned with a crown woven from fresh branches. At that time, he suspected that the mysterious figure might have vacated the mine. However, the Shadow Walkers tasked with guarding the mine had not noticed anyone exiting. Fang Yuan speculated that the mysterious individual had utilized some special means to evade detection while leaving the mine. Considering the current clues, it seemed increasingly likely that this figure had never actually left the mine, and since the area lacked roses, it was evident that these particular blooms had not been harvested locally. This raised the question, if the roses did not grow within the mine, where had they been found? Alternatively, did the figure possess spatial abilities such as teleportation? The more Fang Yuan contemplated, the more plausible this hypothesis appeared. Only spatial skills could summon skeletons stealthily and allow for an undetected escape from the mine to other locations. It was clear that this mysterious figure posed a significant challenge, elusive and untraceable. For the time being, Fang Yuan decided to set this matter aside, intending to deal with the mysterious individual when the opportunity arose. The immediate priority remained the extraction of ore and the forging of weapons and equipment. Chapter 128, Synthesis Blueprint, Glass. With the skeletal creatures eradicated, mining could resume the following day. To mitigate any potential risks, Fang Yuan stationed 100 soldiers to remain vigilant for any resurgence of skeletal creatures in the cursed mine. Having completed these preparations, he mounted the back of the black dragon Kiri and returned to his domain. Upon returning, the first thing Fang Yuan did was to shed his clothing and indulge in a rejuvenating soak in the hot springs, feeling the fatigue dissipate as if it had vanished entirely. After his soak, he reclined on his comfortable bed and enjoyed a deep slumber. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, awakening Fang Yuan from his dreams. After freshening up and having breakfast, he made his way to the entrance of the mysterious shop, mindful that today was the day it would open. 2 days prior, he had purchased a wish card from the shop, detailing the items he desired, with the understanding that there was a chance they might appear during the next opening. To ensure his success, he had also procured a so-called advanced wish card, which boasted a 90% probability of the item manifesting. Hopefully, I am not among the 10%. Fang Yuan murmured to himself as he glanced at the time inscribed in the Book of Lords. When the moment arrived, he pushed open the grand door of the mysterious shop and stepped inside. Upon entering, he made his way directly to the rear counter, where the halfling Tiramisu sat, engrossed in a book. Noticing Fang Yuan's presence, Tiramisu set the book aside and greeted him warmly. "Esteemed guest, you are remarkably punctual. You arrived just as we opened." Fang Yuan bypassed the pleasantries and succinctly inquired, "Did the item I wrote on the wish card appear in the shop this time?" "Indeed, it did." Tiramisu replied with a smile. "It is the very first item on the left shelf in the first row." Following Tiramisu's directions, Fang Yuan found the item he sought on the left shelf. Synthesis Blueprint, Glass, Price, 250 black crystal coins. Remaining quantity, 1. Without even glancing at the price, Fang Yuan waved his hand decisively and purchased the glass blueprint. He had nearly gathered all the materials required to upgrade the level 5 main city, including the exceedingly rare blueprint for hardwood boards. Only the glass was needed to complete the upgrade. Having awaited this day for so long, Fang Yuan could finally enhance the main city. The first order of business upon acquiring the glass blueprint was to check what materials were necessary for its synthesis. Glass, 50 sand. It seemed that this material could only be manufactured from sand. Recently, Fang Yuan recalled seeing a transaction for a glass manufacturing machine blueprint in the regional channel. However, he had been preoccupied at the time and had missed the trading announcement. By the time he noticed it, the blueprint had already been sold. Fang Yuan retrieved the Book of Lords and opened the regional channel, directly inquiring, "Who possesses the blueprints for the glass manufacturing machine? I am willing to pay a handsome price for them." If someone on the regional channel were to offer the blueprints for sale, Fang Yuan would purchase them outright. If not, he could utilize the wish card from the mysterious shop to express his desire for the blueprints. At 9 in the morning, most lords were preoccupied with their tasks, resulting in few responses to Fang Yuan's inquiry. However, Fang Yuan remained unperturbed, knowing that the mysterious shop would reopen in the afternoon. He leisurely strolled through the shop, meticulously selecting items from the shelves. Each time the mysterious shop opened, all items on display were refreshed, presenting a completely different array of types and qualities from the last visit. Blueprint, Flame Arrow Tower, price, 5,000 black crystal coins. Remaining, 1. Level 7 Spellbook, Earth Magic Spear, price, 6,000 black crystal coins. Remaining, 1. Blueprint, Intelligence Outpost, price, 8,000 black crystal coins. Remaining, 1. Rare or Frost Gem, price, 150 black crystal coins. Remaining, 295. Rare or Flame Gem, price, 150 black crystal coins. Remaining, 311. Green Equipment, Giant Warhammer, price, 700 black crystal coins. Remaining, 24. Magical Weapon, Dwarven Rifle, price, 1,000 black crystal coins. Remaining, 56. Magical Weapon, Piercer Pistol, price, 1,300 black crystal coins. Remaining, 24. Magical Weapon, Armor-Piercing Magazine, price, 10 black crystal coins. Remaining, 74. Magical Weapon, Demon-Slaying Magazine, price, 10 black crystal coins. Remaining, 54. Magical Weapon, Penetrating Bullet, price, 1 black crystal coin. Remaining, 255. Magical Weapon, Paralysis Bullet, price, 1 black crystal coin. Remaining, 111. Noticing several uniquely designed firearms, Fang Yuan felt a surge of interest. He was astonished to discover that such weaponry existed in this world. He turned to Tiramisu beside him and asked, "May I examine these firearms?" Tiramisu nodded, responding, "Of course, esteemed guest." With that, Tiramisu raised a hand and gently waved, dispelling the magical barrier surrounding the dwarven rifle and piercer pistol. Fang Yuan picked up the piercer pistol, which bore a striking resemblance to firearms from Earth. Crafted from crystal, it was adorned with intricate magical runes and embedded with various magical gems, exuding an air of opulence and refinement. The weapon possessed formidable power, though its range was somewhat average, and it required the purchase of magical magazines, as it could not generate ammunition automatically. The price for a magazine was not trivial. Even the most basic variety cost 10 black crystal coins. Each magazine could fire 6 times and came with various additional effects. The mysterious shop offered only 2 types of magazines, the armor-piercing magazine and the demon-slaying magazine. The dwarven rifle was also a type of magical firearm, and Fang Yuan, intrigued, inquired of Tiramisu, "Why is this weapon referred to as the dwarven rifle? Was it not invented by the dwarves?" Tiramisu set down the book he was holding, chuckling, "Certainly not. While the dwarven clan excels in forging, they are not adept in magic. Even if they possessed the blueprints for magical weaponry like this, they would be incapable of crafting it. It is called the dwarven rifle because the dwarves have a profound fondness for it. They purchase vast quantities annually to equip their ranged troops, making rifles nearly a standard for the dwarven clan. The dwarves, though short in stature and skilled in close combat and forging, lacked ranged units, suffering significant losses in several wars due to the enemy's distance attacks. Consequently, they have long sought to train their own ranged forces. Yet most ranged weapons do not appeal to them." Chapter 129, Giant Warhammer. The magical rifle is the most suitable ranged weapon for the dwarves, not only boasting great range and power, but also being user-friendly and easy to master. Upon learning of the advantages of the magical rifle, the king of the Dwarven Kingdom procured a vast array of magical weapons from the Goblin Empire to arm the Dwarven army with magical rifles, subsequently training a unique unit known as the Dwarven Musketeers. The Dwarven Musketeers earned a formidable reputation in several major battles. From that point on, the magical rifle became synonymous with the Dwarven clan, gradually being referred to as the Dwarven Rifle. As a male, Fang Yuan inherently harbored an inexplicable affection for firearms, rendering him unable to resist their allure. He purchased 1 piercer pistol along with 4 magazines, 2 armor-piercing, and 2 demon-slaying. Additionally, he acquired 30 Dwarven rifles, along with hundreds of penetrating and paralysis bullets. After settling the payment, Fang Yuan stored the impressive array of magical weapons and ammunition in the arcane ring and continued to browse the mysterious shop for other desired items. He never overlooked goods such as blueprints. This time, following the refresh of the mysterious shop's inventory, 2 blueprints appeared on the shelves: Flame Arrow Tower and Intelligence Outpost. After a cursory glance at the item descriptions, Fang Yuan purchased both. Furthermore, he cleared the shelves of frost gems and flame gems. Resources like elemental gems were essential for constructing various buildings in his territory, and since the mysterious shop had them available, he could not afford to miss the opportunity. Moreover, as one of the primary materials for the Frost Arrow Tower was the frost gem, he deemed it even more crucial to acquire. Although he was uncertain of the materials required to construct the Flame Arrow Tower, he inferred from the requirements for the Frost Arrow Tower that the Flame Arrow Tower likely also necessitated flame gems. Both the Frost Arrow Tower and Flame Arrow Tower served similar defensive functions, and their construction materials should not be too dissimilar. Aside from these items, one particular product piqued Fang Yuan's interest: Giant Warhammer, Black Quality. Attributes: Level 7 Attack Boost, Level 7 Armor Piercing Boost. Skill: Thunderstrike, Level 7 Martial Technique. Description: a weapon used by the Giant Clan. The magical giants in Fang Yuan's territory currently lacked any weapons or equipment. Given their immense size, standard weapons used by humans were unsuitable for them. They required specially designed blueprints for giant weapons and equipment to be crafted. The Giant Warhammer, of which 24 remained in stock, was promptly purchased in its entirety by Fang Yuan. The giant warhammers displayed on the shelves had been magically shrunk and placed within a magical barrier. After 3 minutes outside the barrier, the warhammers would revert to their original size. Upon completing the payment, Tiramisu lifted the magical barrier from the giant warhammers, and Fang Yuan immediately stored all of them in his arcane ring. Approaching the counter, he inquired, "May I write a wish card today?" "Certainly, esteemed guest," Tiramisu replied enthusiastically. Perhaps due to Fang Yuan's substantial expenditures in the mysterious shop on 2 occasions, Tiramisu's demeanor seemed notably more amiable. "Esteemed guest, do you wish to once again utilize the wish card to fulfill your desires?" Before Fang Yuan could respond, Tiramisu retrieved a wish card from beneath the counter and presented it to him with both hands. Fang Yuan gently shook his head and replied, "I do not intend to use it now. Rather, I plan to utilize it later this afternoon. Is that permissible?" Tiramisu beamed and said, "Certainly. As long as it is during the hours of operation for the mysterious shop, you are welcome to come in at any time to use your wish card." Fang Yuan then took out the Book of Lords and glanced at the regional channel, noticing that his message seeking to purchase a glass manufacturing machine had already been pushed out of sight. Upon reviewing the chat history, he found that no one was willing to trade him the glass manufacturing machine. Such blueprints were rather rare. Very few individuals in the entire regional channel possessed them, and trades had only occurred once before. If it weren't for the fact that he had missed the last transaction for the glass manufacturing machine, he would have acquired the blueprint by now. Alas, Fang Yuan sighed in resignation, pondering whether he would ever successfully procure the blueprint for the glass manufacturing machine through the regional channel. Fearing that someone might overlook his previous message, he posted another one, willing to pay handsomely for the glass manufacturing machine blueprint. Interested parties, please message me privately. If by afternoon he had not received any private messages regarding the glass manufacturing machine, Fang Yuan resolved to use his wish card to wish for the blueprint instead. As he departed the mysterious shop, he did not forget about the treasure miner arcade game at the entrance. The machine he had previously emptied was now filled with small wooden boxes once more. Moreover, there appeared to be even more boxes this time. Rubbing his hands together, Fang Yuan inserted a black crystal coin into the machine's coin slot and controlled the mechanical claw to grasp the small wooden boxes below. Behind him, Tiramisu watched Fang Yuan's actions with a look of perplexity. The treasure miner game, after playing a few rounds, revealed itself to be a money-losing endeavor rather than a profitable one. Most small boxes contained merely one black crystal coin, with only 2 or 3 containing 5 or 10 coins. The game's mechanics had been adjusted such that one could only successfully grab a box once every 3 attempts, costing 3 black crystal coins to earn back just 1, while the remaining 2 coins went into the mysterious shop's coffers. Unless one was exceptionally fortunate and managed to grab a box containing 10 black crystal coins on the first try, winning at this game was virtually impossible. Fang Yuan's previous feat of emptying the machine had caught Tiramisu's attention, and she had not anticipated his return this time. Could this be what the esteemed leader referred to as a fool with too much money? Tiramisu mused to herself, tilting her head. With the knowledge gained from his prior experience, Fang Yuan effortlessly retrieved all the small wooden boxes from the machine in under 20 minutes. Once outside the mysterious shop, he opened each box, triggering a hundredfold amplification and ultimately acquiring 600 black crystal coins. Fang Yuan then proceeded directly to the western side of the city wall, where stood a rudimentary wooden cabin that towered even higher than the wall itself. This humble abode was home to the magic rune giants, as the territory could not accommodate their colossal forms. Thus, they resided outside the city walls. The cabin had been constructed from massive logs felled from the western forest by the giants themselves. Though modest, it provided shelter from the elements. Chapter 130, The Intelligence Hut. The magic rune giant was busy constructing a wooden door for his cabin. Upon spotting Fang Yuan standing atop the city wall, he immediately set down his tools and approached him with a warm greeting. "Good morning, Lord. Please feel free to issue any commands." Fang Yuan smiled and replied, "I have no orders for you. I merely came to check on you all and to deliver some weapons." At the mention of weapons, the giant's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly inquired, "What kind of weapons, my lord?" At that moment, the shrinking effect of the magic circle had dissipated. The once diminutive giant warhammer, which had measured less than 10 centimeters, now transformed into a 3-meter-long behemoth upon being drawn from the arcane realm. With a thunderous crash, the giant warhammer struck the ground, creating quite a commotion. The hammer's handle was crafted from a 3-meter-long piece of black wood, appearing exceedingly sturdy. With a metallic sheen adorning its surface, the hammerhead was forged from iron and featured sharp protrusions, boasting formidable destructive power. Fang Yuan estimated that the giant warhammer weighed nearly several thousand kilograms. For ordinary troops, merely lifting the giant warhammer would be a Herculean task. However, the magic rune giant effortlessly hoisted it with a single hand. He swung the hammer a few times to test its balance, nodding in satisfaction and remarking, "Not bad. If it were a bit heavier, it would be even better." Clearly, the strength of the magic rune giant was extraordinary. The several thousand kilograms of the warhammer felt like a child's toy in his grasp. The territory currently housed 10 magic rune giants, with an additional 2 in the subordinate territory, totaling 12. For now, this number sufficed, and unless unusual circumstances arose, Fang Yuan had no intention of recruiting more. A fully equipped magic rune giant on the battlefield would indeed be a veritable killing machine, with their immense size and terrifying strength instilling fear in any enemy troops. A single stomp from a magic rune giant could crush numerous foes. While Fang Yuan's territory boasted a building for recruiting magic rune giants, it lacked the blueprints for their equipment and housing. An armored Reaper soldier would undoubtedly surpass an unarmored magic rune giant in strength. Once the territory was equipped with weapons and armor specifically designed for giants, Fang Yuan planned to assemble a formidable giant army. Upon receiving the new weapons, the magic rune giant knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing these weapons upon us." Fang Yuan nodded and inquired, "By the way, where are the other giants?" "They have gone to the western forest to fell trees," the magic rune giant replied. The wood used for constructing their cabins came from a tree known as redwood, which typically reached heights of several hundred meters, making it ideal for the magic rune giants' dwellings. Since they were absent, Fang Yuan instructed the giant to pass the weapons to them upon their return. As for the 2 magic rune giants in the subordinate territory, he intended to visit them personally in due time to inspect their situation and present them with the giant warhammers. After leaving 9 giant warhammers behind, Fang Yuan made his way along the city wall towards the location of the defensive tower. Fire Arrow Tower, Black Quality Fire Gem 1, Stone Brick 500, Wood 300. Magic Stone 10. The materials required to construct the Fire Arrow Tower were largely akin to those for the Frost Arrow Tower, with the sole difference being that the Frost Gems were replaced with Fire Gems. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had cleared the shelves of both Fire and Frost Gems, ensuring he had ample elemental gems to construct both the Fire Arrow Tower and the Frost Arrow Tower. The magical arrows shot from the Fire Arrow Tower would inflict burning damage, allowing enemies to experience the discomfort of both ice and fire. Fang Yuan had constructed 12 Judgment Towers, 10 Frost Arrow Towers, 10 Fire Arrow Towers, and 4 Omniscient Towers on each of the 4 city walls. Anyone who dared to approach Fang Yuan's territory would find themselves subjected to the fierce onslaught of the defensive towers. In addition to the Flame Arrow Tower, Fang Yuan also procured the blueprint for the Intelligence Station. Intelligence Station, Stone Bricks 500, Hardwood Planks 1000, Sand 100, Iron Blocks 100, Ropes 50. According to the description of the item, the Intelligence Station is capable of providing 2 pieces of valuable intelligence each day. Although the specific nature of the information remains unclear, Fang Yuan possessed all the necessary materials for construction within his domain. Thus, he promptly established an Intelligence Station. The structure of the Intelligence Station appeared modest, resembling a vending machine with a sealed black window on the front. As Fang Yuan approached, he received a prompt. Would you like to spend 1 black crystal coin to purchase intelligence? It even requires payment. Fang Yuan harbored a strong disdain for buildings that necessitate secondary expenditures. However, as he was not particularly concerned about the expenditure of a single black crystal coin, he resolved that should the information prove inaccurate or useless, he would personally demolish the Intelligence Station. As he extracted a black crystal coin, the sealed black window at the front of the Intelligence Station automatically opened. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Yuan tossed the black crystal coin into the window, which promptly closed again. Approximately 30 seconds later, the window reopened, revealing 2 small white envelopes. Fang Yuan retrieved the envelopes, which were labeled Weather Intelligence and Regional Intelligence. He first opened the envelope labeled Weather Intelligence, which contained a simple line, Weather Intelligence. The forecast for the upcoming week is sunny. Is that all? Fang Yuan felt he had been duped by the Intelligence Station. This weather information was utterly useless. Whether it was sunny or not held no significance for him. Even if it rained heavily for a week, it would not affect him in the slightest. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he proceeded to open the envelope containing the Regional Intelligence. If this information turned out to be as trivial as the weather report, he would seriously contemplate dismantling the Intelligence Station. Regional Intelligence. Yesterday, a band of roving werewolf bandits entered the Forgotten Land. Please exercise caution. Chapter 131, The Glass Manufacturing Machine. Even the fact that werewolves had entered the Forgotten Land was known. Had it not been for the Regional Intelligence, Fang Yuan would have remained oblivious to this event. The Forgotten Land is vast, and Fang Yuan's control extends only to the areas surrounding the Forgotten Plains, the War Fortress in the northern wastes, the affiliated territory to the northeast, the logging site in the western forest, and the cursed mine in the eastern mountains. As for other regions, Fang Yuan was completely in the dark. However, what puzzled him more was why treasures were so often buried in the Forgotten Land. The Black Dragon Kiri had buried her plundered treasures there, and even the werewolves had done the same. When he next encountered Kiri, he would certainly inquire about her reasoning at that time. Given the werewolf bandits' incursion into the Forgotten Land, Fang Yuan could not afford to let this opportunity slip away, especially since they carried treasures accumulated over many years. Perhaps among the werewolf spoils, there might be several treasure chests. Fang Yuan entrusted this matter to Bloody, whose hunting team conducted daily hunts in the Forgotten Land and was well acquainted with its terrain. Once the werewolf bandits entered the Forgotten Land, they would surely leave traces behind. And following these clues, Bloody should be able to track them down. Rest assured, my lord, those werewolves shall not escape my grasp. I will ensure that all their treasures are brought forth for your benefit. With that, Bloody led the hunting team away from the territory. Titan had departed early that morning, just as the sun began to rise, heading to the logging site and the cursed mine to work. The cursed mine was currently garrisoned by a 100-man battalion, ever vigilant over the mine, ready to seal it off at the first sign of skeletons. With nothing to occupy his time, Fang Yuan returned to the lord's mansion, reclining in a chair by the entrance, basking leisurely in the sun. Sakura approached with a platter of fruits and delicacies, delicately pinching a purple fruit resembling a grape, offering it to Fang Yuan. How does it taste, my lord? Sakura inquired softly. These are fresh fruits harvested from the farm, and I chill them daily, so you can enjoy refreshing cool fruits during the sweltering summer. Ever since the establishment of the underground ice cellar, Fang Yuan had been able to indulge in fresh chilled fruits and fruit wine daily. As noon approached, the weather became slightly warm, and several fox girl maids donned in black and white maid outfits beside Fang Yuan produced a large fan fashioned from leaves, gently waving it to create a refreshing breeze. This was the simplicity of the lord's life. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fang Yuan's lord's book vibrated, signaling a private message. Was someone seeking to trade a glass manufacturing machine with him? He quickly retrieved the lord's book and opened the private message, which was from a man named Bai Xiaohua. Are you looking to purchase a glass manufacturing machine at a high price? Fang Yuan replied, Indeed, if you possess the blueprint for a glass manufacturing machine, I am willing to offer a handsome price. Bai Xiaohua responded, You misunderstand. I am not looking to trade the blueprint, but rather the glass manufacturing machine itself. If you can meet my price, I can sell you one. Upon reading this, Fang Yuan immediately grasped the meaning behind Bai Xiaohua's words. Bai Xiaohua did not wish to trade the blueprint, as retaining the blueprint would allow him to produce glass manufacturing machines continuously whenever materials became available. Upgrading to a level 5 main city requires a crucial material, liuli. Just moments ago, Fang Yuan had purchased the blueprint for liuli from the mysterious shop, but possessing only the blueprint was insufficient. Liuli is a composite material that requires 50 pieces of glass for synthesis. In other words, to upgrade to a level 5 main city, one must possess a glass manufacturing machine to facilitate the upgrade. It is highly probable that Bai Xiaohua has also upgraded to a level 4 main city and is aware that the key material for upgrading to a level 5 main city is liuli. Without a glass manufacturing machine, even having the blueprint for liuli would be futile. Thus, he chose to sell only the glass manufacturing machine rather than the blueprint. Therefore, for the Lord, the first priority upon acquiring resources is to upgrade the main city. Currently, most Lord's main cities are at level 3. They remain unaware of the critical importance of the glass manufacturing machine. In due time, as the Lords in the regional channel upgrade to level 4 main cities, they will begin seeking ways to gather the blueprint for liuli. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaohua, possessing the blueprint for the glass manufacturing machine, will be able to profit handsomely by merely selling the machines. Fang Yuan, however, desired not just a single glass manufacturing machine, but rather the blueprint itself. He inquired with Bai Xiaohua about the possibility of purchasing the blueprint, offering a high price for it. Yet, he was met with a firm rejection. Bai Xiaohua was counting on the blueprint for future profits. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to relent. It seemed he would have to return to the mysterious shop and make a wish with a wish card. At precisely 5 in the afternoon, Fang Yuan arrived at the entrance of the mysterious shop, and as the time struck, he pushed the door open and entered. The items on the shelves remained unchanged from the morning, with no alterations whatsoever. Tirami was seated behind the counter, engrossed in the thick tome before her, thoroughly absorbed in its contents. Upon seeing Fang Yuan enter, he hastily set aside the book he was holding and greeted him with a radiant smile, saying, Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Tiramisu is at your service. I would like a high-grade wish card. Fang Yuan stated directly, cutting to the chase. Very well, esteemed guest. Tiramisu replied, retrieving a plain wish card from beneath the counter. Fang Yuan had always harbored doubts regarding the distinctions between these wish cards. In his eyes, they were all identical, lacking any extraordinary qualities or magical prowess. To him, a wish card was simply an ordinary slip of paper. The only difference lay in the varying tiers of wish cards, which influenced the selection of items offered based on their respective levels. Though he could not fathom the rationale behind the mysterious shop's practices, was it merely a desire to accumulate more black crystal coins? He understood that being in their establishment necessitated adherence to their rules. With practiced ease, Fang Yuan inscribed his desired items on the high-grade wish card. Once finished, he handed the card to Tiramisu, who carefully sealed it in an envelope with wax before placing it upon the magical array at the counter. As the wish card vanished, Fang Yuan inquired, Might I write several wish cards? His needs extended beyond just 1 or 2 items. Within his lord's tome lay numerous blueprints requiring dark gold materials that he could not produce or construct due to shortages. Writing only 1 wish card per day seemed dreadfully inefficient. Tiramisu, apologetically, replied, Each guest is permitted to write but 1 wish card per day, as per our shop's regulations. Very well. Fang Yuan refrained from further discussion and turned to leave the mysterious shop. As he departed, he could still hear Tiramisu's voice behind him, Esteemed guest, we eagerly await your next visit. In the afternoon, the hunting party returned to the territory. Blood led 3 blood-mad gunmen before Fang Yuan, each bearing a bronze chest. My lord, we encountered a pack of wolfman brigands in the northwestern forest and eliminated them all. These are the spoils of our victory. The blood-mad gunman stepped forward and placed the 3 bronze chests before Fang Yuan. Nodding in approval, he praised Blood for a job well done. Subsequently, he opened all 3 bronze chests. Opened chest and received 8,000 black crystal coins. Triggered a hundredfold amplification for a total of 800,000 black crystal coins. Opened chest and received 1,000 gold bricks. Triggered a hundredfold amplification for a total of 100,000 gold bricks. Opened chest and received 500 sapphires. Triggered a hundredfold amplification for a total of 50,000 sapphires. Opened chest and received 500 rubies. Triggered a hundredfold amplification for a total of 50,000 rubies. Opened chest and received 500 yellow sapphires. triggered a hundredfold amplification for a total of 50,000 yellow sapphires. All 3 chests yielded an abundance of black crystal coins, gold bricks, and a variety of gems. Coincidentally, Fang Yuan had spent a considerable sum of black crystal coins in the mysterious shop over the past few days. At this rate, his treasury would be depleted within a few weeks. Just as he was lamenting over the source of black crystal coins, the Wolfman brigands had delivered them right to his doorstep. He had unwittingly gained a windfall of 800,000 black crystal coins. If the Wolfmen were still alive, Fang Yuan would certainly express his gratitude to them. Time flew by, and several days later, Fang Yuan had successfully acquired the blueprint for a glass manufacturing machine through the wish card in the mysterious shop. Glass manufacturing machine, 100 iron blocks, 100 brass, 10 magical stones, 1 flame gem. 3 units of sand could be refined into 1 unit of glass in an hour. Fang Yuan procured over 70,000 units of sand from a lord whose territory lay in the desert. He crafted 10 glass manufacturing machines and, over 3 days, produced sufficient glass to synthesize colored glass. At last, he had gathered all the materials required to upgrade his level 5 main city. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the upgrade. A silver light enveloped the main city, lasting nearly an hour before dissipating. When the luminescence faded, a magnificent lord's residence appeared before Fang Yuan. The lord's residence retained its stone structure, yet it was a far cry from the previous humble stone cottage. The upgraded stone house now bore the semblance of a palace, with every detail exuding a sense of grandeur and craftsmanship. The interior was divided into numerous independent chambers, featuring enhanced amenities for comfort. Fang Yuan chose to inspect the attributes of the main city. Level 5 Intermediate Stone House, Main City. Population, 1,250. Capacity, 10,000. Storage, 50,000. Maximum, 100,000. Recruitable, farmers for free. Farmers, daily recruitment limit, 20, maximum, 20. Official system, unlocked. Materials required for upgrade, 5,000 hardwood planks, 50,000 stone bricks, 5,000 granite, 1,000 magical stones, 1,000 sand, 1,000 iron blocks, 1,000 colored glass, 1,000 obsidian. The upgraded level 5 main city not only increased the number of farmers that could be recruited daily to 20, but also unlocked the official system. Upon accessing the official system, a vast array of positions appeared before Fang Yuan, with most displayed in gray, while a few emanated a faint glow. The territorial positions were categorized into commanders and officials. Commanders pertained to the military system, with the positions of squad leader and platoon leader currently unlocked. Further military roles would be accessible as the number of troops increased. Officials belonged to the civil service system, with only one position currently unlocked, the official. Similar to the military roles, unlocking additional positions would require territorial development and fulfillment of specific conditions, such as constructing over 100 warehouses to unlock the accountant position. The positions unlocked within the official system came with unique effects. Squad leader. For every 10 soldiers, one may be appointed as squad leader, randomly enhancing one attribute of all squad members. Platoon leader. For every 10 squads, one may be appointed as platoon leader, randomly enhancing 2 attributes of all platoon members. Official. For each subordinate territory, one may appoint 1 official, randomly increasing the yield of a specific resource extraction. Currently, Fang Yuan's army comprised 800 soldiers and 30 heroes, 200 death guards, 200 blood-mad gunmen, 200 black rock archers, 100 shadow walkers, and 100 fallen angels. This meant Fang Yuan could promote 8 soldiers to platoon leaders and 80 soldiers to squad leaders. Heroes like Death E would be prioritized for promotions, while the remaining positions would be filled by outstanding soldiers. This was merely the beginning. In due course, as Fang Yuan began to amass troops, he anticipated unlocking further military roles. Beyond the main city, with colored glass and hardwood planks in hand, Fang Yuan could also upgrade the other structures within his territory. Of course, with the demon architect at his disposal, he would not need to lift a finger to upgrade buildings like barracks, as the demon architect could handle it effortlessly. The day before yesterday afternoon, the devilish architect, having indulged in a hearty meal, found himself idly wandering through his domain. By chance, he stumbled upon the wooden house being constructed by the magical rune giant at the western wall. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he fluttered his small wings and eagerly volunteered to assist the giant in designing the abode. The gentle-natured rune giant did not decline and graciously accepted the devilish architect's offer. That night, the devilish architect returned to his humble dwelling, laboring tirelessly under the flickering light until dawn, ultimately producing a comprehensive design blueprint. The following morning, he approached the rune giant, bearing the fruits of his nocturnal toil. To facilitate the giant's understanding, he had enlarged the design several dozen times, executing it on a single expanse of colossal beast hide. The devilish architect was convinced that upon witnessing his flawless design, the rune giant would be utterly awestruck and filled with admiration for him. However, after perusing the design, the rune giant inhaled sharply, his face betraying an awkward yet polite smile as he gently declined the architect's proposal. The devilish architect felt a profound sense of injustice. After sacrificing an entire night to meticulously craft the design, it was unfathomable that the rune giant would reject it. Such a slight was a grievous affront to the architect's pride. In his dismay, he sought out Fang Yuan to lament his plight. Fang Yuan comforted the architect briefly before examining the architectural plans. In that moment, he comprehended the rune giant's perspective. There was indeed merit in their refusal. Chapter 133, The Treasure Chest of the Monster's Lair. The rune giant merely wished to erect a simple wooden house, one that could shield him from the elements. While he had readily agreed to the devilish architect's assistance in designing the plans for this modest dwelling, he certainly did not anticipate that the architect's blueprints resembled something more akin to a palace, towering hundreds of meters high and sprawling over 10,000 square meters, equivalent to that of a grand stadium, complete with embellishments that catered to devilish tastes. Should the architect's vision be realized, the construction would demand over a decade and a staggering amount of resources. It was no wonder the rune giant had promptly dismissed the proposal without a second thought. Ultimately, after Fang Yuan's persuasion, the devilish architect revised the blueprints, crafting a more conventional wooden house that surpassed the original plans in sturdiness and aesthetic appeal. In the ensuing days, the architect finally found purpose, aiding the rune giant in erecting the wooden house, no longer aimlessly wandering about. Fang Yuan then approached the devilish architect, assigning him the responsibility of upgrading other structures within the territory, aside from the main city, which necessitated the Lord's personal attention for upgrades. The architect was permitted to assist with the enhancement of all other buildings. At your command, my esteemed master. The devilish architect responded with deference. Having spoken, he set off to upgrade the territory structures. Fang Yuan stretched languidly, letting out a yawn of ennui. The Butcher Legion would require approximately another fortnight before they would arrive in the Forgotten Lands. The Butcher tribe, being only a medium-sized tribe, comprised a mere 250,000 orcs. This time, the Butcher himself led the expedition into the Forgotten Lands with a formidable contingent of 12 legions, 120,000 orcs, which accounted for half the tribe's population. Such a vast assembly of troops demanded extensive preparation for logistics and supplies. The sheer amount of food required for the journey was no negligible sum. Thus, the Butcher tribe needed ample time to ensure that everything was in order before embarking on their campaign into the Forgotten Lands. During this period, Fang Yuan had meticulously arranged everything: his dwelling, provisions, soul gems, and weaponry, leaving only the arrival of the Butcher Legion pending. Meanwhile, Yi led over 30 shadow walkers to infiltrate the Butcher tribe, remaining hidden and monitoring their every move. Each day, Yi diligently reported the tribe's activities to Fang Yuan. Previously, during the annihilation of the orc army, they had seized a plethora of miscellaneous items, among which was a communication scroll that Fang Yuan entrusted to Yi. This enabled seamless communication between them, greatly enhancing their operational efficiency. In recent days, the Butcher tribe had not been idle either, dispatching several squads of orc scouts to probe Fang Yuan's territory. Yi promptly relayed this intelligence to Fang Yuan, and before the orc scouts could approach the war fortress, they were swiftly eliminated by the shadow walkers. Suddenly, the governor of the affiliated territory, Xiaobai, sent Fang Yuan a private message, stating that she had led her troops to eradicate a nearby monster lair and had obtained a treasure chest. She inquired how to proceed with it, how to handle it. Naturally, leave it for me. The warehouses of the main territory and the affiliated territory were interconnected, albeit with some restrictions on access. Fang Yuan could freely utilize the resources from both repositories, while Xiaobai was limited to the affiliated territory's warehouse due to her jurisdictional constraints. The monster treasure chest, however, could not be stored in the warehouse. Thus, Fang Yuan needed to personally visit, but fortunately, with the aid of the Black Dragon Chili, each trip to the affiliated territory would not consume much time. The Black Dragon Chili had secluded herself in her quarters for several days, rarely emerging except for mealtimes. While Fang Yuan was aware that she was up to something, he paid it little mind. Perhaps she was harboring a secret she feared would be discovered by him, leading her to exhibit an unusually obedient demeanor of late. Each time Fang Yuan ventured out, he donned his full battle gear, preparing meticulously for the journey. Seizing the moment, the kitsune maid visited Chili's chamber, summoning her forth. "Master, where are we heading today?" Chili asked sweetly. Fang Yuan unfurled the Lord's book, gesturing to the map, pointing towards the affiliated territory, and declared, "To this place." Chili responded with a gentle smile, "Sure thing, master. Please ride slowly on my back, and be careful not to fall." Once Fang Yuan was seated atop her, Chili turned her head, and when no one else was watching, a glimmer of coldness flashed in her dragon eyes as she thought, "Fang Yuan, your time of arrogance is limited. In a few days, when the communication gem is complete, and I notify the dragon clan, your days of ease will come to an abrupt end." The black dragon unfurled her massive wings, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, and with a powerful flap, a torrent of wind surged forth. The few kitsune maids on the ground were swept off balance, their black and white maid skirts billowing dramatically. Seated upon the dragon's back, Fang Yuan witnessed this spectacle and sighed. How many times have I told them to wear their undergarments? Why do they never listen? The black dragon soared through the sapphire sky, rapidly making her way toward the affiliated territory. In merely 7 minutes, they arrived above the realm. The black dragon descended outside the affiliated territory, and Fang Yuan dismounted from her back, where Xiao Bai awaited along with all the citizens of the affiliated territory to greet him. To honor Fang Yuan's arrival, Xiao Bai had donned a black qipao today, designed without sleeves, revealing her porcelain-like arms. The qipao was slid up to her hips, allowing glimpses of her long, fair legs beneath the hem. Xiao Bai, a relatively mature foxwoman at the age of 25, may not seem old in human terms, yet reaching this age as a foxwoman is indeed quite rare. Unlike Sakura, Xiao Bai possesses not only a purity reminiscent of youthful innocence, but also an alluring maturity akin to the lusciousness of a ripe peach. Since her last return to the territory, Fang Yuan had not visited the subordinate domain even once. Instead, Xiao Bai had been reporting all matters concerning the subordinate territory through the Lord's book. After a considerable time apart, upon seeing Fang Yuan, a joyful smile illuminated Xiao Bai's face as she gracefully approached him. Before she could utter a word, Fang Yuan hurriedly interjected, "Where's the treasure chest? I want to open it." Xiao Bai's response was stifled before it could escape her lips. Resignedly, she led Fang Yuan to the treasure chest. The treasure chest obtained from the monster lair was housed within the Lord's manor of the subordinate territory. Upon entering, everything appeared orderly, clearly indicating that Xiao Bai had adeptly managed the domain. This reinforced Fang Yuan's belief that entrusting the management of territories to fox people was indeed a splendid idea. Although fox people may lack physical prowess, their intellect far surpasses that of other races. Upon entering the Lord's manor, Fang Yuan was greeted by a delightful fragrance that mirrored Xiao Bai's own scent. The decor within the manor was quite simple, with 2 grand wardrobes in the bedroom brimming with an array of garments. These exquisite outfits were custom-made by Xiao Bai from a tailor, a privilege befitting her status as the administrator of the subordinate territory. The treasure chest lay in the manor's hall, and the rules governing Fang Yuan's territory were few but strict. Among the most crucial regulations was that no one was permitted to open a treasure chest without authorization. It must be surrendered to the Lord without exception. Regardless of their status, whether hero or soldier, anyone discovering a treasure chest would first present it to Fang Yuan. He would then bestow special rewards upon those who complied. To Fang Yuan's surprise, the treasure chest before him was a rather rare silver chest. His smile broadened as he rubbed his hands together and proceeded to open it. A familiar and melodious sound echoed in his ears. Open treasure chest and acquired green building blueprint. Magic portal. Triggered a hundredfold amplification, yielding a dark gold building blueprint. Space portal. Space portal. Requires 10 space gems, 500 stone bricks, and 100 magic stones. Ability. Entering the space portal will teleport you to another space portal. Distance is unlimited. Upon reading the description of the space portal, Fang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The implications of such a structure were astounding. With a space portal, it would mean that Fang Yuan could traverse to any location on the continent at will, provided that the destination also had a space portal for him to arrive at. He could establish a space portal in various locations such as the War Fortress, Cursed Mine, and subordinate territories. Henceforth, Fang Yuan could instantaneously reach his subordinate's realm through the space portal. The strategic significance of the space portal was immense. In his excitement, Fang Yuan pulled Xiao Bai, who stood beside him, into an embrace and showered her delicate face with fervent kisses. "Thanks to you, Xiao Bai. What reward do you desire? As long as it is within my power, I shall grant it." Xiao Bai, clearly still reeling from Fang Yuan's sudden affection, blushed deeply, her eyes glazed over in a daze. Fang Yuan was in no rush. He would wait until she regained her composure to discuss her desires. The principal material required for constructing the space portal was the space gem, which Fang Yuan realized was absent from his storage, though his collection included various other gems. However, he remained unperturbed. Today was the day the mysterious shop would open, allowing him to use a wish card to acquire the items he sought. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 9:13, precisely when the mysterious shop opened its doors. He decided to return to the territory first. Bidding Xiao Bai farewell, he departed the subordinate domain, mounting his black dragon, Chili, and swiftly returned to his territory. Once dismounted, Fang Yuan hastily surveyed the merchandise on the shelves, but this time, nothing caught his interest. Approaching the front desk, he requested a high-level wish card from Tiramisu, and, as he inscribed the word Space Gem with a feather quill, he inquired about the Space Gem's details. "Ah, the Space Gem. Such a rare gem. One Space Gem can fetch a price ranging from 200 to 300 black crystal coins," Tiramisu remarked, rubbing her cheeks. "Esteemed guest, are you looking to purchase Space Gems?" Fang Yuan nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed. I hope to see as many space gems as possible when I return to the shop. Whatever quantity is available, I will take." With that, he handed over the completed wish card to Tiramisu. Having concluded his business, he exited the mysterious shop, leaving Tiramisu in a state of astonishment as she watched him depart. It was evident she was taken aback by Fang Yuan's bold words. The prospect of selling a space gem for over 200 coins was already considered an exceedingly high price. Yet, to her surprise, Fang Yuan treated it with indifference, insisting he would take as many as were available. In recent days, Fang Yuan's expenditures at the mysterious shop had amounted to several 100,000 black crystal coins. Tiramisu harbored no doubt regarding the truth of his claims. This was the epitome of a true magnate. With a sigh of admiration, Tiramisu resumed her seat behind the counter and picked up a thick tome, flipping through its pages. After leaving the mysterious shop, Fang Yuan mounted his black dragon once more, soaring back towards the subordinate domain. He had not forgotten the reward he owed Xiaobai. The entire process, completing the wish card and returning to the subordinate territory, took no more than 20 minutes. At that moment, Xiaobai had regained her senses. Though she was unclear about the reason behind Fang Yuan's earlier actions, her joy stemmed from his happiness. Xiaobai, have you thought about what reward you desire? Fang Yuan inquired with a smile. I only wish for you, my lord, to spend more time with me. Ever since your last return to the territory, you have not visited me even once. Xiaobai replied wistfully. I shall certainly come to see you more often. Fang Yuan promised. Once the space gems are available in the mysterious shop the day after tomorrow, I will be able to construct the space portal, making travel between the subordinate and main territories much more convenient. By the way, Xiaobai, Fang Yuan suddenly asked, where did you find this treasure chest? Xiaobai replied softly. Not long ago, when the Titans were gathering resources, they discovered a monster lair not far to the east. Worrying that the monsters within might disturb the Titans collecting resources nearby, I dispatched troops to eliminate that lair. The forces of the subordinate territory comprised 100 soldiers, including Death Guardians, Blood Frenzy Gunmen, Black Rock Archers, Shadow Walkers, Fallen Angels, and Magic Pattern Giants, each representing a portion of their respective ranks. Although the number was modest, the 10th tier soldiers could easily overpower thousands of lower tier warriors. Surrounding the vassal territory, there were no formidable powers or races, and 100 tier 10 soldiers were more than sufficient to safeguard the domain. Fang Yuan expressed a desire to explore the monster lair, and although Xiaobai was unaware of his reasoning, she did not inquire further. Instead, she promptly prepared to guide him to the lair. Chapter 135. The vassal territory was situated in a location on the map named the Hammerfall Forest. The Titans had discovered the monster lair at the eastern edge of this forest. The creatures inhabiting the lair were relatively weak, none exceeding tier 3, and there were over 100 of them, easily eradicated by a few blood-crazed gunmen. Having been in the chaotic continent for some time, Fang Yuan had developed a certain understanding of treasure chests. What puzzled him was that, typically, a monster lair of this caliber would yield only bronze-level treasure chests. Silver treasure chests, on the other hand, were generally associated with lairs housing monsters of tier 6 or above. According to Xiaobai, the lair that dropped silver treasure chests was inhabited solely by low-tier monsters, which piqued Fang Yuan's interest. He followed Xiaobai, protected by dozens of death guards, to the edge of Hammerfall Forest, where he soon spotted the lair she had mentioned. The bodies of the monsters within the lair had been completely cleared away, leaving not even a trace of blood. After inspecting the area without any notable findings, Fang Yuan chose not to dwell on the matter and returned to the vassal territory. Upon his return, he first assisted Xiaobai in upgrading the main city of the territory, then selected a suitable location to construct a demon cave, recruiting several demon architects to oversee the enhancement of the territory's structures. The buildings upgraded by the demon architects would gain various new attributes or skills. Frost Arrow Tower. Black quality. Abilities. 1. Frost. Launches magical arrows that slow down hit enemies. 2. Rapid Fire. Fires magical arrows, with a 50 chance of launching a second arrow. Notably, the Rapid Fire skill was a new addition introduced by the demon architects. Fang Yuan also personally gifted 2 magic rune giants in the vassal territory with new weapons, giant warhammers, which delighted them immensely. Additionally, he presented Xiaobai with a dwarven rifle. With the protection of tier 10 soldiers, Xiaobai was in no danger, and the dwarven rifle was merely a token of appreciation. After completing these tasks, night fell, and Fang Yuan decided to spend the night within the vassal territory. The following morning, he awoke, feeling fatigued. Xiaobai lay beside him, one long, graceful leg draped over his waist, her body pressed closely against him, allowing him to distinctly feel her softness. After contemplating that there was nothing of great importance on the agenda for the day, Fang Yuan closed his eyes and resumed his slumber. The next day, before 9 in the morning, he rode on the back of the black dragon, Chili, making a timely return to the main territory. Upon arriving at the entrance of the mysterious shop, it was precisely 9 o'clock. Fang Yuan pushed the door open, entering the shop to be greeted by Tiramisu's respectful voice. Esteemed guest, welcome. Fang Yuan acknowledged with a nod, then made his way directly to the shelves. After some searching, he indeed found the coveted space gem. Rare, or space gem, price, 250 black crystal coins. Remaining quantity, 333. Just as Tiramisu had indicated, the price of the space gem was quite steep. A single gem cost 250 black crystal coins. However, for Fang Yuan, this was merely a trifling sum. A few days prior, the Wolfman bandits, in a rare act of goodwill, had visited the Forgotten Lands to present him with 3 bronze treasure chests. These chests yielded a staggering 800,000 black crystal coins, along with a substantial amount of gold and gems. The shelves indicated that there were 333 space gems available, each priced at 250 black crystal coins, amounting to a total of 250 black crystal coins. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan paid for them all. He also purchased a blueprint for a toxic arrow tower, along with several hundred toxic gems. Fang Yuan's expenditure this time reached over 100,000 black crystal coins, marking the largest transaction Tiramisu had handled since joining the mysterious shop. Tiramisu took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. As he carefully dispelled the magical barriers surrounding the gems and blueprints with slightly trembling hands. Just as Fang Yuan was preparing to depart with his purchases stored in his arcane ring, Tiramisu hastily retrieved a small card from beneath the counter and handed it to him, saying, "Esteemed guest, this is the bronze card from our mysterious shop. With this card, you will receive a 5% discount on all purchases, and you will also be granted 1 free use of the wish card each day." Fang Yuan accepted the bronze card and curiously inquired, "Is the wish card I can use for free of the advanced variety?" "Indeed," Tiramisu replied, rubbing his cheeks. "The bronze card is awarded only after a certain amount of cumulative spending at the mysterious shop. In addition to the bronze card, there are also silver cards, gold cards, diamond cards, and so forth. The bronze card is the lowest tier, awarded after a cumulative expenditure of 300,000 black crystal coins. A 5% discount is quite a decent offer, at least it is a genuine discount. This was certainly better than the experience on Earth, where one might haggle a product priced at $100 down to $20, only for the seller to accept without hesitation, leaving the buyer under the illusion of saving $80, while the merchant, in reality, profited $19 with tears in their eyes. Fang Yuan considered himself a rather frugal individual. He would never hesitate to spend what was necessary, but would scrimp wherever possible. The ability to use the wish card for free once daily was appealing to him, as a single advanced wish card, costing 30 black crystal coins, could purchase a blueprint for a white-quality weapon. At the entrance of the mysterious shop, Fang Yuan naturally did not forget about the treasure miner game. Spending 20 minutes, he cleared all the small wooden boxes in the machine, yielding 700 black crystal coins. Satisfied with his haul, he exited the mysterious shop. The first thing on his agenda was to promptly test whether the space portal truly possessed the miraculous properties he had heard of. Finding a suitable spot within the territory, Fang Yuan commanded the demon architects to construct a space portal without delay. Simultaneously, he contacted Xiao Bai remotely through the Lord's Book, instructing the demon architects in the vassal territory to build a portal as well. Space portal, 10 space gems, 500 stone bricks, 100 magic stones. 10 minutes later, as the radiant aura dissipated, both the main territory and the vassal territory's portals were completed simultaneously. A massive door frame constructed from black stone bricks stood before him, its center filled with a swirling mass of purple-black starlight. This portal of light resembled the dark portal from the MMORPG world of Warcraft. As the Lord, Fang Yuan naturally intended to be the first to experience it himself. Standing before the space portal, a holographic screen materialized before him, displaying a miniature regional map with small light points marking the locations of both the main and vassal territories. Chapter 136. The Plea for Help from Weninghan. The small light points on the map represented the locations of the space portals. Fang Yuan gently tapped the small light point representing the vassal territory, causing a virtual beam of light to appear between the main territory's portal and that of the vassal territory, indicating a successful connection. The luminous sphere at the center of the spatial portal experienced a subtle transformation. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and stepped directly into the light, a radiant flash enveloping him as his figure vanished between the portals. In an instant, he found himself in the affiliated territory. Xiao Bai stood before him, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at him, witnessing such a marvelous structure for the very first time. Fang Yuan, choosing not to elaborate, gently took hold of Xiao Bai's small hand and guided her through the experience of the spatial portal. The spatial portal is a remarkably extraordinary edifice. With no restrictions on the frequency or number of transmissions, an unlimited number of individuals may traverse through it. The sole limitation is that spatial portals may only be constructed within territories, though they may also be erected within war fortresses. However, construction is impossible near the mining site of the cursed mine or the logging area in the western forest. Fortunately, the cursed mine is not excessively distant from the war fortress. Should skeletal monsters arise again from the cursed mine, the stationed troops of the war fortress would be able to swiftly rush to suppress them. The utility of the spatial portal extends beyond this. Fang Yuan possesses the blueprints for constructing a war fortress, should he desire. He could clandestinely infiltrate the vicinity of his enemy's territories and establish both a war fortress and a spatial portal. This would enable a continuous influx of soldiers to assemble at the war fortress via the portal, eliminating the cumbersome necessity of long-distance marches. Furthermore, this would foster a closer relationship between himself and the affiliated territory, allowing for immediate inspections at any time. At that moment, the Lord's book in Fang Yuan's possession suddenly emitted a series of notifications for private messages. The sheer volume of individuals seeking to transact with him was overwhelming. Thus, Fang Yuan had configured his private messages to be silent, only attending to them during his leisure time in the evenings. The messages that triggered notifications were exclusively from his friends. The regional channel boasted tens of thousands of participants. Yet the number of his friends within the channel did not exceed 50. Upon opening the regional channel and examining his friends list, Fang Yuan discovered it was Wen Han reaching out. Fang Yuan, are you there? You must respond to my message. Help. Fang Yuan, are you there? Will please help me? Someone. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow. It appeared something troubling was occurring around Wen Han, a typically composed girl now rendered incoherent by fear. Could it be that monsters had again emerged from the underground ruins? Calm down, what has transpired? He inquired. Thank goodness, Fang Yuan, you're here, Wen Han exclaimed, as if Fang Yuan were her sole lifeline amidst drowning waters. Fang Yuan, if you rescue me this time, I am willing to become your affiliated territory and grant you all my resources and blueprints. Please, come save me. Oh, such a delightful proposition, Fang Yuan mused inwardly. However, Wen Han's explanation remained vague, leaving him uncertain about the situation. You have yet to clarify what has happened. Are the monsters from the underground ruins involved? He pressed. No, it is not monsters, but rather 3 other lords in the vicinity of my territory who have united to launch an assault. My army has suffered significant losses, and the remaining soldiers' loyalty is plummeting. They can barely hold on. They are about to invade. Wen Han was acutely aware that in this chaotic otherworld, devoid of any legal or moral constraints, a young and beautiful girl like herself would endure far worse than death if captured by other men. With only half an hour remaining, her territory would soon succumb to the onslaught, rendering any further pleas futile. In desperation, she sought Fang Yuan's assistance, even uncertain if he could indeed help her. Yet, in this region, he was the only one with the capability and strength to provide assistance. Wen Han was even willing to become Fang Yuan's subordinate territory to secure his help. Once her territory was transformed into a subordinate realm, her status would diminish from lord to regent, and she would transition from a free individual to Fang Yuan's possession. In such a scenario, she would be powerless to resist whatever he chose to do. Should her territory fall, Wen Han would not be killed, but rather captured by the 3 lords. If she was destined to be defiled, she preferred it to be by Fang Yuan, whose striking appearance was undeniable. To be at the mercy of a man of Fang Yuan's caliber was a fate she would willingly accept. Returning to the matter at hand, Fang Yuan found himself intrigued by the conditions she proposed. The advantages of possessing a subordinate territory were manifold. He had first-hand experience, as he already held one that provided abundant resources daily. Moreover, he was particularly interested in the ancient ruins near Wen Han's territory. Given her initiative in presenting this opportunity, Fang Yuan was inclined to accept. After a brief contemplation, he readily acquiesced. Without hesitation, Wen Han promptly selected the option to become Fang Yuan's subordinate territory within the Lord's book. Do you wish to become Lord Fang Yuan's subordinate territory? This choice is irreversible. Upon becoming a subordinate territory, you will be stripped of your lordship and become the regent of the subordinate territory. Upon becoming a subordinate territory, Fang Yuan will possess all rights over the subordinate territory. Simultaneously, Fang Yuan received a notification. Once both parties confirmed, Wen Han's territory officially became Fang Yuan's second subordinate territory. The Lord's book in Wen Han's possession was downgraded to that of a regent. Yet, she held no regrets. Had she not taken this step, the consequences of her territory's fall would have been far graver. Now that her territory was under Fang Yuan's aegis, Wen Han hoped that the attackers would cease their advance out of fear of Fang Yuan's might. Outside the territory, hundreds of militia armed with stone spears were assaulting, accompanied by dozens of spear-wielding soldiers. Inside, Wen Han's troops were valiantly resisting, taking refuge behind wooden walls as they withstood the fierce onslaught from outside. Her forces had been decimated in prior skirmishes, leaving fewer than 50 defenders remaining. Chapter 137. To engage in battle confronted with foes that outnumbered them several times over. Wen Han's forces could not endure much longer. Within 30 minutes, the territory would inevitably succumb. Nearby, atop a hill not far from the territory, 3 men stood overlooking the battlefield below. Haha, brother, I reckon it won't be long before we seize this territory. Once we do, we must capture that girl named Wen Han and vent our frustrations on her, spoke one of the men. A robust middle-aged figure with dark skin and a toothy grin revealing yellowed teeth, positioned on the left. The bald man on the right chimed in. Ever since arriving in this wretched place, I haven't had a woman in ages. Today, I intend to indulge myself. The slender man in the middle furrowed his brow and remarked, Humph, do not rejoice too soon. Should the territory be breached, and when Han choose to take her own life, it would be a loss beyond measure. The dark-skinned man chuckled, Elder brother, your words are rather amusing. I perceive Wen Han as merely an ordinary girl, What courage does she possess to commit suicide? The slender man shot him an irritable glare and retorted coldly, if it were not for your disruption of my plans, Weninghan would have already been subdued, and her territory would be ours. Upon receiving the slender man's glare, the dark-skinned man awkwardly chuckled. I was merely caught up in the moment upon seeing that pretty girl, unable to restrain myself. The bald man chimed in with a complaint. Elder brother speaks the truth. Our plan was flawless. We intended to lure Weninghan out and then jointly subdue her. Instead, you saw her like a lustful wild boar and charged at her, scaring her away. Get away from me. Elder brother is right to scold me. You are nothing. The dark-skinned man glared angrily. The bald man, unfazed, retorted. Had it not been for you disrupting the plan, I wouldn't have lost over 10 militia members. Speak another word, and I shall end you. Humph. The dark-skinned man sneered. Who is afraid of you? If you dare come at me, whoever backs down is a coward. Once this battle concludes, we shall settle this between ourselves and see who fears whom. Enough. Let us speak less. The slender man impatiently interjected. Our immediate priority is to breach this territory swiftly. The bald man grinned. Elder brother, rest assured. It won't be long. She can hardly hold out. Let us make quick work of this. Once the territory falls, both of you will enter, find Weninghan, and subdue her. Under no circumstances must she be allowed to take her own life. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Do you understand? Absolutely, elder brother. I have awaited this moment for quite some time. The dark-skinned man licked his lips, revealing a lewd grin. The three of them were formerly inmates on Earth, having shared a cell and thus developed a mutual understanding. After the Great Migration, they fortuitously found themselves in the same region, with territories not too distant from one another. When the struggle for lordship commenced, they discovered a charmingly innocent girl not far from their territory, immediately igniting their nefarious desires. They initially pretended not to know each other, presenting an appearance of hostility to lower Weninghan's guard. In such an atmosphere of mutual suspicion, no one would dare to initiate conflict without absolute certainty. As the saying goes, when the clam and the crane vie, the fisherman benefits. No one wishes to be the clam or the crane. Everyone desires to be the fisherman. Thus far, only Fang Yuan had acquired the alliance scroll in the regional channel. No one else had succeeded. Without a binding contract, verbal alliances held little weight, for none were naive children. Human hearts are inscrutable. Who could tell if one might feign brotherhood while plotting betrayal behind the scenes? Such treachery had occurred countless times on Earth, let alone in this alien world. As long as everyone remained entangled, no one would instigate war. Weninghan could not fathom that such luck would befall anyone, that not only did they know one another, but they were also in the same region. She observed the other three lords around her territory, who, in a bid to seize blueprints from the ruins, clashed violently over trivial disagreements. Instinctively, she assumed they were unfamiliar with one another, harboring conflicts, which placed her in a relatively secure situation. This tactic proved effective, as Weninghan indeed lowered her guard. Through trading blueprints, she acquired a substantial arsenal of weapons and soul gems from Fang Yuan. The combat prowess of her army far exceeded that of the other three. Individually, none of them stood a chance against Weninghan's forces. However, should they unite in their assault, she would be unable to withstand their onslaught. Among the trio, the slender man was the most cunning. He had been sentenced to 10 years for engaging in pyramid schemes and illegal detention, ultimately rising to a position of power behind bars due to his ruthless nature. The bald man and the dark-skinned man were once his subordinates. They were well aware of the slender man's methods, which is why, even in the chaotic continent, they willingly acknowledged him as their elder brother. This made matters more convenient. The slender man devised a plan, set to be executed that very morning. First, he would concoct a reason to gather all four lords together for a face-to-face discussion about peaceful development. Seizing this opportunity, the three would unite to strike against Weninghan. They had already dispatched militia to scout her territory, knowing it was fortified with a wooden wall, easy to defend but challenging to attack, making it convenient for an ambush in the wilderness. However, unexpectedly, everything was proceeding smoothly, and Weninghan was on the verge of falling into their trap and becoming their plaything. Yet, the dark-skinned man, in his foolishness, disrupted the plan, prompting Weninghan to sense something amiss and prepare to retreat to her territory. The slender man would not allow the duck that was so close to escape. He cast aside pretense and directly coordinated with the bald man and the dark-skinned man's forces to assault Weninghan's army. Most of Weninghan's troops were decimated in the sudden ambush, but fortunately, she managed to return to her territory just in time. Had she been captured then, even the option of suicide would have been denied her. The three men atop the hill were gloating as they gazed at the territory on the brink of being breached. Suddenly, they all received a notification. Lord, Weninghan voluntarily becomes the vassal territory of Lord Fang Yuan. You are attacking Fang Yuan's vassal territory. Do you wish to continue? Note, should you choose to continue, your relationship with Fang Yuan will turn hostile. Upon receiving this message, the three men atop the hill were left dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Elder brother, Weninghan has chosen to become Fang Yuan's vassal territory. If we continue our assault, we shall incur Fang Yuan's wrath. The bald man said hesitantly. That fellow Fang Yuan is no trifling matter. The strength of Fang Yuan was well known to all in the regional channel. Not only did he possess a vast arsenal of weapons and food, but his army was formidable as well. In the past, Zhao Quan commanded third-tier troops, a terrifying force. Most other lords could only field first-tier militia, with a few upgrading their barracks to recruit second-tier spear soldiers. Among tens of thousands of lords, only Zhao Quan had managed to recruit third-tier troops. At that time, at least half the regional channel believed Zhao Quan would surely triumph over Fang Yuan. Yet unexpectedly, the seemingly mighty Zhao Quan was effortlessly defeated by Fang Yuan, his head severed and used as a ball to kick around, leaving not even a trace of him behind. From that moment on, the impression of Fang Yuan shifted from merely being formidable to also being decisively ruthless. Fang Yuan had further seized control of the weapon sales and food channels in the regional channel, wielding considerable influence. The three men present were acutely aware of Fang Yuan's terror, having long navigated the underbelly of society. Each was shrewd enough to recognize that Fang Yuan was not to be trifled with. Yet, they were loath to let the opportunity slip from their grasp. The dark-skinned man snorted dismissively, resolutely declaring, "What is there to fear? Fang Yuan's territory is far removed. He cannot reach us here." The bald man furrowed his brow and remarked, "While it's true he cannot reach us, we must not forget that our armaments were procured from Fang Yuan. If he decides to blacklist the three of us, we shall never be able to acquire anything from him again." There are numerous lords trading weapons in the regional channel, numbering in the hundreds at the very least, but they engage in trivial exchanges, selling at most a few dozen weapons at a time, which is already their limit. Only Fang Yuan possesses the capability to satisfy the demands of everyone in the regional channel with transactions involving tens of thousands of weapons at once. The production of weapons requires not only blueprints, but also resources. The blueprints for low-level weaponry necessitate fairly common materials, which many can easily manufacture. With nearly 100,000 lords in the regional channel, each commanding armies of at least 70 to 80 men, the number of weapons required to equip these armed forces amounts to no less than 7 to 8 million. Lords with weapon blueprints can only ensure their own military's armament needs are met and, if fortunate, may produce a few additional weapons for trade in exchange for some resources. Fang Yuan stands as the foremost individual in resource reserves within the territory. Only he can manufacture low-level weapons in boundless quantities without restriction. The three emaciated men possess no weapon blueprints. Their armies rely solely on the weapons they have painstakingly acquired from Fang Yuan. The dark-skinned man, not wishing to offend Fang Yuan, found himself unable to restrain his thoughts of the charming Wen Han, and he exclaimed, "That kid Fang Yuan can only blacklist us. He won't truly come after us. We have no shortage of food, and he is not the only one selling weapons in the channel. Why fear him? Frankly, you are being too timid. You should just hurry back to your territory. Once we capture Wen Han, you can forget about her." The last remark was directed at the bald man. The bald man retorted angrily, "You are a fool and still have the audacity to speak. Ultimately, this situation is all your fault. If you hadn't disrupted the elder brother's plan and allowed Wen Han to escape, she would never have had the opportunity to contact Fang Yuan and become his subordinate territory." "Humph, what good is it to say such things now? Anyone can speak after the fact. I only listen to elder brother. You tell us whether we should retreat or continue the fight." The dark-skinned man shouted. Though he appeared burly and reckless, he held a degree of cunning within. He understood his elder brother's character well and knew he valued wealth above all else, never willing to relinquish potential gains. Although Fang Yuan was powerful, his territory was far removed from this place. If Fang Yuan dispatched troops for an expedition, it would take an indeterminate amount of time to arrive. After a moment of contemplation, the emaciated man spoke slowly, "Now that matters have escalated to this point, even if we withdraw our forces now, in the future, that wench Wen Han will not let us off lightly. That being said, Fang Yuan's strategy is merely to blacklist us. At worst, we simply won't trade with him anymore. Once we completely seize the ancient ruins, we will be able to discover several blueprints daily, and with those invaluable blueprints, what is there to fear about acquiring the weapons we desire?" The dark-skinned man replied cheerfully, "Elder brother is right. Once we capture Wen Han, you shall be the first to enjoy her, and I will be second." The bald man protested. "Why should I be third?" The dark-skinned man responded flatly, "Who told you to think about retreating just now? You deserve to be third." The bald man opened his mouth to argue further, but was interrupted by the emaciated man, who said, "Enough. The pressing matter at hand is to swiftly capture this territory and subdue Wen Han." The dark-skinned man added, "It won't be long now. Wen Han's territory can't hold out much longer." He rubbed his hands together and declared, "In no more than 20 minutes, we shall breach the wooden walls and enter Wen Han's territory, annihilating the remnants of her army." The emaciated man frowned. "That is still too slow. Increase the offensive. It would be best to breach that troublesome wooden wall in under 10 minutes. The bald man assured, "Rest easy, elder brother. Wen Han's territory is completely surrounded by us. She cannot escape. Fang Yuan would certainly not remain passive. Should he supply Wen Han with soul stones, food, and weaponry, she could easily turn the tide with those resources. The emaciated man spoke gravely. The bald man and the dark-skinned man exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Other lords may struggle to recruit many troops even if they exhausted their territorial resources, but if it were Fang Yuan, he could very well provide an abundance of resources to Weninghan. Without hesitation, they commanded their soldiers to launch a more ferocious assault. The wooden walls of the territory could barely withstand the onslaught. Under the combined might of the three armies, they seemed on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan received the alert that the subordinate territory was under attack. The opposition was determined to conquer it. Fang Yuan understood that relying on his reputation to intimidate them was somewhat unrealistic. Apart from territories within the same regional area, others were too distant to reach. Chapter 139, The Teleportation Scroll. Fang Yuan's deterrent power was primarily derived from his control over 90% of the weapon sales in the regional channel. Being blacklisted would mean he could never trade with Fang Yuan again. However, such deterrence was far from sufficient. Once the majority acquired weapon blueprints and no longer needed to purchase weapons, Fang Yuan's influence would wane, just as it had been during the previous food shortage. When no one dared to offend Fang Yuan, once farms and livestock pens were constructed and food was no longer scarce, they quickly turned hostile, hurling insults at him. Nevertheless, with the spatial teleportation portal and the war fortress at his disposal, combined with the rapid flight speed of the Black Dragon Chili, anyone who dared provoke Fang Yuan in the future would find that being blacklisted was merely the beginning of their troubles. Weninghan, I am now your subordinate territory. Could you possibly support me with some resources to recruit soldiers and defend the territory? Inside her territory, Weninghan realized that the coalition's assault had intensified, and her sole wooden wall was on the verge of collapse. Anxiously, she exclaimed, "They are about to break in." Fang Yuan comforted her, "Do not worry. I will be there shortly." What did you say? Weninghan was taken aback, unable to comprehend Fang Yuan's intention. From the map, she could see that Fang Yuan's territory was at least several thousand kilometers away. Even at full speed, it would take a month to reach her. If he departed now, by the time he arrived, it would undoubtedly be too late. Aware of the urgency, Fang Yuan retrieved a teleportation scroll from his arcane ring and summoned 100 soldiers. The method of using the teleportation scroll was akin to that of the spatial teleportation portal. By tearing the scroll, a luminous screen appeared before him, displaying possible teleportation locations. The large teleportation scroll would transport heroes and nearby units to any allied range. Enveloped in a mysterious blue aura, Fang Yuan and the surrounding soldiers vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Fang Yuan and his soldiers materialized within Weninghan's territory. At that moment, Weninghan was hiding inside the Lord's manor, clutching a sharp stone knife. Should her territory be breached and the villains enter, she would not hesitate to take her own life. Weninghan would rather perish than become a mere plaything for others. While she anxiously awaited Fang Yuan's response, a peculiar sound suddenly resonated from outside, accompanied by the voices of unfamiliar strangers. At that moment, Weninghan's nerves were on high alert. The slightest rustle would evoke her vigilance. Could it be that those villains had intruded? She was almost driven to tears, for after all, she was merely a young girl of 19, and the specter of death filled her with dread. She did not wish to die. Feeling the chill creep into her hands and feet, her entire body trembled slightly, and even the stone dagger she held felt difficult to grip. Taking a deep breath, Weninghan forced herself to suppress her fear and summoned the courage to approach the door. If those villains truly had entered, she would take her own life before them. She silently wished for Fang Yuan, her elder brother, to avenge her in the future. With trepidation, she gently pushed the door open and cautiously peered outside. What she beheld was akin to a battalion that had materialized out of thin air, standing before the Lord's manor. This army, unlike the frail bodies of ordinary militia and spear wielders, was composed of tall and robust warriors clad in full black steel armor, wielding sharp weapons, exuding an aura of terror that clearly indicated their formidable combat prowess. At the center of this formidable force stood a strikingly handsome youth, adorned in exquisite black armor and wearing an ancient crown upon his head, resembling an emperor of an empire. For a moment, Weninghan was entranced, and in her distraction, the stone dagger slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground, catching Fang Yuan's attention. Utilizing a teleportation scroll, he arrived instantaneously at Weninghan's territory, scanning the area but failing to spot her. Within the territory, dozens of frightened farmers huddled together, and what remained of her army had suffered grievous losses, valiantly resisting the assault of the coalition forces outside. As Fang Yuan pondered Weninghan's whereabouts, intending to contact her through the Lord's book, he noticed a young girl timidly hiding behind the door of the manor, staring at him in a daze. Relieved to see that Weninghan was unharmed, Fang Yuan felt a sense of reassurance. After all, she was the first to voluntarily become a vassal lord under his dominion, and he was determined to protect her. Outside, the coalition forces were launching a frenzied assault, with hundreds of militia wielding stone spears attempting to scale the wooden walls. Weninghan's soldiers fought valiantly, thrusting their stone weapons at the intruders, yet for every one they felled, several more from the coalition scaled the walls. A few of the stronger spearmen wielded a makeshift battering ram fashioned from a tree trunk, relentlessly striking the wooden gates of the territory. Behind the gates, dozens of militia braced themselves against the door. As it appeared the territory was on the verge of being overrun, Fang Yuan exchanged a glance with Ce, signaling him to handle the matter, as such trivialities did not necessitate his direct involvement. He intended to comfort the frightened Wen Inghan. Ce, meanwhile, strode purposefully towards the wooden gates and, standing before them, commanded in a deep voice, "Open the gates." Having become a vassal territory of Fang Yuan, Wen Inghan's highest authority now lay with him, granting him supreme command. Without hesitation or question, her soldiers complied with Ce's orders and opened the gates. As the gates swung open, the trio atop a nearby hill observed the unfolding scene with palpable excitement. The gaunt man smirked slightly, instructing his companions, "You too. Head down immediately and join the army in entering the territory. Capture Wen Inghan at all costs. Do not let her be harmed or take her own life. Understood? Rest assured, brother." The dark-skinned man could hardly contain his eagerness, racing down the hill and sprinting towards Wen Inghan's domain. Although Wen Inghan's first encounter would undoubtedly belong to the older brother, he hoped to seize the opportunity to taste the spoils himself. The bald man, observing the dark-skinned man's head start, felt a twinge of concern and hurried to keep pace. Yet, after only a few steps, sensing something amiss, he halted. Upon the gates of the territory opening, a cheer erupted from the coalition forces outside, weapons raised, poised to storm in. However, hundreds of soldiers clad in steel armor emerged slowly from within the territory. The coalition forces hesitated but quickly charged at the newly revealed adversaries. Chapter 140, Resolution. The army, comprised mainly of first-tier militia and a few second-tier spearmen, soon found itself in a dire confrontation against fully armed 10th-tier soldiers. Akin to eggs attempting to break against stone, a disastrous encounter. Ce unleashed a wave of slashing sword energy, obliterating at least 100 enemies in an instant. The combined forces of the gaunt man and his companions barely numbered over 300. Ce's single strike had decimated a third of their ranks. Such overwhelming power left the gaunt man and the bald man on the hill in shock. The bald man rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Surely, I must be mistaken. What just transpired? Why did our forces fall so swiftly?" The gaunt man remained silent, his furrowed brow betraying his internal turmoil. The surrounding coalition forces, struck by Ce's terrifying might, recognized the futility of resisting such overwhelming strength. In that moment, no one dared to advance. Ce, with an impassive gaze, surveyed the feeble adversaries before him, finding them utterly unworthy of his interest. Yet, as this was an order from the Lord, he quietly instructed his soldiers, "Leave none alive. Eliminate them all." "Understood, Captain." A few of the death guards stepped forward, ready to engage the remaining 200 enemies. Mere handfuls were sufficient to deal with them. Meanwhile, several dozen 10th-tier soldiers advanced towards the hill, having detected that someone had been monitoring the area, likely the enemy commander, who could not be allowed to escape. The gaunt man, witnessing the approach of the black-armored soldiers, turned pale and fled towards his own territory without a second thought. The bald man shouted for his brother, but the gaunt man, driven by fear, only quickened his pace. The unfortunate dark-skinned man, blissfully unaware of the betrayal, approached the vicinity of the territory, accompanied by several militia. Seeing his comrades frozen in place, the dark-skinned man bellowed, "Hey, what are you all doing? Why are you just standing there? Charge in at once." Before he could finish, a crimson blade of energy sliced through the air, claiming the lives of dozens of militia in an instant. The remaining enemies, unable to withstand the threat of death, saw their loyalty rapidly diminish. They dropped their weapons and fled. The dark-skinned man, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, suddenly found himself face to face with a black-armored soldier who, with a simple shove of his shield, rendered him unconscious. The death guards distinguished between the Lord and ordinary soldiers, opting not to kill him, but rather to capture him for Fang Yuan to deal with. As for the other two, even if they managed to escape back to their territory, it was merely a matter of time before the death guards apprehended them. On the other side, within the territory, Fang Yuan took a keen interest in exploring Wen Inghan's domain, accompanied by the blushing Wen Inghan at his side. Previously, he had shared his photograph on the regional channel, and through that image, Wen Inghan was familiar with his appearance. However, she was astonished to find that he was far more handsome in person. As Fang Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Lord's manor, he softly assured Wen Inghan, "You are safe now, for I have arrived." Those few words filled her heart with an overwhelming warmth. Just moments ago, her soul had been engulfed in dread. She had even contemplated ending her own life with a stone blade. No one is exempt from the fear of death. To her astonishment, as soon as Fang Yuan declared he would come, he appeared before her in the blink of an eye. At a loss for words, she opened her mouth and asked, "Are you Fang Yuan?" Immediately regretting her foolish question, she thought it was a rather silly thing to ask. Fang Yuan, however, paid no mind and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is I." He then inquired about the 3 assailants who had attacked Wen Inghan's territory, asking for details about the location, troop numbers, and so forth. Wen Inghan answered each question, divulging all the information she possessed. Afterward, She felt compelled to caution him. Those three seemed to be acquainted with one another. They feigned ignorance to deceive me, so you must be cautious of their united forces. Fang Yuan smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, they shall all perish. As an old Chinese saying goes, since we are here, we might as well take it all. Fang Yuan intended to claim not only Weninghan's territory, but also those of the other three. He kept himself occupied by asking Weninghan to give him a tour of her domain, all the while contemplating how to manage it in the future. Before long, a Reaper soldier dragged a dark-skinned man, as if he were a lifeless dog, before Fang Yuan. The man had been knocked unconscious and lay in a stupor. Approximately an hour later, the Reaper soldier brought forth a bald man who had also succumbed to unconsciousness. His territory was further away, and he had not managed to escape in time, falling into the hands of the Reaper soldiers. As for the emaciated man, he had successfully returned to his nearer territory, commanding his soldiers to hold the ground at all costs. Upon returning to his domain, the emaciated man rushed straight to the Lord's manor, where he had hidden all the valuable items, preparing to pack them up and flee. The combat prowess of Fang Yuan's Reaper soldiers was astonishing. They dispatched over 100 militia with ease, and even the spear wielders could not withstand a single blow. Remaining in the territory was tantamount to a certain death. The emaciated man resolved to abandon his domain and hide in the wilderness. Although fraught with beasts and monsters, it was still preferable to waiting for death in his own territory. Furthermore, he possessed a unique item that would allow him to rise again if he could merely survive. Lacking a storage ring, he resorted to using animal skins to bundle his belongings. He planned to take 10 second-tier spear wielders and 5 farmers, believing they would suffice for his survival in the wild. As for the first-tier militia, he intended to leave them behind to defend the territory against the Reaper soldiers, buying him time to escape. Just as the emaciated man finished gathering his items and prepared to flee, the Reaper soldiers had already arrived at his territory. Dozens of first-tier militia could not impede the advance of the Reaper soldiers, who closed in relentlessly. Gritting his teeth, the emaciated man commanded the spear wielders and farmers to engage. Hoping to delay the Reaper soldiers for even a moment, he turned, clutching his bundle of animal skins, ready to flee. The Reaper soldiers were not foolish enough to allow the emaciated man to escape so easily. In a moment, the emaciated man, the bald man, and the dark-skinned man trembled like frightened quails as they knelt before Fang Yuan. It was evident that they recognized him. No matter how hard they pondered, they could not fathom how he had appeared before them in an instant. However, recalling how decisively he had executed Zhao Quan last time, their thoughts shifted to fear, leaving their faces pale and their spines chilled. Lord, how should we deal with them? The Reaper inquired respectfully. Fang Yuan turned to Weninghan and gently asked, "What do you think should be done?" Surprised that he sought her opinion, Weninghan looked up to meet his profound, dark gaze, feeling inexplicably anxious and momentarily at a loss for words. "Do you wish to kill them? In this world, there are no laws. Murder is not a crime." Although Fang Yuan was not a man who reveled in bloodshed, he would not show mercy. Upon hearing this, Weninghan fell into contemplation. The 3 men kneeling on the ground changed color at Fang Yuan's words. The emaciated man hastily pleaded for mercy. "Spare me. I swear I will never dare again. It was their idea. They coerced me. It has nothing to do with me." In a moment of desperation, the emaciated man betrayed his companions. The dark-skinned man and the bald man were taken aback for a moment before quickly reacting. "You slanderer. I merely suggested it in passing. The plans and ideas were all yours. You even said we must not kill her, nor let her take her own life, but rather nurture her for future amusement." The dark-skinned man exclaimed, "Indeed, we were both misled by you, and almost committed a grave mistake." The bald man added, tears streaming down his face. In the face of death, the 3 men tore off their masks, hurling accusations at one another. Originally, Weninghan had hesitated, feeling reluctant to take action. However, upon hearing their vile words, her anger surged, and with resolute eyes, she declared, "Kill them." The Reaper, who had been waiting impatiently, swung his iron sword, and a glint of cold light flashed as the 3 men fell into a pool of blood. Simultaneously, Fang Yuan received a notification. "Kill Lord Zhang Zhenhai. Do you wish to seize his territory? Kill Lord Lu Binwen. Do you wish to seize his territory? Kill Lord Wang Chengfan. Do you wish to seize his territory?" Fang Yuan chose to claim their territories, absorbing all resources, items, blueprints, and structures from the domains of the 3. 3 bloodstained lords' books materialized from their corpses, which a Reaper soldier respectfully retrieved and presented to Fang Yuan. Upon receiving them, Fang Yuan consumed all 3 lords' books, merging them with the one in his possession. "Congratulations. Your lord level has increased. You gain a 30 increase in construction speed and an additional 20 posts per day in the regional channel. Congratulations. Your lord level has increased. You gain a 20 increase in recruitment speed and an additional 30 posts per day in the regional channel. Congratulations. Your territory level has increased. You gain a 20 increase in manufacturing speed, an additional 40 posts per day in the regional channel, and an increase of 10 in daily recruitment of farmers in the main city." As Fang Yuan perused the Lord's book, he discovered numerous valuable items, among which one special item piqued his interest. Small city. Effect. Construct a level 1 main city in the target area. This item was the very reason the emaciated man had chosen to abandon his hard-earned territory and flee. Once a territory is destroyed or occupied, the lord will forfeit their lord's book, becoming indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, thus losing the ability to construct buildings or recruit troops. In this perilous land, rife with monstrous creatures, mere mortals face a daunting struggle for survival, often reduced to a path leading only to death in the wilderness. However, possessing a small main city alters the scenario. Allowing for the possibility of reconstructing a main city in the wild, starting anew is vastly preferable to losing one's life in vain. Moreover, the trio possesses a considerable collection of blueprints. Ancient ruins are akin to a vast treasure trove, concealing numerous blueprints amidst the remnants of decay. They stumbled upon this promising location shortly after the lordship conflict commenced, yielding substantial rewards in just a few days. Naturally, their meager assets pale in comparison to the affluent Weninghan. From the outset, Weninghan was aware of the ancient ruins. Since her very first day in this new world, she had dispatched farmers to explore the ruins in search of blueprints. One wonders how many blueprints are contained within her lord's book. Weninghan chose to become a vassal territory, her lord's book demoted to that of a governor's book. And thus Fang Yuan did not absorb her lord's book, nor did he acquire her blueprints. Fortunately, Weninghan is exceptionally considerate, willingly submitting all her blueprints to Fang Yuan. He holds the highest authority over the territory and can revoke Weninghan's status as governor at any moment, rendering her a commoner. Yet, Weninghan is more than willing to heed Fang Yuan's commands. Among the blueprints she possesses are several high-level designs and numerous weapon blueprints of considerable rank. Fang Yuan finally comprehended why Weninghan, despite possessing weapon blueprints, sought to purchase weapons from him. The reason being that the required materials for these weapons are exceedingly rare, making it impossible for her to forge them even if she wished to. Next, he needed to address the matter of the vassal territories. Fang Yuan had acquired a total of 4 vassal territories, one of which had Weninghan as its governor, while the remaining 3 had yet to appoint a governor. Fang Yuan had long since decided who would fill these positions. He first constructed a spatial teleportation portal, then returned to the main territory through it. Shortly thereafter, he returned accompanied by several foxgirl maids, whom he had meticulously trained as management talents, making them exceptionally suited for the role of governor. Fang Yuan then upgraded all the buildings in Weninghan's territory, elevating the main city to its highest level, and subsequently demolished the wooden walls to erect a series of towering stone walls. With the assistance of the demon architect, such trivial matters no longer required Fang Yuan's direct involvement. The same process was applied to the other 3 vassal territories, with foxgirls serving as governors and the demon architect overseeing the upgrades of buildings, walls, and teleportation portals. Everything progressed in an orderly manner. Fang Yuan observed the demon architect's work with quiet satisfaction, while Weninghan, standing beside him, was rendered speechless by the spectacle before her. Chapter 142, The Underground Ruins Open. Whether it be the spatial teleportation portal, the Reaper soldiers, or the demon architect and fox maidens, all of it left Weninghan in awe. Everyone in the regional channel was aware of Fang Yuan's formidable strength, yet none truly comprehended the extent of his power. Their perception of strength revolved around 3 aspects: superior troops, abundant food, and high-quality weapons. However, it was only upon witnessing it firsthand that they grasped the terrifying nature of Fang Yuan's might. Just a single teleportation portal, if utilized adeptly, could surpass all lords across the world. As Fang Yuan glanced at the time, he realized it was nearly noon, and it was time for lunch. Before indulging, he decided to visit the ancient ruins. Subsequently, under the protection of several Reaper soldiers, Fang Yuan rode upon the nightmarish beast, following Weninghan to the vicinity of the ancient ruins. The ancient ruins spanned a considerable area, at least equivalent to 3 football fields, littered with the wreckage of buildings overgrown with moss. While a few structures remained intact, the majority lay in ruins. Within the crevices of the collapsed buildings and debris lay a wealth of blueprints. However, Fang Yuan's purpose for visiting was not to collect blueprints. His primary objective was the underground ruins. After a relatively uneventful battle, Weninghan had vanquished a skeletal warrior and obtained a key capable of unlocking the underground ruins. Nonetheless, her strength was insufficient, and even with the key, she hesitated to activate the entrance to the underground ruins, fearing that it might unleash even more formidable and terrifying creatures. Weninghan cautiously led the way, her first experience riding the nightmarish beast leaving her somewhat unsettled. Naturally, girls harbor an innate fear of skeletons, and the nightmarish beast's appearance resembled that of a colossal skeletal monster, with hollow eye sockets glowing with a ghostly green flame. Upon her initial glimpse of the nightmarish beast, Weninghan instinctively recoiled, yet she understood the harsh realities of this world and recognized the necessity of adaptation. After a tumultuous internal struggle, she managed to suppress her fear and mounted the beast. Fang Yuan observed Weninghan's every move, feeling a sense of satisfaction with her demeanor. The entrance to the underground ruins was located within a basement beneath a dilapidated structure, completely obliterated above. Without the guidance of the key, no one would have discovered this hidden basement. Navigating through the gaps in the ruins, they entered a relatively well-preserved room. Before them stood a grand bronze door, the entrance to the underground ruins. Simply insert the key into the lock, and the door shall yield. When Inghan whispered, Fang Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Noting the emptiness save for the bronze door, he retrieved the key from his arcane ring, and suddenly, ethereal dark blue magical light began to shimmer across the surface of the bronze door, mirroring the glow emitted by the key in his hand. Fang Yuan approached the door and, with the key, unlocked the bronze entrance, thus unveiling the underground ruins. Behind the bronze door lay an abyss of darkness, devoid of any illumination. Fang Yuan produced a luminous stone lantern crafted from glowstone, casting light over a small area ahead, revealing a staircase descending into the unknown. He refrained from rushing into exploration, as there were still matters to attend to within the territory. He would delve into the ruins once his schedule permitted. The group returned to the vassal territory, where, in the meantime, the demon architect had undertaken a comprehensive upgrade of the territory, erecting numerous new structures. Upon witnessing the transformed landscape, Wen Inghan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Initially, she had felt some resistance to becoming Fang Yuan's vassal, who would willingly become subservient if not for necessity. Yet now, her perspective had undergone a profound shift, and she even felt a tinge of regret. Had she known, she would have become Fang Yuan's vassal sooner to alleviate her burdens. At that moment, a shadow walker emerged from the portal, approaching Fang Yuan and whispering, "My lord, a group of slave traders has arrived at the war fortress." Calculating the days, Fang Yuan realized that the slave traders he had ordered days prior had finally arrived. Before departing, he instructed Wen Inghan to remain vigilant regarding the underground ruins, cautioning her to be wary of any monsters that might emerge. Upon concluding his words, Fang Yuan followed the shadow walker through the portal, arriving at the war fortress. The slave merchant's caravan was stationed outside the fortress, encircled by dozens of blood-crazed gunmen. As the grand gates of the fortress swung open, Fang Yuan emerged, prompting the slave merchant to approach him with a broad smile. Clad in a silk robe and adorned with multiple gold chains around his neck, his stubby fingers were bedecked with rings. "Esteemed guest, I have fulfilled my promise and brought you the merchandise you requested. 3,000 foxfolk." The slave merchant exclaimed cheerfully. Fang Yuan nodded in response, inquiring, "May I see the foxfolk first?" "Of course," the slave merchant gestured. The pig-headed guards surrounding the caravan promptly pulled down the black cloth covering the carts, revealing iron cages beneath. As Fang Yuan stepped closer, he observed that the majority of the foxfolk were female, with a handful of male foxfolk who bore an adorably youthful appearance, exuding an undeniable charm. Although the foxfolk appeared somewhat listless, their health seemed robust. However, upon being exposed to the sunlight, fear washed over their faces. The slave merchant had indeed honored his word, not subjecting them to any mistreatment along the way. "I will take them all," Fang Yuan stated nonchalantly. The agreed price for 3,000 foxfolk was 100 black crystal coins for every 100, totaling 150 coins. Fang Yuan swiftly completed the transaction. The slave merchant wore a contented smile, pausing momentarily before adding, "Esteemed guest, I recently acquired a stunning orc maiden. I assure you, you will find her delightful. Would you care to see her?" With a knowing smile that only a man would understand, the slave merchant winked at Fang Yuan. Since the last encounter with the orc maiden, Fang Yuan had been haunted by nightmares every night. Without hesitation, he declined the merchant's offer. "Very well." The slave merchant sighed regretfully and began directing his guards to unload the goods. With over 3,000 foxfolk, the unloading process consumed more than half an hour. This transaction proved exceedingly profitable for the slave merchant, who had exchanged the comparatively valueless foxfolk for a handsome sum. "Esteemed guest, I must return to the Orc Empire. I look forward to our next transaction." With that, the merchant led his caravan away from the forgotten lands, casting a lingering glance back at the war fortress, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Once the slave merchant departed, Fang Yuan commenced the arrangement for the foxfolk. Despite only having a handful of individuals, none of the 3,000 foxfolk dared to flee or resist. They stood silently, resigned to their fate. Fang Yuan did not elaborate further, but instructed them to enter the war fortress in batches, and then through the spatial portal to the main territory. There, they would be taught the rules by Sakura and the other foxmaids. Fang Yuan returned to his territory, where his lunch awaited him. Relishing his meal, he perused the chat records in the Lord's book. The others in the channel were still unaware of Fang Yuan's remarkable achievements that morning, decimating 3 territories and conquering 4, all while engaging in minor skirmishes as usual. At that moment, Lu Xiao was suddenly sent him a private message. "Boss, are you there? Do you have any black crystal coins?" Fang Yuan inquired. "What do you need black crystal coins for?" "I discovered a mercenary camp where you can hire forest mercenaries to fight for you at a cost. You can hire up to 5th-tier mercenaries." Lu Xiao replied eagerly. In his eyes, 5th-tier mercenaries represented a formidable force, the strongest he had ever encountered. "A mercenary camp?" Fang Yuan asked curiously. "How many black crystal coins does it cost to hire a mercenary?" Lu Xiao responded. "The minimum is for a 3rd-tier mercenary. costing 30 black crystal coins. A 4th-tier mercenary costs 40 coins, and a 5th-tier mercenary costs 50 coins. Fang Yuan thought to himself that this price was rather steep. He understood the value of black crystal coins, with 1 coin equating to 1,000 units of basic resources. To hire a 3rd-tier mercenary would amount to 30,000 units of basic resources, exorbitantly high. Boss, after all that, you must have some black crystal coins, right? Can you exchange some with me? I'll take however many you have. Lu Xiaowu boasted. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Had Lu Xiaowu known the price of black crystal coins, he would not have uttered such words. Fang Yuan candidly informed Lu Xiaowu of the value of black crystal coins, a revelation that left Lu Xiaowu utterly astonished. He realized that Fang Yuan would not deceive him regarding such matters, and after a few moments of silence, he resigned himself to the harsh reality. Initially, he had hoped that if black crystal coins were not too expensive, he could exchange for several and hire a multitude of 5th-tier mercenaries, thereby dominating the region. Yet, reality proved merciless, and Lu Xiaowu had no choice but to return to fruit picking. As for Fang Yuan, he continued to list a batch of weapons on the regional channel, which sold out in less than 10 minutes. Huh, you little rascals. I managed to snag some weapons today. Prepare to meet your doom. Huffed, as if you're the only one with weapons. With your timid demeanor, no amount of gear can secure you victory. Boss, could you possibly list some higher-tier weaponry? I'm willing to pay handsomely. Me too. If you have higher-tier weapons, please notify me first. Seeing the messages in the channel, Fang Yuan contemplated whether to list some higher-tier weapons, such as iron swords and iron spears. Chapter 143, The Demon Swordmaster. With the availability of superior weapon blueprints, it was time to replace the steel longswords and steel spears. The obsolete weapons could be sold to the individuals in the regional channel. Fang Yuan planned to list some Steel Series weapons the following day to gauge the response. After finishing his lunch, Fang Yuan used the portal to arrive at Wen Yinghan's territory, where she was savoring a sizzling steak, thoroughly enjoying the delectable meal. It had been quite some time since she had tasted such exquisite food. Every day, she was consumed by the struggle for survival, preoccupied with merely staying alive, leaving no time to explore culinary enhancements. During her meals, she would simply instruct the farmers to toss ingredients into the pot without any seasoning, boiling them until cooked, which sufficed. Typically, her diet consisted of mushrooms, berries, and fruits, with roasted meat being a rare indulgence. Since becoming a subordinate territory of Fang Yuan, Wen Yinghan and her companions had their meals prepared by the fox maids of the main territory, with the food conveniently delivered through the portal. Upon noticing Fang Yuan's arrival, Wen Yinghan blushed, slightly embarrassed to put down the half-eaten steak, realizing her eating habits might have been a tad excessive. Fang Yuan smiled gently. No need to mind me. Please continue eating. Wen Yinghan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but unsure how to address Fang Yuan as his subordinate. She could no longer call him brother as before, nor could she address him by name, as that would be too impolite. Thankfully, the death god soldier beside Fang Yuan inspired her to refer to him as my lord. Lord, as per your command, I have dispatched individuals to vigilantly monitor the entrance of the underground ruins, ensuring that no creatures escape. Wen Yinghan spoke softly. Fang Yuan nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed. Tomorrow I shall personally lead a team into the underground ruins, while your responsibility will be to seek out the schematics hidden within the debris of the ruins. As you command, my lord. Perform well, and come to the main territory tonight. I shall bestow upon you a special reward. With that, Fang Yuan returned to the main territory. Wen Yinghan gazed blankly at Fang Yuan's departing figure, her mind swirling with thoughts of what this special reward could entail. Suddenly, a blush crept across her cheeks, as if a realization had struck her. With the addition of more subordinate territories, Fang Yuan's army of 800 began to feel somewhat inadequate. The main territory, the war fortress, and 5 subordinate territories all necessitated the garrisoning of soldiers to some degree. Fang Yuan arrived at the military encampment, intending to recruit a portion of soldiers. This time, he planned to enlist 3,200 soldiers, combining them with the existing 800 to amass a total of 4,000. With the military camp upgraded to level 4, a new type of soldier could be recruited. Level 4 barracks. Recruitable: militia, swordsmen, pikemen, archers. Militia, food 3, soul gem 1. Pikemen, food 5, soul gem 1. Archers, food 4, soul gem 1. Swordsmen, food 10, soul gem 1. Upgrade: hardwood planks 1,000, stone bricks 10,000, sand 500, glass 500, leather 500, iron blocks 500, obsidian 100. Recruiting swordsmen triggered a hundredfold amplification. As the dark golden aura dissipated, a lean man clad in simple linen clothing, with a defiant expression, emerged from the barracks. Heavenly Demon Swordsman, Tier 10. Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 100, Blessing of the Tower of Honor. Abilities: Combat, Burst. Skills: 1. Heavenly Demon Thrust, Tier 10 martial skill charge towards the enemy, wielding a sharp sword to inflict physical damage on surrounding foes. 2. Phantom Blade Kill, Tier 10 martial skill utilize trickery to create illusions that prioritize attacking enemies struck by blade flashes. with the illusions inheriting the attack power of the blade flash while enduring multiplied physical damage. 3. Instant demon flash, tier 10 martial skill blink to the side of an enemy, launching them into the air with a sword dance, causing the target to remain airborne for an additional 2 seconds and inflicting physical damage upon surrounding enemies upon landing. Judging by his abilities and skills, the Heavenly Demon Swordsman possessed higher attack power than the Reaper Guards and greater burst potential than the Blood Frenzy Gunner, making him a unit particularly adept in one-on-one combat. Esteemed Lord, I am willing to serve you, and from this day forth, my sword shall be your sword. Excellent. Fang Yuan replied in a deep voice, from now on. Your name shall be Tianyi. Tianyi respectfully responded, thank you, my lord, for bestowing me with this name. I am very fond of it. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his naming prowess. Aside from the Black Rock Archer, who seemed displeased, the others appeared quite content. Next, it was time to recruit additional soldier types. Among the 4,000 soldiers, there would be 1,000 Reaper Guards, 1,000 Blood Frenzy Gunners, and 1,000 Black Rock Archers. The remaining Heavenly Demon Swordsmen, Fallen Angels, and Shadow Walkers would total 1,000. Additionally, there were 12 Magic Pattern Giants. Though their small numbers excluded them from the total count, Fang Yuan also unlocked the military position system. Captain. For every 10 squads, one can be appointed as captain, randomly enhancing 3 attributes of all squad members. Within the blink of an eye, the territory's population surged with 4,000 soldiers and 3,000 foxfolk. Fang Yuan had previously expanded the territory days ago, ensuring ample housing for all. Sakura and others orchestrated the settlement of the foxfolk within the territory efficiently. It proved to be a wise decision to cultivate the foxfolk, as their presence alleviated many of Fang Yuan's concerns. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan reclined on the grass, resting his head on the long, fair thigh of Hei, lazily basking in the sun until dusk. That evening, Weninghan stood nervously before the spatial teleportation portal, her mind racing with thoughts of what the special reward Fang Yuan had mentioned could be. Could it be? At that thought, her charming face flushed a deep red. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and stepped through the portal, instantly arriving at the main territory. Upon seeing Fang Yuan's main territory, Weninghan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. With Fang Yuan's assistance, her own territory had undergone a complete transformation. The buildings had been upgraded, and tall walls constructed. Compared to her previous territory, it was as if a thatched cottage had been replaced with a grand villa. Arriving at Fang Yuan's territory, she immediately felt her own territory was insignificant by comparison. Fang Yuan's domain resembled a city, with neatly laid flooring, magical stone lamps lining the roads, and well-planned architecture. Even more astonishing to Weninghan was the population of Fang Yuan's territory, which she estimated to be in the thousands. A foxfolk maid approached Weninghan and softly inquired, "Are you the esteemed Governor Weninghan?" "Yes, that is indeed me. I have been specially sent by the master to escort you to meet him," the foxfolk maid replied. Fang Yuan, concerned that Weninghan might be lost on her first visit to the main territory, had arranged for someone to wait by the spatial teleportation portal. Chapter 144, Mother of Darkness. Following the foxfolk maid, Weninghan made her way to a banquet in the living area, sitting beside Fang Yuan. Today, they had acquired 4 subordinate territories, purchased 3,000 foxfolk, and recruited 3,200 new soldiers. Fang Yuan deemed it necessary to celebrate this momentous occasion. Long tables were laden with sumptuous food and drink, ample enough to feed all the inhabitants of the territory. After the banquet concluded, Fang Yuan took Weninghan to the territory's hot springs. Soaking in the hot springs was the special reward Fang Yuan had prepared for her. Upon realizing it was merely a soak in the hot springs, rather than the scenario she had imagined, Weninghan felt a twinge of disappointment. Arriving at the main territory, she noticed numerous beautiful women around Fang Yuan, which stirred a sense of insecurity within her. However, she soon became utterly entranced by the life-giving properties of the hot springs, feeling so comfortable that she wished to remain there indefinitely. Having traveled to Japan and experienced the renowned Kusatsu Onsen, Weninghan found the effects of the life springs to be unparalleled. The exhaustion of her body seemed to vanish without a trace, rendering her utterly blissful and reluctant to leave. Thus, Weninghan spent the night in Fang Yuan's territory. The following morning, Fang Yuan awoke to find an additional person in his bed, which left him somewhat perplexed. Yet, with important matters to attend to, he dismissed thoughts of Weninghan. After washing up and having breakfast, Fang Yuan stepped outside the Lord's residence. He gathered 200 soldiers and, through the spatial teleportation portal, ventured to the subordinate territory, heading directly towards the entrance of the underground ruins. Upon arriving at the entrance of the underground ruins, the basement could not accommodate many individuals. Fang Yuan unleashed a fireball, obliterating the debris above the basement and fully exposing the entrance to the ruins. Then, he retrieved several hundred glowing stone lanterns made from luminous stones from his arcane ring, distributing one to each soldier. The underground ruins were enveloped in complete darkness, devoid of any light. If confronted by monsters within the ruins, leading to an outbreak of battle, the situation for Fang Yuan and his companions would be dire. The group descended an unknown staircase, officially entering the subterranean ruins. The staircase was long and wide enough to accommodate 5 individuals walking side by side. Thus Fang Yuan chose not to send anyone ahead for reconnaissance. Instead, he entered the underground ruins accompanied by the protection of the Death God soldiers. Each member of the party held a magic stone lantern, illuminating the path ahead, casting light that reached far into the darkness. As Fang Yuan walked, he observed the underground ruins, noting that the walls on either side of the staircase were inscribed with mysterious runes, the meanings of which eluded him. Aside from that, there were no other notable features. The staircase continued to descend, seemingly reaching deep into the earth. After approximately 10 minutes of descent, they finally reached the end. At the base of the staircase lay an enormous expanse, still shrouded in darkness, where one could not see their own hand before their face. Fang Yuan lingered at the staircase while several squads of Death God soldiers dispersed, each wielding a magic stone lantern as they cautiously advanced into the unknown. Suddenly, a ghostly figure emerged from the shadows, lunging at one of the Death God soldiers. Clearly, the creature had misjudged its target. The soldier remained unperturbed and retaliated with a swift strike of his shield. The impact was swift and decisive. The creature, of low rank, was instantly reduced to a puddle of viscera by the blow. Soon after, more and more monsters crawled forth from the darkness, launching frenzied assaults on the party. These grotesque creatures, with purple skin and resembling octopus heads, bore sharp bone blades where their hands should have been. Fang Yuan assessed the attributes of these monsters, identifying them as dark demons, a type of demonic entity of the 5th tier. Countless dark demons lurked within the ruins, emerging from the shadows like a rising tide, intent on overwhelming Fang Yuan and his companions. The celestial demon swordsman and bloodthirsty gunmen charged forward, relying on instinct rather than the lantern's illumination to locate and dispatch the dark demons. The Black Rock archers remained at the rear, ready to strike once a dark demon was illuminated by the magic stone light. In the blink of an eye, an arrow pierced the skull of a dark demon. The Death God soldiers stayed close to Fang Yuan, safeguarding him from any advancing dark demons, ensuring that none who dared approach would escape unscathed. Fang Yuan, too, was not idle. He unleashed the skill of the Pale Crown, Death Aura, fully channeling its power. In no time, the surrounding dark demons succumbed to the corrupting aura of death, resulting in substantial casualties among their ranks. From the depths of the darkness came an eerie growl, causing all the dark demons to halt their assault and retreat into the shadows. Fang Yuan felt a pang of regret for not bringing the Shadow Walkers on this expedition. With an impending conflict against the Butcher tribe, he had only left a small contingent of Shadow Walkers behind, while deploying the majority for infiltration within the Butcher tribe. Had he foreseen that the monsters within the underground ruins excelled in combat under the veil of darkness, he would have insisted on bringing the Shadow Walkers, demonstrating to these dark demons who truly reigned as the sovereign of the night. After a brief respite, Fang Yuan and his companions pressed onward. The formation was divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer comprised the heavily armored Death God soldiers. The middle layer consisted of the most formidable attackers, the celestial demon swordsmen and bloodthirsty gunmen, while the innermost layer was protected closely by several Death God soldiers, ensuring Fang Yuan's safety. The underground ruins were engulfed in darkness, devoid of any illumination. The light emitted from the magic stone lanterns appeared to flicker insignificantly in this void. Fang Yuan was uncertain of the extent of the underground ruins, nor did he know what lay ahead in the encroaching darkness. Maintaining formation, he and his army advanced cautiously. Before long, the dark demons attacked once more, swarming from the shadows to assault Fang Yuan and his cohorts. Fang Yuan's soldiers effortlessly dispatched a large number of them. Yet again, a strange growl resonated from the depths, prompting the dark demons to cease their assault and prepare for retreat. This time, Fang Yuan would not allow these creatures to escape unscathed. With a swift motion, he conjured a lava fireball the size of a human head, sending it hurtling toward the source of the eerie growl. The explosion echoed thunderously. As the fireball struck its target, the flames illuminated the hidden visage within the darkness, revealing the nature of the creature. It was a colossal entity, covered in black eyes, resembling a gigantic octopus with numerous tentacles. Mother of Darkness, 10th tier. Race, Demon. Skills, 1. Dark Gestation. 10th level talent can spawn a dark demon every other day. Limited to a quantity of 500. 2. Tentacle Bind. 10th level talent uses tentacles to tightly bind the target, rendering escape nearly impossible. 3. Dark Demon Eye. 10th level magic emits beams of dark energy from its magical eyes to attack foes. The explosion inflicted considerable damage upon the Mother of Darkness, simultaneously inciting its wrath. The creature emitted chilling roars, sending the surrounding dark demons into a frenzied state, attacking Fang Yuan and his companions with reckless abandon. This is excellent. Blood revealed a bloodthirsty grin and then unleashed his skill, Berserk Stab, dealing 3 consecutive piercing strikes to a designated area of enemies. In an instant, the dark demons in his vicinity were pierced through as if caught in a torrential storm of spears. The celestial demon swordsmen, Death God soldiers, and others also activated their skills. Celestial Thrust, slaughtering Sword Chi. Within the blink of an eye, a significant number of the dark demons surrounding them fell. Witnessing their staggering losses, the Mother of Darkness writhed in fury, swinging several of its thick tentacles to join the fray. It maneuvered one tentacle slowly towards a death god soldier, seizing the opportunity to ensnare him with a binding grip. The Mother of Darkness intended to constrict the soldier and strangle him to death. However, it underestimated the strength of the death god soldier, who, being a 10th-tier entity, matched the Mother of Darkness in rank. Although it could bind him with its tentacles, attempting to strangle him proved to be a challenge. Despite exerting all its might, the Mother of Darkness could not succeed in its lethal endeavor. Observing this, a nearby celestial demon's swordsman intervened, severing the Mother of Darkness's tentacle with a single stroke, freeing the death god soldier from its grasp. With its tentacles severed, the Mother of Darkness grew increasingly enraged. Its numerous black eyes slowly opened, revealing blood-red pupils that shot forth beams of dark energy. "Watch out! Take cover!" Fang Yuan shouted urgently, alerting his comrades. The Dark Demon Eye was a 10th-level magic. While the Death God soldiers could withstand it with ease, the Celestial Demon Swordsmen and Bloodthirsty Gunmen were not as defensively inclined. The Death God soldiers raised their shields in defense, while the Blackrock Archers and Fallen Angels took refuge behind them. The Celestial Demon Swordsmen and Bloodthirsty Gunmen skillfully dodged the Dark Demon Eye's attacks with agile movements. It was evident that the Mother of Darkness's Dark Demon Eye skill had a cooldown period. After one use, it required time before it could be unleashed again. Seizing this opportunity, Fang Yuan unleashed several more explosive fireballs, while the Blackrock Archers loosed arrows towards the formidable foe, one after another. Relentless assaults left the Mother of Darkness gravely weakened, barely clinging to life. In the final moment, the Celestial Swordmaster seized the opportunity to unleash the skill Instant Demon Flash, teleporting directly before the Mother of Darkness and delivering a decisive blow. Upon its demise, the colossal form of the Mother of Darkness swiftly vanished, leaving behind a solitary key. Tianyi picked it up from the ground and handed it to Fang Yuan. Another key. Could there be a grand door yet to be discovered here? Fang Yuan murmured to himself. Suddenly, he recalled his previous encounter in the underground tomb. Layer upon layer, a staggering 11 tiers of tombs, which had consumed an entire day for him to conquer. Fang Yuan and his companions pressed onward, and after approximately 10 minutes of traversing, they finally reached the end of the underground ruins. Indeed, there stood a bronze door, identical to the entrance of the ruins. Chapter 145, The Treasure Map. Perhaps upon opening the bronze door, they would find a grand hall teeming with monsters. Akin to the underground tomb, Fang Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. He approached and inserted the key into the lock of the bronze door, which began to creak open slowly. Beyond it lay a chamber scarcely 10 square meters in size. Its walls adorned with several magic stone lamps that illuminated one by one as the door opened, casting light throughout the small room. The walls were inscribed with mysterious ancient runes, reminiscent of those found on either side of the staircase at the entrance to the ruins. At the center of the chamber rested a black treasure chest. It seemed that this chest was the ultimate reward of the underground ruins. Fang Yuan blinked, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Was this all there was? He had expected something more grand, like the 3 golden chests he had received from the last underground tomb. Alas, had he known, he would have refrained from taking matters into his own hands and merely sent a few soldiers with the Reaper to conquer the ruins and retrieve the black chest. Why go to such lengths, bringing along 200 soldiers and waking up at the crack of dawn to arrive at the underground ruins? With a deep sigh, Fang Yuan regretted his decision to embark on this venture. A deathly sentinel stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the black chest, presenting it before Fang Yuan. The chamber contained no other items apart from this solitary chest. Fang Yuan had never opened a black treasure chest before and was unsure of what it might yield. He hoped it would not disappoint him. Opened treasure chest and obtained map fragment 1, triggering a 100-fold amplification for artifact, treasure map 1. What? A treasure map? Upon receiving the system prompt, Fang Yuan's face lit up with surprise. It dawned on him that he too possessed a map fragment, acquired during the previous challenge in exchange for a transaction with Wen Inghan. It seemed that Wen Inghan's map fragment was also obtained from opening a black treasure chest. What captivated Fang Yuan most about this treasure map were the 2 words preceding the item, artifact. Could this treasure map lead to an artifact? He promptly examined the attributes of the treasure map. Treasure map, artifact. Description: follow the guidance of the treasure map, and you shall obtain an artifact. Indeed, his speculation was accurate. The treasure promised by this map was an artifact. Although Fang Yuan was unaware of the market value of artifacts, he understood that any item deemed an artifact must possess extraordinary qualities. The treasure map was fashioned from a brown parchment, the size of an A4 sheet, resembling the treasure maps used by pirates in the 19th century. At the center of the map, a large red mark indicated the location of the artifact. In the top left corner, several lines of coordinates were inscribed. Fang Yuan took out the Lord's book, flipped to the corresponding map page, and entered the coordinates from the treasure map. A place name appeared on the map, the Winter-Spring Mountains. It seemed the artifact lay hidden somewhere within the Winter-Spring Mountains. Judging by the distance on the map, the Winter-Spring Mountains were quite distant from the Land of Oblivion, requiring a considerable trek across several regions. Even riding the Black Dragon Chile, it would take at least 10 days to reach the Winter-Spring Mountains. Fang Yuan was unable to leave just yet. In half a month, the Butcher Legion would arrive at the Land of Oblivion. He planned to wait until the Butcher Legion was dealt with, then take the treasure map and lead a party to seek the artifact in the Winter-Spring Mountains. Having acquired an artifact treasure map, Fang Yuan felt immensely satisfied. In an instant, he forgot the earlier unpleasantness and returned to his territory with a heart full of contentment. Meanwhile, in the main territory, within Chile's dwelling, at last, the communication gem is finally complete. A victorious smile graced Chile's face as she could not suppress her joy. For the past few days, she had not stepped outside her abode, working tirelessly without rest, and had finally crafted a communication gem. Next, she would infuse the gem with magical energy and contact her mother from the Black Dragon Kingdom, requesting her to lead the Black Dragon Legion to rescue her. Just thinking about it made her blood boil. Recalling her experiences as a mount, she could barely contain her fury. Although Fang Yuan had not mistreated her and had treated her well, how could a proud dragon bear the indignity of being another's steed? Gritting her teeth, Chile declared, "Once this accursed mount contract is dissolved, I shall capture Fang Yuan and make him my servant, tormenting him daily." She gingerly cradled the communication gem, channeling magic into it while articulating her message, which would be recorded by the gem. Afterward, she would shatter the gem, and the recipient would instantly receive the message. As Chile had only managed to create one communication gem over several days, this opportunity was singular. She needed to be concise, accurately conveying the details of her servitude and the coordinates of the Land of Oblivion to her mother. Urgently, she shattered the communication gem, and a miniature magic circle immediately materialized before vanishing in an instant. This indicated that the message recorded by the communication gem had been transmitted. Now, she merely awaited a response. Chile paced anxiously in her room, her face often betraying signs of tension. Soon, her mother's reply arrived. A miniature magic circle reappeared, floating in the air before her. Chile extended a delicate finger and gently tapped the magic circle. A gentle yet authoritative voice, that of her mother, echoed in her ears. "You just said what? I didn't quite hear you. Could you repeat that?" Upon hearing her mother's words, Chile stood frozen in place, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. She had calculated every detail, yet she never anticipated that her mother would fail to grasp her message and would request her to repeat it. After investing countless hours into crafting a single communication gem, how could she possibly have another to reiterate her words? The thought of her efforts going to waste brought tears to her eyes. However, with no other option, she could only stifle her tears, take out a few more red gems, and continue crafting a communication gem. Kiri's mother felt utterly helpless. For the dragon's greatest pastime was to recline upon its hoard of treasures and slumber, often for decades on end. Given the dragon's exceptionally long lifespan and the scarcity of entertainment in the chaotic continent, sleep was the sole indulgence available. Just as she had succumbed to the embrace of slumber, her daughter's message roused her from her dreams. Still in a haze of drowsiness, she could not quite grasp the content of the communication before it abruptly concluded. With no alternative, she resolved to send her daughter a message inquiring for clarification. Chapter 146. The Auction. Unlike the Black Dragon Kiri, the Foxfolk tribe, which had only recently arrived in the territory, fell in love with the place after just one night. The Foxfolk had initially anticipated that upon arriving in Fang Yuan's domain, they would endure inhumane mistreatment and heavy labor, receiving only meager scraps of food left by the orcs every few days, with the slightest misstep leading to a brutal death at the hands of their masters. They lived each day in a state of hunger and fear. However, to their astonishment, upon entering Fang Yuan's territory, they were met with a lavish feast laid before them. The Foxfolk's beautiful eyes widened in wonder as they gazed longingly at the spread of food, unable to suppress their salivation. Even in their ravenous state, none dared approach the banquet laid out before them. At that moment, a young lady clad in exquisite garments, Sakura, stood before the Foxfolk and proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, you are no longer slaves, but citizens of this territory, free from the pangs of hunger and the chill of the elements." Despite Sakura's reassurances, the Foxfolk remained hesitant to partake of the food, casting fearful glances at the soldiers surrounding them. Aware of her kin's trepidation towards the soldiers, Sakura instructed the Grim Reaper guards and others to step away for a moment. The guards, understanding that Sakura was executing Fang Yuan's orders, complied and withdrew. Once the guards had distanced themselves, Sakura encouraged the Foxfolk to indulge in the feast before them, and this time, they no longer resisted. A few brave Foxfolk summoned their courage, stepped forward, and gingerly picked up a piece of bread, savoring it in small bites. Observing this, the others also found their courage, carefully taking food from the table to eat. Their tribe had been ravaged for various reasons, leaving them homeless, and the Foxfolk had wandered in search of berries and wild mushrooms to survive. In the wild, they had unwittingly encountered a slaver's capture party and were subsequently enslaved. Often going hungry, The journey from the Orc Empire to the Forgotten Lands had seen the slavers provide only the barest sustenance to ensure their survival. Fang Yuan had anticipated this plight and had instructed Sakura to prepare ample food, ensuring the foxfolk could satiate their hunger before anything else. As the foxfolk devoured the food with fervor, their curiosity turned toward Sakura. They wondered how she, a foxfolk herself, could adorn herself in such splendid attire and command the respect of formidable soldiers. Once the foxfolk had filled their bellies and regained their strength, Sakura led the 3,000+ foxfolk to the life spring to cleanse themselves and enjoy a rejuvenating bath. Afterward, she retrieved a plethora of garments from the storeroom for them to wear and began to arrange accommodations for them. This series of gestures made the foxfolk feel as if they had stepped into paradise. Here, they found not only abundant food and warm springs, but also beautiful clothing and comfortable houses, free from servitude and cruelty. It did not take long for them to fall completely in love with this place. Sakura continually reminded them that all that they enjoyed was a gift from the esteemed Lord Fang Yuan. He not only did not discriminate against the foxfolk, but held a particular fondness for their kind, treating them with exceptional kindness. As long as they worked diligently for the territory, they could live here without concern for food or shelter. After hearing Sakura's words, many of the foxfolk began to harbor feelings of affection for Fang Yuan. During the evening banquet, all the foxfolk attended the gathering, and they were graced with the presence of Lord Fang Yuan himself. After consuming the dragon's potion, he had expelled numerous impurities from his body, resulting in significant improvements to his physique and appearance. Upon laying eyes on Fang Yuan for the first time, all the young foxfolk were smitten. They silently vowed to work diligently, striving to become members of Fang Yuan's personal maidservant group. In their eyes, serving Fang Yuan closely was the most desirable position in the territory. Upon returning to the subordinate territory of Fang Yuan, they encountered Wen Yinghan, who was returning from the main territory. The moment she saw Fang Yuan, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe apple. With a hint of shyness, she explained, "My lord, I apologize for my behavior last night. I should not have indulged in so much fruit wine. Fear not. If you enjoy fruit wine, you may drink as much as you desire from the storeroom henceforth." Fang Yuan replied with a gentle smile. The previous night, while bathing in the hot springs, Wen Yinghan had tasted a cup of freshly brewed fruit wine and found it delightful, leading her to consume several cups. The sweet wine was incredibly enjoyable, yet its potency was formidable. Initially, she felt no effects, but soon, she became lightheaded and, before long, was thoroughly intoxicated. The attentive foxfolk maids had carefully carried her to Fang Yuan's bed, unaware to him as he slept peacefully. Upon awakening the next morning, Fang Yuan discovered not only Sakura and Hei Yi by his side, but also Wen Yinghan nestled in his bed. Wen Yinghan, however, remembered nothing, only recalling that she had drunk a few cups of fruit wine the previous evening and then become dizzy. To her chagrin, she found herself in Fang Yuan's bed upon waking. Seeing her attire intact, she sighed in disappointment, initially feeling regret for not having shared something more intimate with Fang Yuan, a sentiment still influenced by the remnants of alcohol in her system. As her mind cleared, she grew increasingly bashful, and after dressing, she returned to her own territory, only to encounter Fang Yuan on her way. Fang Yuan smiled and said, "You may visit the main territory whenever you wish, aside from the military camp and a few restricted areas. You are free to come and go as you please." Wen Yinghan nodded shyly in agreement. Days swiftly passed, and one morning, a traveling merchant arrived early at the gates of Fang Yuan's territory, awaiting the Lord's summons. 15 days prior, the merchant had made arrangements with Fang Yuan to attend the auction at Stone Tablet Island. The auction at Stone Tablet Island, organized by the Flute Merchant Association, was a large-scale event held every fortnight. To participate, one required an invitation, which could be obtained by presenting a valuable item for auction, guaranteed by a merchant from the Flute Merchant Association. Fang Yuan's guarantor was none other than the traveling merchant. As for the precious item, Fang Yuan had an abundance from which to choose, any one of which would suffice for participation in the stone tablet auction. While he was still lost in slumber, a foxfolk maid gently roused him, informing him of the merchant's arrival. He instructed the fox maid to notify the guards to let the traveling merchant in, then rose from his slumber and, under the attentive service of the fox maid, commenced his morning ablutions and dressed. Chapter 147, Island of Monoliths. In the open space before the Lord's residence, a long rectangular table was set, laden with a sumptuous array of food. Fang Yuan sat at the table, relishing his breakfast. Before long, the traveling merchant, accompanied by his bodyguard, the black iron dwarf, approached Fang Yuan. "Please, take a seat and join me." Fang Yuan gestured to the chair opposite him. The traveling merchant rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "How could I possibly impose?" Yet, despite his words, his body betrayed him as he promptly plopped down into the chair, ravenously devouring the spread before him. The black iron dwarf, hindered by his short stature, could only watch helplessly as the merchant transferred most of their shared food onto his own plate, leaving him with merely some vegetables and bread. As the traveling merchant voraciously gnawed on a chicken leg, he brazenly remarked, "You've grown rather portly of late. Perhaps you should indulge in some greens to shed a few pounds. I'll take care of the meat for you." Faced with such an audacious employer, The black iron dwarf sighed deeply, grumbling as he bit into the meager vegetables on his plate. Observing this scene, Fang Yuan commanded, "Bring forth additional servings of breakfast, particularly more meat." Soon, the fox maid appeared, bearing a generous portion of roasted meat and chicken, placing it between the traveling merchant and the black iron dwarf. "Heh. Master Fang Yuan is indeed magnanimous. I shall not hold back," declared the traveling merchant as he seized a piece of roast beef and stuffed it into his mouth. The black iron dwarf, casting a grateful glance at Fang Yuan, mused to himself how fortunate it would be if his employer were Fang Yuan. Lifting a glass of milk, Fang Yuan took a sip, set the cup down on the table, and casually remarked, "You arrived quite early today. I wanted to ensure I wouldn't delay your time, master. As we are to attend the auction today, I feared arriving late would be an inconvenience," the traveling merchant replied, his mouth full of food and words garbled. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, surmising that, given the merchant's miserly nature, his early arrival was likely motivated by the prospect of a free breakfast. "By the way, what time does the auction commence?" Fang Yuan inquired. The traveling merchant, still chewing on his beef, answered, "The auction officially starts at 1 in the afternoon. But we need to set off early to reach the island of monoliths beforehand. Once the auction begins, no one else may join." "How shall we reach the island of monoliths? Is it situated at sea?" Fang Yuan questioned. The traveling merchant swallowed his final bite, patting his round belly contentedly, and reassured him, "Fear not. Accompany me, Master Fang Yuan, and you shall not be late." After a brief pause, he continued, "Indeed, the island of monoliths is a small isle in the sea, located in the Eastern Sea." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. "The Eastern Sea? Isn't that quite distant from the Land of Oblivion?" "The Land of Oblivion lies near the Southern Sea, quite a distance from the Eastern Sea." "Heh, Master Fang Yuan. I possess a teleportation scroll. With but a few seconds, we can arrive at the island of monoliths in an instant." The traveling merchant produced a teleportation scroll from his pocket, presenting it to Fang Yuan. "This positioning teleportation scroll has a fixed destination. It can only transport us to the island of monoliths. With it, we needn't fear tardiness and missing the auction." The scroll in the traveling merchant's hand was considerably smaller than the large teleportation scrolls Fang Yuan had previously encountered. "You cannot imagine the lengths I went to in order to acquire this positioning teleportation scroll," the merchant lamented. "Not everyone has the privilege to utilize such scrolls to reach the island of monoliths. Only those recognized as esteemed guests by the Flute Merchant Guild are granted access to such teleportation scrolls." Suddenly, Fang Yuan queried, "By the way, did you happen to bring along any discarded treasure chests? If so, I would like to procure them all." The traveling merchant was taken aback, perplexed by Fang Yuan's fixation on the treasure chest game. Was it possible that the last chests he sold to Fang Yuan had yielded dark gold items once again? That seemed improbable. The mere chance of replicating such extraordinary luck as to unearth 5 dark gold items from a single opening was exceedingly slim. The traveling merchant had initially prepared 20 discarded treasure chests, intending to ensnare Fang Yuan in a trick. He couldn't believe such fortune could truly be repeated. Tentatively, the traveling merchant asked, "Master Fang Yuan, do you have a particular fondness for the treasure chest game?" "Indeed, my luck has always been rather fortuitous, which is why I am quite fond of games of chance," Fang Yuan replied with a serene smile. "Haha, with such remarkable luck. I imagine the last 20 treasure chests must have yielded considerable treasures. I truly envy you, master." The traveling merchant chuckled lightly. Fang Yuan shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Let us not speak of it. From those 20 treasure chests, I only unearthed a heap of worthless junk, no valuable items whatsoever. I squandered 20 black crystal coins in vain." After a moment's pause, Fang Yuan's tone grew resolute. "I refuse to believe my luck could be so abysmal. I wish to partake in the treasure chest game once more, to see if I might procure something of worth." At that moment, he resembled a common gambler, yearning to recoup his losses after a single defeat, ultimately ensnared in the abyss of gambling. "Is that so?" The traveling merchant chose not to elaborate further. He had been preoccupied with the auction preparations in recent days and had not had the time to procure goods from the Merchant Alliance's warehouse. Thus, he had not brought any worn treasure chests. He promised to make sure to bring some next time. With the auction commencing at 1 in the afternoon and the time now only 9 in the morning, they had ample time. Fang Yuan and the traveling merchant engaged in casual conversation to pass the time. The merchant, well versed in various matters, enlightened Fang Yuan with a wealth of information about the chaotic continent. Casually, Fang Yuan inquired, "Are you familiar with treasure maps?" "Of course. The chaotic continent is littered with undiscovered treasures. By collecting map fragments, one can randomly obtain a complete treasure map, which can then lead to hidden riches." The traveling merchant sighed, enviously recounting, "I once encountered a fortunate soul who gathered 10 map fragments, obtained a treasure map, and ultimately discovered a dark gold piece of equipment." Fang Yuan asked curiously, "Is dark gold equipment truly exceptional?" The traveling merchant shot Fang Yuan a complex glance. Recognizing that someone with Fang Yuan's luck in opening treasure chests could hardly fathom what dark gold equipment represented for ordinary folk. "Sigh, I too once collected map fragments. But the treasure I uncovered from the map was merely a black-quality weapon, the merchant lamented. The guardian of the treasure was exceedingly powerful. I had hoped it would be dark gold equipment, only to discover it was just a black weapon. Chapter 148, The Monolith Auction. The traveling merchant grumbled. The guardian of the treasure was exceptionally formidable. I had anticipated dark gold equipment, yet it turned out to be merely a black weapon. Fang Yuan inquired. What exactly is a guardian? A guardian is a creature specifically tasked with protecting treasures. To obtain the treasure, one must first defeat the guardian. The higher the quality of the treasure, the stronger the guardian's prowess. The traveling merchant reminisced. On my last treasure hunt, I encountered a 10th tier guardian, and during that encounter, one of my hired bodyguards perished while 3 others were gravely injured. Initially, one might have presumed that the guardian's formidable strength indicated the treasure would be an item of dark gold. However, upon vanquishing the guardian, it became evident that the treasure was merely a black weapon, leaving the traveler feeling quite disappointed. With a deep sigh, the traveling merchant expressed his lament. Fang Yuan, pondering thoughtfully, jestingly inquired, if the treasure were indeed an artifact, how powerful would the guardian be? I am not certain, replied the merchant. The last appearance of an artifact treasure map was centuries ago, discovered in the Kingdom of Dawn. Artifact treasure maps are exceedingly rare, having not been seen in the chaotic continent for quite some time. The merchant's face lit up with longing as he continued. Each artifact is priceless. They are forged by the gods themselves, possessing the ability to annihilate worlds. My greatest desire in this life is to witness an artifact firsthand. To date, the known artifacts across the chaotic continent do not exceed 20 in total. Their immense power means they are seldom utilized unless absolutely necessary. The Elven Empire boasts 5 artifacts, making it the most artifact-rich faction on the entire continent. After a brief pause, the merchant added, however, I can assert with confidence that even the least of artifacts would surpass the strength of 1,000 10th-tier guardians. Fang Yuan instinctively exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the guardians of artifacts do not seem overly formidable, merely 1,000 10th-tier guardians. With his spatial portal, he could construct war fortresses anywhere and activate the portal at will. When it comes to troop levels and deployment speed, Fang Yuan has yet to fear anyone, no matter how many guardians an artifact may possess. He is confident that his sheer number of soldiers would overwhelm them. Moreover, let us not forget that Fang Yuan's territory is home to over 30 hero units. A single 10th-tier hero unit can easily overpower 100 10th-tier ordinary units. The artifact is a goal he is determined to achieve. As Fang Yuan and the traveling merchant engaged in their light-hearted conversation, noon arrived swiftly. The traveling merchant and the black iron dwarf dined together without hesitation, having feasted excessively. The merchant, lacking the robust digestive system of the dwarf, soon found himself uncomfortably full. His countenance soured, his abdomen protruding as if he were 6 months pregnant. He sat on the chair, groaning with discomfort. Thankfully, despite his penchant for small indulgences, the merchant is a man of great responsibility and would never be careless in his work. With the assistance of the black iron dwarf, he struggled to rise from the chair, retrieved a positioning teleportation scroll, and tore it apart. A ghostly blue oval-shaped portal materialized. Taking a deep breath, the merchant exhaled heavily and stepped into the blue portal, vanishing from sight. Fang Yuan, accompanied by his subordinates, followed closely behind, gradually entering the blue portal. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in an unfamiliar locale. Behind them, the blue portal remained, for this positioning teleportation scroll was bidirectional. They could return to their original location through the portal after arriving at their designated destination. Stone Tablet Island spans roughly the size of a football field, surrounded by an expansive ocean, with no land or other islands in sight. The ground beneath Fang Yuan's feet was remarkably flat, akin to a smooth concrete surface. The entire Stone Tablet Island resembled a colossal rectangular stone block, perfectly aligned with sharp angles. The traveling merchant, after moving about a bit, felt less discomfort. He turned to Fang Yuan and said, "My lord, welcome to Stone Tablet Island. It is currently 12:30, and the auction will officially commence in half an hour. Please hand over the item you wish to auction, and I shall take it to the back for registration. The auction's appraisers will assess your item, and should their estimated value not meet your satisfaction, we can adjust it according to your wishes. After the item is sold, we will charge a 5% commission of the final sale price, if that is agreeable to you." The merchant had already communicated the auction's rules to Fang Yuan prior to their lunch. Fang Yuan found these terms acceptable and, without further ado, produced a magical silk manufacturing machine from his arcane ring. This machine was the item he intended to auction. Upon seeing the magical silk manufacturing machine, the merchant's eyes sparkled with excitement, disregarding his stomach ache as he hurried to the machine, caressing it gently, as one would a beloved. Magical silk is the finest fabric in existence, cherished by the elves, fairies, and demons alike. Unfortunately, the blueprints for the magical silk manufacturing machine were destroyed during a past conflict, leaving only a little over 100 machines in existence. Without blueprints, many of these machines have gradually malfunctioned and fallen into disrepair over time, lacking both the machines and the blueprints for producing magical silk. It has slowly transformed into a luxury item sought after by women of various races. Previously, the merchant had witnessed a magical silk garment sell for a handsome price at an auction. When he learned that Fang Yuan's territory housed a magical silk manufacturing machine, he had aimed to persuade Fang Yuan to sell a few at a low price. However, before the merchant could utter a word, Fang Yuan saw through his intentions. Thus, the merchant had no choice but to share all he knew about magical silk and assure Fang Yuan that selling a magical silk manufacturing machine at the auction would yield a substantial profit. To participate in the auction, one must present a valuable item for bidding. Fang Yuan's territory possesses hundreds of dark gold items. However, most of these are blueprints that he still requires and cannot sell. Therefore, he decided to bring the magical silk manufacturing machine to the auction, as it holds little value for him. With the blueprints, he can create as many as he desires. The merchant meticulously examined the machine from top to bottom, nodding in satisfaction. "My lord Fang Yuan, please wait briefly at the auction entrance while I attend to a matter." With that, the merchant and the black iron dwarf lifted the machine and made their way toward the center of Stone Tablet Island. Chapter 149, Haimeng. At the heart of Stone Tablet Island stood a grand gray castle, where the auction was to take place. Upon arriving at the castle, Fang Yuan and his entourage observed a number of individuals from various races gathered in clusters, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Among them were stone men composed entirely of rock, demons with charred skin adorned with wings and horns, stunning elves, alluring fairies clad in revealing attire, robust, bare-headed men covered in thick fur, and diminutive green-skinned goblins, alongside many others of peculiar appearances. Groups of 3 or 4 stood together, likely companions who had arrived as a unit. For this auction, Fang Yuan brought along a total of 20 individuals, all hero units. After all, this was his first journey so far from his territory, and being away from his domain called for cautious measures. On this outing, Fang Yuan wore only ordinary clothing, and aside from the arcane ring and the explosive magic ring on his hands, he bore no dark gold weaponry. He understood the wisdom in concealing his wealth. He had come to attend an auction, not to engage in battle, hence there was no need for him to be fully armed. Moreover, given the multitude of attendees at the auction, Fang Yuan's exquisite dark gold equipment would undoubtedly attract unnecessary attention and trouble. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, the 20 heroes accompanying him were more than sufficient to shield him from harm. Additionally, he possessed teleportation scrolls, allowing him to instantly return to his territory at any moment. Among the many races present at the auction, Fang Yuan's party was the largest. The others had only brought 2 or 3 individuals as bodyguards in attendance. The arrival of Fang Yuan and his companions attracted the curious gazes of numerous other races. Long ago, in the chaotic continent, humanity was represented by a single race, with the Dawn Kingdom established by humans. However, a calamity 1,000 years ago caused 99% of the human populace to mysteriously vanish. Only a fortunate few managed to survive that disaster. Today, the remaining humans are considered a minority in the chaotic continent, seldom appearing in public gatherings. Unperturbed by the scrutinizing eyes of other races, Fang Yuan surveyed the numerous races before him with unrestrained curiosity, confident under the protection of his elite heroes. Fang Yuan was not the last to arrive. Several groups followed sequentially to the castle gates. Among those who arrived after him, one individual caught his attention, not for any particular reason other than that he too was human. With similar skin tone, black hair, and brown eyes, he appeared to be of Asian descent, though it was uncertain if he hailed from Huaxia. As Fang Yuan assessed him, the other individual scrutinized Fang Yuan in return. After a moment's hesitation, the stranger turned to a peculiar blue-skinned race with tusks and whispered something, receiving a nod of approval before approaching Fang Yuan directly. The first words exchanged were, "Are you from Earth?" Fang Yuan replied, "Yes." "Then you must be from Huaxia?" The stranger inquired further. "Indeed, I am," Fang Yuan responded. "I am Gao Meng. What is your name?" "Fang Yuan," he replied. Gao Meng stroked his chin in surprise, exclaiming, "I never imagined I would encounter a fellow countryman here. It's truly remarkable." Fang Yuan shared his astonishment, never expecting to find another participant in the auction aside from himself. His name resonated like thunder in the regional channel. It was impossible for anyone not to have heard of him. However, Gao Meng displayed no reaction upon hearing his name, indicating he was not part of the same regional channel. After all, with billions of people on Earth, those who had traversed to the chaotic continent were divided into numerous regions. Furthermore, the Stone Tablet Island, situated in the Eastern Sea, was miles away from the Southern Sea. To participate in the auction, one must present a valuable item as a bidding item and secure a guarantee from a member of the Merchant Flute Alliance to obtain an invitation. At this stage, most lords lacked even a single green item, let alone precious treasures. It was evident that Gao Meng had accomplished something noteworthy to be able to attend the auction. Fang Yuan continued to ponder in silence when Gao Meng suddenly leaned in and asked, "Brother, who did you come with? Do you know any of the other races?" Fang Yuan, confused by Gao Meng's implication, replied, "I came alone. Are you not here to attend the auction?" Upon hearing this, Gao Meng smirked and replied, "Don't tease me. Brother, to attend the auction, One needs an invitation, and you must maintain good relations with the merchants to participate. What strength do we possess? Fang Yuan finally realized that Gao Ming did not appear to be attending the auction. If you're not here for the auction, how did you arrive at the Stone Tablet Island? Gao Ming chuckled and proudly pointed behind him, saying, "Look over there." Following his gesture, Fang Yuan noticed 3 peculiar races accompanying Gao Ming. They were warriors of the troll race, and the leader among them was the chieftain of the troll tribe, with whom he had a very good relationship. It was this chieftain who had brought him here to broaden his horizons. Gao Ming's tone brimmed with pride, as he considered it a remarkable achievement to befriend such powerful beings. However, the relationship between Gao Ming's territory and the troll tribe was not one of friendship as he claimed, but rather that of master and servant. After the traversal, all territories were randomly assigned, and Gao Ming's territory boasted relatively abundant resources, with ample food and water. Not far from his territory lay a mountain range housing a troll tribe, one of the many intelligent races on the chaotic continent. Trolls were towering figures, typically around 3 meters tall, with pale blue skin and large tusks. They excelled in wielding spears and throwing them. Their temperament and habits were somewhat akin to those of the orc race, as both enjoyed combat. However, trolls were generally more temperate and composed than orcs, relying on resource gathering and hunting for sustenance rather than pillaging. The trolls had long since discovered Gao Ming's territory, yet they were disinterested as long as he did not provoke them. Conversely, Gao Ming sought to make contact with the trolls. He regarded the troll race as the most formidable he had encountered, believing that maintaining a good relationship with them would ensure their protection in the future. Gao Ming indeed pursued this goal, going to great lengths to ingratiate himself with the trolls, even promising the chieftain of the trolls half of his territory's income as a gift. Under Gao Ming's relentless efforts, he finally secured a relationship with the troll tribe. It should be noted that the troll tribe was primarily attracted to the resources of Gao Ming's territory. From that point onward, Gao Ming's territory became a subordinate domain of the troll tribe, with half of every territory's income unconditionally gifted to the trolls, and total obedience to their commands required. In exchange, the troll tribe would protect Gao Ming's territory. Should any magical beasts or monsters attack, the trolls stationed in Gao Ming's territory would personally intervene. Initially, Gao Ming enjoyed a relatively prosperous existence, safeguarded by the troll tribe, which provided him with a sense of security far superior to that of other lords who lived in constant fear. However, this period of comfort would be fleeting. As other lords continued to develop and strengthen, they would gradually surpass the other races on the chaotic continent. Meanwhile, Gao Ming, constrained by the troll tribe, only recruited farmers, refraining from enlisting any combat troops, neglecting to upgrade his main city or construct other buildings, and his daily tasks revolved around resource extraction. Essentially, he had become little more than a free laborer for the trolls, who could acquire vast amounts of resources with minimal effort, only needing to deal with a few minor magical beasts. The troll chieftain attended the auction out of concern that Gao Ming might attempt to cause trouble, which was why he brought him along. Yet, Gao Ming remained blissfully unaware of this, continuing to boast to Fang Yuan about his remarkable status. Relishing the carefree life he led without worry for the safety of his territory. In the regional channel where Gao Ming resided, he was the only one living in relative safety, while others toiled daily in search of food and defense against magical beast attacks. Meanwhile, he merely needed to focus on resource extraction, trading them with the trolls for sustenance. If Gao Ming continues down this path, it will not be long before he is surpassed by other lords, relegating him to the bottom of the regional hierarchy. Fang Yuan also recognized this predicament and could not help but voice a reminder. Are you truly willing to forsake the future development of your territory merely for a fleeting sense of security? Gao Ming, still reveling in his comfortable existence, was momentarily taken aback by Fang Yuan's words. He shot an irritable glance at Fang Yuan and retorted with scorn. How dare you criticize me? If you hadn't sought refuge with a foreign race, how could you possibly be here? Fang Yuan shook his head, asserting, I have not allied myself with any foreign factions. I am here solely to attend the auction. Gao Ming scoffed, clearly skeptical of Fang Yuan's claims. At present, the number of lords able to participate in the auction was exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. Gao Ming was convinced that Fang Yuan had also aligned himself with some foreign entity to be present in this venue. Fang Yuan, however, was disinclined to elaborate. His earlier admonition was merely a spontaneous utterance, and Gao Ming's future was of no concern to him. Individuals like Gao Ming, who lacked foresight and were solely fixated on immediate gains, were doomed to an unfortunate fate. Gao Ming's territory was entirely under the control of the troll tribe, granting them free access to his lands. Should he attempt to construct facilities for recruiting soldiers, the trolls would undoubtedly impede his efforts. Even if he were to regret his choices later, he would lack the capacity to resist the trolls. Gao Ming huffed dismissively, muttering curses as he departed. Upon returning to the troll chieftain, he ingratiatingly proclaimed, Great chieftain, I have returned. The troll chieftain nodded and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, Is the human who spoke with you earlier from a territory nearby the tribe? Gao Ming promptly replied, That should not be the case. His territory appears to be in another region. The troll chieftain sighed in disappointment. Recently, Gao Ming had shared the coordinates of 3 territories surrounding his own with the chieftain. Having tasted success, the chieftain sought to subjugate these 3 territories, ensuring they would forever serve the troll tribe in resource collection. Thus, the chieftain dispatched 3 troll armies, each advancing toward one of the 3 territories. Before long, the armies had conquered them, capturing the respective lords. However, to the chieftain's astonishment, none of the captured lords chose to submit to the troll tribe. They preferred death over becoming vassals of a foreign race. Since they refused to yield, releasing them was out of the question. Reluctantly, the chieftain had to execute the 3 captured lords. His greedy gaze lingered on Fang Yuan, unyielding in its intensity. Yet, when Blood One casually glanced at the troll chieftain, upon making eye contact, the chieftain felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A chill creeping up his spine. It was terrifying. That gaze was rife with murderous intent. The troll chieftain hastily lowered his head, no longer daring to meet Fang Yuan's gaze. Blood One coldly regarded the troll chieftain and his entourage, unable to fathom how they dared to cast such looks at the lord. Were it not for the auction taking place, the troll chieftain would have already met his demise. Shortly thereafter, a traveling merchant unexpectedly appeared before Fang Yuan. "My lord, I bring splendid news," the merchant proclaimed, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Your magical silk manufacturing machine has caused quite a stir at the auction house, with a starting bid set at 15,000 black crystal coins." Fang Yuan was taken aback. So much. To Fang Yuan, the magical silk manufacturing machine was merely a device for producing fabric. It paled in comparison to the value of weapons and military structures. With a starting bid of 15,000 black crystal coins, if there were competitive bidding, it could easily fetch upwards of 20,000 coins. The traveling merchant continued. "The auction house has also decided to feature your item as the first to be auctioned. This will surely attract a considerable number of bidders." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. "There is one more matter." The merchant leaned closer to Fang Yuan and whispered, "If you possess the blueprints for the magical silk manufacturing machine, our merchant guild is willing to offer you a price that will surely satisfy you." Fang Yuan decisively declined the offer. The traveling merchant was not surprised by this refusal. Possessing the blueprints would allow for the continuous production of the magical silk manufacturing machine, yielding immense profits solely from machine sales. It was unlikely that anyone would be foolish enough to part with such valuable schematics. The grand doors of the central castle on Stone Tablet Island slowly swung open, marking the official commencement of the auction. Upon entering, each individual was permitted to bring only 2 attendants or bodyguards, with any excess remaining outside. Fang Yuan chose to bring Blood One and Blood Two with him, while the others were instructed to stand by. Under the attentive guidance of the traveling merchant, Fang Yuan gradually made his way into the auction house. Outside, Gao Ming looked on in shock as he witnessed Fang Yuan's retreating figure. Due to the restriction of bringing only 2 attendants, Gao Ming had been left behind by the troll chieftain. After all, he had initially brought Gao Ming along out of concern that he might engage in mischief in his absence, thus requiring supervision. Chapter 151, 3 Golden Treasure Chests. From the moment Gao Ming laid eyes on Fang Yuan, he was convinced that Fang Yuan, like himself, was merely another individual seeking refuge with a foreign race for protection. When Fang Yuan claimed he was there to attend the auction, Gao Ming dismissed it entirely, believing Fang Yuan was simply too embarrassed to admit his subservience to a foreign entity. If Fang Yuan were not allied with a foreign race, how could he possibly be here? Did he truly possess the qualifications? Did he deserve it? Gazing at Fang Yuan's handsome visage, Gao Ming was consumed by jealousy, maliciously thinking that Fang Yuan must have exchanged favors to secure protection from the foreign race. Otherwise, what made this pretty boy superior to him? The two parted on unfriendly terms, and Gao Ming returned to the side of the troll chieftain, silently observing Fang Yuan, waiting for any slip that would provide him with an opportunity to mock him. Unfortunately for Gao Ming, before he could catch Fang Yuan faltering, he instead witnessed the traveling merchant bowing and scraping before Fang Yuan, leading him into the auction house. Could it be that he truly was here to participate in the auction? Gao Ming's expression morphed into one of shock, followed by a distortion wrought by jealousy. Why did he have the privilege to attend the auction while he was left standing outside like a fool? Like a sycophant, Gao Ming clung to the trolls, desperate to secure a life superior to that of the other lords in the regional channel. Each time Gao Ming witnessed other lords struggling to survive, he felt a sense of superiority swell within him. Yet now, that sense of superiority was shattered. Everything he had gained by serving the foreign race was effortlessly surpassed by Fang Yuan. This left Gao Ming's psyche in disarray as he bitterly watched Fang Yuan enter the auction. Upon stepping into the auction hall, Fang Yuan could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. From the outside, the auction venue appeared as a 4-story castle, leading him to believe it was divided into 4 levels. However, upon entering, he discovered the hidden intricacies within. The auction house featured numerous magical devices, each more wondrous than the last, including staircases and partitions formed by magic. The entire castle had been hollowed out, filled with magical arrays and luxurious decorations, emanating a dazzling brilliance. Guided by the traveling merchant, Fang Yuan arrived at a private room on the 2nd floor of the auction house. Ascending the magical staircase, he found himself in a prime location near the stage, allowing him to survey the entire auction from an elevated vantage point. Although somewhat curious about how he ended up in such a favorable position, Fang Yuan chose not to inquire further. Instead, he calmly settled into his seat, preparing for the auction to commence. Soon enough, the event officially began with the host taking the stage. The first item up for bid was none other than Fang Yuan's magical silk manufacturing machine. A magical silk manufacturing machine? It had been nearly several centuries since such a contraption had graced the world. To his astonishment, he was witnessing the unveiling of a brand new magical silk manufacturing machine in his lifetime. He couldn't help but wonder where the Stila auction house had procured such an artifact. Could it be that blueprints for the magical silk manufacturing machine have resurfaced in the continent? That seemed implausible. The blueprints had been destroyed during the cataclysm a millennium ago. The crowd below buzzed with speculation. Without the blueprints, the magical silk material was on the verge of vanishing from the chaotic continent. Rarity begets value. Scarcity signifies preciousness. The price of the magical silk manufacturing machine skyrocketed from 15,000 black crystal coins to 23,000, ultimately being purchased by an elven maiden for 25,000 coins. The elven race, known for their innate appreciation of beauty, would certainly not overlook a magical silk manufacturing machine. In contrast, races such as orcs, barbarians, and trolls found little appeal in such ornate items. To them, it was only the vain elves who would squander 20,000 black crystal coins on a seemingly useless machine. With that money, they could acquire 2 pieces of dark gold equipment, which would be far more pragmatic. The fact that the first auction item sold for over 20,000 coins thrilled the host, who eagerly moved on to the second item. In the private box on the second floor, a traveling merchant remarked, "Congratulations, my lord. Your auction item fetched an astonishing 25,000 black crystal coins." Fang Yuan merely smiled faintly, offering no further comment. The magical silk manufacturing machine was merely a ticket for him to attend the auction, and its selling price held little significance. The second item was a dark gold weapon, boasting commendable attributes and accompanying skills, deemed a minor exquisite piece of equipment, which was ultimately acquired by an orc for 30,000 black crystal coins. The third item was 10 bottles of high-grade healing potions. The preceding auction items had largely consisted of weapons, equipment, potions, spellbooks, and martial arts manuals. Fang Yuan found little interest in these, thus refraining from bidding. As the auction approached the 10th item, a commotion erupted at the castle entrance. Who could it be? What was happening? How could they still enter after the auction had begun? I don't know. Isn't the Stila auction house supposed to uphold rules above all else? Just then, the tightly shut doors swung open, and a throng of individuals entered. Leading them was a petite figure, standing at merely 5 feet, with a curvaceous form clad in a black battle skirt. Her long, fair legs glimmered with a crescent-like sheen, her appearance strikingly reminiscent of humans, yet adorned with pointed ears and a pair of translucent wings behind her. Fang Yuan whispered, "Is that an elf?" The traveling merchant shook his head. Though she possesses pointed ears, they are not as elongated as those of an elf, and her wings indicate she belongs to the fairy race. The fairy race is quite complex. Their peculiar nature is marked by a strong inclination toward destruction, and they are formidable and highly combative, rendering them a daunting adversary. The fairy empire stands alongside the elven empire as one of the 8 great empires. Many individuals of other races recognized the identity of the fairy maiden, and those who had been murmuring instantly fell silent. Others, less informed about her identity, noted the reactions of those around them and wisely chose to keep their mouths shut. The auction's host, his face beaming with a smile, approached the fairy maiden with exaggerated cordiality. It was evident that her presence commanded respect, as the majority fell silent, and the Stila auction house opened its doors once more. "Phew, I made it just in time." The fairy maiden sighed in relief. Ignoring the host's enthusiastic greetings, she ascended the magical staircase along with her entourage of over a dozen followers, taking their seats in the private box adjacent to Fang Yuan's. Unperturbed by her dismissal, the host resumed the auction, presenting the 10th item, 3 golden treasure chests, with a starting bid of 30,000 black crystal coins. Upon opening, these treasure chests would invariably yield an item of dark gold quality. Even the most inferior dark gold item could fetch a price of 10,000 black crystal coins. Chapter 152, Elemental Core. The golden treasure chests were indeed a valuable find. If luck were on one's side, one might uncover an exquisite dark gold item, resulting in a substantial profit. Various individuals from different races eagerly participated in the bidding, sending the price soaring past 40,000 black crystal coins. With treasure chests in play, Fang Yuan certainly could not afford to miss out. He joined the bidding, ultimately securing the 3 chests for 60,000 black crystal coins. In the eyes of the traveling merchant, spending 60,000 black crystal coins on 3 golden treasure chests seemed somewhat unwise. Opening treasure chests was inherently fraught with uncertainty. Should he end up with 3 low-tier dark gold items, he would incur a significant loss of 20 to 30,000 black crystal coins. Such a sum was no trifling matter. No one would gamble with 20 to 30,000 black crystal coins lightly. However, Considering that Fang Yuan's greatest passion lay in opening treasure chests, the traveling merchant came to understand his rationale. As the auction moved on to the 11th item, the elemental core, the host rapped the table with his gavel, proclaiming loudly, "The starting bid is 100,000 black crystal coins. The elemental core is a rare material, required only by a select few specialized buildings and items. Most individuals had no need for such a unique material, as they lacked the blueprints that required the elemental core. Even if they purchased it, it would be of no use." The atmosphere momentarily fell silent. Fang Yuan possessed a dark gold blueprint, the elemental temple, and the most critical material needed for its construction was the elemental core. With the elemental core in hand, he could finally construct the elemental temple. This auction item was one he was determined to acquire. He bid 101,000 black crystal coins. 101,000, 101,000. Is there a higher bid? The host inquired. Before he could finish speaking, a light, airy voice from the adjacent box chimed in, 110,000. Very well. We have a bid of 110,000. Is there a higher offer? Fang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from further comment. Raising his bid to 120,000. The neighboring box immediately followed suit, bidding 130,000, 140,000, 150,000, 160,000, 170,000, 180,000, 190,000, 200,000. Fang Yuan called out the staggering sum of 200,000 black crystal coins, and the entire auction hall fell into a momentary hush. This was already the highest bid of the day. The elemental core was an item Fang Yuan was resolutely intent on obtaining, no matter the cost in black crystal coins. He was determined to secure it today. Meanwhile, in the adjacent box, the fairy maiden seethed with fury. Damn it, who is competing with me for the elemental core? Hadn't the elders in her clan assured her that no one would contest their claim over the elemental core? Yet here they were, already at 200,000 black crystal coins, and still unwilling to relent. A nearby fairy guard expressed his dissatisfaction. The fairy maiden pursed her lips, declaring, "Whoever it is, let them continue to raise the stakes. It matters not who they are. We must secure the elemental core." This task had been entrusted to her by the fairy elders, and it was imperative that it be accomplished. The surrounding areas had shown no signs of the elemental core. They had only recently received intelligence that the Stela auction house was auctioning the elemental core today. If one were to miss this opportunity, who knows how long it would take to encounter the elemental core once more. In the adjacent box, a bid was placed at an astounding 230,000 black crystal coins, a price she believed would surely deter her opponent. 230,000 black crystal coins is no trifling sum. Among all those present at the auction, few could muster such an amount in one go. Yet, Fang Yuan showed no hesitation, not even a flicker of his eyelids, as he promptly offered 250,000 black crystal coins. To others, this sum represented a small fortune, but for Fang Yuan, it was merely the result of opening a few treasure chests. Previously, he had uncovered 800,000 black crystal coins from the treasure of the Wolfmen, not to mention the wealth amassed from past treasure chests and his daily exploits at the mysterious shops machine. At present, his fortune amounted to over 1,000,000 black crystal coins. Upon hearing the lofty bid of 250,000, the opposing party hesitated for a moment before countering with 260,000 black crystal coins. Tired of this prolonged contest, Fang Yuan calmly declared, "I bid 300,000 black crystal coins." At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the room, as all present were taken aback by such audacity. To elevate the price to 300,000 black crystal coins in one fell swoop was indeed extravagant. "Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 300,000? The host eagerly inquired. The higher the auction price, the greater his share of the commission, so he fervently hoped for an even loftier figure for the elemental core. Alas, his wish remained unfulfilled, for after Fang Yuan's bid of 300,000 black crystal coins, the opposition fell silent. With a resounding thud, the elemental core was ultimately secured at the impressive price of 300,000. In this bidding war, the most jubilant were undoubtedly the auction house and the seller of the elemental core. Initially, the auction house had estimated the core would fetch around 120,000 black crystal coins, yet the final selling price exceeded that by more than double. The auction house would retain 5% of the commission, equating to a tidy sum of 15,000 black crystal coins. The elemental core was finally in his grasp. Upon returning, Fang Yuan intended to construct the elemental temple immediately, as a structure of dark gold quality. He was eager to discover just how formidable the soldiers recruited from such a building could be, especially when a hundredfold increase was triggered. The thought thrilled him. Turning to the nearby traveling merchant, he inquired, "If I pay the black crystal coins now, can I receive the elemental core immediately?" "Certainly," replied the traveling merchant. "Your auction item sold for 25,000 black crystal coins. May I use this to offset part of your purchase for the elemental gem?" Fang Yuan nodded and added, "I also wish to take the 3 golden treasure chests at once." "Understood, my lord. I shall attend to it at once." The traveling merchant smiled and exited the private room. Having spent such a substantial amount at the auction, the traveling merchant, as his guarantor, would also receive a handsome reward. The subsequent auction continued, with the host now presenting the 15th item, a blueprint for the dwarven race's exclusive structure, the lava house. Approximately 5 minutes later, the traveling merchant returned with the elemental core and the 3 golden treasure chests, ascending the magical staircase. Just as he passed by the adjacent box, the door swung open, and a fairy maiden emerged, snatching the elemental core from the merchant's hands without a word. The fairy maiden's strength far surpassed that of the traveling merchant, and before he could react, the elemental core was already in her possession. The merchant's expression shifted slightly as he forced a smile, saying, "Esteemed guest, this elemental core has already been purchased by another patron. Would you kindly return it?" The fairy maiden glanced at him dismissively, turning instead to Fang Yuan's box, and coldly remarked, "Hey, you inside. To be frank, we are in dire need of this elemental core. If you relinquish it to us, we shall offer you other compensations." "What say you?" Fang Yuan, intrigued, asked, "What compensation?" The fairy maiden held her head high and responded, "The friendship of our fairy clan." Fang Yuan retorted, "What use do I have for your friendship?" Scram. The fairy maiden's expression turned frosty as she snapped. "So you refuse the friendship of the fairy clan? Return what is mine and be gone." Fang Yuan coldly replied, "Even if you bid 600,000 black crystal coins, I shan't part with it. Abandon your hopes." The traveling merchant interjected once more, "Honorable guest, your actions are not in accordance with our auction's regulations. The elemental core has been purchased by this esteemed gentleman. Please return it." Initially, the fairy maiden's face was frozen in anger, but in a heartbeat, a beguiling smile graced her lips, as she remarked, "If I cannot have it, neither shall you." With a gentle squeeze of her delicate hand, cracks began to form upon the elemental core. She intended to destroy it. The traveling merchant, witnessing this, rushed forward to intervene, but before he could get close, a fairy guard struck him with a powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground below. "How dare you approach the princess? Do you seek your demise?" The fairy guard boasted imperiously. "Since you refuse to transact with me and spurn the friendship of the fairy clan, then you shall perish, and this elemental core will be mine." The fairy maiden licked her lips with her dainty tongue, revealing a sweet smile that, when paired with her words, sent a shiver down one's spine. Dozens of fairy guards surrounded Fang Yuan's box, their faces alight with mocking smiles, akin to cats toying with their captured mice before delivering the final blow. Fang Yuan, seated upon the sofa, calmly commanded, "Eliminate them." The fairy guards scoffed disdainfully, one of them sneering, "As if you could." Before he could finish his sentence, Shui, unable to contain himself, surged forward, brandishing his spear in a direct thrust. The fairy guard swung his sword to block the incoming spear, but with a single mighty strike, the spear pierced through with ease, as though piercing a flimsy sheet of paper, effortlessly penetrating the fairy guard's body, draining the light from his eyes. In one fell swoop, he had dispatched a 10th-tier fairy guard. The remaining fairy guards, aghast at the scene, instinctively recoiled, wishing to distance themselves from Shui. The fairy maiden wore an amused smile as she remarked, "No wonder you dare to defy me. It seems you have a 10th-tier hero backing you. Is this your trump card? However, I too have a 10th-tier hero to protect me." A figure clad in a green robe, a fairy sorcerer, materialized beside the fairy maiden. Fang Yuan glanced over and recognized that this individual was also a 10th-tier hero. The sorcerer, a unique unit of the fairy clan, excelled in transformation magic, capable of turning enemies into harmless little creatures devoid of any offensive capabilities. Chapter 153, Thunderous Richard. The sorcerer gripped his staff, a minuscule dark green magic circle materializing at its tip. Before Shui could react, a resounding boom erupted. Smoke billowed forth. In an instant, Shui was transformed into a diminutive sheep the size of a stool, bleeding helplessly. This was the sorcerer's signature skill, transformation, capable of converting an adversary into an innocuous creature, rendering them unable to attack or cast skills. Their movement speed drastically reduced for 3 minutes, with a 12-minute cooldown. Transformation was an exceedingly potent control skill, impervious to defenses from any hero or soldier. After casting the transformation spell, the sorcerer directed his attention towards Blood One, who had been transformed into a sheep, and unleashed another spell. A 10th-level spell, Luminous Spear. A magical spear composed of dazzling purple light struck Blood One. Fortunately, Blood One's defenses were relatively robust, although they paled in comparison to those of the Reaper's Guardian. He was nonetheless a melee-type hero capable of withstanding the sorcerer's magical assault to some extent. The formidable power of the 10th-level spell sent Blood One, now a sheep, flying, crashing violently against the wall of the private booth before tumbling down to the ground. Struggling to rise from the floor, Blood One emitted an enraged bleat and charged towards the sorcerer, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, he was ruthlessly kicked aside by the sorcerer. In his current form, he lacked the ability to attack and could only endure the onslaught passively. The sorcerer's staff shimmered with purple light as the luminous spear rained down upon Blood One like a tempest. Blood One could only clumsily evade while awaiting the expiration of the transformation spell. Seizing this opportunity, the fairy guards, brandishing their swords, approached Fang Yuan with sinister grins. Fang Yuan sat calmly on the sofa, exuding an air of tranquility, entirely unfazed. One of the fairy guards taunted, "If I were you, I would immediately kneel and plead for His Highness's forgiveness." Another guard, growing impatient, retorted, "Why waste time talking to him? Let us dispose of him swiftly." Several fairy guards immediately closed in, but before they could reach him, the steadfast guardian beside Fang Yuan, CE, sprang into action. With a forceful shield bash, CE swung his shield horizontally at the nearest fairy guard. The guard, unable to evade in time, was struck in the chest by the shield and sent crashing through the booth's wall, falling from the second floor. In an instant, one guard was slain, and CE retaliated with a swift sword strike, unleashing a torrent of bloodthirsty sword energy. The fairy guards encircling Fang Yuan were all cleaved in half by the crimson blade aura. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 fairy guards had perished at CE's hands. The fairy maiden observed the unfolding situation, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the 10th level guards being dispatched in an instant. "He has another hero by his side," she murmured, astonished. As the 3 minutes elapsed, Blood One's transformation was lifted, reverting him from a small sheep back to his original form. The first thing Blood One sought was vengeance. Since being summoned by the Lord, he had never felt so humiliated, being driven into a frenzy by the sorcerer. Moreover, this disgrace occurred before the Lord, exposing his pitiful state. With a frigid glare, Blood One was ablaze with fury. The sorcerer must die today. Only blood could wash away the humiliation he had endured. Die. Blood One propelled himself towards the sorcerer, executing the skill-frenzied charge as his spear pierced the air, aimed at the sorcerer's head and heart. The sorcerer flapped her wings and retreated, for she was a magical unit unskilled in close combat, needing to maintain distance to hold the advantage. But to escape? Not a chance. Blood One lunged forward, sweeping his spear and knocking the sorcerer from the air, sending her crashing to the ground. With a cooldown of 20 minutes for the transformation spell, the sorcerer had no control spells available, and at such a close range. She could not cast her magic in time, helplessly watching as Blood One approached. As Blood One raised his spear, poised to deliver the final blow to the sorcerer, a commanding voice resonated throughout the auction hall. "Cease at once." Following the voice, Fang Yuan noticed a male fairy clad in a resplendent light green robe had appeared at the auction scene. Among the diverse attendees, some recognized him as Richard Laming, the supervisor of the stone tablet auction. Indeed, as the supervisor, Richard Laming rarely made public appearances, and the unexpected presence of such an authority figure stirred the crowd. Being a member of the fairy race, it remained uncertain whether he would show favoritism towards his kin. The audience braced themselves for the unfolding drama. Richard Laming soared to the second floor, his voice stern as he proclaimed, "Stop immediately. Private disputes are strictly prohibited at the stone tablet auction. Do you wish to make enemies of the auction house?" Blood One turned a deaf ear, as if Richard Laming's threats fell on deaf ears. And with a reverse grip on his spear, he thrust downward with great force. "Damn it! Did you not hear me? I said to stop." Richard Laming seethed with rage, producing a black spiral lance from seemingly nowhere, thrusting it towards Blood One. Blood One, gripping his spear with both hands, raised it protectively against Richard Laming's attack. Seizing this moment, the sorcerer hastily fled from Blood One's side, flapping her wings and retreating to Richard Laming's back, finally exhaling in relief, her face reflecting the remnants of her earlier terror. She had narrowly escaped death at Blood One's hands, all thanks to Richard Laming's timely intervention. Blood One, witnessing the sorcerer's escape, felt a flicker of cold resentment. Despite his unwillingness, he refrained from engaging Richard Laming in combat. After all, he was the supervisor of the stone tablet auction, and whether to fight or not hinged upon Fang Yuan's approval. Blood One, though bloodthirsty, would not act recklessly without Fang Yuan's command. Richard Laming regarded Blood One with a wary expression, shifting his gaze to CE, who remained steadfastly by Fang Yuan's side, scrutinizing him intently. Ultimately, Richard Laming's attention settled upon Fang Yuan. Throughout this conflict, Fang Yuan had remained seated on the sofa, his expression unperturbed, as if the chaos surrounding him held no significance. Richard Laming scoffed, "Who are you to disrupt this place? Do you wish to declare war against the stone tablet auction?" Without regard for right or wrong, Richard Laming placed the blame squarely on Fang Yuan and his companions. "I hereby represent the stone tablet auction in permanently expelling you. Depart at once, or face immediate execution if you dare approach even a step closer." As this declaration echoed through the hall, the atmosphere grew tumultuous. Clearly, Richard Laming intended to favor his kin. The fairy race had blatantly breached the rules, attempting to seize items that others had won at auction. Today promised to be a spectacle. In Chapter 154, titled Compensation, the diverse attendees on the first floor of the auction hall buzzed with chatter, reveling in the unfolding drama. As the supervisor of the stone tablet auction, Richard Laming held considerable authority over all affairs pertaining to the auction. It was evident that he was resolute in siding with his kin, shifting all blame and responsibility onto Fang Yuan and his companions. Given this situation, any explanation from Fang Yuan would be futile, as they had already determined his group to be at fault. Rising from the sofa, Fang Yuan calmly stated, "Return the elemental core to me, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise. Huh? Richard Laming sneered. Is that a threat? What audacity! Do you think you're invincible with two 10th level heroes by your side? Let me enlighten you. This auction house is no place for your recklessness. No sooner had he spoken than 3 figures materialized beside Richard Laming. An 8th level elven ranger, a 9th level dragonborn mage, and a 10th level dwarven warrior, all heroes. They comprised the protective detail of the stone tablet auction, employed at great expense by the Mood D Merchant Guild, tasked with safeguarding the auction's treasures. Alongside the sorcerer and Richard Laming, their forces totaled 5 heroes. Beside Fang Yuan stood only 2 10th-tier heroes, rendering his situation quite precarious. Thunderous Richard displayed a confident smile and proclaimed, "If you depart obediently now, I might still overlook your transgression of slaying those fairy guards. As for the auction items you procured, you may take the 3 golden chests, but the elemental core shall remain with me. Were it not for the circumstances, Richard would not have wished to act thus." The elemental core was purchased by Fang Yuan for 300,000 black crystal coins. And the fairy maiden had contravened the auction's regulations by seizing the core from the traveling merchant mid-auction, subsequently launching an assault on Fang Yuan and vandalizing the auction booth. Today, he utilized his authority to oppress Fang Yuan, shifting the blame entirely onto him and seizing the elemental core. The stone tablet auction was not solely under his dominion. The events of today would undoubtedly reach the ears of the Merchant Alliance. When the truth came to light, Richard's position as the auction supervisor would be in jeopardy. Although losing his role would be somewhat regrettable, acquiring the elemental core made it all worthwhile. "Depart now. You stand no chance," Richard coldly declared. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. I have foretold your demise." Fang Yuan replied with a subtle smile. "And who informed you that I possess only 2 heroes?" Richard paused, momentarily taken aback, and as he opened his mouth to respond, he was astounded to see dozens more individuals suddenly appear beside him. These were the heroes Fang Yuan had stationed outside. The commotion within the auction had alerted Fang Yuan's heroes, who rushed in without delay. Richard's countenance shifted as he sensed the aura emanating from the newly arrived figures. Identical to that of Blood 1 and Death 1. Could they also be 10th-tier heroes? Curse be it, who are you? How could there be so many 10th-tier heroes? Richard gasped in shock. The sorceress and the 3 auction guards also sensed the shift in atmosphere, becoming vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. The terrifying aura exuded by the 20 heroes was unrestrained, causing the breath of all present in the auction house to hitch. Richard felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Should a battle erupt, not even the 5 of them, let alone all the attendees of the auction combined, could withstand the onslaught of 20 heroes. It would be nothing short of a massacre. The thought of Fang Yuan's earlier declaration that they would all perish sent a bitter taste to Richard's mouth. Initially, he had believed Fang Yuan's words to be mere bravado, but he now realized the depth of his conviction and strength. The arrival of the 20 heroes rendered the auction house silent, with all present holding their breath, gazing in awe at Fang Yuan standing on the 2nd floor. With but a word from him, Richard, the fairy maiden, the sorceress, and the 3 hired guards would meet their end here. Taking a deep breath, Richard steadied himself, sheathed his weapon, and respectfully spoke, "My lord, the events that transpired were our fault. I hope you might overlook our transgressions and spare us." Fang Yuan smiled. "Do you truly believe I would grant you clemency? You never once considered sparing me. If only you would pardon us. I shall cover the entirety of your purchases from the auction today, and I am willing to offer you an additional 200,000 black crystal coins as compensation." Richard pleaded earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan acquiesced. Richard and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, their faces betraying a smile of joy at having narrowly escaped disaster. Fang Yuan had expended 300,000 black crystal coins for the elemental core, 60,000 for the 3 golden chests, and with the compensation of 200,000 black crystal coins, the total amounted to 560,000 black crystal coins. This was no trifling sum. Richard's entire fortune barely exceeded 300,000 black crystal coins. Raising the compensation would require ingenuity. Yet, to survive, he would find a way, even if it meant exhausting all his resources. The elemental core had nearly been crushed by the fairy maiden, but fortunately, only a few cracks marred its surface, leaving it intact and usable. Richard promptly relinquished his storage ring to Fang Yuan, which contained 100,000 black crystal coins along with various materials, blueprints, and equipment, perfectly summing to the required 200,000 black crystal coins. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, departing the auction house with the storage ring, the elemental core, and the 3 golden chests, feeling immensely gratified. As for the traveling merchant, he remained unharmed, still in a state of unconsciousness. A few days of rest would suffice for his recovery. Indeed, bringing 20 heroes to the auction had proven to be an astute decision. In this world, without formidable strength, one is prone to being oppressed by others. This realm truly operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme. Fang Yuan reflected with a sigh, before traversing the teleportation portal back to his territory. Once Fang Yuan exited the auction and departed from Stone Tablet Island, The crowd within the auction house finally exhaled in relief. Richard observed Fang Yuan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with trepidation. Accompanied by 20 heroes. Such an honor was not bestowed upon ordinary folk. Fang Yuan's identity must be extraordinary. The fairy maiden approached Richard, her gaze cast downward, murmuring, "I'm sorry. Brother Richard, this is all my fault. I should not have provoked that human. Do not blame yourself. You acted for the sake of the Thunder Forest. Our time is limited. We must swiftly gather the elemental cores." Richard replied gravely, "Once we resolve matters here, I intend to try my luck at the mysterious shop. I wonder if they have any elemental cores. If not, we may have to resort to the abyssal shop." Upon returning to the territory, it was now 5 in the afternoon. Fang Yuan stretched, pleased that he had spent not a single black crystal coin at the auction while profiting 200,000 black crystal coins. An excellent outcome. "Master, you've returned," Sakura exclaimed, bounding to Fang Yuan's side and burrowing into his embrace, cooing, "I missed you so much." There. Fang Yuan gently patted Sakura's cherubic face. The familiar softness a delight. With some time remaining before dinner, Fang Yuan summoned the demon architect and informed him that he had gathered all the materials required to construct the dark gold blueprint, elemental temple, and they could commence building. "At your command, I shall begin construction immediately and ensure its completion before dinner." The demon architect's construction speed far exceeded Fang Yuan's. To erect the same structure, Fang Yuan required an hour, while the demon architect could accomplish it in 30 minutes, twice as fast. Today, Blood 1 and Fang Yuan had attended the auction, leaving Blood 3 in charge of the hunting team temporarily. "Report, my lord. Today, the hunting team has secured 100 large game, 300 medium game, and 500 small game." Blood 3 reported. "Excellent. In just over 10 days, the Butcher Legion would arrive at the Forgotten Lands." The time for a population surge was imminent. Fang Yuan needed to prepare ample food to accommodate the impending influx of inhabitants in the territory. The magical beasts in the western forest numbered in the millions, and hunting them all at once was unfeasible. Once the farms and breeding grounds developed to a sufficient scale, they would provide ample sustenance for all in the territory, eliminating the need for daily arduous hunts. Tai Hui reported, "My lord, today we have gathered resources, 150,000 wood, 120,000 stone, 70,000 iron, 80,000 fire copper, 10,000 gold, and 20,000 silver. With the upgraded main city, we can now recruit 20 farmers daily. After the upgrade of the Lord's Book, the main city will additionally reward us with the capability to recruit 10 more farmers each day, totaling 30 farmers daily." Fang Yuan possesses 5 vassal territories, and combined with the main territory, he can recruit 180 farmers in a single day. Resources are paramount for a territory. They are essential for upgrading lands, constructing buildings, and forging weapons. Thus, farmers serve as the foundation of the territory and are among the most vital units. Fang Yuan inquired about the situation in the cursed mine. Titan replied, "Everything is normal. However, occasionally, one can hear the melodious singing of a maiden emanating from the mine. Ever since the appearance of skeletal monsters in the cursed mine, Fang Yuan has fortified the defenses at the entrance. Now, even if an ant were to emerge from the mine, the defensive towers at the entrance would detect it. As for the maiden's song, Fang Yuan intends to address it only after dealing with the Butcher Legion, as he currently has an overwhelming number of matters to attend to. One step at a time is the only way forward. In addition to managing affairs in the main territory, there are also responsibilities concerning the 5 vassal territories to handle." Chapter 155, The Grand Elementalist. Once everything is settled, the demon architect approached with a buoyant demeanor, humility etched on his face. "Great master, the elemental temple has been completed." "Excellent." Fang Yuan nodded, making his way directly to the military camp. The elemental temple is a recruitment structure, and as he walked, he checked the attributes of the elemental temple using the Lord's Book. Elemental temple, dark gold building. Can recruit, elemental mages. Elemental mage, food 100, elemental gem 10. Soul gem 1. As was his custom, Fang Yuan decided to recruit one new unit first to assess its attributes and skills before determining the number to recruit. Recruiting elemental mage, triggering a hundredfold amplification, grand elementalist. As the brilliance faded, a well-proportioned, handsome young man with golden short hair emerged from the temple, clad in a robe of coarse black linen. Grand elementalist, tier 10. Stamina, 100. Loyalty, 100, blessing of the honor tower. Ability, magic. Skills, 1. Fiery brand, tier 10 magic hurls a fireball forward, inflicting substantial damage. 2. Frost pillar, tier 10 magic releases a pillar of frost in the target area, damaging and slowing all enemies within. 3. Storm howl, tier 10 magic summons a magical storm to repel nearby enemies and enhance movement speed. The grand elementalist strode forth from the temple and knelt before Fang Yuan, his left hand clasped behind him and his right hand clenched over his heart. Bowing respectfully, "I pay my respects to my lord. Welcome to my territory." Fang Yuan replied earnestly, "From this moment on, your name shall be Dai." To simplify matters, Fang Yuan decided to retain his usual naming convention. "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing this name." A radiant smile graced the Grand Elementalist's face, clearly delighted with the name Fang Yuan had given him. Upon witnessing the Grand Elementalist's joy, Fang Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Should he have taken the time to bestow a more dignified name? After all, Dai was somewhat unappealing. The units Fang Yuan recruited were the most formidable soldiers, born for the sole purpose of slaughter, natural killing machines. They would hardly concern themselves with such trivial details as names. For them, a name was merely a convenient moniker. The Grand Elementalist, being a magical unit, excelled in area attacks, and his skills were designed to decimate groups of enemies, perfectly compensating for the lack of area damage in Fang Yuan's territory. Fang Yuan continued recruiting until he assembled a 100-man squad, appointing Dai as the squad leader. Along with several others he found suitable as team leaders. He instructed a nearby fox maid to escort them to the warehouse to collect clothing and equipment, and then to assign them quarters. After lunch, Fang Yuan visited the manufacturing area, where the lava forgers were busy crafting new weapons. Silver longsword, silver ingots 100. Iron blocks 10, wood 1. Heavy cavalry lance. Iron blocks 120, wood 1. Fire copper longbow, bronze 100, blood spider silk 1. The blueprints for the new weapons were provided by Wening Han, all of green quality. Although she had the blueprints previously, she lacked the resources to forge them, leaving them to gather dust within the Lord's book. Only after she became a vassal territory of Fang Yuan did these blueprints see the light of day again. As for the Steel Series weapons forged before, aside from the shields and iron arrows still in use, the rest had been listed in batches on the regional channel for sale to other lords. In recent days, the intense conflicts on the regional channel gradually subsided over time. A plethora of lords engaged in skirmishes, with territories and strengths being relatively equal, resulting in a stalemate where no one could gain the upper hand. The ongoing battles yielded no decisive outcome and led to significant losses in resources and soldiers. Many lords, influenced by the atmosphere of conflict, dispatched troops to attack others' territories merely to experience the thrill of war. Such feudal strife severely hampered territorial development. Daily energies were consumed in fending off nearby lords' ambushes, preventing any genuine advancement. If this trend continued, territories would stagnate, making it impossible to enhance strength. Should they inadvertently encounter a high-tier magical beast in the future, their territories would be easily obliterated. Recognizing this predicament, many lords halted their meaningless conflicts, ceasing proactive military actions to focus on defense, resource gathering, and territorial development. The regional channel gradually returned to its former state of absurd harmony. This facade of peace, however, concealed numerous lords secretly purchasing weapons from Fang Yuan. Once their territories flourished and their armies swelled, the first to be eradicated would undoubtedly be the lords neighboring their territories. The singular law of the chaotic continent is survival of the fittest, might reign supreme. Without moral or legal constraints, many individuals display an appalling lack of integrity. Should your territory prosper and your military strength amplify, even if you possess a kind heart and refrain from attacking neighboring lords, they may not extend the same courtesy to you. Your kindness, in their eyes, would be interpreted as weakness. When in a position of strength, one must firmly grasp their advantages. Just a few days ago, Lu Xiao was sent Fang Yuan a message, informing him that he had recruited 300 fully armed soldiers, who, under the cover of night, systematically eliminated the 3 nearby lords, thereby seizing their 3 vassal territories. In a single night, Lu Xiao ascended to become the second lord with the most vassal territories on the regional channel, second only to Fang Yuan. The 3 lords adjacent to Lu Xiao's territory had long coveted the canyon orchard. They had convened multiple times, secretly plotting to join forces against Lu Xiao and subsequently divide the orchard among themselves. However, lacking alliance scrolls and mutual familiarity, the prospect of forming an alliance remained uncertain. Each of the 3 lords harbored fears of betrayal from the others, thus preventing any solid agreement from being reached. Thanks to their failure to reach a consensus, Lu Xiao seized the opportunity to discreetly recruit an army, launching a proactive offensive that ultimately resulted in the demise of the other 3 lords and the annexation of their territories. One by one, she systematically dismantled their domains, capturing the 3 lords who pleaded desperately for their lives. However, Lu Xiao remained unyielding, commanding her militia to drag them away for execution. In such moments, one must not be lenient. Sparing them would only invite their vengeance. One must either possess formidable strength, like Fang Yuan, to suppress all opposition, or, like Lu Xiao, take the initiative to eliminate surrounding lords, thereby ensuring a peaceful existence. The lords who have survived to this point are far from foolish. In addition to developing their territories, they have diligently recruited troops, trained their armies, and procured equipment. Each day, Fang Yuan effortlessly sells thousands of steel weapons and tens of thousands of stone weapons, amassing considerable resources with ease. Chapter 156, Compensation from the Merchant Guild. The following day, just before noon, as lunch approached, a death guard reported, "My lord, the traveling merchant has arrived and is awaiting your summons at the city gate." Fang Yuan casually replied, "Let him in." The previous day, during the auction of the stone tablet, The traveling merchant had been sent flying by a fairy guard, crashing heavily to the ground and falling unconscious. Fortunately, he only suffered a brief loss of consciousness and sustained no serious injuries. After a few days of rest upon waking, he would be fine. The traveling merchant belonged to the Shepherd's Flute Merchant Guild, and there would be others to care for him, so Fang Yuan need not worry. After receiving compensation from Thunderous Richard, Fang Yuan returned to his territory with the auction items. He initially thought it would take several days before he would see the traveling merchant again, but to his surprise, the very next day, the merchant appeared before him. Full of life. Esteemed Lord Fang Yuan, good afternoon. The traveling merchant greeted him with a beaming smile. Fang Yuan inquired, are you unscathed? Why not take a few more days to recuperate? The merchant's smile faded as he replied earnestly, I have come this time to extend our sincerest apologies on behalf of the Shepherd's Flute Merchant Guild. We are deeply remorseful for the events that transpired at the stone tablet auction. It is entirely our guild's responsibility for failing to properly oversee our subordinates. Rest assured, Thunderous Richard has been dismissed. As he spoke, a black iron dwarf approached, carrying a briefcase, which he placed on the table before Fang Yuan and opened to reveal neatly stacked black crystal coins. This is 100,000 black crystal coins. Our compensation from the Shepherd's Flute Merchant Guild. We sincerely hope you can forgive us for this incident. We guarantee that such matters will not recur in the future. The traveling merchant's demeanor was exceptionally sincere. Fang Yuan glanced at the black crystal coins and chose not to linger on the matter excessively, softly stating, I accept the black crystal coins and your guild's apology. In the incident involving the stone tablet auction, Fang Yuan had incurred no losses. Rather, he had received nearly 500,000 in compensation from Thunderous Richard. Today, he was also receiving an additional 100,000 black crystal coins from the Shepherd's Flute Merchant Guild. Given the substantial compensation he had acquired, Fang Yuan felt quite satisfied. He was not one to be unreasonable. Understanding the wisdom of knowing when to accept a favorable outcome was clear to him. Of course, the principal reason for such generous compensation was undoubtedly due to the formidable strength of Fang Yuan's influence. If, during the auction, he had not brought 20 heroes along for protection, but only 2, it would have been improbable for Thunderous Richard to easily capitulate. Nor would he have been able to offer nearly 500,000 black crystal coins in compensation. The Shepherd's Flute Merchant Guild would not have sent representatives with compensation the very next day to personally apologize. Had Fang Yuan exhibited a weaker display of power, not only would the elemental core have been seized, but no compensation would have been forthcoming either. Thank you for your magnanimity, my lord. The Shepherd's Flute Merchant Guild is immensely grateful. The traveling merchant appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, several fox-eared maids clad in black and white attire entered the lord's manor, carrying dishes fragrant with delightful aromas. My lord, it's time for lunch. Fang Yuan deftly transferred the 100,000 black crystal coins from the briefcase into his arcane ring, while the fox maids arranged the food on the table. One of the maids stood beside Fang Yuan, attending to him as he dined. As Fang Yuan looked up, he noticed the traveling merchant and the black iron dwarf standing across the table, watching him with eager eyes, unable to suppress their salivation. Fang Yuan gestured towards the 2 chairs opposite him and smiled. Please, sit and join me for lunch. How could we impose? We cannot simply come by for meals every day. The traveling merchant protested with his words, yet his body betrayed him as he plopped into a chair, eagerly awaiting the meal. Fang Yuan understood quite well why the traveling merchant always chose to visit him just before mealtime. He was not a stingy person. If the merchant wished to share a meal, so be it. After all, the combined appetites of the traveling merchant and the black iron dwarf would hardly consume much food. As they dined, Fang Yuan casually inquired, what has become of Thunderous Richard after his dismissal? The traveling merchant swallowed his food and replied nonchalantly, who knows? After being dismissed, Thunderous Richard left the Shepherd's Flute Merchant Guild. His whereabouts are unknown. As a supervisor, to dare defy the guild's regulations is a grave offense. He was not executed on the spot solely because he is a member of the royal family of the Thunderous Forest Elves. The guild dared not offend the Thunderous Forest, so they spared his life. The traveling merchant's face was filled with indignation as he recounted the incident, for he had not forgotten how he had been sent flying by the fairy guard, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Fang Yuan then asked, what is the situation with the elves? It seems they are collecting elemental cores, even resorting to theft. I am not fully aware of that. The traveling merchant took a sip of fruit wine, setting down his cup as he continued. Elemental cores are relatively rare materials, while not commonly found. They can be purchased if one seeks them. However, the elves require a significant quantity of elemental cores, and several regions have seen their remaining cores purchased by them. I cannot fathom what the elves intend to do with them. After lunch, although the traveling merchant wished to stay for dinner, he realized that such blatant dining would be excessive. Furthermore, he needed to return to the guild to report the outcome of the compensation, so he reluctantly departed. Approximately 3 minutes after the traveling merchant left, Weninghan hurried into the lord's manor, approaching Fang Yuan with an anxious expression. Lord Fang Yuan, this is bad. What has happened? Speak slowly, Fang Yuan urged, attempting to calm her. After gathering her composure, Weninghan explained. There has been an earthquake in the area of the ancient ruins. An earthquake? Fang Yuan was taken aback. After a moment's thought, he asked, what was the magnitude of the earthquake? Did it affect the vassal territories? Wen Yinghan replied, no, it was quite strange. The earthquake only trembled within the confines of the ancient ruins, with no impact on other areas. It seemed that this earthquake was likely due to some anomaly within the ancient ruins. Otherwise, why would it shake for no reason? Beneath the ruins of the ancient site lay a wealth of blueprints, and Fang Yuan had dispatched individuals to explore the ruins, discovering several blueprints each day. Most of these blueprints pertained to everyday items, with a few related to architecture and weaponry. One should not underestimate these everyday item blueprints, for they enabled Fang Yuan to acquire comfortable mattresses and leisurely recliners, significantly enhancing his quality of life. Fang Yuan, without further ado, guided Wen Yinghan through the portal, making their way directly to the ancient ruins. Chapter 157, The Anomaly. Upon arriving in the vicinity of the ancient ruins, Fang Yuan and his companions beheld a vast expanse of relics, comparable to several football fields, trembling violently. They positioned themselves at a safe distance from the ruins to avoid the tremor's repercussions. Lord Fang Yuan, what shall we do? Wen Yinghan inquired. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and replied, we can only observe the unfolding events. In this situation, even I cannot intervene. The ancient ruins shook ferociously, the already dilapidated structures crumbling as the ground continually collapsed, revealing a massive fissure that consumed all in its path. Fragments of crumbled walls and debris fell into the chasm, amidst which glimmered numerous orbs emanating white and green light, all succumbing to the abyss. Fang Yuan felt as though his heart were bleeding. Those luminous orbs represented blueprints buried within the ruins, now irrevocably devoured by the gaping crevice, leaving him uncertain as to whether they could ever be retrieved. The fissure expanded, devouring the entirety of the ancient site. Before Fang Yuan materialized a colossal pit, its entrance a perfect circle, so flawlessly drawn that even a compass could not replicate its precision. As Fang Yuan and his companions cautiously approached the immense pit and peered downwards, they were met with a void so profound that its depths appeared unfathomable, akin to an abyss of darkness. The walls of the pit were comprised of an unknown black crystal, exhibiting an exceptionally smooth surface. The origins of this pit eluded Fang Yuan, yet he remained preoccupied with the multitude of blueprints that had plummeted within. I wonder if I can find those blueprints at the bottom, Fang Yuan murmured to himself. It was hardly surprising that he felt greedy. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of nearly 10,000 blueprints falling into the pit. Such a vast quantity was no trivial matter, and Fang Yuan's desire was only natural. However, the cause of the pit's formation remained a mystery, and its peculiar emergence necessitated caution on Fang Yuan's part. He refrained from acting rashly and utilized the skill Eye of Darkness attached to his explosive magic ring to scout the area first. Manipulating the Eye of Darkness, he slowly descended to explore, preparing to ascertain the nature of the depths and any potential dangers before embarking on an adventure. The Eye of Darkness penetrated the abyss, revealing a depth far greater than Fang Yuan had anticipated. It extended a staggering 500 meters downward before reaching the bottom, where remnants of the ancient ruins lay scattered. Fang Yuan directed the Eye of Darkness to hover in midair, moving freely in any direction. After 10 minutes of advancing, he had yet to reach the walls of the pit. The pit's depth and the expanse at its base surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. The Eye of Darkness continued its journey. Suddenly, through the shared vision of the eye, Fang Yuan discerned a large shadow ahead, suggesting the presence of some creature. He maneuvered the eye closer, only to be met with a sight that left him utterly astonished. Thousands of dark mothers coiled in slumber, motionless. Only a few awakened, stirring their tentacles. At the center of the sleeping dark mothers was a colossal specimen, towering 5 stories high. Even its slenderest tentacle was far thicker than an adult's waist. Fang Yuan carefully navigated the Eye of Darkness, skillfully avoiding the few awakened dark mothers, intent on observing the giant dark mother more closely. The eye skimmed the ground, flying slowly to avoid detection. However, before it could draw near, the massive dark mother noticed it. The multitude of magical eyes on its enormous body gradually opened. A beam of darkness shot forth from one of the magical eyes, piercing the Eye of Darkness. The magic was disrupted, and Fang Yuan exhaled heavily. Not long before, he had ventured to the underground ruins, where 2 types of monsters resided, the 5th-tier Dark Mages and the 10th-tier Dark Mothers. The Dark Mother possessed a unique ability, allowing it to spawn a Dark Mage every day, with a cap of 500. This meant that if left unchecked, such a multitude of Dark Mothers would soon give rise to a significant swarm of Dark Mages. The monsters in the pit must be dealt with promptly. With the Slaughterblade army arriving in just over 10 days, it was crucial to eliminate the creatures lurking within the pit during this interval. The underground chasm was vast, and Fang Yuan had only explored one direction. There were likely more monsters in other areas. To eradicate the creatures below, he needed to ascertain their numbers and strengths. Fang Yuan awaited the cooldown period of the Eye of Darkness, then maneuvered it deeper into the pit. This time, he chose to scout in the opposite direction of the giant Dark Mother. The eye floated in the air, advancing for a while before discovering another cluster of monsters. Similar to the previous encounter, a group of sleeping Dark Mothers surrounded another giant Dark Mother, with 3,000 to 4,000 of them remaining undisturbed. Fang Yuan then explored 2 additional directions, each revealing another group of monsters. However, these newly discovered creatures differed from the Dark Mothers. They were a novel breed of monster. Entirely black, adorned with red magical runes, and standing over 10 meters tall, they bore only a hide wrapped around their waists. The newly encountered monsters seemed to be a type of giant, also in slumber. Fang Yuan moved cautiously, conducting his reconnaissance without disturbing any of the creatures. Beneath the pit, apart from these 4 groups of monsters, no others were present. The Dark Mothers were 10th-tier entities, and while Fang Yuan was unaware of the black giant's strength, it was reasonable to surmise they too were 10th-tier giants. In total, there were over 10,000 10th-tier monsters. Fang Yuan exhaled deeply, a rare expression of gravity marking his features. Such an abundance of 10th-tier creatures would pose a significant challenge to eliminate. It appeared he would need to recruit soldiers in advance, eradicate the monsters in the pit, and then prepare for the arrival of the 12,000-strong orc army. Fang Yuan spoke solemnly. "Inghan, you are to monitor this pit closely over the next few days. If any monsters emerge, report to me at once." "Understood, my lord. I assure you I will complete this task." Following this, Fang Yuan assigned a small squad to guard the pit's entrance and returned to his subordinate territory. Utilizing the portal to return to his main domain, the first order of business upon his return was to rush directly to the military camp. Chapter 158, Legion Formation. Initially, Fang Yuan had planned to wait a few more days to recruit soldiers, but the situation had become urgent, necessitating immediate action. Based on the current scale of his territory, the number of households, and food reserves, he could enlist 6,000 soldiers. Coupled with the existing 4,000 soldiers, he could muster a legion of 10,000. This force would be sufficient to eliminate the monsters within the abyss and withstand the onslaught of the Slaughterblade army. Standing before the military camp, Fang Yuan opened the Lord's Book, turning to the recruitment page, and began the process of enlisting troops in sequence. The troop types within the territory comprise Death Guard, Bloodthirsty Gunner, Blackrock Archer, Shadow Walker, Fallen Angel, Magic Pattern Giant, Celestial Swordmaster, and Great Elementalist, totaling 8 distinct categories. The number of soldiers to be recruited for each type had long been meticulously planned by Fang Yuan. His fingers danced swiftly across the recruitment page, activating the military camp, Elemental Shrine, Ranger's Lodge, and other edifices, all of which emanated a brilliant radiance. Approximately half an hour later, Fang Yuan's legion was fully recruited: 2,000 Death Guards, 2,000 Bloodthirsty Gunners, 2,000 Blackrock Archers, 1,000 Celestial Swordmasters, 1,000 Great Elementalists, 1,000 Shadow Walkers, and 1,000 Fallen Angels, culminating in a total of 10,000 soldiers. Additionally, Fang Yuan's territory boasted 500 Nightmares and 12 Magic Pattern Giants. These miscellaneous units were not included in the legion count. The 6,000 newly recruited soldiers stood in perfect formation before Fang Yuan, their loyalty elevated to the maximum value under the enhancement of the Tower of Glory. In their eyes, Fang Yuan was a divine presence, and all before him would unconditionally obey his commands. The formidable strength of the 10th-tier troops rendered them capable of engaging in combat without extensive training. Upon reaching a total of 10,000 troops, a mysterious yet familiar voice resonated in Fang Yuan's ears. Condition met. Unlocking military rank. Legion Commander. Fang Yuan was now able to appoint military ranks for his army, which included Squad Leader, Platoon Leader, Company Commander, and Legion Commander. 10 individuals constituted a squad. 10 squads formed a platoon. 10 platoons constituted a company, and 10 companies made a legion. For the sake of efficient management and command during battle, Fang Yuan summoned all soldiers in the territory, appointing the Death Guard as the Legion Commander to lead the entire Legion, while designating others as company commanders, platoon leaders, and squad leaders. The next step involved distributing equipment. Fang Yuan ensured that every member of the Legion was fully armed to the teeth. The weapons available included silver longswords, heavy cavalry lances, and fire copper longbows, while the armor consisted of fine steel armor and beast hide armor. The Death Guards, Celestial Swordmasters, Fallen Angels, and Shadow Walkers were equipped with longswords. The Bloodthirsty Gunners wielded lances, and the Blackrock Archers utilized fire copper longbows. Only the Great Elementalists employed staves as their weapons. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's territory lacked any blueprints for staves. He needed to devise a method to acquire them, as it was unacceptable for the Great Elementalists to cast spells barehanded. The armor, however, met the requirements of all troop types. The fine steel armor was heavy and robust, offering exceptional defense, while the beast hide armor was lightweight and agile, facilitating movement. The Death Guards and Fallen Angels were equipped with fine steel armor, whereas the Bloodthirsty Gunners, Blackrock Archers, Shadow Walkers, Celestial Swordmasters, and Great Elementalists donned beast hide armor. Coincidentally, the mysterious shop opened today, and Fang Yuan prepared to visit, hoping to find the items he needed and to take advantage of some bargains. He briskly approached the entrance of the mysterious shop and pushed the door open. Greeted by Tiramisu's enthusiastic voice, "Welcome, esteemed guest." Fang Yuan acknowledged with a curt nod. He approached the shelves, swiftly scanning all the goods, only to regretfully find that none of the items he sought were available. It seemed he would have to fill out a wish card and return to the mysterious shop the day after tomorrow. As a bronze card user of the mysterious shop, Fang Yuan enjoyed privileges akin to a VIP guest on Earth, receiving a 95% discount on all purchases and the ability to use a high-grade wish card for free once each day. Observing Fang Yuan's dissatisfaction with the items on display, Tiramisu had prepared the next wish card in advance. Fang Yuan took the wish card and, while inscribing his desires with a feather pen, inquired, "Tiramisu, why does your mysterious shop only open during limited hours? Do you all reside in the shop at other times?" "Of course not," Tiramisu replied, rubbing his cheek. "We are only transported here during operating hours. At other times, we either rest or replenish stock at the headquarters of the Trading Alliance." Fang Yuan, intrigued, asked, "Transported? So everything in the shop, including all the products, is transported here?" Tiramisu nodded affirmatively. "Exactly. Beneath the shop lies a teleportation array. Once business hours conclude, I and all the items in the shop are transported back. When it's time to open again, we are brought back." Understanding this, Fang Yuan nodded and handed the completed wish card to Tiramisu. Tiramisu skillfully placed the wish card in an envelope, sealing it with wax and transmitting it away through a small teleportation array at the front desk. As he prepared to leave, Fang Yuan rolled up his sleeves and seized every small wooden box from the treasure miner machine at the shop's entrance without leaving a single one behind. Tiramisu was unfazed, shaking his head in resignation as he picked up a thick tome to read. After departing from the mysterious shop, Fang Yuan ventured once more to the deep pit beneath the ancient ruins. He cautiously maneuvered the Eye of Darkness, approaching the vicinity of the monster horde for reconnaissance. Most of the monsters had already awakened. By tomorrow, all the monsters within the pit should be fully roused. The colossal creature at the center of the horde had also awakened, gathering all the awakened monsters together, communicating in a language that resembled both a roar and a lament. After observing for a while without discovering anything new, Fang Yuan deactivated the Eye of Darkness. He wondered whether these monsters would emerge from the pit. It was approximately 500 meters deep, and he was uncertain if they could ascend. The bottom of the pit was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. If given the choice, Fang Yuan would prefer for these monsters to emerge rather than allow his army to engage in combat within such an inky environment. Moreover, there was another dilemma. How could he get his legion down into the pit? A height of 500 meters, lowering a rope for descent, seemed inefficient. The monsters below were not to be underestimated. Should Fang Yuan's troops attempt to descend along the rope and be detected by the monsters before all reached the bottom, it would result in an awkward confrontation while his soldiers were still climbing down. After a brief contemplation, Fang Yuan resolved to construct a war fortress and teleportation portal at the bottom of the pit. He was unperturbed by the prospect of resource expenditure, as the demonic architect possessed the unique ability to dismantle buildings, recovering 80% of the resources. Chapter 159, The Outbreak of War. Fang Yuan dispatched 1,000 soldiers to guard the mouth of the pit to prevent the monsters from emerging. He prepared to return to the main territory, ensuring to instruct Weninghan to remain vigilant regarding the monsters below, contacting him immediately should any situation arise. Weninghan nodded earnestly in agreement. Upon returning to the territory, Fang Yuan convened with the Death Guard and others to discuss strategies for dealing with the monsters in the pit. He planned to launch an offensive the day after tomorrow. At that time, when the mysterious shop opened, he would purchase the pre-ordered staff blueprints and expedite the crafting of 1,000 staves to equip the entire Great Elementalist squad. With weapons, the Great Elementalists would not have to engage in battle unarmed. Fang Yuan and the Death Guard continued their discussions until evening, and after dining, he sent a message to Weninghan inquiring about any anomalies, to which she replied that all was normal. Reassured by the status quo, Fang Yuan finally lay down to sleep. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Fang Yuan awoke early, washed up, dressed, and, after breakfast, arrived at the pit. Upon arrival, he found Weninghan had set up a small stool and was intently focused on the mouth of the pit. Her delicate visage bore the traces of a sleepless night, with faint dark circles lingering beneath her eyes. When Fang Yuan beheld Weninghan, resembling a panda, he could not help but chuckle. "What is so amusing?" Weninghan inquired, stifling a yawn, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Fang Yuan retrieved a glass mirror from the arcane ring and said, "Take a look for yourself." Upon gazing into the mirror, Weninghan gasped at the sight of her darkened under eyes. As a young lady, it was only natural for her to be concerned about her appearance, especially since she was inherently beautiful and took great care in her grooming. The sight of the shadowy circles around her eyes nearly brought her to tears. Fang Yuan had not anticipated that she would spend the entire night keeping vigil at the pit's edge, despite having assured her that the 1,000 soldiers stationed there would awaken her should any monsters attempt to ascend. Noting her woeful expression, Fang Yuan smiled gently and produced a bottle of high-grade healing potion from the arcane ring, offering it to her. Apply this to your face, and the dark circles will vanish instantly, he proclaimed. When Inghan's curiosity piqued, she exclaimed, "Really? What kind of miraculous cosmetic is this?" Fang Yuan clarified. "This is not mere cosmetics. It is a high-grade healing potion capable of restoring any injury or ailment." Upon hearing this, when Inghan hesitated, retracting her hand, "I think I shall decline. In a couple of days, the dark circles will fade on their own. There is no need for such an extravagant potion." Healing potions were exceedingly rare commodities, especially in an era devoid of doctors and medicine, where even a minor ailment could prove fatal. Such precious elixirs were invaluable, akin to a life itself, and she felt it was excessive for him to offer one merely to remedy her dark circles. "Listen to the Lord's command. If I say you shall use it, then you shall," Fang Yuan insisted, firmly placing the potion in her arms. Possessing the blueprint for the cup of life, he could fabricate the potion, converting pure water into high-grade healing elixirs. He had produced so many that he resorted to using buckets for storage. When Inghan accepted the potion, her lovely face slightly flushed and shyly expressed, "Thank you, my lord." Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively, responding, "No need for thanks." He stood at the edge of the pit, peering down. It was unchanged from the previous day, devoid of any developments. He once again commanded the Eye of Darkness to descend and began his reconnaissance. What he beheld was a multitude of slumbering monsters now awakened, far more active than the day before, scurrying about as though in search of something. A few dark mothers had located the pit's entrance, trembling and emitting unearthly shrieks. It became evident that these creatures were seeking the very pit itself. Fang Yuan maneuvered the Eye of Darkness to conceal itself nearby, observing the monsters' every move. With the dark mothers' cries, an increasing number of monsters converged on the ruins beneath the pit. Just as Fang Yuan anticipated that the monsters would soon emerge from the pit, they all regrouped, only to disperse back to their original clusters. Their peculiar behavior left him perplexed. He could not fathom their intentions. After pondering for a moment without any clear answer, he commanded the Eye of Darkness to complete a sweep of the bottom before concluding his reconnaissance. The monsters below were becoming increasingly restless. It was imperative to resolve this situation expeditiously. Fang Yuan remained at the pit's edge, periodically sending the Eye of Darkness down for reconnaissance. Meanwhile, when Inghan, having endured a sleepless night, could no longer withstand her fatigue and returned to catch up on her rest, Fang Yuan continued his watch until nightfall before he returned to the main territory. The following day, at 8:30 in the morning, Fang Yuan first checked on the pit. After confirming everything was in order through the Eye of Darkness, he returned to the main territory and arrived at the entrance of the mysterious shop, awaiting the hour to strike 9 before entering. "Good morning. Welcome, esteemed guest." Tiramisu greeted warmly from behind the counter. Fang Yuan had little time to engage, hastily making his way to the shelves in search of the items he had noted on his wish card. On the third row, second shelf, he discovered what he sought: weapon blueprint, mithril staff, price, 5,000 black crystal coins. Remaining quantity, 1. This is it. Fang Yuan approached the counter, paid the 5,000 black crystal coins, and acquired the mithril staff blueprint. He then exited the mysterious shop and proceeded directly to the manufacturing area, instructing the lava smiths to immediately forge 1,000 mithril staves. The materials were readily available in the warehouse. A single lava smith required merely a minute to craft one staff, and with 100 lava smiths on site, the production would not take long. As the lava smiths commenced their work, Fang Yuan dispatched the Fallen Angel squad, accompanied by several demon architects, to stealthily infiltrate the pit's depths. There, beside the ancient ruins, they began constructing a war fortress and a teleportation portal. Once completed, Fang Yuan's army would be able to instantaneously arrive at the pit's bottom. Approximately half an hour later, the war fortress was finished. Just as the demon architects were erecting the spatial teleportation portal, several dark mothers detected their presence. They unleashed piercing shrieks, their numerous magical eyes firing dark rays at the fortress. Under the leadership of the fallen angel, they swiftly dispatched a few of the dark mothers. However, with the shrill cries echoing, the fortress was exposed, and a throng of monsters began converging upon their location. The demon architects hastened their construction of the portal while the fallen angels hovered in the air, swords drawn and poised for battle. 10 minutes later, the portal was complete. Simultaneously, the blacksmiths in the main territory finished crafting 1,000 mithril staves. Soldiers from the Elementalist squad formed a line to collect their new weapons before passing through the portal to reach the pit's depths. Monsters surged forth, launching an assault on the war fortress. In such a critical moment, Fang Yuan could not remain absent, fully equipped. He too traversed the portal to join the battle at the war fortress's base. "Lord, the Death's Guardian squads 1 and 2 are assembled," reported a soldier upon Fang Yuan's arrival. "Lord, the Blood-Crazed Gunner squads 1 and 2 are ready. Lord, the Blackrock Archers squads 1 and 2 have gathered. Lord, the Heavenly Demon Swordsman squad is prepared." The other squad leaders stepped forward to report in turn. "Excellent. Proceed according to the tactical plan established yesterday," Fang Yuan commanded gravely. "As you wish, my lord." At the pit's bottom, outside the war fortress, thousands of Tier 10 monsters amassed in the darkness. launching an assault on the fortress. Some of the Dark Mothers utilized their dark magical eyes to fire magical rays, conducting long-range attacks on the walls. A portion of the Dark Mother began to gestate the Dark Giants, and soon hundreds of these malevolent beings were brought forth into existence. Meanwhile, a colossal giant, cloaked entirely in black, approached the war fortress, wielding a massive stone hammer, bellowing as it prepared to strike with immense force. In contrast to the magical rays emitted by the Dark Mother, the oppressive presence of these ebony giants was far more daunting. Towering over 100 meters, the fortress appeared diminutive before them, akin to a mere toy, utterly vulnerable. As the giant's stone hammer descended with imminent peril, a figure named C calmly stood upon the city walls, gesturing gently with a wave of his hand, proclaiming, "Loose the arrows." Behind him stood the formidable 1st and 2nd Battalions of the Black Rock Archers, a total of 2,000 10th-tier soldiers, poised to unleash their devastating assault. Before the dark giant could react, it was pierced by a torrential storm of arrows, succumbing to a hail of death. The giant swayed momentarily before crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining ebony giants did not retreat in fear. Rather, they let out exultant howls, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they surged forward. In an instant, over 100 giants charged towards the war fortress. In the shadows, thousands more dark giants were hastening to join the fray, and at the rear of this monstrous horde was a figure even more formidable and towering than the rest. While the other ebony giants were draped merely in animal pelts around their waists, this towering giant donned a somewhat tattered suit of armor, adorned with a horned helmet, one horn broken. In his grasp was a sharp, imposing battle axe, exuding an aura of intimidation and power.